5 years ago, the Chu family group in Jinzhou was betrayed and ensnared. The extravagant scion Chu Yuan fell from grace, vanishing into obscurity. A golden dragon is not merely a creature of the pond. When the winds and clouds arise, it transforms into a majestic dragon. After 5 years, Chu Yuan returns reborn, and all adversaries shall tremble before him. Chapter 1. Return to Jinzhou. At the Jinzhou train station, a young man clad in a worn gray robe, with eyes ablaze, strides forth with a vigorous gait. His name is Chu Yuan. How much Jinzhou has changed in 5 years, he muses, gazing at the towering skyscrapers. 5 years prior, the Chu family was a renowned titan of commerce in Jinzhou. Yet through treachery, they lost everything in mere days. Chu Yuan had once lived a life of luxury, oblivious to self-improvement, often disparaged as a wasteful rich second generation. When the Chu family collapsed, this so-called wasteful heir finally awakened from a stupor. He yearned for transformation but found himself powerless, filled with ambition yet unable to effect any change. After enduring countless humiliations, Chu Yuan, overwhelmed by despair, left Jinzhou 5 years ago, journeying to the precipice of a lone mountain, contemplating ending his feudal existence, only to be fortuitously rescued by his current master. His master proclaimed that Chu Yuan possessed a supreme spine, a prodigy destined for cultivation. Under his guidance, Chu Yuan reignited his hope for life, revitalizing himself and dedicating 5 years to rigorous training within the mountain temple, never once stepping beyond its confines. In these 5 years, Chu Yuan truly underwent a rebirth. Just days ago, his master deemed the time ripe and instructed Chu Yuan to descend a mountain. This time, upon my return, Jinzhou shall witness a shift in its fate. Everything I lost 5 years ago, I, Chu Yuan, shall reclaim one by one. Those responsible for the downfall of my family, without exception, shall tremble. A terrifying glint flickered in Chu Yuan's eyes. Although Chu Yuan has matured significantly, the memories of the events from 5 years ago still stir uncontrollable emotions within him. At the station's entrance, a sleek Panamera awaits, beside which leans a stunningly beautiful young woman with fair skin, clad in a fashionable short skirt. In the entirety of Jinzhou, or even in first-tier cities, she would undoubtedly be considered a breathtaking beauty. The alluring combination of luxury and beauty naturally draws the attention of many passers-by. Upon noticing Chu Yuan's emergence, the woman approaches him. "You must be Chu Yuan," she states, appraising his attire. "Indeed, and may I ask who you are?" Chu Yuan replies, turning his gaze toward the enchanting lady. "I am Wan, sent by my grandfather to fetch you," she responds, nonchalantly shrugging her delicate shoulder. Wan. The name strikes a chord within Chu Yuan, causing a flicker of surprise. Prior to descending the mountain, Chu Yuan's master had indeed mentioned that someone would come to receive him in Jinzhou, yet he had never anticipated it would be Wan. Chu Yuan had spent many years in Jinzhou, and naturally, he recognized the name Wan. She was a renowned beauty in Jinzhou, and her grandfather, Old Master Chen, was a figure of great authority. Old Master Chen had long since retired, residing in Jinzhou for his twilight years, rarely engaging with the political and business circles. During the Chu family's glory days, they wielded considerable influence in Jinzhou. At that time, Chu Yuan's father had sought to pay a visit to Old Master Chen, but had been consistently denied, lacking even the qualification for a mere audience. And now, Old Master Chen has sent his granddaughter to fetch him at the station. Chu Yuan couldn't help but wonder about the impressive connections his master possessed, having always believed him to be merely a solitary cultivator hidden away in the mountains, detached from the outside world. Before Chu Yuan's return, he had already received the news that the architect of the Chu family's downfall, Chu Yuan, will be holding his wedding today at the Golden State Grand Hotel. "Then let us get into the car. I truly cannot fathom why my grandfather summoned me to fetch someone from such a remote place," Wan muttered as she turned and walked towards the vehicle. Chu Yuan was taken aback. It seemed that Wan had not come to collect him of her own volition. At the entrance of the Golden State Grand Hotel, luxury vehicles lined the parking lot. Today marked Chu Yuan's wedding day. Ever since he absorbed the Chu family, he had been thriving in the business circles of Jinzhou, where sycophants were plentiful. On the second floor of the hotel, the hall was teeming with esteemed guests. Chu Yuan's rise over the past 5 years has been nothing short of astonishing. He is indeed a paragon among the younger generation in Jinzhou's business community. Had it not been for the annexation of the Chu family, how could Chu Yuan have ascended so swiftly? The Chu family truly deserves pity, having been betrayed by the very person they trusted most, and even their daughter-in-law was taken from them. Among the banquet tables, several business owners with close ties were whispering among themselves. Hush! Mind your words. If Zhou Kun hears this, you will be courting trouble. A balding businessman gestured emphatically. Zhou Kun was currently flourishing in Jinzhou. Who would dare to offend him lightly? At the front of the dais, the groom Zhou Kun, adorned with glasses and a formal suit, appeared polished and refined, while the bride Han Menglan also possessed considerable beauty. Miss Han Menglan, do you take Zhou Kun to be your lawfully wedded husband? The wedding host inquired with a voice rich in emotion. The venue fell silent as countless eyes were fixed upon the stage, witnessing this momentous occasion. A union of two scoundrels, truly a fitting match. At this pivotal moment, a discordant voice suddenly echoed from outside the hall. Who has the audacity to shout at such a critical juncture? Do they wish to ruin their standing in Jinzhou? The attendees turned in surprise and confusion. Entering the hall was a young man clad in a tattered shirt, making his way slowly forward. Isn't that the young master of the Chu family, Chu Yuan? How'd he come be here? As the crowd recognized him, a wave of astonished gasps arose throughout the venue. What is this useless wretch doing here? The groom Zhou Kun's expression darkened. My dear, fret not. Who does not know that Chu Yuan is a worthless fool? Even his presence here is merely an invitation to humiliation. The bride Han Menglan scoffed disdainfully. Chu Yuan strode confidently to the foot of the dais, raising his gaze. Upon seeing Zhou Kun and Han Menglan on stage once more, the pent-up fury of 5 long years surged forth from the depths of his being, his eyes visibly reddening. The groom Zhou Kun was, in fact, the adopted son of Chu Yuan's father, his sworn brother, and had earned the trust and mentorship of Chu Yuan's father. 5 years ago, it was Zhou Kun who, under the guise of that trust, laid a trap to consume the Chu family. The bride Han Menglan was originally Chu Yuan's girlfriend. After Chu Yuan's downfall, she had aligned herself with Zhou Kun. Now, standing before the architect of the Chu family's ruin, how could Chu Yuan not feel hatred? How could he not feel rage? Han Menglan, I never imagined you would marry Zhou Kun. I distinctly recall you declaring that you would marry no one but me for the rest of your life. Chu Yuan remarked with a cold smile. Han Menglan sneered dismissively. Chu Yuan, do you truly believe I was devoted to you out of love? You are devoid of ambition. Compared to Zhou Kun, you do not even measure up to his little finger. Even in that regard, you are but a fraction of Zhou Kun's capabilities. Such words spoken before so many were an immense humiliation to Chu Yuan. Zhou Kun on the dais cleared his throat and proclaimed loudly, Chu Yuan, 5 years ago, when your family fell, you knelt before me, pleading for me to restore everything to the Chu family. You do not intend to beg me again, do you? Chapter 2. Clearing the scene. As Zhou Kun uttered these words, a murmur of speculation rippled through the audience. Curiosity piqued. What could Chu Yuan possibly want? Was he seeking to subject himself to humiliation? The bride, Han Menglan, wore a scornful expression. My dear husband, look at him in such tattered clothes. He must have been unable to make a living all these years and has become a beggar, coming to plead with you. Of course, he is a worthless waste, incapable of anything. Without his father, how could he sustain himself? Zhou Kun seized the opportunity to mock. So that's it, Chu Yuan. Since we were once brothers, I'm feeling generous today. If you kneel and beg me now, I might bestow upon you a few $1,000s to scrape by. What do you say? Chu Yuan slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes narrowing. I'm sorry, Zhou Kun, but you are mistaken. I have returned to reclaim everything that rightfully belongs to the Chu family. I shall revive the Chu clan. What did he just say? Chu Yuan intends to resurrect the Chu family? A ripple of laughter erupted in the room. Everyone knew that Chu Yuan was merely a spendthrift. A useless rich heir devoid of any ability. Was it not a grand joke for him to utter such words? Zhou Kun laughed heartily. How amusing. Chu Yuan, do you hear how many people are laughing at you? Surely you realize your own worth? Han Menglan chimed in with derision. Chu Yuan, in light of our past acquaintance, I advise you to leave while you still have some dignity. Chu Yuan remained silent, steadily advancing toward the stage under the scrutiny of all eyes. In no time, he stood before Zhou Kun and Han Menglan. Zhou Kun could distinctly feel the surge of fury emanating from Chu Yuan. What astonished him most was the palpable change in Chu Yuan's demeanor. He now exuded an aura that felt like an invisible weight, akin to a towering mountain. This left Zhou Kun startled, yet he maintained a facade of calm. Chu Yuan, what do you intend to do? For the sake of our former relationship. I spared you 5 years ago. Today is my wedding day. If you dare to disrupt it, I will ensure your utter ruin. Zhou Kun, I told you 5 years ago that I would avenge this grudge. Chu Yuan's voice was as cold as steel. Zhou Kuan scoffed. Chu Yuan, you really intend to cause chaos, don't you? I am eager to see how you plan to take revenge and contend with me. Security. Zhou Kuan barked. The hotel manager swiftly led a group of security personnel into the venue. Manager Zhang, what are you doing? Who allowed him to come in and create a disturbance? Take him down, break his legs and throw him out. Zhou Kuan's voice was sharp with reprimand. My apologies, Mr. Zhou, it was a lapse in my duties. I will handle it immediately. The manager wiped the sweat from his forehead, acutely aware that Zhou Kuan was a stakeholder in the hotel. If Zhou Kuan were to hold him accountable, his career as hotel manager would be in jeopardy. What are you all standing around for? Go. With a wave of his hand, the manager signaled the security team to act. A dozen security personnel rushed toward Chu Yuan on stage. Miss Chen Jingwan has arrived. Just as both sides were about to clash, a resounding voice echoed from the entrance. Chen Jingwan. The guests present were taken aback upon hearing the name. Chen Jingwan was the most favored granddaughter of Elder Chen, and Elder Chen's influence in Jinzhou City was undeniable. Could it be that Zhou Kuan had such clout as to have Miss Chen Jingwan personally attend his wedding? The arrival of Elder Chen's granddaughter was no trivial matter. Curiosity swept through the crowd as they turned their gazes toward the entrance. Chen Jingwan strode in with her head held high, exuding an aura of power and confidence. Upon her entrance, even the luminaries of the business world appeared dim in her presence. Indeed, it is Miss Chen Jingwan. I have seen her from afar before. How could the Zhou family have such capability? They managed to invite even Miss Chen Jingwan. Last time, during President Lu's son's wedding, Elder Chen merely sent a subordinate to deliver a gift. Chen Jingwan could be considered Elder Chen's spokesperson. Her presence indicated Elder Chen was here to support Zhou Kuan. The guests were utterly astounded. Chen Jingwan. Even Zhou Kuan was bewildered. He knew very well that he had no standing to associate with Elder Chen, let alone to have Elder Chen's granddaughter grace his wedding ceremony. My dear, you are indeed remarkable to have secured Miss Chen Jingwan's attendance at our wedding. This is the greatest surprise of the occasion. The bride, Han Minglan, was elated. This was undoubtedly a tremendous honor for her. After a moment of astonishment, Zhou Kuan quickly regained his composure. Miss Chen Jingwan, your presence is a tremendous honor for me, Zhou Kuan. With a sycophantic smile plastered across his face, he descended the stage to greet Chen Jingwan with utmost reverence. Though he was unsure why Chen Jingwan was present, he was determined to welcome her with open arms. Chen Jingwan cast a glance at Zhou Kuan, her brows knitting slightly in disdain. Who are you? Do I know you? Don't try to ingratiate yourself with me. Zhou Kuan stood frozen, his face flushed with embarrassment. The crowd was equally perplexed. Did Chen Jingwan not recognize Zhou Kuan? Did this mean she was not here for the wedding? What, then, was the purpose of Chen Jingwan's visit? Nobody could ascertain, only fueled their curiosity. Suddenly, a bodyguard stepped forward, declaring loudly, all guests must vacate the premises within 3 minutes. My lady has personal matters to attend to. Move, move, move. Hurry up. The guests, upon hearing this, hurriedly rose to exit, unwilling to risk offending Elder Chen or Chen Jingwan. Zhou Kuan, witnessing the scene, felt an increasing sense of confusion. Today was his wedding day. How could it continue with the guests dispersing? What could Chen Jingwan possibly be plotting? He dared not ask. Before long, the guests had exited. The bodyguard spoke again. Security, you may leave as well. The manager, not daring to delay, quickly ushered the security personnel away. In the blink of an eye, the wedding venue was left with only Chu Yuan, Zhou Kuan, Han Minglan, and Chen Jingwan along with her bodyguards. Chen Jingwan crossed her arms and stated, Chu Yuan, I have cleared the scene for you. Now, you may conduct your affairs. Thank you, Miss Chen. Chu Yuan replied with a respectful nod. Upon hearing the exchange between Chen Jingwan and Chu Yuan, Zhou Kuan and Han Minglan felt as though they had been struck by lightning. Could it be true? Chen Jingwan had come on behalf of Chu Yuan. Moreover, she had assisted him in clearing the scene. Chapter 3, The Hidden Forces. In that moment, Zhou Kuan finally comprehended why Chu Yuan had the audacity to confront him. Chu Yuan turned to face Zhou Kuan, his gaze frigid and laced with malice. Zhou Kuan, it is time we settle our accounts properly. Though Zhou Kuan felt a twinge of panic within, he feigned composure. Chu Yuan, I don't quite understand your meaning. Chu Yuan stepped forward, his voice sharp as he demanded. Zhou Kuan, raised by my father as a foster son, he provided for your every need and nurtured you. Yet you repaid his kindness with betrayal, stealing from the Chu family. Tell me, do you not deserve death? As these words left his lips, a palpable aura of murderous intent surged from Chu Yuan. Beside him, Han Minglan trembled, overwhelmed by the intensity of Chu Yuan's presence. Was this truly the same Chu Yuan who had once been deemed a useless waste? As Chu Yuan's words fell, he raised his hand and seized Zhou Kuan by the throat, effortlessly lifting him off the ground as though he were a mere chicken. Chu Yuan, what are you trying to do? I, Zhou Kuan, am not to be trifled with. Zhou Kuan ground his teeth, his complexion ashen. It seems you are still unaware of your current predicament. Chu Yuan's gaze hardened, and he tightened his grip. Zhou Kuan's eyes widened in terror, struggling to breathe. The terrifying strength in Chu Yuan's hand rendered him powerless. At that moment, he realized he was teetering on the brink of death. Chu Yuan, I beg you. Zhou Kuan's mental defenses finally crumbled. Beg me? When you reduced my family to nothing, did you ever consider that this day might come? You shall pay for your misdeeds. Chu Yuan's expression contorted with fury. I was merely acting on someone else's behalf. Zhou Kuan pleaded, if it were solely up to me. How could I possibly have obliterated the Chu family? Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan's brow furrowed. Speak. Who else is involved? He hurled Zhou Kuan to the ground, demanding answers. 5 years prior, Chu Yuan had sensed something amiss. Although Zhou Kuan was familiar with the Chu family and wielded considerable power within the Chu corporation, it was improbable he could have single-handedly devoured the family without external support. It was likely he had colluded with others. If you let me go, I will call you once I am safe. Zhou Kuan gritted his teeth, offering a condition. A fool's dream, Chu Yuan declared, delivering a swift kick to Zhou Kuan. Accompanied by a piercing scream, blood gushed from Zhou Kuan's mouth, and his face turned pale. Chu Yuan had expertly controlled his strength. This kick would not take Zhou Kuan's life, but it was sufficient to leave him incapacitated. On their way, Chen Jingwan had advised Chu Yuan that they must not cause a death. Zhou Kuan, this is your well-deserved retribution. Everything my family lost 5 years ago, I, Chu Yuan, shall reclaim in due course. You shall witness it. As for the other conspirators, I will investigate them myself. Those who contributed to the downfall of my family will all pay the price. Chu Yuan's tone was sharp, his eyes glinting with cold resolve. Chu Yuan, you are too ruthless. Do you truly believe my backers are so easy to provoke? Even if you injure me, you cannot reclaim the Chu corporation. The complexities behind this are far beyond your comprehension. Zhou Kuan grimaced from his position on the ground. Silence. With a swift motion, Chu Yuan delivered another kick, knocking Zhou Kuan unconscious. Witnessing Zhou Kuan collapse, Han Minglan felt herself weaken, overwhelmed by Chu Yuan's terrifying aura. Chu Yuan, please, I beg you, do not harm me. She pleaded from her prone position. You are not worthy of my attention. Chu Yuan did not even glance her way as he turned to leave. In the hotel parking lot, Chu Yuan pondered the identity of Zhou Kuan's backers. What motives had led them to conspire with Zhou Kuan to devour the Chu family? He was determined to uncover the truth. After helping you this time, my grandfather's debt to your master has been repaid, Chen Jingwan remarked before turning to leave. Chu Yuan approached her vehicle, saying, Miss Chun, regardless of circumstances, please convey my gratitude to Elder Chun for his assistance. Chen Jingwan did not respond, but simply started the engine and drove away. Truly aloof, Chu Yuan mused as he watched the tail of the departing Porsche. Once the car vanished from sight, he turned his gaze back. It was time to return home. 5 years had passed, and he wondered how his parents and sister were faring. A mix of anticipation and anxiety coursed through him. 5 years ago, when the Chu family collapsed, his parents had been cast out of their villa, forced to live in a dilapidated shantytown. Chu Yuan had always been worried about their well-being. Regarding Zhou Kuan's backers, he believed his father might possess some clues, and he could perhaps inquire for information. In the northern part of Jinzhou City, there lay a rundown shantytown, recently designated for redevelopment. A taxi pulled up at the entrance of the shantytown. After paying the fare, Chu Yuan exited the taxi. On this trip down the mountain, his master had given him 200 yuan for travel expenses, and after deducting the fare to Jinzhou, he was left with just over 80 yuan in his pocket. Upon disembarking, he navigated through a filthy alleyway, rounding a street corner until he arrived at a shanty. This was where his parents resided. Approaching home after 5 years filled him with trepidation. Taking a deep breath, he walked to the door and knocked. Moments later, a middle-aged woman opened the door, a dishcloth in her hand. Son, the woman gasped, dropping the dishcloth at the sight of Chu Yuan. Mother. Chu Yuan's eyes welled with tears upon seeing his mother. Once, she had been a woman untouched by labor, impeccably maintained. After 5 years, however, her hair was now streaked with gray, and her face and hands bore the marks of a life hard-lived. The sight pierced Chu Yuan's heart with anguish. Son, you have finally returned. Do you know how much I have missed you? His mother, Hong Xueli, rushed forward to embrace him, weeping uncontrollably. Mother, have you both been well these years? Chu Yuan's voice quivered. Yes, we are well, son. Come inside. She wiped her tears and joyfully ushered him into their home. The space was cramped. The small living room served as both kitchen and bedroom, and they had to use a communal toilet outside. A stark contrast to the grandeur of the Chu family's former villa. As soon as Chu Yuan stepped inside, he spotted his father, Chu Dashan, lying on a bed in the living room. Chu Yuan. Chu Dashan froze at the sight of his son. Father, why are you lying down? Chu Yuan rushed to the bedside, filled with anxiety. Instead of responding, Chu Dashan erupted in anger. Chu Yuan, you worthless wretch, why have you returned? Get out. Chapter 4, The Father's Interrogation. Dashan, what are you doing? Our son has finally come home. His mother hastily interjected. In the days of our prosperity, he squandered his time on indulgence, contributing nothing. When the family faced adversity, he vanished without a trace. How can he show his face here again? Chu Dashan vented years of pent-up fury. Father, you are right. I have been useless, Chu Yuan muttered, his head bowed and hands trembling slightly. He understood how deeply he had disappointed his father in the past. I do not wish to see you. Leave. I, Chu Dashan, have no son like you. Chu Dashan nearly roared these words. Chu Yuan, overwhelmed, dropped to his knees. Father, I understand the hardships you and mother have endured. It was my fault for not striving to improve. Please, grant me a chance. I have returned to Jinzhou to seek vengeance and to restore the Chu family. Chu Yuan's voice resonated with determination. Vengeance? Huh, just you, Chu Yuan? Chu Dashan scoffed derisively. Having long since given up on his son, Chu Dashan had instead chosen to nurture his adopted son, Zhou Kuan. How could he believe that Chu Yuan could bring about vengeance? Son, his mother, Hong Xueli, quickly interjected. It is enough that you have returned. Do not mention vengeance. Your father is so capable, yet has been unable to avenge our family. Zhou Kuan has grown even more formidable over the past 5 years. Seeking revenge will only bring you trouble. Chu Yuan's gaze sharpened. Father, mother, before coming home, I confronted Zhou Kuan. He is now incapacitated and half paralyzed. Liar. Chu Yuan, what abilities do you possess that I am not already aware of? How could you possibly contend with Zhou Kuan? Moreover, you have just returned. Although you lacked competence in the past, at least you refrained from boasting. How is it that after 5 years, you have acquired the art of bragging? Chu Dashan berated angrily. In the living room, the television was airing the Jinzhou City News Channel. The station interrupted its programming to deliver breaking news. Local entrepreneur Zhou Kuan had suffered a fall at his wedding, resulting in spinal injuries. According to our reporter's confirmation from the hospital, it is highly likely that Zhou Kuan has sustained a high-level paraplegia. Upon hearing the news report, Chu Yuan's parents were momentarily stunned. They could hardly believe that what Chu Yuan had claimed was indeed true. Zhou Kuan was truly paralyzed? Chu Yuan, did you have a hand in this? Chu Dashan gazed at Chu Yuan in shock. Indeed, it was I, surely. My father does not believe that a mere fall could lead to high-level paraplegia, does he? Chu Yuan replied. But how did you manage this? Chu Dashan found it difficult to accept. After all, Zhou Kuan currently wields considerable influence in Jinzhou's business community. It would be no simple task to deal with him. The fact that Chu Yuan could incapacitate him and also manipulate the narrative to portray it as an accident is truly astonishing. For the first time, Chu Dashan felt a flicker of surprise regarding his seemingly inept son. Father, I have my methods. However, I do wish to inquire about something. With whom did Zhou Kuan conspire to swallow our Chu family? Do you know anything about it? Chu Yuan asked. 5 years ago, when the incident occurred, he was preoccupied with frivolities, paying no heed to business matters and remaining utterly oblivious to the internal affairs of the Chu Corporation. His father, entrenched in the maelstrom, might possess some insight. Upon hearing this, Chu Dashan suddenly closed his eyes. Chu Yuan, this matter ends here. Since Zhou Kuan has already suffered high-level paraplegia, I can take some solace in that. From now on, focus on finding a stable job and refrain from further inquiries. Otherwise, you may attract unnecessary trouble. Chu Dashan shook his head resolutely. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan was convinced that his father must know something. The fact that he would not disclose it indicated he had reservations. Chu Yuan felt increasingly that the situation was far from simple. Father, please reveal the truth to me. He pressed. You will immediately go find work and live a steady life. Come back to see me only after you have secured a job. Do not question or concern yourself with anything else. Chu Dashan reprimanded him directly. Very well, father, I shall return later this evening. Chu Yuan replied as he rose to his feet. Since his father refused to speak, it was futile for Chu Yuan to press further. As for who had instigated Zhou Kuan, and what else lay behind this matter, even if his father remained silent, Chu Yuan was determined to investigate thoroughly. Son, let me see you off, his mother, Hong Xueli, said as she accompanied Chu Yuan to the door. Mother, why is father lying in bed? Is he ill? Chu Yuan asked with concern. Alas, your father's leg was severely injured by someone, and he can only recuperate slowly. He is unable to work. His mother sighed. Who did this? Was it that scoundrel Zhou Kuan? A glint of murderous intent flashed in Chu Yuan's eyes. Son, it is best if you do not inquire further. Your father would not permit me to speak of it. His mother shook her head wearily. She continued, Son, your father has endured much hardship over the years, and his temper has indeed worsened considerably. Do not hold it against him. I will speak to him later. I understand. With both parents unwilling to divulge more, Chu Yuan could not press further. By the way, mother, It is currently summer vacation. Why haven't I seen my sister at home? Chu Yuan inquired. Given our family's difficulties, your sister insisted on taking a summer job to help support the household, his mother replied with a hint of helplessness. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan finally comprehended why his father was so angry. As the eldest son, he should have been the one earning to help the family. Yet he had vanished for 5 years, leaving his still studying sister to work. This weighed heavily on his conscience. Where's my sister working? I will pick her up after her shift, Chu Yuan said. She is working as a waitress at the Chiwai restaurant in Triumph Plaza. You should go pick her up later. It has been a long time since you two have seen each other. She often talks about you. And it would surely delight her to see you, his mother smiled. Very well, Chu Yuan replied with a faint smile, then walked out into the alley. Yuaner, return home early this evening. His mother watched his retreating figure, her eyes filled with reluctance. After leaving home, Chu Yuan decided to first seek out old friends to help him investigate the people behind Zhou Kuan, considering he had been away from Jinzhou for so many years. In Jinzhou, Chu Yuan had been the quintessential rich second generation, surrounded by numerous friends, most of whom were sycophants who sought to ingratiate themselves with him. But he also had one genuine friend. Yet, he was uncertain whether their friendship would endure the passage of 5 years. After some contemplation, he dialed a number. The call connected. Bing, it's Chu Yuan. I'm back, he announced. Yuan Go? Is that really you? You've returned to Jinzhou? Where are you now? A male voice inquired from the other end of the line. I am currently near the Shantytown area. Where are you? Chu Yuan asked. Yuan Go. Just stay where you are, and I will drive over to pick you up. After hanging up, Chu Yuan waited. Half an hour later, a black Audi came to a stop before him. Yuan Go. A young man in a white shirt stepped out of the car, smiling as he approached Chu Yuan. Bing, it's been 5 years. You seem to have matured quite a bit, Chu Yuan smiled. Yuan Go, you seem to have changed significantly as well. Upon seeing Chu Yuan, Bing felt as though he was looking at an entirely different person, exuding a sense of poise and maturity that was worlds apart from the past. Indeed, my transformation has been considerable over these 5 years, Chu Yuan nodded. Yuan Go. It's too hot outside. Let us get in the car and chat. Bing grinned, gesturing for him to enter. Very well, Chu Yuan agreed. Following Bing into the vehicle. Inside the car, Yuan Go, I owe you an apology. As soon as he got in, Bing bowed his head, ready to kneel. Bing, what are you doing? Chu Yuan was taken aback by his antics. Yuan Go, during the years you were away from Jinzhou, I should have avenged you. But I was powerless against Zhou Kuan. Bing looked down, appearing quite remorseful. Bing, your decision not to act was wise. Your strength is insufficient to contend with Zhou Kuan, Chu Yuan reassured him with a pat. By the way, Yuan Go, since you've just returned, you might not have enough money on hand. Here is a card with 100,000 yuan. Please take it for your immediate use. The password is 6 threes. Bing said, handing over a bank card. Seeing Bing's unwavering support warmed Chu Yuan's heart. He had not misjudged this friend. Bing, there is no need for you to go to such lengths, Chu Yuan said, pushing the card back. Yuan Go, you have helped me so much in the past. This amount is nothing. If you feel it is insufficient, I can transfer more to the card. If you refuse to accept it, I will kneel, Bing insisted earnestly. Bing was a former classmate of Chu Yuan from university. His family was not affluent, but he was intelligent and resourceful, often taking the initiative to assist Chu Yuan with his studies. Even before graduating, Chu Yuan had helped him start a small business. Moreover, Chu Yuan frequently brought him to various gatherings, aiding him in socializing, which allowed his small business to flourish. Bing, since you have expressed your sentiments so sincerely, I shall not be polite any longer, Chu Yuan said, accepting the bank card. At present, he indeed had little money at his disposal. Bing smiled broadly and said, Brother Yuan, in the past, you were always the one supporting and funding me. Now that I have the opportunity to repay you, I am truly delighted. You seem to be doing quite well over the past 5 years, Bing. You've even acquired an Audi A6, Chu Yuan teased with a smile. Indeed, Brother Yuan. My business has expanded significantly over these 5 years. However, compared to the former Chu family, my endeavors are still insignificant. As a country boy, I owe my current success greatly to your assistance, Bing expressed with profound gratitude. By the way, Brother Yuan, now that you have returned to Jinzhou, what are your plans moving forward? Chu Yuan's gaze sharpened. Revenge. Bing, speaking of vengeance, I recently came across news that Zhou Kuan fell and became paralyzed during his wedding. He will likely spend the rest of his life bedridden. This can be considered divine retribution. You need not take matters into your own hands, Bing said, his face alight with joy. Unbeknownst to Bing, while Zhou Kuan was indeed paralyzed, he had still been under the influence of others from 5 years ago. Chu Yuan spoke earnestly. What? Bing exclaimed in shock, clearly unaware of this fact. Chu Yuan continued, Bing, over the years you have established some roots in Jinzhou through your business, and given your cleverness and meticulous nature, I would like to trouble you to investigate who is pulling the strings behind Zhou Quan. Not a problem, Brother Yuan. Just wait for my news. I will find a way to investigate, and I will inform you as soon as I have any updates. A Bing took on the task eagerly. By the way, Brother Yuan, let me take you out for a meal to welcome you back. Chu Yuan checked the time and replied, A Bing, let's first go to Triumph Square and pick up my sister. Are we picking up Sister Chu Li? Great. It's been a long time since I've seen her. A Bing agreed readily. At Triumph Square, in front of the Chiwai restaurant, Chu Yuan and A Bing hurriedly approached. Hello, I am here to look for Chu Li. Chu Yuan said with a polite smile. Chu Li? She resigned a few days ago and has gone to work at the Prestige Business KTV across the street. The receptionist informed. Prestige Business KTV? Chu Yuan's brows furrowed. Thank you, he said curtly before heading straight for the Prestige Business KTV, with A Bing quickly following suit. Chu Yuan, once the epitome of a wealthy heir, was acutely aware that KTV establishments could be categorized into two types, regular and business-oriented. Generally, the former was a place for normal singing and entertainment, while the latter often involved more dubious activities. He was well aware that Prestige Business KTV fell into the latter category. Where has my sister gone to work? Chu Yuan's heart sank with unease. Inside Prestige Business KTV, Chu Li was instructed by the manager, hurry and deliver this bottle of wine to VIP room 888. Understood, Chu Li replied, taking the wine without much thought and heading toward room 888. After she left, the manager signaled to his subordinate, Xiao Zhang, follow her and guard the door. No matter what happens inside, do not let anyone in. Yes, the subordinate nodded, fully aware that the guests in room 888 were none other than the son of the local power broker, Peng Yi. In VIP room 888, 7 or 8 young men and women were gathered, with the leader being Chong Xiao, clad in a floral shirt adorned with tattoos. Brother Chong, that Chu Li is indeed a beauty. I heard she's just here for a summer job, completely clueless about this place. Today, you are in for a treat. A young man with red hair said with a mischievous grin. Just then, the door swung open, and Chu Li entered. Sir, here is the wine you requested, she said with a smile as she placed it on the table, preparing to leave. The red-haired young man immediately stood up, blocking her path with a sly grin. Chu Li, don't rush to leave. Join us for a drink with Brother Chong. Don't worry, the tips will be generous. I'm sorry, but I don't drink, Chu Li timidly replied, attempting to sidestep him. You think you can leave after coming here? The red-haired youth seized her and forcefully pulled her before Chong Xiao. What are you doing? Chu Li screamed in fright, clearly inexperienced in such matters. Be gentle with delicate beauties like Chu Li, Chong Xiao commented, casting a lewd smile at her. Chu Li, if you can't drink, I can teach you. He then pulled her into his embrace. The red-haired youth quickly filled a glass with liquor and handed it to Chong Xiao. Sister Chu Li, come drink. Chong Xiao raised the glass to force her to drink. Ah no, help. Chu Li's face turned pale with terror as she struggled and screamed for help. Haha. Sister Chu Li, even if you scream at the top of your lungs, it won't matter. This place is under my father's protection. The more you scream, the more excited I become. Chong Xiao grinned maliciously. No. Upon hearing this, Chu Li felt a wave of despair wash over her. Bang. At that critical moment, the door to the room was violently kicked open. Who dares to ruin my fun? Chong Xiao shouted angrily as he looked up. There stood Chu Yuan, accompanied by A Bing, charging into the room like an arrow. Isn't this the young Master Chu Yuan? I heard you couldn't handle the blow 5 years ago and went wandering. What a surprise to see you suddenly reappear. Chong Xiao sneered upon recognizing him. Despite knowing that Chu Li was Chu Yuan's sister, Chong Xiao felt no fear. Instead, he wore a mocking smile. After all, Chu Yuan had lost his former standing, and he had nothing to fear, especially since this was his father's domain. Sister. When Chu Li saw Chu Yuan, her eyes widened in disbelief. Her brother, who had vanished for 5 years, suddenly appeared before her. Little sister. Chu Yuan should have felt joy at seeing her, but upon noticing her disheveled state, his heart ignited with fury. Wu Chong, how dare you lay a hand on my sister? You are courting death. Chu Yuan growled, his voice laced with unrestrained rage. A Bing quickly restrained Chu Yuan. Brother Yuan, don't act impulsively. Let me find a way to persuade Chong Xiao to release her. We cannot confront him head-on. We must negotiate instead. A Bing, filled with anxiety, was well aware that a confrontation would be disastrous. They were outnumbered, and Chong Xiao could easily summon more men. There is no negotiation. He dares to touch my sister. He is the one who should be begging for mercy today. Chu Yuan roared, charging towards Chong Xiao, consumed by an uncontrollable fury. Brother, A Bing thought to himself, realizing that this could lead to a catastrophic situation. But seeing no other option, he sighed and quickly grabbed a wine bottle from the table, following Chu Yuan into the fray. As Chong Xiao saw Chu Yuan charging at him, he became enraged. Damn it, a washed-up heir thinks he can take me on? Beat him to a pulp. I wanted to watch as I bully his sister. Get him, the red-haired youth shouted, seizing a wine bottle and leading the charge against Chu Yuan and Abing. Chu Li was in tears, filled with deep regret. She wished to avoid encountering her brother, who had just returned, only to be severely beaten. As the red-haired assailant charged at him, Chu Yuan deftly sidestepped the flying bottle, immediately retaliating with a powerful punch to the assailant's nose. A piercing scream escaped the red-haired thug, akin to a wounded animal, as he was sent sprawling onto the sofa, his nose crushed and blood staining his face. Bang, bang, bang. Chu Yuan dispatched each approaching adversary with ruthless efficiency. In the blink of an eye, all of the strong man's henchmen lay groaning in agony within the private room. How could brother be so fierce? Abing, following Chu Yuan, was utterly astonished. He hadn't even had a chance to intervene, and Chu Yuan had single-handedly dealt with all of them without so much as a scratch. How could he be so formidable? The strong man found it hard to believe. At this moment, Chu Yuan stood before the strong man. Brother. Taking advantage of the strong man's momentary daze, Chu Li broke free and rushed into Chu Yuan's embrace. Woo-woo, brother. Overwhelmed by fear, she sobbed into his arms. Hearing his sister's cries tore at Chu Yuan's heart. Sister, I am sorry for the suffering you have endured while I was away. I promise, from now on, I will not allow you to suffer any injustice. Chu Yuan gently stroked her hair in a comforting manner. When he lifted his gaze to confront the strong man again, he resembled a feral beast, his eyes ablaze with fury, as if they could consume the strong man whole. The strong man trembled at the sight of Chu Yuan's imposing presence, yet he tried to maintain his composure, barking, Chu Yuan, what do you think you're doing? Do you intend to strike me again? You should know what my father represents in Jinzhou. If you dare to lay a finger on me, your entire family will face annihilation. You dare to bully my sister? Even if your father were a deity, he couldn't save you. A chilling murderous intent surged within Chu Yuan's icy gaze. Without hesitation, he charged forward and delivered a crushing blow to the strong man's face. Bang! The impact distorted the strong man's nose, eliciting a chorus of agonized howls. Today, I will make you pay? Chu Yuan's rage intensified, showing no signs of restraint as he lifted his foot and delivered a ferocious kick to the strong man's lower body. No, Aya! The strong man's scream echoed as he was sent sprawling, blood pouring from his groin. He writhed on the ground, trembling in pain, drenched in cold sweat. He could scarcely comprehend how the once ineffectual young master, Chu Yuan, had acquired such audacity. Abing gasped at the sight. Oh no! Brother Yuan has surely stirred up a monumental crisis. He couldn't fathom the severe repercussions of the strong man being reduced to this state. Just then, the KTV manager, accompanied by a dozen security personnel, burst into the room. They were taken aback by the sight before them. The strong man and his associates sprawled on the ground, moaning in agony. Strong man. The manager's eyes widened in panic upon seeing the blood on the strong man's body. Such an incident occurring at his establishment would implicate everyone, from the owner down to him. Chapter 7. A Visit of Confrontation. Upon seeing the manager and the security team arrive, the strong man felt as though he had found a lifeline. Manager, hurry. Seize him. I must see him dead today. His voice trembled with rage. Even now? You dare to be defiant. Chu Yuan swiftly lunged forward, lifting the strong man effortlessly. Wu Chang, I see you haven't had enough punishment, have you? Chu Yuan's demeanor was terrifyingly fierce. Chu Yuan, how dare you? After you've done this to me, my father will never let you off. Even your entire family will pay the price. The strong man's face contorted with fury. The KTV manager and the security personnel hesitated, unwilling to intervene as they witnessed the strong man in Chu Yuan's grasp. Quick, notify the boss. Call Peng Yi immediately. The manager was frantic. The strong man's condition was a colossal problem. He could already envision the chaos that would ensue if Peng Yi were to unleash his wrath tonight in Jinzhou. Sister, what do we do now? I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Chu Li wept, overwhelmed with guilt. Despite her innocence, she understood the gravity of crossing paths with Peng Yi. The Chu family had no power to contend with him. Sister, don't cry. This is not your fault at all. You are the victim. It is Wu Chang who is the perpetrator. With me here, nothing will happen to you. Chu Yuan reassured her softly. At that moment, Abing was also anxious. Brother Yuan, what do we do next? Should we hold the strong man hostage and flee Jinzhou with our families? There's no need to flee. Now that it has come to this, Peng Yi will undoubtedly seek retribution for his son. Therefore, we should confront Peng Yi directly. He bullied my sister, and I must demand an explanation. Chu Yuan's gaze sharpened with resolve. What? Go seek Peng Yi for an explanation? Both Abing and Chu Li were taken aback by Chu Yuan's audacity. This was utterly reckless. The strong man and his lackeys, along with the manager and security personnel, shared the same incredulity, thinking Chu Yuan had lost his mind. Peng Yi was the local overlord of Jinzhou. Even at the height of the Chu family's power, Chu Yuan's father had to tread carefully around him. Now, having beaten Peng Ye's son to this state, logic dictated that they should flee, yet Chu Yuan intended to confront him? What nonsense! We're leaving, Chu Yuan stated resolutely, lifting the injured strong man with one hand as he strode towards the exit. Despite their concerns, Abing and Chu Li had no choice but to follow him. Strong man. The KTV manager and security personnel, seeing the strong man in Chu Yuan's grip, dared not act recklessly and stepped aside obediently. At a villa by the banks of Jinzhou, a middle-aged man adorned with prayer beads, his countenance fierce and imposing, reclined with his eyes closed on a sofa. He was none other than the formidable Peng Yi, renowned throughout Jinzhou. Standing before him were two individuals. Peng Yi, this is the hired muscle I procured at great expense from outside, known as Flower Luan, a champion of the Southeast Underground Boxing League, renowned for his exceptional leg techniques. A middle-aged man wearing round glasses introduced him, serving as Peng Yi's advisor. Peng Yi. The burly Flower Luohan bowed respectfully. A champion of the Southeast Underground Boxing League? That's quite a title. I hope it holds true, Peng Yi remarked, slowly opening his eyes to glance at Flower Luohan. Is Peng Yi questioning my strength? Flower Luohan, undeterred, lifted his foot and stomped down, shattering several tiles beneath him. Excellent. The title truly suits you. Peng Yi, usually stoic, suddenly applauded. With Flower Luohan's assistance, we will surely triumph over that old dog Lu. The advisor exclaimed excitedly. Advisor, take Flower Luohan to rest. Treat him well over the next few days. Peng Yi commanded. Just as he finished speaking, his phone rang. Picking it up, he saw it was the owner of the Supreme KTV calling. What is it? Peng Yi answered the call. Peng Yi, the strong man has been beaten. It seems his injuries are severe, a panicked voice relayed from the other end. What? Peng Yi sprang to his feet, his expression shifting dramatically. Who did this? How many were there? Who has the audacity to strike my son Wu Chong in Jinzhou? Master Peng, the KTV owner began. There are only two of them. Only two? What kind of incompetence is this? With so many security guards at your KTV, how could you not handle a mere pair? Master Peng bellowed in anger. Master Peng, that young man is quite skilled. By the time our security arrived, he had already taken young Master Chong hostage, and we dared not act recklessly. By the way, the one who attacked is called Chu Yuan. He is apparently the son of Chu Dashan. The KTV owner, drenched in cold sweat from the reprimand, spoke into the phone. A murderous glint flickered in Master Peng's eyes. The son of Chu Dashan? The former head of the Chu Corporation? How audacious of him. Where's my son now? And where is that Chu Yuan? Master Peng, Chu Yuan came to your residence with young Master Wu Chong. To find me. Master Peng was taken aback. After assaulting his son, they dared to come to him? Impossible. His initial reaction was to dismiss the notion entirely. After Chu Yuan left the KTV with young Master Chong, I immediately dispatched someone to follow them. They are indeed en route to your riverside villa. They are not far from there now. The voice on the other end continued. I understand. Ensure your men keep a close watch. If he attempts to flee towards the outskirts of the city, notify me immediately. Master Peng commanded. Yes, yes, the voice on the phone replied, eager to comply. After hanging up, Master Peng pondered. How dare he come looking for me? What is he thinking? His gaze turned cold. This situation was indeed perplexing. He could hardly believe that the Chu heir would dare to venture into the lion's den after injuring his son. It was clearly a death wish. He then raised his head and instructed, Xianxia, arrange for some brothers to be at the entrance to receive them. The moment that Chu Yuan appears, seize him at once. If he seeks death, I shall oblige. Yes, yes, I will take care of it right away, the bespectacled Xianxia replied promptly. At the villa entrance, over 20 burly men clad in vests stood in formation. As the Audi A6 driven by Ah Bing came to a halt, they surged forward, surrounding the vehicle. Brother. Chu Li tightly grasped Chu Yuan's arm, fear evident in her eyes as she had never witnessed such a scene. Ah Bing, Chu Yuan noted, sensing his companion's anxiety. Do not worry, I am here. 5 years ago, Chu Yuan might have felt apprehensive facing such a situation alone. But not now. Chapter 8, likely in ruins. Inside the car, young Master Chong exhaled deeply upon arriving at his home, realizing that his father's men had already surrounded the vehicle. Suppressing his pain, he chuckled, Chu Yuan, you truly have guts to come to my house. Now, there is no escape for you. Too much talk, Chu Yuan frowned, lifting his foot to kick young Master Chong in his injured groin. Hiss. Young Master Chong gasped in pain, his face contorting. He dared not insult Chu Yuan further, silently vowing to torment him beyond recognition once he fell into his father's hands. Ah Bing, once I exit the car, drive my sister back home, Chu Yuan instructed. Brother, what will you do? Chu Li asked, panic-stricken. I have my ways. I will return once I am done. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Yuan opened the car door and pulled young Master Chong out. Let go of my young master. Xianxia barked upon seeing Chu Yuan and young Master Chong. First, have your men step aside and let the car pass, Chu Yuan commanded, gripping young Master Chong's neck. Step back. Ensure the young master's safety. Shirya waved his hand, and over 20 men quickly retreated. Bing lowered the car window. Brother Yuan, you must return safely, he urged, his expression tense. Fear not. Just ensure my sister arrives home safely. Chu Yuan waved his hand, signaling him to leave. Reluctantly, Bing started the vehicle and sped away. Brother! Chu Li cried out, her head protruding from the car window. Sister, wait for my return. Chu Yuan smiled and waved at Chu Li. Once the car departed, the group of over 20 men quickly closed in, surrounding Chu Yuan. Boy, if you don't release my young master, if he suffers even a scratch, not only will you die, but your entire family will perish. Shirya bellowed. Most would likely tremble in fear at being surrounded by such intimidating figures. But Chu Yuan remained unfazed. Kindly be quiet and lead the way to Master Peng. Very well, as you wish. The bespectacled Shirya, seeing young Master Chong in Chu Yuan's grip, had no choice but to comply. How to handle the situation would be left to Master Peng's discretion. Under Shirya's guidance, Chu Yuan, holding young Master Chong, strode confidently towards the villa. The group of over 20 men followed closely behind, encircling Chu Yuan. Inside the villa, Master Peng lounged with his legs crossed, a glass of wine in hand, exuding an air of authority. The burly bodyguard, Hua Luohan, stood behind him. Chu Yuan entered the villa with young Master Chong in tow. Dad, save me! Young Master Chong exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Master Peng, feeling a surge of relief. He believed he was saved and anticipated that Chu Yuan would soon face dire consequences, allowing him to vent his pent-up anger. Master Peng, observing Chu Yuan's entrance with his son, maintained his composure. You must be Chu Yuan. I've heard of you before, a useless scion. The Chu family has fallen, and you are no longer even a scion, he said with disdain. Master Peng, I have seen you at a banquet many years ago, Chu Yuan replied calmly. Since you recognize me, how dare you strike my son? Do you realize you are courting death? Master Peng's voice resonated deeply, his gaze filled with condescension. Master Peng, your son bullied my sister. He was at fault and deserved to be punished. If you neglect to educate him, I, Chu Yuan, shall take it upon myself to teach him a lesson. Chu Yuan's tone sharpened as he reached the end of his statement. At this declaration, the expressions of Master Peng's subordinates shifted dramatically. To suggest teaching Peng's son a lesson was an audacious claim. Bang! Chu Yuan, you have some nerve. You, a mere child, dare to lecture me? Master Peng furiously smashed his glass on the floor, his voice rising. Yet, realizing his son was still in Chu Yuan's grasp, he took a deep breath to suppress his fury. Speak, what will it take for you to release my son? Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan suddenly made a move that stunned everyone present. He raised his hand and casually tossed young Master Chong away, causing him to land on the ground nearby. Chu Yuan had actually released him. Young Master. Shirya rushed forward to assist young Master Chong. Haha, this fool actually dared to release me, the hostage. Young Master Chong roared in a frenzy. Dad, hurry. Get rid of him. Shirya, check his injuries first, then get him medical attention, Master Peng ordered. Shirya, being trained in medicine, often took care of such matters when Master Peng was unable to attend to the injured. Yes. Shirya immediately began examining young Master Chong's injuries. Seeing that Chu Yuan had lost his hostage, the group of subordinates quickly encircled him. Wait. Master Peng waved his hand, signaling his men to halt, while he fixed his gaze on Chu Yuan. Now that Chu Yuan was like a fish in a barrel, Master Peng felt no urgency. He could strike at any moment. Chu Yuan, I am quite puzzled. You injured my son, yet you still dare to come to my home? Why did you let him go, even though you had a hostage in your grasp? This is hardly normal behavior. Mr. Peng, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, regarded Chu Yuan with an air of dominance. The reason is quite simple. I possess unwavering confidence in myself, Chu Yuan replied, a confident smile gracing his lips. Confidence? Huh. When your Chu family was in its prime, even your father dared not cross me lightly. You are but a junior. And given that your family has long since fallen from grace, I am most curious to know the source of your confidence. Are you aware of the price you will pay for your actions? Mr. Peng's tone sharpened ominously as he spoke the last words. At that moment, the advisor, having finished assessing Chong Xiao's injuries, rushed to Mr. Peng's side, whispering urgently, Sir, the young master's injuries are grave. That limb is likely irreparable, and he may very well lose his ability to procreate entirely. What? Mr. Peng leaped to his feet, his earlier calm evaporating, replaced by a furious blaze of anger. He was aware that his son had been assaulted, but he had not anticipated that Chu Yuan would dare to strike with such severity. Advisor, take the young master to the hospital immediately, Mr. Peng commanded breathlessly. Yes, I shall do so at once. The advisor, upon receiving his orders, hurriedly instructed two others to carry the injured Chong Xiao swiftly out of the villa. Father, You must ensure that this wretch is dealt with. Avenge me. Chang Xiao's furious voice echoed as he was taken away. After Chang Xiao's departure, Mr. Peng turned his glare towards Chu Yuan, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Chu Yuan, for daring to strike with such ferocity, if I do not tear you to shreds today, how shall I ever maintain my standing in Jinzhou? Unfazed, Chu Yuan responded nonchalantly. Mr. Peng, you still fail to comprehend that it was your son who erred. He brought this upon himself. My actions against him were to prevent him from wreaking further havoc in the future. Once a reckless scion himself, Chu Yuan had merely indulged in frivolity without ever committing heinous acts, unlike Chang Xiao, whose misdeeds tonight were beyond his own past transgressions. How dare you quibble in the face of death? Bring him to me, beat him to a pulp. Mr. Peng's fury erupted as he issued his command. Chapter 9, The Master of Heaven. The 20 or so burly men surrounding Chu Yuan surged towards him in unison. In response, Chu Yuan's figure flickered as he launched a counterattack. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, Chu Yuan's fist struck with precision, and the formidable 20 were left sprawled on the ground. Witnessing this, Mr. Peng's expression darkened ominously. These men were his carefully selected elite. To see them so easily dispatched by Chu Yuan was both alarming and revealing. He's not just a mere boy. Stepped forward Hua Luohan, a formidable presence behind Mr. Peng. Realizing he had another expert at his side, Mr. Peng commanded, Hua Luohan, you who have claimed victory in the underground boxing championships of the Southwest. It is time to showcase your prowess and subdue him. Rest assured, Mr. Peng, this young lad is still inexperienced. With my might, a single punch will bring him to his knees. Hua Luohan declared confidently, raising his calloused fist. Intrigued, Chu Yuan regarded Hua Luohan with keen interest. Years of training under his master in the mountains had left him devoid of real combat experience with outsiders. The prospect of facing an able opponent stirred a sense of excitement within him. Youngster, you are unfortunate to cross paths with Hua Luohan. Today, I shall enlighten you on the strength of true mastery. Hua Luohan charged forth like a leopard, leaping into the air as he delivered a powerful kick aimed at Chu Yuan. With remarkable speed, as the kick approached, Chu Yuan raised a hand and struck out, releasing a wave of energy that crashed against Hua Luohan's leg. Boom! Hua Luohan was sent flying backward, crashing into the coffee table, which shattered into fragments, scattering debris everywhere. Mr. Peng stood at the foot of the table, a shard slicing across his cheek, causing blood to flow profusely. How could this be? He gasped, clutching his face, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had seen Hua Luohan's capabilities before. How could he be so easily bested by Chu Yuan? How had this young man achieved such prowess? Chu Yuan shook his head. You claim to be the champion of the Southwest underground boxing, Hua Luohan? You consider yourself a master. Yet you are nothing but a brute relying on sheer strength. Are you, then, a master of inner strength, adept at gathering energy? Hua Luohan lay among the shattered remnants of the table, pale and astonished, his injuries momentarily forgotten. Chu Yuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, you do understand the concept of energy gathering? It seems you possess some knowledge after all. My master taught me the art of leg techniques. He often said that brute strength has a low ceiling. True masters in the martial world are those capable of harnessing inner energy, their skills reaching the pinnacle of excellence, far beyond the reach of mere physical strength. Hua Luohan trembled. I never expected in my lifetime to witness a true master of gathered energy. Mr. Peng, overhearing this exchange, felt utterly bewildered. What is this energy gathering? What is a master? These concepts are utterly arcane. What else do you know? Pray, enlighten us further. Chu Yuan urged with genuine interest. Having spent years training in isolation, Chu Yuan had not been privy to much of the outside world. Hua Luohan hastily replied, Master, my teacher once said that in this era, masters who have successfully gathered energy are exceedingly rare. Once encountered, they must never be provoked. I, Hua Luohan, am a fool for having offended such a master. Please, do not hold it against me. Despite his pride, Hua Luohan clearly respected true martial experts. You are merely a henchman for others. This matter does not concern you. Stand aside. Chu Yuan waved dismissively. Of course. I beg for your mercy. Hua Luohan wiped the blood from his mouth and quickly retreated. Chu Yuan's gaze then returned to Mr. Peng. As Mr. Peng felt the weight of Chu Yuan's stare, a shiver ran down his spine, cold sweat forming on his brow as if a terrifying beast had set its sights upon him. His subordinates had been neutralized. Even the formidable Hua Luohan effortlessly crushed. Though this was Mr. Peng's territory, he had completely lost control of the situation. Would a firearm prove effective against this so-called master of energy? Mr. Peng believed it would, but he lacked the means. Stringent regulations over the years had left him too fearful to acquire such weapons. Could he summon reinforcements? Commanding 1,000 men was hardly a challenge for him. Yet given Chu Yuan's demonstrated capabilities, he had no opportunity to make that call. Chu Yuan casually settled onto the sofa. Mr. Peng, Do take a seat. He gestured nonchalantly, as though he were at home. Though Mr. Peng felt an overwhelming trepidation towards Chu Yuan, his years of experience allowed him to maintain a semblance of composure. Chu Yuan, it seems I, Wu Peng, have underestimated you. Clearly, your 5 years away from Jinzhou have transformed you. You are no longer the useless young master you once were. Speak, what do you desire? Mr. Peng said as he lowered himself onto a chair. Mr. Peng, your son has bullied my sister. You tell me, how shall we settle this score? Chu Yuan reclined against the sofa with an air of authority. Peng Yi silently lamented, cursing the situation he found himself in. What is this nonsense? You've rendered my son incapacitated, and now you dare to ask me how to settle the score? Yet, he managed to force a smile, saying, Chu Yuan, how about this? I will compensate you 50,000 as a form of emotional damages for your sister. Let us consider this matter settled. Chu Yuan furrowed his brow and looked at Peng Yi. Do you think I came to you to extort money? Internally, Peng Yi scoffed at the thought. Recognizing that Chu Yuan's family had fallen on hard times and likely faced financial struggles, wasn't he here to demand money? Nevertheless, he chuckled awkwardly and replied, That's not my intention, Chu Yuan. So what do you propose? Forget the money. You hold considerable influence in Jinzhou, with many business owners wary of you. In the future, I may require your assistance with certain matters, and when the time comes, you can help me out. Chu Yuan stated. Very well. Peng Yi acquiesced, clearly intimidated by Chu Yuan's capabilities. Since you have agreed, Peng Yi, do not go back on your word. Otherwise, your fate will be akin to that of the shattered vase. Chu Yuan concluded, raising his hand to gather energy. Boom. The vase in the distance suddenly exploded. Why, you are a celestial master. I pay my respects, celestial master. The nearby flower Luohan was so frightened that he immediately knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing towards Chu Yuan. Chapter 10. Fate is in one's own hands. Peng Yi felt as though his eyes were deceiving him. Chu Yuan, from a distance, had merely pointed a finger, and the vase had inexplicably burst apart. This display of power was utterly astonishing. As Peng Yi gazed upon Chu Yuan once more, a profound sense of trepidation surged within him. What would be the consequences if Chu Yuan were to employ such abilities against him? As night fell, Chu Yuan declared, Peng Yi, it is time for me to take my leave. After exchanging contact information with Peng Yi, he rose and exited the premises. He believed the intimidation he had just displayed was more than sufficient. Once Chu Yuan departed, Flower Luohan questioned, What did you just say about internal energy being externalized? What is this celestial master business all about? Peng Yi quickly inquired. These matters were utterly foreign to Peng Yi. Peng Yi, as far as I know, merely achieving internal energy mastery places one above those of us who rely solely on brute strength and technique. Externalizing internal energy signifies an even more formidable existence. Revered as a celestial master, when he previously defeated me, I thought he was merely a master of internal energy. But that recent display clearly indicated he has reached the terrifying realm of externalized internal energy. Flower Luohan's voice quivered, evidently still shaken. He understood that had Chu Yuan aimed to kill, he would have met his demise without question. Now I understand, Peng Yi nodded in realization. Having indeed witnessed the terror of externalized internal energy, Flower Luohan exclaimed, I had always thought these tales were mere exaggerations from my master. But now I realize how narrow-minded I was. Today, I, Flower Luohan, have truly opened my eyes. He then looked at Peng Yi solemnly. Peng Yi, one must never offend such a person. Peng Yi gazed out the door, his expression pensive. I never imagined that such a figure would emerge from my humble Jinzhou. Who would have thought that this so-called useless heir, who vanished for 5 years, has now become a celestial master? Peng Yi had made up his mind. Chu Yuan was not to be trifled with. His son had been rendered useless, and he could only swallow the bitter fruit of his own making for provoking such a character. After leaving the villa, Chu Yuan arrived at the riverside. Lifting his gaze towards the water's surface, I, Chu Yuan, can finally stand on my own. A satisfied smile graced his face. In the past, he had merely squandered his time and money in Jinzhou, lacking any capability. Since the collapse of the Chu family, he had realized his utter helplessness, a feeling he could not forget. To discover oneself to be worthless is a cruel revelation. Yet today, he had successfully rescued his sister, proving he possessed the ability to protect his family. Moreover, he had confronted a formidable figure like Peng Yi without relying on anyone else, resolving the issues solely through his own prowess. The exhilaration of turning the tide through his own strength was immensely gratifying to Chu Yuan. The 5 years of toil on the mountain had not been in vain. He could finally seize control of his own destiny. In a rundown district, Abing's Audi A6 was parked by the roadside. Across the street, in an alley, was Chu Yuan's home. However, Abing and Chu Li remained seated in the car, not returning home. Chu Li had been crying the entire time, and Abing feared that upon returning, Chu Yuan's parents would worry. Brother, do you think he might not come back? It's all my fault. I endangered him. He just returned to Jinzhou. Chu Li sobbed, tears streaming down her cheeks. Bing tried to console her. Chu Li, don't worry. Although he said this, he himself was deeply anxious. Unable to fathom how Chu Yuan could possibly survive a confrontation with Peng Yi alone. It seemed like a certain death sentence. At that moment, a taxi pulled up beside them, and Chu Yuan emerged from the vehicle. Chu Li, look, it's your brother. Bing exclaimed, suddenly invigorated. Brother. Chu Li lifted her gaze to the window, and indeed, it was Chu Yuan. She rubbed her eyes and excitedly flung open the car door, rushing towards him. Wonderful. Brother. You really came back alive. Chu Li cried out, throwing herself into his embrace, overwhelmed with joy. Silly girl, I told you everything would be fine, Chu Yuan said, smiling knowingly. Brother, it's all my fault. If I hadn't taken that summer job at the Supreme KTV, none of this would have happened. I just wanted to help the family earn a little more money. Chu Li continued to express her guilt. Dear sister, it is I who owe you an apology. The burdens of our family should have been shouldered by me, yet I vanished for 5 years, leaving you to endure this hardship. Chu Yuan spoke softly. Now that I have returned, you need not take up summer jobs anymore. I will support our family, and you should focus on your studies. Chu Li gazed up at Chu Yuan, blinking her eyes before breaking into a smile. Brother, you truly are different from before. Bing hurried over as well. Yuan Gu, you weren't hurt, were you? He asked, scanning Chu Yuan for injuries. Bing, there's no need to worry. I'm perfectly fine, Chu Yuan replied with a grin. But how did you manage to return safely from Peng Yi after having dealt with his son? Bing still found it hard to believe. The audacity of confronting Peng Yi's lair alone and returning unscathed was simply unfathomable. I told you, I have my ways. Do you believe me now? Chu Yuan asked. I do. Yuan Gu, I truly admire you now. Bing exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Given that Chu Yuan had managed to resolve the situation and return safely, Bing's perception of him had completely changed. Let's head home first, Chu Yuan suggested. Bing, you should join us for dinner. Yuan Gu, you all should enjoy your family reunion. I'll refrain from intruding. I'll look into the matters you entrusted to me as soon as possible, Bing stated. All right then, drive carefully on your way. Call me with any updates. Chu Yuan waved as they parted ways. Upon returning home, Chu Yuan's mother had prepared a feast, eagerly awaiting the return of both Chu Yuan and Chu Li. No one spoke of the events that transpired that night, to spare their parents from unnecessary worry. Chu Deshan, Chu Yuan's father, had softened his demeanor towards him this time, at least not directly throwing him out, though his expression remained stern. During dinner, Chu Deshan finally broke the silence. Chu Yuan, how did your work go this afternoon? Not yet, replied Chu Yuan. As Chu Yuan dined, he responded to inquiries. Chu Dashan let out a cold snort. Humph, I knew it. You possess no talents whatsoever. You can't even wash dishes. Who would hire you if you went out to seek employment? Father, my brother is different now. Chu Li hurriedly defended Chu Yuan. Chapter 11, Realms. Indeed, he had changed. Once a wealthy heir, he was now a destitute youth. Chu Li, do not defend your brother, Chu Dashan stated sternly. He then turned his gaze towards Chu Yuan. Tomorrow morning, your mother will take you to your aunt's place to help you find a job. Otherwise, you will never secure employment on your own. Dad, I have my own matters to attend to. You need not worry about my job situation, Chu Yuan replied. What? Do you intend for your sister to go out and work for money? If not, then you ought to comply. Chu Dashan's expression was stern. With that remark, Chu Yuan fell silent, understanding that his father's sternness stemmed from disappointment and a desire to spur him into action, unwilling to let him remain a sloth. Enough. It's settled. Finish your meal, Chu Dashan declared, lifting his bowl. In the stillness of night, given the cramped quarters of their home, sleeping had become a challenge for Chu Yuan upon his return. The family had but one bedroom, which his parents had relinquished to his sister, forcing them to sleep in the living room. Now that Chu Yuan was back, his father arranged for his sister to sleep with their mother, leaving Chu Yuan to lay down a makeshift bed on the living room floor. As he lay on the ground, eyes closed, he quietly began to circulate the technique of xianxiaju. During the 5 years spent in the mountains, Chu Yuan had engaged in daily cultivation. With his father now also sleeping in the living room, he had to practice stealthily. Cultivation required the practice of qi manipulation, emphasizing breathing techniques to channel energy into the body, thereby strengthening oneself. After 5 years of diligent training, Chu Yuan was well acquainted with this system. The cultivation of internal energy is divided into several levels: foundation establishment, qi gathering, spirit awakening, spirit intention, and spirit soul realms. Each level further subdivides into early, mid, and peak stages. Upon mastering the ability to channel qi into the body, one enters the first realm, foundation establishment. Achieving this level was no easy feat, as it necessitated guidance. Within the Foundation establishment realm, the ability to channel qi into the body enhances physical strength and internal organ conditioning, resulting in significant improvements compared to ordinary individuals. Transitioning to the next realm, qi gathering, opens up a new world. While the Foundation establishment realm only allowed for energy to be channeled into the body, qi gathering enables the practitioner to consolidate internal energy, thus entering the true domain of cultivation and becoming a practitioner with internal power. Under the command and coordination of intent, internal strength harmonizes with the body, allowing muscles to flow. This not only lightens the body and increases speed, but also empowers devastating attacks. Within the cultivation community, those at the qi gathering realm are revered as celestial warriors. Initially, when facing the flower Arhut, the opponent presumed Chu Yuan to be at the qi gathering level. The subsequent spirit awakening realm signifies the ability to project internal strength outward. Achieving this level denotes a qualitative leap. The internal strength released in a mere gesture can strike from a distance. The spirit awakening realm is esteemed within the community as celestial masters, possessing extraordinary abilities. Currently, Chu Yuan belongs to the spirit awakening realm. It is indeed remarkable that Chu Yuan reached this level in just 5 years. According to his master, the foundation of cultivation is channeling qi into the body, and in this era, the ambient spiritual energy has diminished significantly, making cultivation exceedingly difficult. Consequently, the practice has waned, becoming an esoteric pursuit. Chu Yuan's achievement of the spirit awakening realm is attributed to his supreme spine, which is also why his master agreed to take him on as a disciple. Now, not only has Chu Yuan attained the spirit awakening realm, but he has also reached its peak. Before descending the mountain, his master imparted wisdom. What is learned from books is but shallow. True understanding comes from practice. Since becoming a practitioner, Chu Yuan had yet to undergo any trials, remaining in the temple to cultivate daily. To further his breakthroughs, he needed to venture out for experiences and gain insights. Additionally, his master mentioned that only 2 years remained, and time was of the essence. Chu Yuan was perplexed by his master's comments and had attempted to inquire further, but his master merely shook his head, stating that understanding would serve no purpose at this moment. He advised Chu Yuan to resolve his family matters and focus on cultivation. At the Jinzhou Renai Hospital, in the special care unit, Zhou Kuan lay on the hospital bed awaiting a call, while Han Minglan stood beside him, her complexion pale. She pondered the prospect. If Zhou Kuan were to remain paralyzed for life, would she be condemned to a lifetime of widowhood? Just then, Zhou Kuan's phone rang. It must be the Sun family calling. Quickly, connect the call, he exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. Han Minglan promptly answered the call, placing the phone to Zhou Kuan's ear. Brother Sun, you must take charge, Zhou Kuan lamented as soon as the call connected. Who did this? A cold voice interrogated from the other end. It was Chu Yuan from the Chu Group. Zhou Kuan replied urgently. The voice on the line responded sharply, Chu Yuan, the son of Chu Dashan? How despicable. If I recall correctly, he is nothing but a useless rich heir. How could he have incapacitated you? Brother Sun, this brat is indeed a waste. But I do not know what means he employed to have Chun Laoda's granddaughter, Chen Jingwan, come to his aid, resulting in my great misfortune. Zhou Kuan expressed his grievance. What did you say? Chen Laotu is helping him? The voice on the line echoed with astonishment, clearly taken aback by the revelation. That old man, instead of enjoying his retirement in Jinzhou, is meddling in others' affairs. And why must it involve my Sun family? The voice conveyed palpable annoyance. Brother Sun, it is because of you that I have become enemies with the Chu family. Chu Yuan is seeking revenge on me. You must assist me. Zhou Kuan continued. By the way, Brother Sun, Chu Yuan mentioned that he would uncover the identities of those behind me, stating that whoever it was would pay a heavy price. Laughable. A useless young master thinks he can stir the waters? Such delusions. The voice scoffed. If he were to remain a mere waste, that would be one thing. But if he seeks revenge, I shall ensure he vanishes quietly from this world. The chilling tone resonated through the phone. Brother Sun, if that could be arranged, it would be splendid, but will Chen Laotu continue to protect him? Zhou Kuan expressed his apprehension. He understood that the Sun family could easily eliminate someone like Chu Yuan. Yet this matter involved Chen Laotu, and he was uncertain of their relationship or whether Chen Laotu would continue to support Chu Yuan. Rest assured, I will have someone take action, and Chen Laotu will not discover it. Even if he does, what can he do against my Sun family? Would he really oppose us for the sake of an outsider? The voice assured him. Yes, Brother Sun is right, Zhou Kuan replied, eagerly assenting. Chapter 12, New Developments. The voice on the line continued. Zhou Kuan, I am aware of your condition. You still have value in Jinzhou. If you are willing to continue serving the Sun family, I will arrange for someone to help restore your mobility and ensure your health. Upon hearing the possibility of recovery, Zhou Kuan was overwhelmed with joy. Zhou Kuan. shall serve the Sun family with unwavering loyalty until my last breath," he proclaimed, pledging his allegiance. Jiangnan Province, Ningdu. Ningdu serves as the capital of Jiangnan Province, acting as the industrial and economic nucleus of the entire region. Within a villa in Ningdu, a strikingly handsome man concluded a phone call and carelessly tossed his mobile device onto the table. His name is Sun Xiaoming, the dashing heir responsible for managing numerous affairs of the Sun family. "Lu, dispatch one of our family's assassins to Jinzhou," Sun Xiaoming commanded. "Master, who is the target?" inquired the elderly steward, bowing respectfully. "The useless son of Chu Dashan, Chu Yuan. Ensure that this task is executed discreetly and cleanly," Sun Xiaoming instructed. "Rest assured, master. It will be done with utmost cleanliness. Dealing with a mere wastrel is simplicity itself," the old steward replied with a respectful nod. The following day in Jinzhou, Chu Yuan's mother took him out early in the morning, boarding a bus towards the west of the city. Chu Dashan had instructed her the previous night to take Chu Yuan to visit his aunt, seeking assistance in securing a job. Chu Yuan, eager to avoid disappointing his father, consented to this outing, wishing to alleviate any concerns his father might harbor regarding his employment. After all, he currently had little else to occupy his time, so he decided to acquiesce to his father's wishes. Upon arriving at his aunt's residence, it was already midday. "Has my aunt moved into a townhouse?" Chu Yuan pondered, gazing at the villa before him. In his recollection, his aunt's family had never been affluent. During the glory days of the Chu family, they often extended support to his aunt's household. "Your cousin, Xianxiaaudiobooks, gained popularity through short videos 2 years ago and has become a local internet sensation in Jinzhou, reportedly earning over 8 million a year and even starting a media company," his mother recounted. "Short videos? What are those?" Chu Yuan asked, somewhat bewildered. He had a vague understanding of his cousin Xianxiaaudiobooks, who was 2 years his senior and had always been a rebellious spirit. She had dropped out of high school and was often seen mingling with a rowdy crowd. There was even an incident where she injured a rival at a bar, a matter that required his father's intervention to settle. Although Chu Yuan had been carefree in his youth, he had never found himself in such precarious situations. She was decidedly more reckless than he. The revelation of her newfound success as a local celebrity earning such a considerable income left Chu Yuan astonished. His mother turned to him, casting him a peculiar glance. "Son, during your 5-year absence, you haven't been completely detached from the outside world, have you? Even I know about short videos. How could you not?" "Heir, I truly had no idea," Chu Yuan admitted, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his smile. 5 years can bring about significant changes in the world," he mused. "Come on, Yuan, let us go inside," his mother urged, leading him to the villa's entrance, where she rang the doorbell. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing a middle-aged woman. "Chu Yuan, you've returned?" she exclaimed, visibly surprised. "Aunt." Chu Yuan greeted her with a smile. "This child, you left 5 years ago without a word, and your parents worried so much," his aunt scolded gently. "Indeed. You speak the truth," Chu Yuan replied, maintaining his cheerful demeanor. Come in," his aunt invited, ushering them inside. Cousin Xianxiaaudiobooks lounged in the living room, engrossed in her phone, her beauty undeniable, but her makeup rather heavy. "Cici, this is your cousin and your uncle's wife," his aunt introduced. Xianxiaaudiobooks briefly glanced at Chu Yuan and his mother before returning her attention to her phone. Once settled, his mother spoke. "Aunt, we are here to ask for a favor from Cici. Could you help arrange a job for Chu Yuan? I believe your company is still in need of staff." "I don't employ useless individuals," Xianxiaaudiobooks declared, her gaze fixed on her phone. At these words, an awkward expression crossed Chu Yuan's mother's face. "Cici, how could you say that? Your uncle Chu Dashan has helped you on numerous occasions," his aunt interjected. "That was your request. I never sought their assistance." Xianxiaaudiobooks replied dismissively. "Cici, you did not treat the Chu family this way in the past," Chu Yuan interjected with a frown. During the prosperous days of the Chu family, Xianxiaaudiobooks had often sought favor from him, frequently asking for pocket money in private. Xianxiaaudiobooks looked up at Chu Yuan, grinning. "Cousin, you mentioned it was in the past. The Chu family is now akin to a rat crossing the street. And my assessment of you being a wastrel is not unfounded. It's simply more candid than before." "Mother, let us go," Chu Yuan declared, unwilling to extend the conversation further. Turning to leave. "Yuan," his mother exclaimed, quickly grasping his arm. Then, she turned to Xianxiaaudiobooks, her smile faint. "Cici, please assist us. Consider it a request from your aunt." A pang of sorrow struck Chu Yuan's heart. During their family's prosperous times, his mother had never needed to humble herself so. His aunt quickly added, "Cici, please help your cousin. After all, your family has supported us in the past." Fine, I'll arrange something for him. Just to repay the favor and prevent them from constantly seeking our connections in the future," Xianxiaaudiobooks replied with evident impatience. Xianxiaaudiobooks then fixed her gaze on Chu Yuan. "Cousin, I am aware of your capabilities. Aside from spending money, you possess no other skills. Even if I secure you a job, you wouldn't be able to manage it. However, you can drive, can't you? I'll hire you as my chauffeur for 5,000 a month. Not a bad offer, right? His mother expressed her gratitude immediately. That's wonderful. Thank you, Cece. Xianxia responded coldly. Now that the job is arranged, there will be no further debts owed to your family. Do not think to come to my house seeking favors in the future. Oh, by the way, I have a business meeting in Ningdu tomorrow. Chu Yuan. Come here at 8 in the morning, Xianxia stated before returning to her phone. Understood, Chu Yuan replied. While he was eager to leave, he didn't wish to burden his parents with further disappointment. They would find solace in the belief that he had secured a job. Thus, he acquiesced. Aunt Cece, we will take our leave now. Chu Yuan will start working tomorrow, his mother announced as they departed. Once outside, she advised, Yuaner, focus on your work. I do not expect you to become a dragon. I only wish for you to live a safe and stable life. Rest assured, mother. Chu Yuan assured her with a smile. Chapter 13, An Unexpected Encounter. The next day, Chu Yuan arrived punctually at Xianxia's residence at 8 in the morning, then drove her newly purchased Maserati straight to Ningdu. Xianxia mentioned she would be negotiating a collaboration with a winery, intending to promote their products during a live stream. After racing along the highway for 3 hours, they entered Ningdu, where Xianxia directed Chu Yuan to park at a Western restaurant. Upon their arrival, the winery owner awaited them at the restaurant. Miss Shen, who is this? The winery owner inquired, glancing at Chu Yuan. Oh, he is my driver. Xianxia replied casually as she took a seat. Chu Yuan followed suit. Miss Shen, since you're here, let us get straight to the point. I can offer you a base price of 38 per bottle. The packaging alone costs 28, and we've adjusted the e-commerce price to 388. With some sales established, if you sell it for 188, it will surely sell well. The winery manager beamed. As the winery owner discussed terms with Xianxia, Chu Yuan, with little to occupy his attention, began to survey his surroundings. Chen Jingwan. Chu Yuan suddenly spotted a familiar figure not far away. Chen Jingwan sat at a booth across from a handsome young man, engaged in animated conversation while enjoying their meal, seemingly quite pleased with each other's company. What an unexpected encounter, Chu Yuan mused. In the next moment, his expression shifted. From a distance, he noticed that as Chen Jingwan ate, she wore a jade bracelet on her wrist. Chu Yuan immediately discerned that there was something amiss with that bracelet. This object is an artifact of malevolence. If worn for an extended period, it poses a lethal threat. Such items are typically crafted only by those steeped in wickedness, necessitating a degree of mastery in the dark arts. How could Chen Jingwan possibly don such a thing? Without further contemplation, Chu Yuan rose and approached Chen Jingwan. After all, the Chen family had aided him, and given that he had discerned the truth, he could not simply stand by idly. Chu Yuan, where are you going? Xianxia called out, questioning him as he departed. Chu Yuan did not look back, but instead walked directly to Chen Jingwan's table. The individual over there appears to be Chen Jingwan, the granddaughter of old Master Chen from Jinzhou. I once glimpsed her from afar at an event. Miss Shen, your driver seems to know Chen Jingwan? The owner of the distillery remarked, astonished. Granddaughter of old Master Chen? Xianxia gasped in disbelief. She had long heard of the stature of old Master Chen's granddaughter, but had never laid eyes on her. The Chen family was an entity that Xianxia felt she could never aspire to, a notion far beyond her imagination. How could Chu Yuan possibly know such a figure? And to approach her for conversation? What was transpiring? Miss Shen, your driver is quite extraordinary, the distillery owner praised. Xianxia forced a smile, though her astonishment deepened. Meanwhile, Miss Chen Jingwan, what a coincidence to encounter you here, Chu Yuan greeted her. Chu Yuan, what are you doing here? Chen Jingwan's delicate brows furrowed. She seemed less than pleased with his presence. Who is this gentleman Jingwan? Inquired the handsome man seated opposite her, regarding Chu Yuan with polite curiosity. Just a worthless young master from Chuzhou, whose family has fallen from grace, Chen Jingwan replied dismissively. She then turned to Chu Yuan. You've come to seek me out, I presume, to forge some connection? I made it clear last time that our debts of gratitude have been settled, and I will not engage with you further. Chu Yuan could distinctly sense the disdain in her words, as if she did not regard him at all. I have no desire to cultivate connections with anyone. I am here solely to offer you a word of caution out of respect for your previous assistance. That bracelet on your wrist may cost you your life. I would like to inquire about its origin, Chu Yuan stated earnestly. Chu Yuan, you are rather naive. To forge a connection with me, you resort to fabricating such alarming tales. This bracelet was a gift from my boyfriend. It is merely an ordinary jade bracelet. What could possibly be wrong with it? Indeed, it was I who gifted it to her. The handsome man across the table interjected. Chen Jingwan continued. Chu Yuan, allow me to introduce my boyfriend, Sun Sheng. He holds an MBA from Harvard and has been recognized as one of the top 10 outstanding young individuals in Jiangnan province. His family is one of the 3 prominent families in Jiangnan, possessing looks, capability, and an impressive background. Chen Jingwan spoke with an air of pride, clearly pleased with her boyfriend. Jingwan, I am not interested in how exceptional your boyfriend is. I merely wish to warn you that if you continue to wear that bracelet, it will inevitably bring you harm. Think carefully. Have you not frequently experienced discomfort or headaches? Chu Yuan urged once more. Chu Yuan, do you believe I would trust a person like you over my boyfriend? Chen Jingwan scoffed. Regardless, I have said my piece. It matters not to me if you perish. With that, Chu Yuan turned and walked away, leaving Chen Jingwan momentarily stunned. For the past 6 months, she had indeed been plagued by frequent headaches. And despite consulting numerous renowned neurologists, the cause remained elusive. Jingwan, do not pay attention to such a person. He is likely attempting to forge connections or extort money. Sun Cheng consoled her with a refined smile. Chen Jingwan returned a smile to Sun Cheng. After completing his business in Ningdu, Chu Yuan drove Xianxia back to Jinzhou. Throughout the journey, Xianxia refrained from inquiring about how Chu Yuan knew Chen Jingwan. Initially shocked, she later concluded that it must have been during the glory days of the Chu family that he had crossed paths with Chen Jingwan. She assumed his approach had been an attempt to build connections. Observing their interaction at the Western restaurant, she noted Chen Jingwan's cold demeanor toward Chu Yuan, indicating a lack of camaraderie. In fact, she felt even greater disdain for Chu Yuan. How could he, now a mere shadow of his former self, dare to seek connections with someone like Chen Jingwan? Did he truly believe himself worthy? As they neared Jinzhou, Chu Yuan received an unexpected phone call from an unfamiliar number. Hello? Chu Yuan answered. Is this Chu Yuan? I am Sun Cheng. I advise you to refrain from meddling in matters that do not concern you, or you may find the consequences unbearable. The call ended abruptly, leaving only a chilling warning. So, that bracelet is indeed linked to him, Chu Yuan thought, glancing at his phone with a cold smile. With that single call, he was already convinced that Sun Cheng was behind the bracelet. Yet, as Chen Jingwan's boyfriend, what could be his motive? Such questions eluded Chu Yuan. As night fell, in a villa on the mountainside of Jinzhou, Chen Jingwan, having just returned from Ningdu, was once again beset by severe headaches. Lying in bed, her complexion pale and her beauty marred by pain, she suddenly recalled Chu Yuan's words from earlier. Though she had dismissed them at the time, the peculiar nature of her ailment, which had evaded diagnosis, lingered in her mind. Thus, she attempted to remove the jade bracelet. In an instant, she felt a significant alleviation of her headache. This revelation astonished her. Could it truly be connected to the bracelet? No. She must confront him to seek clarity. Despite her reservations about Chu Yuan's reliability, given the circumstances, she resolved to inquire further. Chapter 14, Secrets. After all, she had consulted numerous esteemed doctors without discovering a solution. Removing the jade bracelet had genuinely alleviated her pain. In the slums, at Chu Yuan's residence, he had just finished dinner when he received a call from a Bing. Brother Yuan, I have uncovered some leads. 5 years ago, the Chu family faced a calamity, and it is highly likely that the Sun family, one of the 3 foremost families in Jiangnan, was involved. As soon as the call connected, a Bing divulged this secret. What? The Sun family? Chu Yuan's expression changed dramatically. Since returning to Jinzhou, this was the first time he felt such a shock. In the living room, upon hearing the mention of the Sun family, Chu Dashan's countenance shifted as well. A Bing continued, Brother Yuan, the Sun family wields immense power in Jiangnan. I was able to trace this far, but any further investigation could lead to significant trouble. Do not pursue this any further, Chu Yuan instructed urgently. After hanging up, Chu Dashan immediately rebuked, You little rascal, are you investigating matters from 5 years ago? Father, I am indeed looking into the events surrounding the Chu family's downfall. I cannot allow your lifetime of hard work to go to waste, nor can I let our family endure further suffering. This vendetta must be avenged, Chu Yuan declared resolutely. You little brat, I will not hesitate to punish you, Chu Dashan exclaimed, rising from his seat and limping toward Chu Yuan. However, after only a few steps, he stumbled and fell to the ground. Father, Chu Yuan rushed over to assist him. I am sorry, father. I should not have angered you. It is my fault. Chu Yuan expressed contritely. I am a useless old man now. Chu Dashan lamented, filled with self-loathing. Father, Chu Yuan's heart ached at those words. How strong-willed his father had always been. Chu Yuan was acutely aware of the profound blow his father had suffered. Not only had the Chu family enterprise been obliterated, but he himself had been rendered incapacitated, now relying on his wife and children for financial support. Chu Dashan grasped Chu Yuan's hand, his voice trembling. Chu Yuan, if you harbor the resolve to avenge our family, it brings me a certain joy, for it signifies that you have matured into a person of responsibility and courage. My reluctance to let you investigate is for your own good. You are now aware of the connection to the Sun family. And the secrets that lie beneath are far more intricate than you imagine. Cease your inquiries here, for to pursue them further would be to play with fire. Father, I understand. Do not worry, Chu Yuan replied, gently assisting his father back onto the bed. Simultaneously, he examined his father's leg injury, which had lingered far too long and had become rather troublesome. Nevertheless, Chu Yuan believed he could find a remedy for his father's ailment. The realms of cultivation and traditional Chinese medicine are deeply intertwined. Traditional medicine has its origins in the Book of Changes, is concealed within the Tao, and manifests in the practice of medicine. The health-preserving principles advocated by traditional Chinese medicine are fundamentally rooted in cultivation systems, albeit more accessible to the common person. Thus, health preservation can be regarded as a simple form of cultivation aimed at enhancing vitality and preventing illness, while nurturing one's disposition reflects a form of mental cultivation. For his father's leg affliction, Chu Yuan had two potential remedies. The first involved medicinal herbs, although they required some precious materials for refinement. The second relied on his own internal energy to nourish the injury. However, achieving the desired outcome would necessitate a significant elevation in his own strength. At that moment, Chu Yuan's phone rang again. Father, I must take this call, he said, retrieving his phone to find an unfamiliar number. Hello? Chu Yuan answered. Chu Yuan. This is Chen Jingwan. Please come to my house tomorrow morning, came the weak voice from the other end. I'm sorry, but I have work tomorrow. Chu Yuan replied curtly, promptly disconnecting the call. He had previously approached her in an attempt to assist, only to be met with her disdain and condescension. Given her attitude, he saw no reason to pursue her further. In the hillside villa of Jinzhou, Chen Jingwan fumed as she listened to the rapid beeping of her phone after the abrupt disconnection. How dare he hang up on me? She seethed. What was her status? In Jinzhou, who would dare to disregard her? Who could meet her without showing deference? Chu Yuan was undoubtedly the first to hang up on her, especially since it was she who had initiated the call. But feeling the throb of her headache, she swallowed her anger and dialed again. Once connected, she spoke through gritted teeth. Chu Yuan, where are you working? I'll help you take leave. I'll even offer you 100-fold in compensation for lost wages. Chu Yuan's voice came through the line. Didn't you express doubt in me? Didn't you say my claims were merely fabrications to curry favor? What more is there to discuss? If you wish to converse, first contemplate an apology, and then we may proceed. The call ended with a click. Chen Jingwan stared at her phone, on the verge of madness. How dare he? After lowering herself to call him a second time, he had the audacity to hang up again and demand an apology? Suppressing her rage, she dialed for a third time. Upon connection, she said, if you can prove that the bracelet is indeed problematic and help alleviate my headache, I will apologize to you. Additionally, I will send a car to pick you up tomorrow. Her tone had softened considerably, clearly indicating her willingness to compromise. Despite her simmering anger, she recognized there was no alternative. Very well, considering your earnestness, I will visit. Also, I work for the renowned influencer Xianxia. Please handle my leave accordingly. With that, she hung up. Back in the Chu household, Chu Dashan, noticing the call had ended, quickly inquired, Chu Yuan, who was on the phone. You're not still investigating, are you? Father, there's no need for concern. It was Chen Jingwan, calling about a personal matter, Chu Yuan replied. Chen Jingwan. Chu Dashan paused in surprise. Having once been a figure of prominence in Jinzhou, he was well aware of the significance of the Chun family name in their small town. You know Chen Jingwan? She sought you out? Chu Dashan was astonished. Yes, father. She insisted I visit her home. I refused, hung up on her 3 times, yet she persisted. Even offering to send a car for me tomorrow, Chu Yuan shrugged. Upon hearing this, Chu Dashan was utterly incredulous. Chen Jingwan pursuing him? What nonsense. You little rascal. How can you claim such a thing? When I was in my prime, I lacked the privilege to meet her. She is known as the Ice Queen of Jinzhou. Proud and haughty, you hang up on her, and she calls you back? What power do you possess that would compel Chen Jingwan to act in such a manner? Chu Yuan's abilities were all too familiar to Chu Dashan. The thought that his son could achieve what he himself could not was beyond reason. Chapter 15, The Leave of Absence Incident. Father, if you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do, Chu Yuan said with a wry smile. Get to bed and stop dreaming. Remember, you must not pursue that matter further. If you do, I shall disown you. Chu Dashan issued another stern warning. At the home of his aunt, Xianxia had just finished a call regarding the employee's live streaming duties when her phone rang again. Seeing an unfamiliar number, she felt a wave of impatience. Who is this? Is this Xianxia? I am Chen Jingwan. The voice on the other end was light and melodious. Chen Jingwan. Xianxia nearly dropped her phone at the sound of that name. Though she had risen to prominence as a local influencer, she was still just that, an influencer, and no more than a modest earner. But Chen Jingwan was an entirely different caliber. She was the most cherished granddaughter of the esteemed Chen Elder, a figure of great power in his heyday, whose influence still lingered despite his retirement. In Jinzhou, who would not tread carefully around such a person? Miss Chen Jingwan, what can I do for you? Xianxia's voice quivered with nerves, her mind racing with uncertainty. Why would someone of Chen Jingwan's stature seek her out? Was this fortune or misfortune? I understand you are Chu Yuan's employer. I am calling to request a leave of absence for him. I would like to secure 10 days off, if you are amenable, Chen Jingwan stated. Not knowing how long such arrangements might take, she decided to request a more generous leave for Chu Yuan. Of course, Miss Chen, I would never dream of refusing, Xianxia replied, her voice filled with trepidation. Thank you, Chen Jingwan concluded, then hung up. Sitting on her sofa, Xianxia stared at her phone, her mind swirling with thoughts, unable to find calm. Chu Yuan had genuine connections with Chen Jingwan? How could this be possible? In Xianxia's eyes, Chu Yuan was nothing but a worthless individual. Once, he had been a wealthy second-generation heir, but now he was no longer even that. What capabilities did he possess that could compel Chen Jingwan to personally intervene and request an absence on his behalf? Previously, when she witnessed Chu Yuan attempting to flirt with Chen Jingwan in Ningdu, she had assumed he sought to ingratiate himself with someone of significance. Now, however, she suddenly comprehended that this fellow truly had a connection with Chen Jingwan. A realization struck her. If Chu Yuan indeed had ties to Chen Jingwan, she must devise a strategy to cultivate a relationship with him. Perhaps, through this association, she could ascend to a connection with Chen Jingwan herself. Resolutely, she determined to seek out Chu Yuan next time to clarify this matter. Meanwhile, Chu Yuan lay on his bed, continuing to contemplate his vengeance and the revival of the Chu family. He had already discovered that Zhou Kuan had received assistance from the Sun family. This implied that the Sun family was backing Zhou Kuan. Yet, Chu Yuan found this situation increasingly perplexing. The Sun family was one of the 3 premier families in Jiangnan, engaging in vast enterprises and, one could assert, lacking for nothing financially. Although the Chu family once flourished in Jinzhou, it was merely a small prefectural city. To a family of the Sun's stature, the Chu family was akin to a mere insect. Why would the Sun family have set its sights on the Chu family? Why invest effort into undermining them? This was utterly irrational. What could the Sun family possibly desire? Wealth? The Chu family's business? However, after the collapse of the Chu family, their assets had evidently fallen into Zhou Kuan's hands, rather than the Sun family's. Moreover, when Chu Yuan had previously received a call from Bing, his father's extreme reaction further convinced him that there was a significant hidden truth behind all of this, a grand secret. Regardless, Chu Yuan was determined to continue his investigation. He must unveil the mystery concealed within. Additionally, although Zhou Kuan had been incapacitated, all the assets he had seized from the Chu family remained in Zhou Kuan's possession. Beyond seeking revenge, Chu Yuan secretly plotted to restore the former glory of the Chu family, reclaiming what had been lost and re-establishing the Chu family as a titan in Jinzhou's business landscape. At that time, he would ceremoniously welcome his father back to the position of chairman, reintegrating him into Jinzhou's elite society. In his mind, Chu Yuan had already devised a highly feasible plan. However, he still lacked one crucial element: sufficient capital to initiate the plan, at least around 100 million. Acquiring such a sum was no trivial endeavor. Nevertheless, Chu Yuan had already identified a promising opportunity to obtain this money, which would present itself the following day. With his resolve firm, he cast aside distractions and entered a state of cultivation. The next day, at 7:30 in the morning, Chu Yuan received a call from Chen Jingwan, informing him that the car was waiting downstairs at his residence, with the driver ready to escort him. Chu Yuan acknowledged with a simple "oh" before hanging up. After the call, he noticed a message from his cousin, Xianxia, stating that she had granted him a 10-day leave with pay, encouraging him to take a good rest. Had Chen Jingwan truly sought Xianxia's assistance in requesting a leave for him? The thought made Chu Yuan chuckle, finding it rather amusing. He promptly got out of bed and dressed. "Dad, Mom, I'm heading out," he announced as he made his way to the door. "Warner, I'm in the midst of preparing breakfast. Eat before you go," his mother replied, turning her head. "No need, I'll be back for dinner," he said, followed by the sound of the door closing. Once Chu Yuan's footsteps faded, the seemingly sleeping Chu Dashan immediately sat up. "Honey, go check the window quickly. What on earth are you looking at so early in the morning?" Chu Yuan's mother inquired, perplexed. "See which car that boy has gotten into. Last night, he boasted to me that Chen Jingwan was the one seeking him out," Chu Dashan remarked. Upon hearing this, his mother moved to the window. "Dashan, Warner has left the alley. He got into a Mercedes van, but I didn't see any women." With this information, Chu Dashan flopped back onto the bed, mumbling, "Who knows whose car that is?" He certainly could not ascertain whether Chu Yuan was meeting Chen Jingwan based solely on the vehicle. In his mind, he remained convinced that it was improbable for Chen Jingwan to seek out Chu Yuan. He was all too aware of his son's limitations. Could the car belong to Xianxiaaudiobooks? At the Chun family's villa in Banshan, Chun Jingwan and her grandfather, Chun Lao, were seated on the sofa. Chun Jingwan had truthfully informed her grandfather about Chu Yuan's claim regarding the jade bracelets issues. Jingwan. Although this Chu Yuan is young and once held a poor reputation in Jinzhou, his master is rather remarkable. Many years ago, he assisted me once. His abilities are extraordinary. So do not underestimate this Chu Yuan, Chun Lao remarked. But he was just a playboy in Jinzhou, Chun Jingwan muttered. No sooner had she spoken than the driver escorted Chu Yuan into the villa. Chapter 16, The Malevolent Artifact. If Miss Chen believes I am merely an ineffectual wastrel, why does she persist in calling me? Chu Yuan's voice resonated from outside the door. Chun Jingwan looked up, her gaze locking with Chu Yuan's. Her expression shifted. She had not anticipated that Chu Yuan would overhear her previous remarks. Chu Yuan's attention turned towards Chun Lao, and he respectfully performed a gesture of greeting. You must be Chun Lao. It is a privilege to finally meet you. A sense of astonishment filled Chu Yuan. He had finally encountered the esteemed Chun Lao in person. After all, in Jinzhou, many had heard of Chun Lao's reputation but had never laid eyes on him. Over the years, Chun Lao had intentionally distanced himself from the political and business circles of Jinzhou. Even the titans of Jinzhou's business community and influential figures had rarely seen Chun Lao's true visage. Even when invited by such figures, Chun Lao often sent Chun Jingwan as a representative, which was already a significant honor. Individuals like Chu Yuan, who could witness Chun Lao in person, were exceedingly rare in Jinzhou. Chu Yuan, please have a seat. I must trouble you with my granddaughter's headache, Chun Lao said with a warm smile, exhibiting none of the expected aloofness. Chun Lao, since I am here, I will certainly give it my utmost effort, Chu Yuan replied earnestly. Chu Yuan, take a look at this bracelet and tell me what you discern, Chun Jingwan instructed, rising to hand the bracelet to Chu Yuan. As he accepted the bracelet, Chu Yuan began to scrutinize it closely. Chu Yuan, if you hang up on me again today, I expect you to provide me with some proof, or else I shall not spare you. Chun Jingwan glared at him fiercely. Chu Yuan casually tossed the bracelet onto the table, responding, shall I take my leave then? You. Chun Jingwan was incensed by Chu Yuan's demeanor. Given her status, countless individuals in Jinzhou would flatter her, yet who dared to speak to her with such insolence? However, to ensure Chu Yuan continued his investigation, she could only suppress her anger and say, Chu Yuan, shall I take back what I said earlier? Please. Continue examining the bracelet. No need to examine further. I have already completed my analysis. This bracelet is indeed a malevolent artifact, and prolonged wear will consume a person's consciousness. If you keep it on for another 6 months to a year, your consciousness will be controlled. At best, you may be manipulated, and at worst, it could cost you your life, Chu Yuan declared. What malevolence? Consuming consciousness? Being controlled? Such claims sound utterly fantastical to Chun Jingwan. This is not a television drama. How can you prove such assertions? She challenged. Proof? That can certainly be provided, though I fear it may frighten you, Chu Yuan replied, once more grasping the malevolent artifact as he channeled his internal energy. Boom. The artifact erupted, unleashing a cloud of black mist that enveloped the living room in an eerie chill. What is this? Chun Jingwan exclaimed, startled, leaping from the sofa. Indeed. Old Chun remains comfortably seated on the sofa, clearly a person who has weathered many storms. This dark mist is the source of your headaches. If you were to come into direct contact with this released black fog, it would bring you immense trouble, perhaps even be fatal, Chu Yuan declared. Then why did you release it? Chun Jingwan gasped, her complexion paling. Isn't it to demonstrate to you? Chu Yuan replied, unperturbed. Young Chu Yuan, can you eliminate it? Although old Chun sat calmly, he exhibited a degree of apprehension towards the eerie black mist. Of course, Chu Yuan immediately waved his hand, and a sudden gentle breeze swept through the living room, pushing the black mist outside. The dark fog quickly dissipated in the thin air beyond the door. This scene left Chun Jingwan momentarily dazed. The ease with which he summoned a breeze with a mere gesture filled her with astonishment. Truly worthy of being the disciple of the venerable master, he possesses remarkable abilities, old Chun praised. You flatter me, old Chun, Chu Yuan responded, then turned to Chun Jingwan. Chun Jingwan, you have now witnessed the source of the disturbance. You should thoroughly believe that this bracelet is problematic. So, if I stop wearing it, will everything be fine? Chun Jingwan asked, still shaken. It was evident that she now accepted the bracelet's dubious nature, yet she felt too embarrassed to voice it. I must examine your condition to ascertain the extent of the toxin's infiltration before determining whether you require treatment. Chu Yuan approached Chun Jingwan, extending his hand. Allow me to take a look at your hand. Chun Jingwan's expression shifted. How could she so readily let a man touch her hand, especially one of her own age? Chun Jingwan, I have no intentions of taking advantage of you. I am not particularly interested in holding your hand. If you are unwilling, I have no objections. Chu Yuan stated nonchalantly, considering it was for the sake of her health and recalling the pain of her headaches. She gritted her teeth and extended her fair hand toward Chu Yuan. Without hesitation, Chu Yuan grasped her wrist firmly. Be gentle. That hurts. Why are you so reckless? Chen Jingwan huffed. Her cheeks puffed in indignation as she glared at him with her beautiful eyes. The examination is complete, and the situation is not promising. Chu Yuan released her hand. Not promising. Chu Yuan, do not deliberately frighten me. Chen Jingwan's complexion turned pale. The prior revelations had already been sufficiently alarming. Chu Yuan's words only heightened her anxiety. Young Chu Yuan, in what way is it not promising? Can you elaborate? Old Chen's demeanor also grew grave upon hearing Chu Yuan's statement. To be frank, Miss Chen Jingwan has worn the jade bracelet for no less than 6 months. The toxins have already deeply infiltrated her system. Even if she ceases to wear the bracelet, the toxins accumulated within her will continue to afflict and torment her. Then how can we eradicate it completely? Old Chen pressed on. At present, I can only suppress the toxins to prevent them from harming Miss Chen Jingwan. I cannot entirely eliminate them. Chu Yuan replied candidly. Is there no other solution? Old Chen's expression became increasingly somber. If my master were here, he could resolve this effortlessly. However, he has informed me that he will not descend the mountain lightly. If it depends on me, we must wait until my abilities reach a higher level to fully detoxify Miss Chen Jingwan. Chu Yuan explained. If, as you said, suppression alone is not a long-term solution, Old Chen inquired further. It is effective. It can at least ensure Miss Chen Jingwan does not experience episodes, headaches, or suffer from the toxins within her, Chu Yuan affirmed. In that case, young Chu Yuan, please proceed to suppress the toxins within my granddaughter. Once accomplished, I shall be immensely grateful. Old Chen expressed his gratitude politely. Since a complete cure is not feasible, we shall first suppress the toxins and then slowly seek a remedy. Very well, let us begin at once. Chu Yuan turned to Chen Jingwan and casually stated, Now, please remove your clothing. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Chen Jingwan's eyes widened in disbelief. Her voice turning sharp. This guy is actually asking her to undress? What nonsense. It was summer, and she was merely wearing a white t-shirt. How could she possibly remove it? Miss Chen Jingwan, the toxins have penetrated deep into your spine. I must place both hands on your back to channel my energy and suppress the toxins. Direct contact with your spine is essential, Chu Yuan clarified. No way. Chen Jingwan firmly rejected. Ahem, young Chu Yuan, are there no alternative methods? Old Chen coughed awkwardly from the side. Old Chen, there are many male doctors in hospitals who frequently attend to female patients, even gynecological cases. If concerns about privacy hinder cooperation in treatment, it is the patient who ultimately suffers, Chu Yuan reasoned. Old Chen slowly nodded. Indeed, young Chu Yuan has a point. Jingwan, please take Chu Yuan to your room and allow him to assist you. With a determined resolve, Chen Jingwan stood and made her way upstairs. She reasoned that since it was merely a matter of touching her back, it wasn't too excessive. Seeing this, Chu Yuan followed her upstairs and entered her room. A gentle fragrance pervaded the space, and the decor greatly exceeded Chu Yuan's expectations. The room was predominantly adorned in pink, a delightful surprise from the proud goddess of Jinzhou. Chen Jingwan, who apparently harbored a youthful spirit. Chu Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. Do not laugh. You must keep this a secret. If you dare to speak of it, I will not forgive you. Chen Jingwan warned in a fierce tone, masking her embarrassment. This room had never been visited by outsiders, much less a man. All right, let us proceed. Chu Yuan gestured for Chen Jingwan to begin. Turn around. You are not permitted to turn back until I say so. Chen Jingwan glared at Chu Yuan, adopting a warning demeanor. This is quite bothersome. To be honest, I am not interested in stealing a glance at you. You possess nothing worth my attention. Chu Yuan shook his head and turned away. You. Chen Jingwan stamped her foot in frustration. She was a renowned beauty in Jinzhou, with countless admirers vying for her attention. Chen Jingwan had always been confident in her allure. How could this guy claim he was uninterested? Before long, Chen Jingwan instructed Chu Yuan to turn back. As he did, he found her back facing him, while she shielded herself with a towel. Chu Yuan had to admit, her silhouette was indeed graceful, her figure superbly defined, effortlessly evoking one's imagination. Chu Yuan, I am already cooperating with you to a great extent. If, after you suppress the toxins, I still experience headaches, it would mean you are deliberately deceiving me and taking advantage of me. You shall pay a heavy price. Chen Jingwan warned coldly. Even now, she could not ascertain whether Chu Yuan could truly alleviate her pain. Such unnecessary chatter, Chu Yuan remarked as he approached her, placing his hands on her spine and channeling his internal energy. Up close, he could detect her faint fragrance. It would be disingenuous to claim she lacked allure. Moments later, a surge of energy flowed into Chen Jingwan's body. Startled, she felt a unique sensation as a wave of energy coursed through her back. This experience was quite revolutionary for her, as she had once been a staunch atheist and materialist. Approximately 10 minutes later, Chu Yuan withdrew his hands. All done. The treatment is complete. I shall head downstairs now. With that, Chu Yuan turned and exited the room. Chen Jingwan was rather astonished. Throughout the entire process, Chu Yuan exhibited not the slightest intention of taking advantage of her. Could it be that her allure was so lacking? Downstairs, upon seeing Chu Yuan descend, Elder Chen immediately inquired, Chu Yuan, did everything go smoothly? Elder Chen felt reassured. Everything is proceeding well. The toxin has been temporarily suppressed, Chu Yuan replied while approaching. Then I am truly grateful to you. Please, have a seat, Elder Chen said with a smile, inviting Chu Yuan to sit. Just as he settled in, Chen Jingwan also made her way down from upstairs. Elder Chen, my suppression can only last for a week, which means that to maintain the suppression of the toxin, I will need to perform my techniques anew for her every week, Chu Yuan explained. Once a week? Chen Jingwan, who had just come down, was taken aback. She had assumed it would only require a single suppression, thus she had restrained her feelings and allowed Chu Yuan to intervene. Such a humiliating treatment, to be repeated weekly? Miss Chen, if you are unwilling, I shall not insist. After all, it is not I who will suffer when the toxin flares up, Chu Yuan remarked nonchalantly. It was evident that the one tormented by the toxin would be her, not him. He certainly would not be begging her for anything. Regardless, Chu Yuan, I am deeply thankful for your assistance. Feel free to name your reward. Elder Chen stated. Elder Chen, I do not require any reward. I simply wish for your assistance. Chu Yuan turned to Elder Chen. Perhaps you might share your request first? Elder Chen did not immediately acquiesce, for he was uncertain of what Chu Yuan needed from him. He had just suggested a reward without promising any favors, wishing to avoid incurring any debts of gratitude. After retreating from public life, Elder Chen had resolved to remain uninvolved in any affairs. Such matters, if they could be resolved with money, were ones he preferred not to owe favors for. For me, it is not difficult. I seek to borrow 100 million, to be repaid in 1 year, with interest calculated at double the bank's annual rate. To be paid back alongside the principal upon maturity, Chu Yuan stated. 100 million? Elder Chen echoed. For him, this was not a trifling sum, especially since he had refrained from engaging with outsiders and had not accepted money from merchants in Jinzhou for many years. If Chu Yuan had requested a couple of million, he would have readily given it without hesitation. Elder Chen, I am merely borrowing. Upon maturity, I will return the principal along with interest, not simply taking 100 million. Chu Yuan clarified. Chen Jingwan interjected coldly. Chu Yuan, to ask for 100 million so casually is rather audacious, is it not? Even if it is a loan. What collateral do you offer? The Chu family has long since fallen from grace. If you were to use this 100 million, how would you repay it? I shall use my own abilities as collateral, Chu Yuan replied, unfazed. Elder Chen smiled and said, very well, Chu Yuan, I shall prepare for you. After all, organizing the funds requires time. The next time you come to suppress Jingwan's toxin, you may collect this 100 million. How does that sound? Of course, that is perfectly agreeable. Chu Yuan responded readily. Inwardly, Chu Yuan mused that Elder Chen was indeed a person of considerable experience. His proposition was, in essence, a masterstroke. Elder Chen, I shall take my leave now, Chu Yuan said as he rose and clasped his fists in respect. Chu Yuan, your driver awaits outside. He will take you home, Elder Chen informed him. Thank you, Elder Chen. Chu Yuan expressed his gratitude as he departed. Upon reaching the door, Chu Yuan suddenly turned back. Oh, I have one more thing to mention. Chen Jingwan, that bracelet you mentioned, was it a gift from your boyfriend, Sun Sheng? His choice of such a gift is clearly detrimental. You would do well to ascertain his true intentions. I trust you are a clever individual. I shall say no more. With that, Chu Yuan exited. Once he had left, Chen Jingwan questioned her grandfather. Grandfather, did you truly agree to lend him 100 million? He is treating your ailment. And I have promised him a reward. If I were to refuse, it would reflect poorly on my credibility. How could I expect him to return to assist you with your toxin suppression? Elder Chen replied with a smile. Understanding dawned on Chen Jingwan. Grandfather, I see now. You are uncertain whether he can truly suppress the toxin, and if I remain pain-free until his next visit, it will confirm his capability. We can then lend him the money. Your reasoning for preparing the funds serves multiple purposes. It allows time to verify his treatment efficacy, fulfills his demand, and maintains our dignity. Astute, Elder Chen nodded approvingly. I suspect that Chu Yuan would never anticipate such a strategy, Chen Jingwan remarked with a smile. Enough of that. Jingwan, what are your thoughts on that bracelet? Elder Chen inquired. Upon hearing this, Chen Jingwan's expression grew serious. Grandfather, the bracelet was given by Sun Cheng. But he has no reason to harm me. He has always treated me well and is quite refined. If one were to compare him with Chu Yuan, it would be like comparing heaven and earth. Grandfather, I believe Sun Cheng is unaware that the jade bracelet is problematic. I was present when he purchased it at the mall. He could not have tampered with it and must have inadvertently acquired a defective piece. Jingwan, trust in my experience. Do not hastily attribute this to mere carelessness or bad luck. If you approach matters in that manner, you will encounter difficulties in the future. Even if it may genuinely be bad luck, it is imperative to investigate thoroughly. You must look into this, Elder Chen advised earnestly. I understand, grandfather. Chen Jingwan nodded obediently. I shall also conduct an inquiry discreetly. Until we ascertain the truth, you should maintain your distance from Sun Cheng and refrain from any contact, Elder Chen instructed. Understood. Chen Jingwan had no choice but to comply with her grandfather's directive. Furthermore, Jingwan, do not underestimate Chu Yuan. From the way he spoke and acted, he is certainly not a mere useless scion. He is no longer the ineffectual young master he once was, Elder Chen lamented. Grandfather, you hold him in too high regard. Chen Jingwan muttered. After leaving the Chen residence, Chu Yuan called Bing to arrange a meeting and had the driver take him to the designated location. Now that the financial matters appeared settled, Chu Yuan could begin to lay his plans. Although Elder Chen had promised to lend him the money in a week, Chu Yuan was confident that it was a foregone conclusion. After all, he had indeed assisted Chen Jingwan in suppressing the toxin, and there was no doubt about it. Chu Yuan was unperturbed by the possibility of Elder Chen retracting his offer. He would continue to suppress Chen Jingwan's toxin, granting him leverage in this situation. Everything was under Chu Yuan's control. This marked the third day since Chu Yuan's return to Jinzhou, and soon, he would restore the Chu family's former glory. All that the Chu family had lost would be reclaimed. At the new memory restaurant, in a private room, Bing awaited Chu Yuan's arrival. As soon as Chu Yuan entered, Bing stood up and greeted him with a smile. Brother Yuan, you're here. In the past, when Chu Yuan was still a wealthy heir, Bing had always treated him with utmost respect. Please, have a seat. Now, regarding the matter I asked you to investigate, let us discuss it further, Chu Yuan said as he approached the table and took a seat. Brother Yuan, I have only managed to ascertain a few clues linking it to the Sun family. Their influence is formidable, and I am unable to delve deeper. If the Sun family discovers our inquiries, the consequences may be severe, Bing replied earnestly. Very well, as I mentioned last night, Bing. Do not pursue this matter any further, Chu Yuan instructed. Chu Yuan continued. Next, I wish for you to accompany me in a most significant endeavor. Should we succeed, Bing, you shall swiftly ascend to become a luminary within the business realm of Jinzhou, and your fortune will soar. Brother Yuan, what exactly do you intend to do? Bing inquired. Somewhat bewildered. Hailing from a rural background, Bing had only established a small company with Chu Yuan's assistance in previous years. Through diligent management, his company had managed to maintain a modest balance of several million. Previously, he could rely on Chu Yuan, a privileged heir. However, with the Chus now facing adversity, he found himself devoid of any connections or support, and the notion of becoming a prominent figure in Jinzhou was beyond his wildest imagination. In less than a year, I aim to reconstruct a business titan in Jinzhou, reclaiming all the assets that Zhou Kuan has usurped, Chu Yuan declared, his eyes glinting with determination. Business titan? Brother Yuan, that is no small feat. I have labored in the Jinzhou business sector for years, and my company can scarcely be deemed more than a small enterprise. Moreover, I once had your support, but now we possess nothing, Bing lamented. He felt this ambition was utterly unrealistic. As someone engaged in business, he understood the immense difficulties in achieving what Chu Yuan envisioned. If it were so simple, he would have already become a business magnate in Jinzhou. Do not worry. I have a plan. Prepare yourself over the next few days, and in 1 week, we shall secure 100 million in startup capital, Chu Yuan reassured him. With this 100 million, we will leverage it to reach 1 billion and officially commence my plan. Chu Yuan elaborated. Bing gasped. What? A financial leverage of 1 billion? Brother Yuan, this is no trivial matter. If we fail, we will be burdened with insurmountable debt, possibly losing everything, including our lives. This is far too ambitious. Chapter 19. Bing's anticipation. What's the matter? Do you lack confidence in your business acumen, Bing? Chu Yuan teased gently. That is not my intention, Brother Yuan. After all, to reach your level requires not only skill, but also financial backing, connections, and influence, Bing replied. Chu Yuan rose and approached Bing, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Bing, in this era of fierce competition, taking risks is inevitable if one wishes to forge a successful career. If you lack even the courage to embrace risk, you are destined to accomplish nothing substantial. Moreover, I have a high degree of confidence in our success, which is why I advocate for this course of action. If you dare, join me in this venture. Even in defeat, there shall be no regrets. Should we fail, I will shoulder all consequences. Bing gazed at Chu Yuan, marveling at the transformation he had undergone. Brother Yuan, your change is truly remarkable. The former you would never have dared to embark on such a venture. Nor would you have harbored ambitions of this nature. He was acutely aware that the Chu Yuan of your would never have uttered such grand declarations. Chu Yuan's words undeniably stirred something within Abing. Brother Yuan, since you have put it this way, I shall join you in this endeavor, Abing declared, rising with newfound resolve. Abing understood that Chu Yuan was currently without any support, yet he felt an inexplicable premonition that Chu Yuan was destined to achieve great things. Excellent. I always knew you were someone capable of great undertakings. I recognized it back in our school days. Chu Yuan responded with a smile. Chu Yuan resumed his seat, wearing a confident smile as he continued. Abing, your primary concern must be our lack of connections and support, correct? Fear not. Once the funds are secured in a week, I shall present you with a surprise. To accomplish anything substantial in Jinzhou undoubtedly requires ample finances and connections. Brother Yuan, your words do pique my curiosity, Abing replied, grinning. In truth, Abing was intrigued about the connections Chu Yuan could muster following the collapse of the Chus, and how a young scion like him could possibly secure any influential alliances. He pondered that if he were in Chu Yuan's position, he would likely be unable to forge any connections, even with those of some standing in the Jinzhou business community, who would probably not even deign to meet with him. As the dishes began to arrive at their table, Chu Yuan had barely taken a few bites when he received a call from his cousin, xianxiaaudiobooks. Didn't Qin Jingwan grant me leave? Why is she calling now? Chu Yuan frowned, harboring no fondness for this cousin. When the Chus were prosperous, she had been exceedingly sycophantic, but now that their fortunes had waned, her demeanor had changed drastically. Hello? Chu Yuan answered the call. Chu Yuan, are you free tonight? Your cousin invites you for a drink. You've been away from Jinzhou for so long. It's only right that I, as your cousin, extend a warm welcome. Xianxia's enthusiastic voice echoed from the receiver. Chu Yuan was taken aback by the abrupt change in Xianxia's attitude. It seemed too rapid for his liking, and he quickly deduced that it was likely due to Qin Jingwan's influence. I'm sorry, cousin, but I'm busy tonight. I have matters to attend to, so I must hang up now. Chu Yuan ended the call abruptly. During his 5 years in seclusion, Chu Yuan had come to a clear understanding. He resolved to treat genuine friends and family with sincerity while disregarding the duplicitous and self-serving, even if they were relatives. After dining with Abing, Chu Yuan headed to the mall to purchase new outfits for his sister and parents. He returned home in the evening. The funds for the clothes stemming from the 100,000 Abing had previously provided him. At home, he announced, I'm back, as he entered with bags in hand. In the cramped living room sat his cousin, xianxiaaudiobooks. Chu Yuan. She greeted him with a bright smile as he entered. What brings you here? Chu Yuan inquired, his brow furrowing. He hadn't anticipated her following him home. As your cousin, is it not fitting for me to come and visit you? I brought some gifts for uncle and aunt. Xianxiaaudiobooks replied. Chu Yuan glanced at the table, confirming that several items had indeed been placed there. Your attitude has changed remarkably fast, I see. You must have an ulterior motive for your visit, Chu Yuan remarked with a sardonic smile. Chu Yuan, be polite to your cousin. She is now your employer. Don't let anyone think that the Chu family lacks upbringing. His uncle, Chu Dashan, interjected. Don't worry, uncle, I know Chu Yuan's character well, Xianxiaaudiobooks said, feigning warmth. Chu Yuan ignored her and called out towards the kitchen, Sister, come here. His younger sister, who was cooking, rushed over, her face bright with a sunny smile. Sister, these are new clothes I bought for you. Try them on later, Chu Yuan said, handing her 2 bags. Wow, new clothes. Thank you, brother, she exclaimed, thrilled. Having not received new clothes in quite some time. Brother, the food is still on the stove. I need to go back and cook, she said hurriedly before returning to the kitchen. Father, I also bought new clothes for you and mother, Chu Yuan said, approaching his father's bedside and placing several bags on the headboard. Chu Yuan, you've just returned. Where did you get the money? Our family is struggling. Don't spend recklessly like before, Chu Dashan said sternly. Though Chu Dashan spoke with authority, he felt a sense of satisfaction. This was the first time Chu Yuan had bought them things rather than asking for money. Father, it's money from an old friend. Don't think too much of it. I just noticed how worn out sister and mother's clothes were, Chu Yuan explained. As Xianxiaaudiobooks approached, she smiled and said, Chu Yuan, since you have some free time now, how about I treat you to dinner? It's been ages since we caught up. The cuisine from outside has long since lost its appeal to me. I now firmly believe that my sister's cooking is the most delectable, Chu Yuan remarked, his words unmistakably a refusal. Chu Dashan interjected, Chu Yuan, you can enjoy your sister's dishes every day. One day won't make a difference. Since your cousin has come to invite you, you should go. After all, she is your superior now. All right, Dad, since you have spoken, I shall heed your counsel, Chu Yuan replied with a smile directed at his father. Chu Yuan had come to a clear understanding. In all matters, he would strive to avoid disappointing his father. You finally decided to be obedient, huh? Chu Dashan's lips curled into a smile. He had to admit that since Chu Yuan's return, there had been a noticeable change in his demeanor. For instance, whenever he reprimanded Chu Yuan, the latter would respond with understanding instead of arguing back. It seemed that his son had matured significantly. "Cousin, shall we depart?" With his father's approval, Chu Yuan naturally followed Xianxia out. She drove him to a restaurant, and as they entered the parking lot, an inconspicuous Jetta trailed behind them. Inside the Jetta sat a man clad in a black t-shirt, a scar adorning his neck, who was intently observing Chu Yuan as he exited the car. Chapter 20. Assassination. It's him. The man in the black t-shirt pulled out a photograph for comparison. The person in the image was none other than Chu Yuan. He then proceeded to incinerate the photograph. Inside the restaurant's private room, Xianxia remarked, "Cousin, you truly are an enigma. How did you manage to befriend someone like Qin Jingwan?" As soon as they were seated, she began to flatter him. Chu Yuan calmly looked up and replied, "Cousin, you came all this way just for that reason, didn't you?" "Well, one can't put it that way. I was simply thinking that after your 5-year absence, it's only right for me, as your cousin, to host you." Xianxia responded with a warm smile. "Cousin, we both know the truth. There's no need for such pleasantries." Chu Yuan countered. "Let me be clear, Xianxia. I must inform you that there is nothing special between Qin Jingwan and myself. If you were thinking of using me to gain favor with her, you should abandon that notion. No relationship, you say? Cousin, you truly jest. If there were no connection, why would she go out of her way to call me on your behalf?" Qin Jingwan laughed. "She asked me to help her with a medical issue, which is why she requested your leave. Nothing more," Chu Yuan asserted. "A medical issue? Huh. Cousin, you truly possess a sense of humor. How could you possibly be of any assistance in that regard?" Xianxia chuckled. "During my 5 years away from Jinzhou, I studied some medical principles. Is that a problem?" Chu Yuan said while pouring himself a drink. "If that is the case, I see now. You've become a quack, haven't you? Using half-baked medical knowledge to deceive." Xianxia's demeanor shifted dramatically, her tone growing icy. "Chu Yuan, your audacity is astounding. To think you would dare to deceive the Qin family. Even if they are currently deceived into believing you can heal, just wait until your true colors are revealed. They will make you pay dearly." A few months prior, Xianxia had heard whispers that Miss Qin Jingwan suffered from headaches and was seeking skilled physicians for treatment. Realizing this connection now, she suddenly grasped the situation. It was evident that Chu Yuan was pretending to possess medical skills and had taken the initiative to offer his services. "Rest assured, cousin, this is not something you need to worry about," Chu Yuan said as he continued to drink. "Stop drinking." Xianxia abruptly stood and snatched the cup from his hand. "You scoundrel. You almost tricked me into believing you had a relationship with Miss Qin Jingwan, leading me to order this expensive wine. Now get out." She issued an outright dismissal. Chu Yuan, far from angered, merely smiled. "Cousin, weren't you just saying that we are family? You, a fallen young master, wish to associate with me? From now on, just be a good driver and leave." Xianxia pointed toward the door. "So quickly have you revealed your true colors? I didn't want to come, yet you insisted on my presence, and now you want me gone? How absurd. Very well, I shall take my leave." Chu Yuan stood and departed, having had his fill of extravagant feasts over the past 20 years. That scoundrel. Once Chu Yuan exited the room, Xianxia angrily tossed the wine glass she held. Now a prominent internet personality, she seethed at the memory of having ingratiated herself to Chu Yuan. After leaving the restaurant, Chu Yuan hailed a taxi to return home. On the way, he noticed something amiss. He turned to see the same Jetta following him. He recalled that this vehicle had been on the road when he was heading to the restaurant. If it was merely coincidental that the Jetta was also headed to the restaurant, its continued presence behind him now seemed suspicious. "Driver, stop ahead," Chu Yuan instructed. The taxi came to a halt, and he quickly exited. The Jetta stopped at a distance behind him. After paying the fare, Chu Yuan made his way toward a dimly lit alley. This deserted alley was empty, and after waiting for a moment, he saw a figure clad in black enter. "Who are you, and why are you following me?" Chu Yuan leaned against the wall, adopting a stance as though waiting for prey. "Chu Yuan, you truly are a brainless rich heir. Upon realizing someone was tailing you, you chose to hide here," the man in black scoffed. "Hide?" Chu Yuan's lips curled into a slight smirk. "I apologize. I am actually here to wait for you, to send you to your demise." The man in black was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. "Indeed, you are foolish. Allow me to escort you on your final journey. Remember, you perished due to your own stupidity." With that, the dark-clad figure brandished a dagger and lunged at Chu Yuan with remarkable agility, showcasing evident training. Just as the blade was about to pierce Chu Yuan, he seized the man's wrist. The expression of the man in black shifted dramatically as he realized the incredible strength in Chu Yuan's grip, rendering his arm immobile. According to intel, wasn't Chu Yuan merely a fallen waste of a young master? How could this be? Speak. Who sent you to deliver my death? Chu Yuan demanded. How could you possess such strength? The man in black was visibly shocked, struggling to free himself from Chu Yuan's grasp, but to no avail. Avoiding the question, Chu Yuan tightened his grip, twisting the man's arm and forcing him to the ground. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as the man's bones snapped under the pressure, causing him to gasp in pain. The man in black was merely an ordinary person with some training, while he was certainly more skilled than the average individual. He was utterly outmatched by Chu Yuan. You are far too weak. I could easily end your life right now. As long as you cooperate, I assure you. You stand a chance at survival. Chu Yuan pressed down on him, eager to uncover the identity of his assailant. The man in black struggled fiercely but remained completely immobilized. He now understood that Chu Yuan's earlier assertion of him coming to deliver death was not a mere boast. Tell you? What a delusion. The man in black spat this retort before crushing a poison capsule in his mouth. His body soon began to convulse violently, and in an instant, he was lifeless. Upon witnessing the man in black take his own life, Chu Yuan stepped back in shock. He had never anticipated that this would-be assassin would choose suicide upon failing his mission. Is this what they call a death mercenary? Chu Yuan felt a surge of astonishment. This particular Deadpool, before embarking on a mission, would place a poison capsule in his mouth. Should he fail and be captured, he could end his own life by crushing the capsule with his teeth. Chu Yuan stepped back a couple of paces, inhaling deeply. Although he had spent 5 years on the mountain, enduring numerous trials, it was his first encounter with the brutal spectacle of death before his very eyes. Chapter 21. Master Peng's request. Before descending the mountain, Chu Yuan believed himself to possess formidable inner strength. Yet facing such a scene for the first time, despite not having dealt the fatal blow himself, he felt a significant emotional upheaval. Calm yourself, Chu Yuan. If you have chosen to tread this perilous path, such experiences are inevitable. Do not cower like a coward, he admonished himself. After taking a deep breath, he regained his composure and called Master Peng to handle the aftermath. Though the dark-clad individual had taken his own life, a death had nevertheless occurred. While awaiting Master Peng's arrival, Chu Yuan pondered who might have sent someone to kill him so soon after his return to Jinzhou. Could it have been Zhou Kuan? Upon further reflection, he deemed it highly improbable. Such a loyal Deadpool was beyond Zhou Kuan's reach. Was it perhaps Sun Cheng, Chen Jingwan's boyfriend? This fellow had threatened him over the phone, and the Sun family undoubtedly possessed the means to employ such lethal assassins. This led Chu Yuan to harbor strong suspicions that it was indeed Sun Cheng behind this plot. In less than 20 minutes, Master Peng arrived at the scene, accompanied by several trusted confidants. Young Master Chu, he greeted with a warm smile. Master Peng, it is your turn to assist me. You will handle the cleanup here. If you don't mind? Chu Yuan gestured towards the fallen assassin. Of course, leave it to me. Master Peng responded readily, glancing at the body without further inquiry. Then I shall take my leave, Chu Yuan said, preparing to depart. Wait a moment, young Master Chu. Master Peng suddenly called out to him. Is there something else? Chu Yuan turned back. Young Master Chu, I have a favor to ask of you, Master Peng said with an awkward smile. Speak plainly, Master Peng, Chu Yuan replied. In 3 days, I am to face off against Old Dog Lu from Gu County in a contest. Both sides will send competitors for a duel. As you are a celestial master, I would like you to help me as my trump card, Master Peng explained. You want me to act as a thug for you? Chu Yuan looked at him quizzically. Young Master Chu, you know I have hired the Flower Arhood. With his involvement, I fear unforeseen complications may arise. Your assistance would be invaluable, as this duel holds great significance for me, Master Peng insisted. Very well, I shall accompany you, Chu Yuan replied after a moment of consideration. I am most grateful, young Master Chu. Master Peng expressed his gratitude. By the way, how is your son's injury? You don't still hold a grudge against me, do you? Chu Yuan inquired. It's improving. The doctor says he has a chance of recovery. That little rascal is to blame for his own misfortune. How could I possibly hold a grudge against young Master Chu? Master Peng chuckled awkwardly. And Master Peng, I also have matters to discuss with you in a week. Chu Yuan added. You can count on me to provide my utmost support then, young Master Chu. Master Peng assured him emphatically. I shall take my leave now. And please, refrain from calling me young Master Chu in the future. I have grown weary of that title, Chu Yuan stated before turning to depart. Understood, Brother Chu. Master Peng promptly adjusted his address. Half Mountain Villa, the Chen family Chen Jingwan lay in bed, feeling extraordinarily content. Ever since Chu Yuan's departure, the headaches that had plagued her for half a year had not returned. At last, she could sleep peacefully at night without the torment of pain. It seems this fellow truly possesses some talent, she mused, clutching her pillow and allowing a smile to grace her delicate features. However, her contentment was soon overshadowed by worries regarding the bracelet incident. Her boyfriend, Sun Cheng, had treated her with such kindness and was undeniably exceptional. Could he truly be untrustworthy? Yet, there was no apparent reason for Sun Cheng to act against her. After all, The Sun family lacked neither wealth nor power. One day later, Ningdu, the Sun family housekeeper Lu, why haven't we received any news? Sun Xiangming inquired, holding a glass of red wine. Young master, I have made numerous attempts to reach them, but to no avail. It is now safe to assume that the Deadpool we dispatched has met his demise, the housekeeper reported cautiously. Sun Xiangming's brow furrowed. What is going on? How could you fail to eliminate a mere waste of space? In his view, taking care of a down-and-out young master from Jinzhou should have been a trivial task. The housekeeper, terrified, immediately fell to his knees. Young master, I beg your forgiveness. I truly do not know what went wrong. You need to make arrangements again. This minor task should not require my attention. You are in charge of this. Do not let such trivial matters slip through your fingers. Sun Xiangming commanded coldly. In his eyes, this Chu Yuan from Jinzhou was no more significant than an ant. Even when the Chu family was at its zenith, they were easily crushed by the Sun family. With the might of the Sun family, dealing with a businessman from a mere prefectural city was nothing short of a one-sided assault. Rest assured, young master, I will ensure everything is handled flawlessly. The housekeeper promised repeatedly. Determined, he resolved that this time, he would see to it that Chu Yuan was eliminated without fail, lest he incur the wrath of young Master Sun again. Exiting the living room, the housekeeper made his way to the villa's garden and retrieved his phone. After the call connected, he spoke calmly. Curved blade, I need you to take a trip to Jinzhou and eliminate a fellow named Chu Yuan. I will send you the target information shortly. Remember to wait for the right moment to strike, and be discreet. Leave no traces behind. This is a target specifically requested by the young master, and we await your good news. The housekeeper spoke with an unsettling calmness, as though he were discussing the slaughter of a mere chicken or duck rather than a living human being. Clearly, this was not his first encounter with such matters. Understood. A cold voice responded from the other end. 3 days later, Master Peng dispatched a vehicle to collect Chu Yuan, heading directly to Gu County to prepare for the impending duel. During the journey, Master Peng elaborated on the situation for Chu Yuan. Gu County, a jurisdiction under Jinzhou, lies over 2 hours away by car. The territory of Gu County had originally belonged to Master Peng. However, in recent years, a local tyrant known as Old Master Lu had risen rapidly, seeking to monopolize the region and evade Master Peng's control. Due to Gu County's distance from Jinzhou, Master Peng's subordinates had suffered considerable losses, even facing expulsion from the area at one point. Both sides had contemplated significant conflict, yet the times had changed, and neither dared escalate matters too far. Ultimately, through the mediation of Elder Qian from the province, they agreed to resolve their differences through a duel. The victor would claim ownership of Gu County. Master Peng could not afford to be careless, as a defeat would severely undermine his prestige in Jinzhou, potentially prompting local tyrants from other districts and counties to seek independence from his authority. The duel was to take place at Lishui Villa on the outskirts of Gu County. This time, Master Peng brought along over a dozen vehicles. Upon arriving outside the villa, he instructed the cars behind him to wait, allowing only his vehicle to enter Lishui Villa, with Chu Yuan naturally aboard. Chapter 22. By what right? The vehicle parked in the villa's parking lot. Chu Yuan was not unfamiliar with Lishui Villa. Ostensibly a rural leisure destination, it primarily served as an underground fighting arena, hosting small-scale underground boxing matches monthly. Frequented mainly by local dignitaries from Gu County, along with occasional visitors from Jinzhou and nearby counties. During the prosperous days of the Chu family, Chu Yuan had been invited by several wealthy heirs from Gu County to visit on 2 occasions. Inside the car, besides Chu Yuan and Master Peng, there were naturally Hua Luohan and Master Peng's mentor, brother Chu Yuan. This confrontation is taking place on the platform of the underground boxing match in Gu County, where those attending are primarily local dignitaries who will witness the duel, explained Master Peng. If that's the case, it wouldn't reflect well on you if you were to lose. Master Peng, Chu Yuan remarked. Indeed, that's why I requested your presence to serve as my trump card, Master Peng sighed. Master Peng, look over there. The mentor pointed outside the window. Chu Yuan followed his gaze and spotted a group not far away. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man with a bushy beard and a fierce countenance. He was Lu Wuya, the so-called old dog Lu referred to by Master Peng. Humph. That scoundrel. Let us get out and confront him, declared Master Peng, opening the car door. Chu Yuan, the mentor, and Hua Luohan followed suit. On the other side, a subordinate reported to Lu Wuya, Wuya, we just received a call from outside. Master Peng has brought over a dozen cars full of people and is waiting outside the villa. Lu Wuya nodded. Dad, it's Master Peng. He's coming our way, said a young man beside Lu Wuya. Lu Wuya looked up and, with a warm smile, called out, Master Peng, welcome to Gu County. In the blink of an eye, the four, Chu Yuan and Master Peng, approached them. A guest? Old dog Lu, you seem mistaken. Gu County falls under Jinzhou and is also my territory. You think I'm here as a guest? That's rather inappropriate, Master Peng replied, his expression darkening. In terms of influence, manpower, and financial resources, Master Peng far surpassed Lu Wuya. Even though Lu Wuya had risen rapidly in recent years, he could not compare to Master Peng. Yet, with Master Peng's stronghold in Jinzhou City, his control over the outer territories was naturally weaker. Historically, empires struggled to maintain authority over vast lands. An emperor's power often extended only to the county level, making local families more influential than government offices. Although Lu Wuya's power did not match that of Master Peng, all his strength was concentrated in Gu County, while Master Peng's vast domain made it difficult to engage in conflicts with Lu Wuya in this locality. This was also the reason Master Peng had suffered losses at Lu Wuya's hands on multiple occasions. Master Peng, I believe Jinzhou is already enough of a broth for you. Why covet the territories of these outer counties? Let us locals handle that, Lu Wuya said with a confident grin. Old dog Lu, debating this is pointless. The ownership of Gu County will be determined through today's duel. Master Peng's tone was grim. Of course. That was the agreement. Let us see who you send to fight today, old dog Lu, Lu Wuya replied, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before finally settling on Hua Luan. I presume this is your chosen combatant? He appears quite robust. Let us hope he can withstand a beating. Lu Wuya scrutinized Hua Luohan. Let us hope your fighters can endure as well, Hua Luohan retorted, his voice deep and filled with pride. Having previously won the championship in the Southwest Underground Boxing Tournament, he was confident about participating in this modest Gu County match. Incidents like being defeated by Chu Yuan were purely coincidental. Lu Wuya's gaze shifted to Chu Yuan, and he remarked, This fellow seems somewhat familiar. Dad, I recognize him. His name is Chu Yuan, the young master of the Chu family in Jinzhou, said the young man beside Lu Wuya. Chu Yuan recognized this young man as well. He was Lu Wuya's son, named Lu Xiaojun. Years ago, when the Lu family was not as powerful, Lu Xiaojun, seeking to ingratiate himself with Chu Yuan, often flattered him alongside a group of local scions. It was Lu Xiaojun who had invited Chu Yuan to visit Lishui Villa on several occasions. Young Master Chu, it's quite a surprise to see you here. Lu Xiaojun greeted Chu Yuan with a broad smile. Lu Xiaojun, it has indeed been a long time. It seems we once shared a modicum of acquaintance. Chu Yuan replied calmly. Acquaintance? Huh. You, Chu Yuan, are now nothing but a fallen waste, unworthy of associating with me, Lu Xiaojun. If you wish to cling to me, you can grovel and bark like a dog to amuse me, Lu Xiaojun taunted with a mocking grin. Chu Yuan maintained his composure. Lu Xiaojun, I recall that you once barked like a dog before me, promising to be my loyal hound. Surely you haven't forgotten? Chu Yuan, are you seeking death? Lu Xiaojun's face darkened, turning angry at the reminder of this past incident and appearing ready to charge at Chu Yuan. Lu Wuya quickly raised a hand to restrain his son. Then, Lu Wuya turned his attention to Chu Yuan. You must be the son of Chu Dashan, correct? Your father had some clout in the Jinzhou business scene, but now your family is nothing. And you, a fallen young master, dare to speak to my son in such a manner? Are you not afraid of ending up as carrion in the wilderness? Lu Wuya's words dripped with menace. Old dog Lu, refrain from intimidating my brother Chu Yuan. I, Wu Peng, am not to be trifled with. Master Peng stepped forward to admonish. You call him brother Chu Yuan? Lu Wuya initially paused in surprise before bursting into laughter. Huh, what a rarity. Master Peng, you are a notable figure in Jinzhou. Yet you keep this trash by your side, and even refer to him as your brother? Aren't you embarrassed for such gossip to spread? His followers joined in uproarious laughter. Old dog Lu, my brother Chu Yuan is a distinguished guest I invited. Speak to him with some respect. Master Peng's expression darkened even further. A distinguished guest? Huh. You consider a piece of trash a distinguished guest? Lu Wuya's laughter grew more raucous. Old dog Lu, you repeatedly call me trash. I believe an apology is in order, or you shall face the consequences. Chu Yuan's gaze turned icy. Apologize? How amusing. If your Chu family still held prestige, I might have given you some face. But now what qualifies you? Lu Wuya laughed derisively. By this iron fist. Chu Yuan slowly raised his fist. Huh. Lu Wuya and his entourage erupted into laughter once more. Chapter 23. Old dog Lu, when you lose this duel today, let us see if you can still laugh. Let us go. With that, Master Peng led the group into the depths of Lishui Villa. Lose. Huh. Master Peng, prepare to have your eyes opened. Lu Wuya laughed confidently. The boxing match was held in the basement hall of Lishui Villa. The four descended to the basement via the elevator, and after two security guards verified their identities, they entered a dimly lit, narrow corridor. After walking for several meters, the area suddenly brightened. Before them lay a boxing arena, with the ring at its center, surrounded by a cage and over 100 seats. Several guests had already taken their places, comprising business owners from Gu County and a few affluent young heirs. Today, Master Peng from Jinzhou would duel with Lu Wuya here. This boxing match promised to be quite a spectacle. I hear both sides have invited experts from outside. It's anyone's guess who will emerge victorious, the guests murmured in clusters, discussing the impending duel. Typically, it is the local wealthy second-generation scions of Gu County who frequent this place for leisure, but today, due to the duel between Lord Peng and Lord Lu, many prominent local magnates have made a special effort to attend. Look, here comes Lord Peng. As the voice rang out, the guests present turned their gazes toward the entrance. Chu Yuan and Lord Peng walked side by side, with Hua Luohan and the advisor following closely behind. Who is that young man accompanying Lord Peng? He appears remarkably youthful. How could he possibly walk alongside Lord Peng? Oh, I believe I recognize him. He seems to be the Chu family's young master, Chu Yuan, who vanished from Jinzhou 5 years ago. The Chu family of Jinzhou? The Chu Corporation? Wasn't it already absorbed by another entity? This young master of the Chu family must now be utterly valueless. So how could he be walking alongside Lord Peng? Indeed, it is quite peculiar. I have heard that this young master was once regarded as a wasteful heir, lacking any capability, merely squandering his family's wealth. Why would the illustrious Lord Peng associate with someone like him? Yes, one would assume that even if he sought to ally with Lord Peng, the latter would not accept him. Yet here he is, by his side. The murmurs among the guests continued unabated. Chu Yuan could catch snippets of the discussions around him. The owner of the villa warmly welcomed Lord Peng, ushering him and the 3 others to the front row of the VIP section. Once seated, Lord Peng addressed Chu Yuan, saying, "Brother Chu Yuan, do not take their disparagement to heart." Lord Peng had also overheard some of the criticisms. Chu Yuan smiled indifferently. "It matters not. I was indeed, as they say, a frivolous rich heir without any skills. I have left others with such an impression, and it will take time to alter it." At that moment, Lord Lu also entered with his entourage. Gradually, more guests arrived. The venue, which could accommodate just over 100 guests, quickly filled to capacity. This was quite rare. In the past, similar events at the villa typically only saw about half the seats filled. The significant turnout today was undoubtedly due to the duel between Lord Peng and Lord Lu. Once the guests were seated, the underground boxing match officially commenced. The duel between the 2 lords was scheduled to take place at the end, while the preceding matches followed the usual format. Chu Yuan had attended similar events before, so he was not particularly surprised by the boxing matches. However, he now perceived the fighters in the ring as rather lackluster compared to his previous impressions of their prowess. Even Hua Luohan beside him could not help but remark, as expected, this is merely a boxing match in a small county. The fighters are quite mediocre. The initial bouts concluded swiftly, leading to the highlight of the day, the confrontation between Lord Peng and Lord Lu. Hua Luohan to the ring. Lord Peng commanded, turning his head. "Leave it to me." Hua Luohan immediately rose and strode confidently toward the platform. That man looks like Hua Luohan, the champion of a previous underground boxing tournament in the southeast. An enthusiast in the audience recognized Hua Luohan. Is the Southeast Underground boxing champion impressive? Of course. The Southeast Underground boxing tournament gathers fighters from 3 provinces. Even winning once is no small feat. It was unexpected that Lord Peng had enlisted such an expert. He was clearly intent on securing victory. To witness a champion fighter like him compete live was indeed a stroke of luck for the audience. Everyone was visibly excited. A fighter who had achieved champion status in the Southeast Underground boxing tournament appearing in this modest Gu County was certainly a rarity. Old Dog Lu, your fighter should be stepping up now, right? Lord Peng leaned back in his chair, his tone steady. The spectators looked on curiously, noting that beside Lord Lu stood only his son and a few subordinates. No formidable fighters were in sight. They wondered what sort of contender Lord Lu could muster to face this champion, Hua Luohan. All eyes turned to Lord Lu, who, upon seeing Hua Luohan enter the ring, displayed no sign of panic, rather a smile graced his face. "Lord Peng, are you so eager to lose? I will provide you with a surprise." He then clapped his hands. From the entrance of the boxing arena, a middle-aged man dressed in a white robe and sporting long hair, resembling a Taoist priest, walked in. Taoist Huang. Upon seeing the Taoist, Lord Lu immediately rose to greet him, bowing as if to an esteemed guest. What is going on here? The audience was astonished at the unexpected arrival. Wasn't this a boxing match? Why was a Taoist invited? The Taoist approached Lord Lu. "Lord Lu, I have no intention of meddling in such mundane affairs, but should I intervene, you must fulfill your promise to me." Taoist Huang spoke slowly. "Of course, Taoist Huang. I will ensure it is done," Lord Lu replied with utmost respect. To secure control over Gu County, Lord Lu had invested heavily this time. "Rest assured," Taoist Huang said, before leisurely making his way to the ring. What does Lord Lu mean by bringing in a charlatan? Indeed, it is quite perplexing. The atmosphere turned chaotic. In the eyes of the guests, any notion of cultivating the Tao was mere nonsense, a ruse to deceive. Quick, quick. I want to place a bet on Hua Luohan. He is the Southeast Underground boxing champion. I'll bet on Hua Luohan too. Many spectators had begun to place their bets, which was one of the delights of underground boxing. Meanwhile, Chu Yuan and Lord Peng exchanged solemn glances. Previously, Lord Peng had dismissed such matters. But after witnessing Chu Yuan's abilities, he no longer underestimated practitioners of the Tao. Brother Chu Yuan, this person cannot be like you. A practitioner of the Tao, can he? Lord Peng whispered. It's possible, Chu Yuan nodded. Then what is his level of strength? Surely, it cannot surpass yours? Lord Peng appeared anxious. He feared Chu Yuan might not be able to contend with the opponent, especially since the latter seemed considerably older, indicating a longer period of cultivation. This duel was of utmost importance to Lord Peng. A defeat would severely undermine his standing and authority within the underground forces of Jinzhou, inviting challenges from other counties. I have yet to reveal any strength. I do not know, Chu Yuan replied, gazing ahead. In truth, he was also quite curious. Since descending the mountain, the strongest opponent he had encountered was Hua Luohan, who was not a practitioner of the Tao. Chu Yuan had yet to spar with any other practitioners. At this moment, he found himself rather eager. Damn it, this is supposed to be a boxing match. I sought fighters, yet old dog Lu managed to find a practitioner. How shameless. Lord Peng gritted his teeth in frustration. On the stage, Taoist Huang entered under the curious gazes of the audience. A Taoist? I shall see how genuine you are. Hua Luohan's expression was grim. Just days ago, he had encountered Chu Yuan, a celestial master. Now, another potential practitioner of the Tao had emerged? He could hardly believe his luck would be so poor as to face internal power experts twice. Humph, to question my abilities is to court death. With that, Taoist Huang unleashed his attack, moving with the swiftness of lightning, his palm striking forth to create the illusion of 4 hands simultaneously aimed at Hua Luohan. This is bad. Hua Luohan's face paled as he recognized the opponent's technique, compelling him to brace himself and defend with all his might. As soon as the two parties engaged, the disparity in their abilities became painfully apparent, with Hua Luohan swiftly overwhelmed and unable to defend himself. The palm strike of Taoist Huang erupted once more, howling forth like a tempest. Such astonishing speed. This was the champion of the Southeast Underground Boxing Tournament, yet he was unable to withstand the onslaught. The spectators below gasped in awe at Taoist Huang's prowess. In the midst of their astonishment, Hua Luohan was sent crashing against the iron railing of the ring, utterly defeated. You have lost. Out of mercy, I shall spare your life. Be gone, Taoist Huang declared, his demeanor exuding the calm of a recluse sage. Hua Luohan coughed up blood, his face ashen. Internally, he cursed his misfortune, lamenting, what kind of situation is this? I came to Jinzhou and have only fought twice, both times against adept internal martial artists. I, after all, am a former champion of the Southeast Underground Boxing Tournament. And yet, I have been so thoroughly beaten. Can I have a straightforward match with a proper fighter? He despaired. I wagered so much on Hua Luohan, and now it is all lost. This surely signifies the end for Peng Yi, doesn't it? The underground forces of Gu County may soon change hands. The audience was filled with a mix of awe and sympathy. Who could have predicted that the champion Hua Luohan would suffer such a humiliating defeat? Haha, splendid. Mr. Lu, upon witnessing Taoist Huang's victory, sprang to his feet, applauding enthusiastically. He then turned to Peng Yi. Your hired fighters seem lacking. Peng Yi, it would be wise for you to steer clear of Gu County from now on. Mr. Lu basked in his triumph. Brother Chu Yuan, the burden now rests upon you. Peng Yi whispered urgently. Suddenly, he rose sharply. Mr. Lu, what are you so anxious about? Today's duel will determine the fate of Gu County. Peng Yi's voice boomed. What? Do you intend to send more fighters? Your champion has already been defeated. Who else could you possibly send? Mr. Lu mocked with a grin. Besides, you have no other fighters at your disposal, do you? Surely, you're not considering sending that good-for-nothing young master Chu Yuan into the fray? Laughter erupted among Mr. Lu and his companions. Leaning back in his chair, Chu Yuan smirked. Mr. Lu, your insights are indeed sharp. You've guessed correctly. With that, Chu Yuan stood and strode toward the arena. What? This lad is actually going up there? Mr. Lu exclaimed, astonished. His previous remarks had been purely derisive. He never believed Peng Yi would send the inept young master Chu Yuan to fight. What is happening? The fallen scion of the Chu family is actually stepping onto the stage? Is this a joke? How could someone so devoid of talent dare to challenge a master? The audience shared in the shock and disbelief. After a moment of astonishment, Mr. Lu burst into laughter. Haha, Peng Yi, even if you were short on fighters, surely you needn't send a useless one? His laughter echoed throughout the venue. Lu Xiaojun further taunted Chu Yuan as he ascended the stage. Chu Yuan, I know exactly what kind of person you are. How dare you step up? Be careful not to get knocked out. This remark incited another wave of laughter from the crowd. Brother Chu Yuan, my status, reputation, and dignity rest upon your shoulders. Peng Yi watched Chu Yuan's retreating figure with a rising tide of anxiety. He was utterly unfamiliar with the intricacies of martial arts. Based solely on Daoist Huang's earlier display, he could not discern whether Chu Yuan or Daoist Huang was the more formidable contender. Unfazed by the jeers and laughter surrounding him, Chu Yuan calmly ascended the platform. Upon reaching the ring, Daoist Huang glanced at him and addressed Mr. Liu. "You didn't mention I would have to fight this one as well." Daoist Huang, this fellow was once a frivolous rich heir, utterly lacking in skill. He is the very definition of a worthless scion. Having witnessed your prowess, he still dares to step onto the stage, clearly disrespecting you. "I kindly ask you to deal with this impertinent fool," Mr. Liu said respectfully. Daoist Huang turned his gaze to Chu Yuan. "You impudent youth. You have witnessed my strength and yet dare to challenge me? Depart at once." His voice was measured but carried a forceful tone. "Daoist Huang, I step forward with confidence in my victory," Chu Yuan replied calmly. Having observed Daoist Huang's earlier bout with Hua Luohan, Chu Yuan had calculated his level of mastery. It appeared he was at the pinnacle of the gathering cheese stage. Unless he deliberately suppressed his power, Chu Yuan's assessment could not be mistaken. Victory? Such audacity from a mere child. "If you wish to belittle me, then I shall oblige." Chapter 25. The Might of the Celestial Master. With that, Daoist Huang launched an immediate assault, striking towards Chu Yuan with a palm. The force of this strike was considerably less than that employed against Hua Luohan, as he deemed it unnecessary to exert himself against such a trivial opponent. Chu Yuan was bound to suffer. He was voluntarily walking into his own demise. Who could blame anyone else? The spectators watched the ring, anticipating Chu Yuan's ruthless defeat under the Daoist attack. Just as everyone expected Chu Yuan to be crushed, a stunning spectacle unfolded. "Daoist Huang, though you are my elder, your skills are regrettably insufficient. Receive my punch," Chu Yuan declared, his right fist clenched, surging with internal energy. Boom! The air before him coalesced into a visible projectile, producing a deafening roar as it hurtled towards Daoist Huang. Awakening Spirit Stage, Celestial Master. Daoist Huang's expression shifted dramatically. He had no time to change his approach, and could only raise his palm to deflect the air cannon. Boom! Daoist Huang cried out in anguish as he was sent flying, crashing against the iron railing, which warped under the impact. Once more, Chu Yuan commanded, gathering a powerful gust anew. "Celestial Master, cease your attacks. Have mercy." Daoist Huang, now in a state of utter panic, bowed repeatedly, his earlier majestic demeanor completely shattered. "Do you concede?" Chu Yuan demanded, exuding an overwhelming presence. "I concede. I concede. I yield." Daoist Huang nodded fervently, like a chick pecking at grain. He understood that if he were merely at the initial stage of the awakening spirit and could only project his internal energy, the potency of such an attack would be minimal. Chu Yuan's ability to unleash such a formidable strike indicated that he was not merely at the awakening spirit stage, but rather at its pinnacle. Upon hearing the concession, Chu Yuan relaxed his internal energy. At that moment, the entire boxing arena fell into a profound silence. All eyes were incredulously fixed upon the stage, gazing at the fallen scion and the disheveled Daoist Huang. Was this a divine being? Surely, I am not imagining this. Is this not a scene from a film? While Daoist Huang's earlier display of strength had been fearsome, his rapid strikes easily dispatching the tournament champion, this was still within the realm of human comprehension. Yet, Chu Yuan, with a single punch, had summoned such a force as to defeat Daoist Huang from afar. This transcended all ordinary understanding. This method is nothing short of divine. Father, that Chu Yuan, he has left Lu Xiaojun utterly speechless, his voice trembling. Sitting in his chair, Master Lu clutched the armrests tightly, his forearms quivering uncontrollably. His eyes fixed in disbelief upon the stage. This worthless young master has actually outperformed the esteemed Daoist Huang, whom he had painstakingly invited. What has this good-for-nothing young master experienced over the past 5 years? Magnificent! Upon witnessing Chu Yuan's victory, Master Peng immediately rose to cheer. He had long harbored a pent-up frustration, and now, it had finally been released. He then turned to Master Lu. "Well, Master Lu, what do you think? Has Brother Chu Yuan's prowess lived up to your expectations? I wonder if you can still dispatch a formidable contender to the stage. If not, today's contest shall mark my triumph." Master Lu's gaze flickered, his expression a portrait of anguish. He struggled to find his voice, but the words failed to escape his lips. With Daoist Huang's defeat, how could he possibly send anyone else forth? "Old dog Lu, since you cannot present a challenger, then from this day forth, the underground forces of Gu County will remain under my dominion, and you shall heed my directives," Master Peng proclaimed, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an aura of authority. "Very well," Master Lu exhaled, finally managing to utter the word. This duel had been mediated by the esteemed Qian Heir Yi from the province. Although Heir did not attend in person, the outcome would be reported to him, with the influential figures of Gu County as witnesses. To renege on the outcome would be to disrespect Heir. Despite his audacity, Master Lu dared not provoke Heir lightly. Reluctantly, he accepted the bitter reality. Chu Yuan had descended from the stage. "Brother Chu Yuan, I cannot thank you enough," Master Peng exclaimed, his face aglow with joy as he hurried to greet Chu Yuan. This time, Chu Yuan had truly rendered him a tremendous service. He had once again witnessed the terrifying power that Chu Yuan possessed. The previous incident at his villa, where Chu Yuan shattered a vase with a mere gesture, had been remarkable, but today, the formidable offensive techniques displayed by Chu Yuan had astonished him anew. In his heart, Master Peng mused that if Chu Yuan were to direct such strength against him, he would likely stand no chance of defense, even with a multitude of subordinates. It seemed that Chu Yuan could vanquish them without laying a finger. This only deepened his apprehension towards Chu Yuan. "Master Peng, since I have promised to assist you, I shall fulfill that commitment. However, when the time comes that I require your services, I hope you will exert your utmost effort," Chu Yuan stated. "Understood. Understood. Just give the word when the time comes, and I shall spare no effort." Master Peng's demeanor towards Chu Yuan was imbued with a newfound respect. "Good. Master Peng understands my capabilities. I trust that you shall not renege on your word," Chu Yuan replied, a hint of warning lingering in his tone. He had come to aid him, simultaneously showcasing his strength while subtly issuing a caution, an interplay of grace and authority. "Of course not," Master Peng assured, a smile adorning his face. "Shall we depart?" Chu Yuan suggested, making his way out. As he passed by Master Lu, he suddenly halted. "Master Lu, you still owe me an apology," Chu Yuan remarked, fixing his gaze upon him. Master Lu's complexion shifted. With numerous local dignitaries present, should he bow to Chu Yuan, it would undoubtedly be a blow to his pride. Yet, recalling the formidable techniques Chu Yuan had just displayed, dread began to seep into his heart. "Chu Yuan, I apologize." Master Lu forced himself to bow his head in contrition. "Let us go," Chu Yuan responded curtly, striding out without further ado. The audience watched in awe as Chu Yuan departed, their shock unwavering. "I now finally comprehend why Master Peng would associate with a fallen scion and treat him as a brother. For this Chu Yuan possesses abilities akin to the divine." After 5 years, this once downtrodden young master had become extraordinary. Emerging from the boxing arena, Chu Yuan and his companions engaged in conversation as they walked. Master Peng, elated, recognized that he had safeguarded his position. This incident would further solidify his influence within the underground realm of Jinzhou. Chapter 26. Danger. The dissenters from other districts and counties beneath Jinzhou, witnessing Master Lu's defeat, would likely think twice before acting recklessly. Only the flower Luohan bore a heavy heart. "Master Chu, please wait." Just as Chu Yuan and his entourage were about to depart the villa, a voice called out from behind. Turning around, Chu Yuan beheld the Taoist Huang, the very one he had bested. "Do you require something?" Chu Yuan inquired. "Master Chu, I, Huang Yuheng, wish to take you as my mentor. At such a young age, you have reached the pinnacle of the awakening realm. You must be truly exceptional," Taoist Huang declared, his respect palpable. He had previously inquired about Chu Yuan's background from Master Lu and learned that Chu Yuan was once a wealthy heir who had vanished from Jinzhou 5 years prior, only to re-emerge now. The revelation left Taoist Huang astounded, for it implied that Chu Yuan had ascended from an ordinary individual to the pinnacle of the awakening realm in a mere 5 years. Having commenced his own cultivation at the age of 12, and after 26 years, he had only attained the latter stages of the gathering spirit realm. He firmly believed that Chu Yuan was indeed extraordinary. "You must be over 35 years old. Given your age, it would be inappropriate for me to be your master," Chu Yuan replied. Taoist Huang quickly countered, "Master Chu, the worthy are deemed masters, and the strong are revered. As you are in the awakening realm, you are indeed my elder, and thus, more than qualified to be my mentor. However, I have no intention of taking disciples." "I apologize," Chu Yuan stated. Before stepping into the vehicle, Master Peng and his companions followed suit. "Driver, let us be on our way," Master Peng signaled. The vehicle started and made its way out of the villa. Master Chu, please accept me," Taoist Huang's voice echoed from behind the departing car. Upon returning to Jinzhou, Master Peng specifically escorted Chu Yuan to the shantytown. Following this incident, Master Peng's demeanor towards Chu Yuan was tinged with greater reverence. His address for Chu Yuan had transitioned to Master Chu, clearly reflecting his respect and awe. Inside the vehicle, Master Peng produced a bank card and handed it to Chu Yuan. "Master Chu, this card contains 1 million. Consider it my token of gratitude. You have indeed been a tremendous help to me this time." Master Peng felt a lingering sense of dread, realizing that had it not been for Chu Yuan, he might have faced catastrophic consequences due to Master Lu's invitation of a practitioner. Master Peng, did I not mention that I would assist you this time? But I will need you for something in the future? Chu Yuan remarked. Master Chu, this is a separate matter. The debt I owe you is for your assistance. While this money is merely my heartfelt gesture, Master Peng clarified. Chu Yuan silently acknowledged Master Peng's adeptness in navigating social graces. Master Peng, let us do this. I shall not accept the money. Do you have any vacant properties I could reside in temporarily? Chu Yuan proposed. With Chun Jingwan having taken a 10-day leave, Chu Yuan had found himself with ample free time during the day. Additionally, it was not convenient for him to cultivate at home. The practice of cultivation necessitated a serene environment, free from disturbances. Therefore, Chu Yuan sought a place where he could practice during the day. A few days ago, someone settled a debt with me and handed over a property. I happen to have the keys with me. Master Chu, you may take them and stay there, Master Peng replied, producing a set of keys. Master Chu, it is still early. How about I take you there now to familiarize you with the surroundings? Master Peng suggested. Very well, let us proceed. Chu Yuan nodded in agreement. Peng Yi immediately took Chu Yuan to the splendid residential community in Jinzhou, leading him into a 3-bedroom apartment. The decor was rather ordinary. Yet Chu Yuan did not mind these trivialities. In the past, he had placed great emphasis on material possessions, but after 5 years of serene cultivation on the mountain, such things had long since lost their significance for him. Master Chu Yuan, you may reside here. I shall take my leave. If it does not suit you, I will make further arrangements, Peng Yi stated. I have no objections. Peng Yi, you may return, Chu Yuan replied calmly. At this time, it was 3 in the afternoon, and Chu Yuan decided to devote some time to cultivating before heading back. After Peng Yi departed, he approached the window and settled into a cross-legged position. Thoughts of the duel earlier in the day surged in his mind. It was his first genuine encounter with a rival cultivator. Though he had easily vanquished his opponent, the experience served as a stark reminder of the potential threats he might face from stronger adversaries in the future. His master had warned him before descending the mountain that he might encounter foes of a higher caliber. I must enter the spirit intent realm at the earliest, Chu Yuan murmured. Achieving the spirit opening realm allows for the external manifestation of internal energy. Once one enters the spirit intent realm, the enhancement of inner power enables attacks propelled by this energy to possess formidable lethality and extensive area damage. It was not until evening that Chu Yuan finally left for home. Time passed, and 6 days had elapsed since he last assisted Chun Jingwan in suppressing the toxins. At noon, in the splendid community, Chu Yuan was diligently cultivating in the apartment assigned to him by Peng Yi. On the rooftop of the opposite building, a man wearing a cap and a gray tank top, carrying a briefcase, arrived at the platform. Upon reaching the rooftop, he propped the door to the top floor and quietly took out a pair of binoculars to observe the building across. He swiftly opened his briefcase, revealing components for a sniper rifle. With practiced efficiency, he assembled the weapon, and in no time, a sniper rifle stood complete. He then affixed a silencer and swiftly took aim. Meanwhile, Chu Yuan, immersed in his cultivation, slowly opened his eyes. I cannot elevate my level any further. Beyond this lies the spirit intent realm, he mused. He realized that he could no longer absorb spiritual energy for cultivation, indicating that he had reached the pinnacle of his current realm. To further enhance his strength, he needed to ascend to a higher level. Before descending the mountain, he had been on the verge of encountering a bottleneck. His master had predicted that this breakthrough would not be without its challenges, as Chu Yuan's foundation was insufficiently solid and his training lacking. This was precisely why his master had urged him to seek opportunities and refine himself through experience. Continuing to improve is rather troublesome, Chu Yuan murmured. His master had advised him to seek opportunities, yet he currently found himself without a clear direction. For now, I shall focus on the matters at hand, he resolved. Having just descended the mountain a few days prior, he was not in a rush. The notion of opportunity hinges upon timing and fate, which cannot be forced. Presently, his abilities were adequate for urban life. Tomorrow marked another day of assisting Chun Jingwan in suppressing toxins, and the initial funds were finally within reach. As he spoke, he rose to his feet. Suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the air. Not good. Chu Yuan felt a rush of dread, a visceral sense of imminent danger surging from within. With a crash, the window shattered, and Chu Yuan collapsed to the ground. On the opposite building, the man in the cap exclaimed, "Mission accomplished." He swiftly disassembled the sniper rifle within 40 seconds, tidily gathering the spent shell casings before hurrying down the stairs. The entire process was executed with remarkable speed, calmness, and precision. Once downstairs, he entered a vehicle and dialed a number on his phone. "The target has been eliminated," he reported, his voice gravelly. "Are you certain?" came the inquiry from the other end of the line. "Absolutely," the man replied without hesitation. He then hung up the phone and accelerated away. Given the power of his sniper rifle, any shot to the torso would leave no chance of survival. He was indeed quite certain. Inside the apartment, Chu Yuan inhaled sharply, feeling the cold grip of pain. His clothing was drenched in blood. The bullet had struck him in the upper abdomen just as he had risen. At the moment he sensed the threat of death, he instinctively activated his inner strength for defense. Even so, the bullet had penetrated his defenses, inflicting considerable harm. For someone of Chu Yuan's caliber, a mere pistol would pose no threat. Yet, having been struck by a sniper's bullet, the velocity and power far exceeded that of a handgun, leaving him injured nonetheless. A bullet to the head could have been fatal. I must extract the bullet, Chu Yuan thought, extending his fingers to probe the wound. Damn, he cursed as the excruciating pain surged through him. Chu Yuan, you are no weakling. This pain is trivial. Gritting his teeth, he swiftly removed the bullet. After a moment of respite, he finally managed to stand. That shot, if it had struck an ordinary person, would have been undoubtedly lethal. However, as a cultivator at the peak of the spirit opening realm, with protective inner strength and a body nurtured and fortified by inner energy over the years, he was far superior to an ordinary individual. The bullet had merely wounded him, and not severely at that. Of course, it hurt. Cultivators, despite their formidable abilities, are not immune to pain, and they too suffer from its torment. Subsequently, Chu Yuan retrieved a small, dark pill, a gift from his master before his descent, meant for emergencies when injuries occurred. After swallowing the pill, the pain subsided significantly. In Ningdu, at the Sun residence, the butler rushed in from outside. The eldest son, Sun Xiangming, was on the phone. Noticing the butler's entrance, he immediately gestured for silence. Moments later, after concluding his call, Sun Xiangming settled onto the sofa. What is it? Speak, he inquired while lighting a cigarette. Young master, the task you assigned has been completed. That fellow named Chu Yuan has been successfully eliminated, the butler reported. Good, I understand. You may go, Sun Xiangming waved his hand, his eyes betraying no emotion. After all, in his mind, Chu Yuan's death was a foregone conclusion. Such a minor character, if he wished for his demise. It would be strange if the man were still alive. That would indeed warrant surprise. He had no intention of verifying the matter further, as Chu Yuan was not significant enough to warrant such concern. It was akin to stepping on an ant while walking. Would one return to confirm whether the ant was dead? Butler, please give Zhou Kuan in Jinzhou a call and inform him. Also, send him the medicine, Sun Xiangming instructed. Understood, young master, the butler replied respectfully. By the way, please arrange to book the flight for me. I need to go abroad for some business, Sun Xiangming said. Looking up, understood, young master, the butler responded once more. In Jinzhou, within the splendid community, after taking the pill, Chu Yuan hastily bandaged his wound. Though the injury was not severe, it ignited an unusual fury within him. Damn it, this is the second time. Who could it be? Chu Yuan's eyes blazed with intense anger. He had only returned for a few days and had already faced 2 assassination attempts. This time, he had sustained an injury, naturally fueling his agitation. It must be the Sun family, either that Chun Jingwan's boyfriend, Sun Cheng, or someone behind Zhou Kuan. Chu Yuan's fists clenched tightly, murderous intent surging within him. In his view, there were only 2 possibilities. Either Zhou Kuan had sought the Sun family's assistance, or Sun Cheng was retaliating against him. Regardless of which scenario it was, both pointed to the Sun family. Furthermore, acquiring a sniper rifle was not something an ordinary individual could achieve. A family like the Suns certainly had the means. Before descending the mountain, Chu Yuan had contemplated the current era of firearms, which were exceptionally powerful. Yet in his understanding, Huahua maintained stringent regulations over such weaponry. In his 2 decades in the city, he had never encountered true firearms. Thus, he felt there was generally no need to worry about them. However, this recent sniper attack had profoundly shaken and alerted him. I must step into the spirit realm as soon as possible, Chu Yuan resolved in his heart. After all, this was the 2nd assassination attempt. He could not guarantee whether a 3rd would come or when it might occur. To confront the Sun family directly for vengeance? Chu Yuan was acutely aware of his current limitations. Given the certainty that the Sun family possessed firearms like sniper rifles, his visit would likely lead to complications. If they unleashed a barrage of gunfire, he could manage a few shots now, but too many would be insufferable. He believed that even if he were to confront the Sun family, only by stepping into the spirit realm would he have sufficient assurance. Once he entered the spirit realm, his power would undergo a tremendous enhancement, rendering him unafraid even of a sniper attack like the previous one. Sun family, since you have attempted to take my life multiple times, prepare yourselves. You shall pay the price. Chu Yuan's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. At that moment, his phone rang, shattering the silence. Chu Yuan glanced at the screen. It was a call from Chu Jingwan. Taking a deep breath to suppress his inner fury, he answered the call. Hello, Chu Yuan. Tomorrow marks the day for you to assist me in suppressing the toxin again. Remember to arrive punctually in the morning. came Chen Jingwan's light voice through the phone. Chen Jingwan, by now you must believe that I can indeed help you suppress the toxin, Chu Yuan replied. Beep, beep, beep. Before he could finish his sentence, the call was abruptly disconnected. Chapter 28. Holding you firmly. At the Chen family's villa on the mountainside, Chen Jingwan gazed at her phone with a mischievous smile, thinking, this time, it's your turn, Chu Yuan, to experience the feeling of being hung up on. She was not worried that he would avoid coming. She knew that he would definitely come, as he would need to claim that 100 million. This past week, having been free from the torment of headaches, she had felt quite delightful. The only thing that troubled her was her continued uncertainty about whether the jade in her hand was indeed the work of Sun Cheng. At Jinzhou Renai Hospital, in the intensive care unit, Zhou Kuan had been anxiously awaiting news of Chu Yuan's demise. He had anticipated it would come soon, but time passed without any updates. Honey, do you think the Sun family will fail to deal with him? Han Minglan asked anxiously. Zhou Kuan, lying on the hospital bed, scoffed. Humph, how could that be? What is Chu Yuan compared to the Sun family? Just wait. The Sun family likely wants him to disappear without a trace, so they need a bit of time. Just as he finished speaking, a phone on the bedside rang. Han Minglan picked it up and instantly became excited. It's a call from the Sun family. Quick, answer it, and put it to my ear. Zhou Kuan, hearing this, also grew immediately elated. Han Minglan quickly answered the call and held it to Zhou Kuan's ear. Zhou Kuan, my young master instructed me to inform you that Chu Yuan has already been eliminated. The butler's voice came through the phone. Great, 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 Zhou Kuan exclaimed. His excitement palpable. He felt an overwhelming joy welling within him. Although the Sun family had previously promised to eliminate Chu Yuan, only upon confirming his death could the weight on his chest finally lift. By the way, what about my treatment? Zhou Kuan hurriedly inquired. The medication will be delivered to your hospital room tomorrow. After a month of use, you will be able to recover. Even if you cannot return to your original state, it will be sufficient to enable you to stand and maintain basic mobility, the butler explained before hanging up. Haha, that's wonderful. Chu Yuan, did you think you could take revenge? In the end, you are the one who perished, while I shall rise again. You can only regret in hell. Haha. Zhou Kuan laughed triumphantly. Han Minglan chimed in. He thought he could contend with us, oblivious to the immense power we have behind us. Just a month of medication. And I, Zhou Kuan, will be a formidable man once more. Haha. Zhou Kuan laughed uncontrollably. The following day, a car picked Chu Yuan up and took him to the Chun family villa. Inside the villa, upon entering, Chu Yuan greeted Elder Chun with a polite smile. Young friend Chu Yuan, please have a seat. Elder Chun welcomed him with a warm smile. Once seated, Elder Chun remarked, your abilities are indeed remarkable. My granddaughter has not suffered from her headaches in the past week. After searching high and low for renowned doctors, she finally found a solution with you. You're too kind. Elder Chun, Chu Yuan replied with a subtle smile. Young friend Chu Yuan, I notice you appear somewhat pale. Is everything all right? Elder Chun inquired. Nothing much. I was shot yesterday, and the wound is still healing. Chu Yuan responded before turning to Chen Jingwan. Chen Jingwan, now you should believe that my previous assistance was not a mere convenience, but rather a genuine effort to suppress the toxin for you. Enough with the chatter. Do you expect me to apologize? Chen Jingwan shot him a glare. By the way, Chu Yuan, here is 100 million I prepared for you. The password is 6 sixes, Elder Chen said, placing a bank card on the table. Upon seeing the card, Chu Yuan's eyes lit up with fervor. He was not greedy for the money itself. Rather, the sight of it represented hope for the revival of the Chu family. Elder Chun, I shall repay this 100 million within a year, along with double the interest according to the bank's 1-year fixed deposit rate, Chu Yuan declared, reaching for the card and putting it away. Young friend Chu Yuan, you may use the money. There is no need to rush the repayment within a year. And as for interest, it is even less necessary, Elder Chun said with a smile. Elder Chun was certainly not one to be concerned with such trivial interest, and he naturally refrained from probing into what Chu Yuan intended to do with such a large sum of money. Elder Chun, since this is a loan, I must adhere to the rules and ensure it is repaid within a year, principal and interest included. Beside them, Chen Jingwan muttered, Chu Yuan, I just fear that once you take this 100 million, you won't even be able to repay the principal, let alone the interest. Chen Jingwan, do you truly hold me in such disdain? Am I, in your eyes, so utterly lacking? Chu Yuan remarked helplessly. It is your past performance that has been woefully inadequate. You were once a frivolous scion of a wealthy family, lacking any semblance of business acumen, even though you may now possess some peculiar abilities. This does not alter the undeniable truth that you lack commercial insight, Chen Jingwan retorted. She continued, if you intend to venture into business, to put it bluntly, even if I were to gift you 100 million, I would not dare to entertain the thought of you repaying it. Chen Jingwan's assertion held some truth. Without knowing the purpose for which Chu Yuan sought the funds, Old Chun had indeed lent him the money, fully aware that there was no collateral involved, and was likely prepared for the possibility of losing the principal. In fact, old Chun might have suspected that Chu Yuan was too embarrassed to ask for money outright, thus resorting to the guise of a loan. Chen Jingwan, if you underestimate my abilities you shall soon witness the consequences, Chu Yuan declared with a confident smile. I do not wish to boast, but please, administer the toxin suppression swiftly. My head has begun to ache slightly today. Chen Jingwan shot him an irritated glance. Then why are you still sitting here? Hurry to your room and prepare for my arrival, Chu Yuan urged. Upon hearing this, Chen Jingwan felt a peculiar discomfort but found no grounds for rebuttal. Reluctantly, she ascended the stairs. After she had gone, Chu Yuan followed suit. Upon entering the room, he found Chen Jingwan, as before, with her back turned to him, fully exposing herself to his gaze. Miss Chun, having learned from her previous experience, was indeed more adept this time, having prepared everything without needing instruction. Chu Yuan chuckled, less chatter, let us swiftly attend to the matter at hand. Chen Jingwan admonished with mock anger. Chu Yuan refrained from further conversation and approached her from behind, placing his hands upon her back. He did not rush to channel his energy, but instead remarked, Chen Jingwan, you were quite formidable yesterday. You hung up on me before I could finish speaking. Humph. Chu Yuan, that was merely tit for tat. I anticipated your visit today to collect the funds, hence I could easily exert control over you. Chen Jingwan replied, her tone laced with a hint of triumph. Chapter 29, An Uninvited Guest. After all, she had endured several setbacks at Chu Yuan's hands. And yesterday she had finally managed to turn the tide and put him in an awkward position. Chen Jingwan, are you not the clever one? Do you not comprehend that you are now in my grasp, and I can manipulate you at will? Chu Yuan's words trailed off as his hands began to glide downward. What do you think you are doing? Stop that at once. Chen Jingwan cried out in alarm at his insistent behavior. Yet, she dared not turn around or make any sudden movements, knowing that even her boyfriend, Sun Chong, had never touched her in such a manner. Chen Jingwan, do you now believe? Chu Yuan asked, a smile gracing his lips. It was no wonder he sought to tease her, after all. She had often put on airs before him. Fine, I concede. Just stop. Chen Jingwan exclaimed, nearly on the verge of a scream. After all, if Chu Yuan's hands continued their descent, trouble would surely ensue. Seeing her capitulation, Chu Yuan finally paused. Chen Jingwan, you would do well to refrain from opposing me in the future. Remember, you currently require my assistance. If I were to withhold the toxin suppression from you, you would be the one to suffer, he warned. No wonder you were once a spoiled rich kid. It seems you cannot change your true nature. Chen Jingwan retorted in annoyance. Chu Yuan chose not to respond further and continued to circulate his internal energy to suppress the toxin. After some time, he concluded his efforts. Having once again contained the toxin, he left the room first, allowing Chen Jingwan to dress herself in privacy. Downstairs, Chu Yuan addressed old Chun. The toxin has been suppressed once more. Chu Yuan, until a permanent solution is found, I will trouble you with this task. It seems you will be making frequent visits here. I have never been fond of burdening others, nor do I enjoy being in debt, old Chun continued. However, at this juncture, I find myself indebted to you, so if you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. As long as it is not too burdensome, I shall accommodate your requests. Although old Chun had already lent Chu Yuan 100 million, fulfilling a previous promise, any future needs for assistance would be a separate matter. You are too courteous, old Chun. I shall take my leave for now and return in a week, Chu Yuan said as he took his leave. Exiting the villa, he sighed with relief. Phew, the 100 million is secured. The plan can finally commence. A faint smile graced Chu Yuan's lips. Once again, the Chin family's driver was at his service, taking him away. En route, Chu Yuan called A Bing, instructing him to meet at the Yaoguang Grand Hotel. He then contacted Peng Yi, similarly inviting him to the hotel, indicating that there was a matter to discuss. After completing the calls, Chu Yuan requested the driver to take him to the Yaoguang Grand Hotel. At the hotel, he reserved a private room and settled in to await his guests. Approximately 17 or 18 minutes later, the door to the room swung open. Yuan Gu. A Bing rushed in. A Bing, the 100 million is in hand. Please, take a seat. Another guest will be arriving shortly, and once he does, we shall commence our discussion. Chu Yuan gestured for him to sit. Yuan Gu, you are incredible. You actually managed to secure 100 million. A Bing exclaimed, his thumb raised in admiration. When Chu Yuan had first mentioned the 100 million, A Bing had pondered it and found it unfathomable how Chu Yuan could possibly acquire such a sum. After all, Chu Yuan possessed nothing at present, and even A Bing, with some resources, could not fathom how to amass 100 million. Even if one were to borrow it, securing such an amount would be extraordinary. Now, learning that the 100 million had indeed been secured, A Bing felt a surge of confidence to embark on a grand endeavor. Calm down, don't get too excited. Sit down first while we wait for our guest, Chu Yuan advised as he rose to pour tea for A Bing. Yuan Gu, who else is coming? A Bing inquired, curiosity evident in his voice. You will find out soon enough, Chu Yuan replied with a playful smirk. Just then, the door swung open once more. Chu Yuan looked up, only to find that the newcomers were not Peng Yi, but two stylishly dressed young women. Chu Yuan instantly recognized one of them. She was A Bing's girlfriend, Feng Huiying, accompanied by her close friend. Feng Huiying, long time no see. Chu Yuan smiled and greeted her. Yet, she ignored him, marching up to A Bing in a huff. Xiao Bing. So you were lying to me, coming here to meet that Chu Yuan? Feng Huiying confronted A Bing. Wife, why are you shouting? Let us discuss this when we get home. A Bing quickly tried to placate her. Chu Yuan was taken aback. A Bing had referred to her as wife, indicating they were married. 5 years ago, when Chu Yuan left, they had not yet tied the knot. Why should I lower my voice? Xiao Bing, you withdrew 100,000 from the company account. Tell me, did you give it to him? Feng Huiying questioned fiercely. A Bing began to sweat nervously. And lately, you've been neglecting your work, secretly busy with mysterious matters, and even withdrawing more money. Is it also for that Chu Yuan? Feng Huiying pressed on with a sharp tone. Wife, it's not what you think. This situation is too sudden. A Bing stammered, at a loss for words. Feng Huiying, hands on her hips, scolded, Xiao Bing. You know what kind of person Chu Yuan is better than I do. He was once glorious because of his good father, but now, he is nothing. How can you associate with someone so worthless? I fear you will ruin our family because of him. Although his ire was directed at A Bing, his words also amounted to a harsh reprimand for Chu Yuan. Observing A Bing's predicament, Chu Yuan hastily stepped in to mediate. Miss Feng Huiying, it was I who asked A Bing to assist me. Please do not hold it against him. Upon hearing Chu Yuan speak, Feng Huiying's temper flared even more. Chu Yuan, I haven't even addressed you yet, and you dare to interject? Have you any sense of shame? You are nothing but a destitute youth. Stop trying to gain favor from A Bing. Feng Huiying's words were merciless. A Bing, who had been left without a retort, felt a surge of anger as Feng Huiying berated Chu Yuan. Feng Huiying, stop making a scene. I chose to follow brother Yuan. Without his previous assistance, I would still be a poor wretch. A Bing shouted defiantly. A friend who had entered with Feng Huiying crossed her arms and remarked sarcastically, Huiying, your man has erred. Yet he refuses to admit his mistakes and dares to shout at you? You clearly lack the ability to manage him. He certainly needs a lesson. Chapter 30, Master Peng arrives. Feng Huiying's friend's words only intensified her fury. Oh, A Bing, you dare to raise your voice at me? You have never treated me this way before. Now you think you can act like this for the sake of a worthless person? Suddenly, Feng Huiying's expression shifted to one of grievance. Am I not considering your future? Look at my friend. Her husband is already making strides under the renowned Master Peng, managing a sector with great authority. Well, what do you have? Following Chu Yuan, where do you expect to go? Her friend, in a boastful manner, added, A Bing. Just a few days ago, I took Huiying with me to an event hosted by Master Peng, and when he came to greet our table, Huiying had the rare fortune of meeting someone of his stature up close. Associating with someone as inept as him would not be as advantageous as befriending my husband. That way, you would have protection while conducting business in Jinzhou. Chu Yuan's gaze sharpened as he observed this friend. He perceived that Feng Huiying's outrage was largely fueled by her companion's provocations. The friend, upon hearing this, became irate. Chu Yuan, you, a fallen young master, still hold such bravado? You dare to look down upon my husband? Do you believe that with a mere word, my husband could have you expelled from Jinzhou? Ignoring her, Chu Yuan turned to Feng Huiying and said, Miss Feng Huiying, let me make this clear. While your friend may have brought you to Master Peng's banquet, I can facilitate a brotherly relationship between your husband, A Bing, and Master Peng. Such arrogance, Chu Yuan. The friend scoffed dismissively. As her words faded, the door to the private room swung open. Feng Huiying and her friend, along with Chu Yuan and A Bing, turned to face the entrance. A formidable-looking middle-aged man, exuding an intimidating aura, stepped inside. Master Peng? Feng Huiying and her friend instantly recognized him, having encountered him not long ago. They were taken aback. What could have prompted Master Peng to enter this private room? Master Peng, I am Dongzi's girlfriend. What brings you here? The friend rushed forward with an eager smile. Dongzi's girlfriend? Ah, I recall seeing you at the banquet a few days ago. I came to meet Master Chu Yuan. Do you know each other? Master Peng spoke slowly. Here to meet Master Chu? Both friends' minds buzzed with disbelief. Having previously encountered Master Peng at the banquet was already a significant stroke of luck. But to have a private meeting with him was a whole different level of significance. Master Chu Yuan. Master Peng approached Chu Yuan directly and clasped his fists in greeting, his demeanor radiating warmth and even a hint of reverence. Feng Huiying and her friend were left speechless, stunned into silence by the scene unfolding before them. Even A Bing stood there, dumbfounded. Although Chu Yuan had mentioned someone was coming, Bing had no inkling it would be the illustrious Master Peng of Jinzhou, the very man who commanded the underground forces of Jinzhou, feared by all, who would not tremble in his presence. What shocked Bing even more was the fact that last time, Chu Yuan had confronted Master Peng's son. While he was unaware of how Chu Yuan had resolved that encounter, he assumed Master Peng would harbor resentment. Yet here was Master Peng, treating Chu Yuan with such warmth. What on earth was happening? Bing felt as if he had entered a surreal realm. Master Peng, allow me to introduce you. This is Chiu Bing. My dear brother and confidant, Chu Yuan said, taking the initiative. Brother Chiu Bing, a pleasure to meet you. Master Peng extended his hand with a beaming smile. Master Peng, hello. Bing, shaking himself from his stupor, quickly reciprocated the handshake. Hearing Master Peng address him as Brother Chiu Bing sent Bing's mind reeling. What was this situation? Master Peng was referring to him as a brother? Just call me Bing, he replied, somewhat nervously. Such talk is unnecessary, Master Peng replied sternly. Upon seeing Master Peng's serious expression, Bing's heart sank. He feared he had inadvertently offended the man. After all, with a mere stomp of Master Peng's foot, Jinzhou could tremble. Master Peng continued with gravity. Since you are a dear brother to Master Chu Yuan, I shall, of course, address you as such. Otherwise, it would be a slight to Master Chu Yuan. Bing felt a mixture of relief and astonishment at Master Peng's words, realizing he had merely been overreacting. Yet, he was increasingly astonished by Master Peng's evident respect for Chu Yuan, granting him such deference. Bing, do not be anxious, there is no need to fear him. We are all to collaborate moving forward, Chu Yuan reassured, patting both Bing and Master Peng on their shoulders. Indeed, Master Chu Yuan speaks true. Master Peng echoed with a smile. As Feng Huiying and her friend absorbed the unfolding events, they stood with mouths agape, utterly dumbfounded. In their eyes, Master Peng was a figure of stern authority. Yet, here he was, smiling broadly and adopting such a humble demeanor. By the way, Master Chu Yuan, are these two ladies also your guests? That lady is the wife of my subordinate, Dongzi. If you are on good terms with them, I can certainly help Dongzi advance further, Master Peng remarked. Upon hearing this, Feng Huiying's friend felt a surge of envy. Her husband had reached a plateau in his career under Master Peng, and any further advancement seemed unlikely. Yet now, with a simple word from Chu Yuan, her husband could receive a significant boost. What a concept. I do not know anyone named Dongzi, Chu Yuan replied. He then turned to Feng Huiying and her friend. Ladies, might I trouble you to step aside for a moment? We have matters to discuss, Chu Yuan requested. Certainly, certainly. This time, Feng Huiying did not protest, but responded with a smile. Her friend, too, altered her previous demeanor, rushing to Chu Yuan's side. Chu Yuan, since you are good friends with Bing, we can consider ourselves half-friends. Let us keep in touch, she said with an ingratiating smile. Chu Yuan cast her a sidelong glance and uttered a single word. Leave. He recalled vividly her earlier efforts to stoke discord between Bing and his wife, as well as her previous disdainful attitude towards him. For someone like her, Chu Yuan had no desire to waste another word. The expression on the best friend's face shifted dramatically. Dongzi's wife, since Master Chu Yuan has instructed you to leave, what are you still doing here? Lord Peng furrowed his brow. Chapter 31. Detailed plan. Seeing Lord Peng's displeasure, the best friend turned pale with fright. Yes, I shall take my leave immediately, she exclaimed, hastily making her way out. Not daring to linger. Then I shall also take my leave, Feng Huiying said, her face adorned with an awkward smile. Chu Yuan called out to her, Feng Huiying, wait. Do not blame Bing. I will take him under my wing to accomplish great things. All right. Feng Huiying forced a smile and nodded repeatedly. She was not foolish. Witnessing even someone of Lord Peng's stature treating Chu Yuan with such respect, she could ascertain that Chu Yuan surely possessed some extraordinary qualities. She then hurriedly exited the private room. Inside the room, Bing sighed in relief, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. Had Lord Peng not arrived, he could only imagine how Feng Huiying might have continued her antics. Do not worry, Bing. She should not trouble you any further, Chu Yuan reassured him with a smile. Patting his shoulder. Brother Yuan, I am truly grateful for your timely intervention. I must apologize for the embarrassment you witnessed, Bing replied, his awkward smile evident. Chu Yuan chuckled. No need for such formality. It was Lord Peng who resolved the situation. Yes, thank you, Lord Peng. Bing expressed his gratitude to Lord Peng. At this moment, Bing was still puzzled as to how Chu Yuan managed to enlist Lord Peng's support and command such reverence from him, yet he felt it inappropriate to inquire further. Once the three were seated, Lord Peng inquired, Master Chu Yuan, you mentioned you had something for me to do. May I ask what it entails? Chu Yuan raised his gaze to Lord Peng and declared, Lord Peng, I shall be forthright. I aim to restore the glory of the Chu family in Jinzhou. And during this endeavor, I will require your staunch support. Oh, In what manner do you seek my support? Lord Peng asked. I currently possess a substantial sum of startup capital, and my intention is to have Bing establish a new conglomerate. Beginning with reclaiming the businesses previously held by the Chu family from Zhou Kuan, Chu Yuan explained. Although Chu Yuan had previously incapacitated Zhou Kuan, the assets seized from him still lay in Zhou Kuan's grasp. To restore the Chu family's grandeur, Chu Yuan must reclaim all lost enterprises. Bing interjected, Brother Yuan. As a new company, attempting to compete with Zhou Kuan's established firm will likely prove arduous. His business and partnerships are quite stable. How can we hope to reclaim his clientele? In Bing's view, even with sufficient funding to establish a new company, achieving rapid ascendance remained a formidable challenge. Without a foundation or clientele, everything would need to be built from scratch, which is inherently difficult. Bing continued, in my estimation, a newly founded company could only acquire business by engaging in a price war, offering significantly lower prices than the market. However, this would be a double-edged sword, ultimately depleting our cash flow. Chu Yuan shook his head. There is no need for a price war. If we lower our prices, Zhou Kuan will inevitably follow suit, leading to a downward spiral that is unfeasible for us. Engaging in a price war requires substantial financial backing to outlast the competition. And this is a rudimentary yet widely employed tactic in business. While simple, it remains ineffective as many small companies have succumbed to the financial might of larger corporations. Chu Yuan's financial capacity could not rival that of Zhou Kuan. Brother Yuan, if we do not engage in a price war, how can our newly established company hope to attract business? Zhou Kuan has solidified partnerships over many years, Bing lamented. Chu Yuan understood these dynamics all too well. Others had long-standing partnerships with Zhou Kuan as established business allies. Absent a pricing advantage, why would they choose to collaborate with them? Any reduction in prices on their part would be met with an equivalent response from Zhou Kuan. I am aware of that, which is why I require Lord Peng's assistance at this juncture. This is a crucial component of my strategy, or rather, a pivotal breakthrough. Chu Yuan directed his gaze towards Lord Peng. Master Chu Yuan, what exactly do you wish for me to do? Lord Peng inquired, intrigued. Chu Yuan reclined in his chair, lifted a glass of wine, and gently swirled it as he spoke. Lord Peng, your task is to identify the companies collaborating with Zhou Kuan, engage them in conversation, and persuade them to cease their partnership with him in favor of our new company. For them, irrespective of whom they partner with, business remains business. Lord Peng was taken aback. Does Master Chu Yuan imply that I should resort to coercion? Not in the sense of direct confrontation. Rather, I suggest you dine and converse with them, leveraging your stature and influence. Your formidable presence will instill apprehension, thereby facilitating our endeavor, Chu Yuan clarified. I comprehend. First, we extend courtesy, and if they are amenable, all is well. Should they refuse, we can resort to more unconventional measures later. Is that the gist of it? Lord Peng responded. Indeed, that encapsulates my intent, Chu Yuan affirmed with a nod. Bing grinned. This strategy is indeed commendable. With Lord Peng's involvement, those partners will find it inconsequential whom they collaborate with. Your influence will significantly enhance the likelihood of them choosing to work with us. Ultimately, Lord Peng, you must exercise discretion in this endeavor. I must stress that even if unconventional methods are employed, one must adhere to fundamental ethical boundaries, Chu Yuan cautioned. Master Chu Yuan, this matter falls within my expertise. Rest assured, I will navigate it judiciously. However, Lord Peng appeared hesitant, as though grappling with an unspoken concern. Lord Peng, we are here to speak candidly. Feel free to express any reservations you may have, Chu Yuan encouraged, looking intently at him. Master Chu Yuan, while I can manage a few select business owners with my influence, should the number increase significantly, it may provoke a united front against me. If they band together to confront the Jinzhou Chamber of Commerce, it could potentially turn them against me. Lord Peng's expression grew serious. He continued, as the leader of the underground forces in Jinzhou, my reputation is formidable. However, I cannot rival the influence of the Jinzhou Chamber of Commerce in the business realm. They wield immense power over the entire Jinzhou business landscape. It is they who truly dictate the dynamics of commerce here. Despite my imposing presence as Lord Peng, my income sources heavily depend on these business owners. Should the chamber decide to target me, my revenue would plummet. And with over 2,000 individuals relying on me for sustenance, the risks involved are substantial. Lord Peng articulated his concerns meticulously. If he were to assist Chu Yuan in executing this plan, he would indeed be placing himself in a precarious position. Chapter 32. Important mission should he become the enemy of the Jinzhou Chamber of Commerce. Even his position as the head of the underground forces in Jinzhou could be jeopardized, given that many covet his status. Lord Peng, are you unwilling to proceed? Chu Yuan inquired calmly. Master Chu Yuan, that is not my intent. I can manage a limited number of business owners, but beyond that. Lord Peng shrugged helplessly. leaving his thought unvoiced, yet the implication was clear. Previously, Chu Yuan had rendered him significant assistance, and he had promised to support Chu Yuan. Yet, the prospect of jeopardizing his future for this cause left him in a quandary. Lord Peng, if you have any insights or opinions, please feel free to share them. Chu Yuan maintained his composure. I believe that for you to genuinely develop and expand your new company in Jinzhou, in addition to financial backing and my manpower, there exists another critical factor, the support of the Jinzhou Chamber of Commerce. If you could secure their endorsement, I am confident you would achieve remarkable success in Jinzhou. Lord Peng stated candidly. This is indeed something I have contemplated, Master Peng. What is your relationship with the president of the Golden State Chamber of Commerce? Can you leverage this connection to gain his support? Chu Yuan inquired. Master Peng shook his head and replied, Master Chu Yuan, I, Wu Peng, must speak candidly. While I do have some rapport with the chamber, President Liu harbors a certain disdain for me. Therefore, it is futile to rely on me for support from the Golden State Chamber of Commerce. Let me handle the chamber. I will speak with President Liu, Chu Yuan declared. Taking charge of the matter. Master Chu Yuan, I must give you a word of caution. President Liu is highly respected in the Golden State business community, but he is also quite proud and tends to look down on others. Engaging him in discussions about cooperation is no simple task, Master Peng warned. Abing added, Brother Yuan, I have also heard similar sentiments. Pursuing collaboration with him may prove challenging. Do not worry about that. I will manage, Chu Yuan assured them. Brother Yun, what shall we do next? Abing asked. Abing, I have complete faith in your business acumen. You are to take full responsibility for the new company. And you may commence immediately, Chu Yuan instructed, producing a bank card. Here is the startup capital of 100 million. Thank you, Brother Yuan. Abing exclaimed as he accepted the card. Chu Yuan then turned to Master Peng, saying, Since you are hesitant to approach too many business owners, focus first on a few who have the closest ties to the Zhou Company and secure their cooperation while awaiting my news. Understood. Master Peng readily agreed. For him, managing a limited number of business owners was not a daunting task. Master Peng, while you have agreed to assist me, I shall not let you do so without reward. I can offer you a 20% stake in the new company. This way, should the company thrive and expand, your benefits will be substantial, Chu Yuan proposed. Thank you, Master Chu Yuan. Master Peng said, rising to express his gratitude, a smile brightening his face. Indeed, he was elated. He would gain a 2% share without any financial investment, merely needing to exert effort. Moreover, during their last collaboration, he had promised to support Chu Yuan. And even without the promise of shares, he felt compelled to assist. Master Peng, I have given you the benefits. But I must speak frankly. Since you have chosen to undertake this task, you must do so with unwavering commitment. Half-hearted efforts that result in failure are unacceptable. Chu Yuan asserted gravely. Chu Yuan continued, You should know my methods, Master Peng. If you agree to my face but act differently behind my back, I will not spare you. His tone conveyed both benevolence and authority, for Chu Yuan could not afford to trust Master Peng entirely. The crucial point was that Master Peng's role was immensely significant. By offering him a 20% stake, Chu Yuan aimed to bind him to their shared interests, creating a mutual investment in their success. Thus, should their endeavors succeed, Master Peng would benefit, effectively working for himself, which would inspire greater dedication and effort. Master Chu Yuan, you need not worry. Although my business acumen may be lacking, my loyalty is unwavering. You may inquire about my reputation on the streets. Master Peng boasted, thumping his chest. Raising his glass, Chu Yuan declared, Master Peng, Abing, our new company's ambitions extend beyond merely defeating Zhou. Our ultimate goal is to become the pinnacle of the Golden State business realm. Henceforth, let us embark on this grand endeavor. Agreed. Abing and Master Peng quickly rose, raising their glasses in unison. Cheers. The trio drank deeply from their cups. Master Peng appeared quite exhilarated. His business capabilities were not particularly remarkable. His current status was primarily a result of hard work. Despite his outwardly impressive demeanor, he bore the burden of supporting many individuals, leading to substantial expenses, leaving little for savings at year's end. The shares he had acquired in Chu Yuan's new company held the potential for significant returns should it flourish, igniting his excitement and desire to seize this rare opportunity. After setting down his glass, Chu Yuan remarked, Once we finish this meal, we shall each commence our respective tasks. The responsibilities resting upon each of you are crucial, and there must be no room for errors. Master Chu Yuan, your role is of utmost importance. Securing the support of the Golden State Chamber of Commerce is vital to our overall strategy. Even if we cannot secure their backing, we must at least ensure they do not oppose us, Master Peng stated. I understand. This weighty task shall rest upon my shoulders, Chu Yuan affirmed with a nod. Subsequently, he signaled the waiter to bring out the dishes. During their meal, Chu Yuan reiterated to Abing the importance of maintaining a degree of mystery around the company during its developmental phase, ensuring that the true identity of its owner remained concealed. This precaution was warranted, as Chu Yuan had previously faced assassination attempts. It was prudent not to reveal his connection to the new venture until it had firmly established itself. Abing and Master Peng exchanged contact information, recognizing the necessity for close collaboration on their respective tasks. Abing would determine the initial targets, while Master Peng would execute the plans. After their meal, at the entrance of the hotel, Master Peng addressed Chu Yuan. I leave the matter with President Liu in your capable hands. Please inform us immediately upon receiving any news. In Master Peng's mind, this was the only uncertain aspect of their plan, for he understood the difficulty in securing President Liu's cooperation. Failure in this regard could hinder their strategic implementation and even lead to ultimate failure. Understood, Chu Yuan replied. The trio then dispersed to embark on their individual tasks. After departing, Chu Yuan hailed a cab and headed straight to President Liu's residence. Chapter 33, The Dismissal. Earlier during their meal, Chu Yuan had inquired about the precise location of President Liu's home from Master Peng. As Master Peng had indicated, this step was pivotal. The Golden State Green Forest Hill Villa district housed several prominent business figures, including President Liu. Upon arriving at the entrance of Liu's villa, a security guard stationed there halted Chu Yuan. Stop. What is your business? The guard demanded. I am here to pay my respects to President Liu, Chu Yuan replied. Do you have an appointment? The guard inquired. I do not have an appointment, but I wish to discuss something important with President Liu, Chu Yuan explained. The guard scoffed. Huh. Many seek President Liu's attention. Who do you think you are? Leave at once if you have no appointment. Just then, a Mercedes S-Class approached from the distance. Hello. Mr. Zhang. The guard greeted the occupant with respect. The bald-headed gentleman in the back seat lowered the window and stated, I have an appointment with President Liu for tea. Very well. The guard promptly opened the gate for the vehicle. Clearly, the guard judged individuals by their status. After the Mercedes had passed, the guard turned his attention back to Chu Yuan. Why are you still here? Youngsters like you, coming to solicit investments from President Liu, are a dime a dozen. The guard said impatiently. Chu Yuan had no intention of resorting to violence, as he was there to negotiate with President Liu. Thus, he chose to turn away. However, he did not leave. Instead, he moved to the side of the villa. The villa was under surveillance, and after circling the area twice, Chu Yuan arrived at a secluded corner. With a flick of his finger, he caused the nearby surveillance camera to explode. Seizing this opportunity, he stealthily slipped into the villa. He soon found himself at the lower level of the villa, where the door was slightly ajar. Chu Yuan pushed the door open and stepped inside. Inside the villa's living room, a man with salt and pepper hair, appearing to be in his 50s, was engaged in a conversation over tea with the previously mentioned Mr. Zhang. Chu Yuan recognized him at a glance. He was President Liu of the Jinzhou Chamber of Commerce, whom Chu Yuan had encountered several times during banquets in the business circles of Jinzhou while accompanying his father. President Liu, I hope you will excuse my uninvited presence, Chu Yuan remarked as he entered the villa. Who is it? Both President Liu and Mr. Zhang immediately turned towards the entrance upon hearing his voice. Who are you? And how did you get in here? President Liu leaned back against the sofa, his expression darkening. President Liu, I recognize him. He seems to be Chu Dashan's son. What was his name again? Mr. Zhang interjected. Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan approached them with a calm demeanor, exuding neither subservience nor arrogance. Yes, that's right, Chu Yuan, Mr. Zhang exclaimed, snapping his fingers in recognition. I do have some recollection, President Liu said as he lifted his teacup. Sir, should I summon security to remove him? The butler inquired respectfully. No rush. President Liu waved his hand dismissively and then turned his gaze to Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan, I did not invite you. How did you gain entry? This was a point of curiosity for President Liu, as his residence boasted stringent security measures. The security of this villa is, to me, as insubstantial as air. Gaining entry was quite effortless, Chu Yuan replied, a confident smile gracing his lips. President Liu chuckled softly. Ignorant young man, you've trespassed into a private residence. A mere phone call from me, and you could find yourself detained for 10 days to half a month. Have you not wondered why I am here? Chu Yuan remained composed. President Liu, without lifting his gaze from his tea, replied, that is of little consequence to me. I have no interest in knowing. Considering your father once served as a director of the chamber, I will allow you to leave without pursuing any responsibility. President Liu, I am here to discuss a potential collaboration, and I believe it would be prudent for you to hear me out first, Chu Yuan stated. President Liu sneered. Chu Yuan, if my memory serves me right, you are merely a spoiled rich kid, are you not? There is truly no fruitful collaboration to be had with someone like you. You lack the standing to negotiate with me. Off you go. President Liu had always held a lofty view of himself, looking down upon the second-generation wealthy. particularly those who were debauched, and Chu Yuan was a prime example of a fallen scion. Mr. Zhang, with a stern countenance, interjected. Why do you have so much to say? If I tell you to leave, then leave. Do you need to be forcibly removed by security? Ah fu, call security. President Liu instructed the butler, remaining utterly unflustered. Bring in a few guards immediately. The butler promptly pulled out a walkie-talkie to make the call. President Liu, should you choose to expel me now, I can assure you it would be an unwise decision. Chu Yuan's gaze sharpened momentarily. President Liu couldn't help but chuckle. Quite amusing. You believe I would regret this? Young lad, even when your father was in his prime, he wouldn't dare speak to me in such a manner. What gives you such audacity? At that moment, the head of security rushed into the living room with 4 guards in tow. What are you all doing? How could you allow someone in without President Liu's permission? The butler scolded the guards. Yes, it was our oversight. The head of security apologized profusely. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and throw this fellow out. The butler commanded. The guards, not daring to delay, rushed towards Chu Yuan. Stop. I will leave on my own. Chu Yuan shouted. For him, overcoming these guards would be child's play, but he refrained from doing so. The reason was simple. Using force against President Liu would yield little benefit. Should he depart, and President Liu choose to call the authorities, it would pose a significant inconvenience for Chu Yuan. What he sought was collaboration. President Liu was not the kind of person who could be dealt with through brute force. Unlike Peng Yi, who was equally unscrupulous and unlikely to resort to law enforcement, President Liu was different. President Liu, I am here of my own volition. Since you are unwilling to engage, I shall await your approach, Chu Yuan declared before turning to leave. Huh, you expect me to seek you out? How amusing. This fellow truly has audacity. President Liu laughed heartily. I suspect this lad has fallen from grace and is now seeking solace. There must be something amiss, Mr. Zhang remarked mockingly, gesturing towards his head. Chu Yuan, as he exited, could certainly hear their derisive comments, yet he made no further response and continued his departure, with the 5 guards trailing closely behind. Upon reaching the villa's entrance, the head of security erupted. Damn it. This little brat dared to sneak into the villa and got us reprimanded. Brothers, teach him a lesson. His frustration had been pent up from the earlier scolding, and he was eager to unleash it on Chu Yuan. Chapter 34. A distinguished guest. Let me handle this. One of the guards brandished a rubber baton and swung it violently at Chu Yuan's back. Just as the baton was about to strike him, Chu Yuan pivoted, catching it in his grasp, and then delivered a powerful kick. The guard was sent flying, leaving the others in stunned silence. Are you still going to make a move? Chu Yuan's gaze fell upon the remaining guards. They trembled, rendered speechless by the display of force. Chu Yuan discarded the rubber baton and turned to leave. After exiting the gated community, he hailed a taxi, heading straight for Elder Chen's villa nestled halfway up the mountain. Since President Liu had denied him the opportunity to converse, Chu Yuan had no choice but to resort to the favor Elder Chen had promised him. At the villa's entrance, the bodyguards recognized Chu Yuan and, after confirming with Elder Chen, allowed him entry. Inside the villa, upon his arrival, Chun Jingwan remarked, Chu Yuan, you just finished suppressing the toxin this morning. What brings you back so soon? What? Is it not permissible for me to visit aside from addressing the toxin? Chu Yuan replied, a cheerful smile on his face. I never said that, Chun Jingwan pouted. Young friend Chu, please, have a seat, Elder Chen greeted warmly. After Chu Yuan settled in, Elder Chen promptly signaled for the butler to serve hot tea. You've come unexpectedly. There must be something on your mind, Elder Chen observed with a smile. Indeed. I have a matter to discuss. I seek your assistance, Chu Yuan stated straightforwardly. Whatever it may be, feel free to speak. I have promised that as long as it is within my means, I will help you, Elder Chen replied calmly. Elder Chen, I wish to contact President Liu of the Jinzhou Chamber of Commerce for assistance with certain matters, but he does not hold me in high regard. I just attempted to visit him and was met with a cold shoulder, so I must trouble you to facilitate an introduction, Chu Yuan explained. I understand. Butler, please call President Liu, Elder Chen instructed, turning to the butler. Yes, sir, the butler responded and took out his phone to dial. Elder Chen, the call has been placed, the butler announced as he presented the phone to Elder Chen. At President Liu's residence, he was still engaged in conversation over tea with Mr. Zhang. That fellow truly is unaware of his own insignificance, naively attempting to approach you directly for collaboration. What could a fallen heir possibly offer? Perhaps he wishes to discuss waste management? Mr. Zhang chuckled. I have encountered many individuals of this sort, young and self-assured, their minds bubbling with fanciful ideas. They naively seek to persuade others to invest. Chairman Liu chuckled. No sooner had he spoken than his mobile phone chimed. This was Chairman Liu's personal number, reserved for only the most significant contacts. It's Elder Chen. Upon glancing at the caller ID, Chairman Liu sat up in surprise. Why would Elder Chen call him directly? Hello, Elder Chen. Chairman Lu immediately rose to his feet, answering the call with utmost respect. He had no courage to remain seated while conversing with Elder Chun, even if the latter could not see him. Are you busy at the moment, Chairman Lu? Elder Chin's voice resonated through the line. I am not busy at all, Elder Chun. Please, feel free to instruct me. Chairman Lu replied with utmost deference. Even if he were indeed engulfed in pressing matters, he would still declare himself unoccupied when Elder Chin inquired. Since you are free, do come to my place. I have a distinguished guest I wish to introduce you to, Elder Chin continued. Yes, I shall come at once. Chairman Lu responded eagerly. After hanging up, he turned to Zhang, his face alight with anticipation. Why did Elder Chin suddenly reach out to you? Zhang inquired, his curiosity piqued. After all, it was exceedingly rare for Elder Chun to take the initiative to contact someone directly. Typically, if he had inquiries, he would send his steward to relay them. Elder Chun has invited me to his residence, Chairman Lu replied, his expression reflecting his excitement. What? To Elder Chin's home? Zhang exclaimed, astonished. The very fact that Elder Chun had personally called was remarkable enough, but to be invited to his home was truly extraordinary. It was worth noting that during his son's recent wedding, Elder Chun had only sent a subordinate to present his congratulatory gift. Given that Elder Chun rarely engaged with the political and business circles of Jinzhou, this invitation was indeed surprising. Indeed, Elder Chun has invited me to his home to introduce a distinguished guest, Chairman Lu remarked with a smile. A distinguished guest? Zhang's eyes widened in astonishment. The caliber of a guest personally introduced by Elder Chun must be significant. Chairman, you are indeed fortunate. Anyone Elder Chun deems worthy of introduction must be an influential figure. Zhang could not help but exclaim. Haha, old Zhang, we shall have tea another day. Since Elder Chun has extended an invitation, I must not delay. I shall make haste. With that, Chairman Lu rushed out, instructing his driver to head straight to Elder Chin's residence. He was filled with eager anticipation regarding the identity of the distinguished guest Elder Chun would unveil. At Elder Chin's residence, after concluding the call, he informed Chu Yuan that everything was in order and that Chairman Lu would arrive shortly. While they waited, Elder Chun engaged in casual conversation with Chu Yuan. My young friend, I am curious about something. You previously mentioned that your abilities require further enhancement to completely purge the toxins from my granddaughter's body. How do you plan to achieve this, and how long might it take? Elder Chun inquired. To him, having Chu Yuan visit weekly to manage the toxins was merely a temporary solution. It was not feasible to rely on Chu Yuan indefinitely. As time passed, the debts owed to him would only accumulate. A permanent remedy was the optimal solution. Elder Chun, I cannot provide you with a definitive answer on this matter. As I too remain uncertain, Chu Yuan replied with a resigned smile. Throughout his years of training in the mountains, each breakthrough had been smooth, yet this time seemed different. As his master had predicted, Elder Chun, Chairman Lu is here to see you, a bodyguard announced as he entered. Very well, let him in, Elder Chun responded. Soon, Chairman Lu was escorted into the living room. Elder Chun, the moment he stepped inside, Chairman Lu promptly bowed, displaying remarkable enthusiasm. Chairman Lu, it is wonderful to see you again. A voice called from the adjacent sofa. Upon hearing this, Chairman Lu turned to see none other than Chu Yuan. You? What are you doing here? Chairman Lu gasped, his surprise evident. In his initial entrance, he had focused solely on Elder Chun and had not noticed Chu Yuan seated on the opposite sofa. How could he not be astonished to find Chu Yuan in Elder Chun's home? Elder Chun interjected, Chairman Lu, allow me to introduce you. This is Chu Yuan, a distinguished guest of mine. I summoned you here to facilitate your acquaintance. What? Hearing this, Chairman Lu felt as if the world had spun around him. Rendered utterly speechless, Chu Yuan was the very esteemed guest Elder Chun wished to introduce. This was an extraordinary twist of fate. Wasn't Chu Yuan merely a frivolous scion with no real capabilities? He had heard as much. That Elder Chun would invite him personally was unfathomable. Chairman Lu, I mentioned before I departed from your home that you would come to see me, and I have kept my word, have I not? Chu Yuan maintained a calm and collected demeanor, a smile gracing his face. Chairman Lu stammered, his embarrassment palpable. Elder Chun continued, Chairman Lu, Chu Yuan has some endeavors in Jinzhou that may require your assistance. If you are willing to extend me a favor, I trust you will cooperate with him. Of course, should you choose not to, that is also acceptable. Elder Chun, how could I dare? Chairman Lu chuckled nervously, eager to agree. At that moment, his mind was in turmoil. To refuse Chu Yuan would be to disregard Elder Chun's favor. How was it possible that Elder Chun held Chu Yuan in such high esteem? Chairman Lu was acutely aware of how difficult it was to gain Elder Chun's attention, let alone his assistance. Elder Chun leaned back on the sofa, stating, Chairman Lu, if you lend your support, I assure you it will not go unrewarded. Should you require assistance in the future, I will be more than willing to return the favor. Elder Chun, with your word, I, Lu, shall certainly step up. Chairman Lu declared with resolve. Elder Chun, having retired from a position of great authority and returned to Jinzhou for a peaceful life, still commanded considerable respect. Very well, then. I shall leave you to your conversation. Please, have a seat, Elder Chun gestured. Thank you, Elder Chun. Chairman Lu expressed his gratitude before seating himself across from Chu Yuan. Elder Chun turned to Chu Yuan, saying, Chu Yuan, I trust you will receive the assistance you need from Chairman Lu. This statement, while directed at Chu Yuan, was equally intended for Chairman Lu's ears. Understood. Elder Chun, Chu Yuan responded before shifting his attention to Chairman Lu. Chairman Lu, let us get straight to the point. I have recently established a new company with some associates, and we require rapid expansion. My partner, Mr. Peng, will assist with the business development. And I hope the Jinzhou Chamber of Commerce can provide some cooperation. Chairman Lu's heart raced at this revelation. Chu Yuan had managed to secure Mr. Peng's assistance? After the downfall of the Chu family, how had he, with no connections or wealth, managed to gain Mr. Peng's willingness to work for him? President Lu has come to realize that the current Chu Yuan is undoubtedly extraordinary. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for Lord Peng and Old Chun to offer their assistance. However, he remains perplexed by Chu Yuan's statement regarding Lord Peng's involvement in his expansion efforts. What do you mean when you say you want that Wu Peng to assist you? Though he wields considerable influence in Jinzhou, at the end of the day, he is merely a ruffian. He possesses no remarkable acumen in the business realm. What can he possibly contribute? President Lu inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Suddenly, a thought appeared to strike him. You don't mean to suggest that you intend to involve him through force, do you? That is partially correct, though not entirely, Chu Yuan replied, reclining on the sofa with a subtle smile gracing his lips. Such actions are against the rules. In the sphere of commerce, one must employ business tactics. How can you resort to such means? This is intolerable for the entire Jinzhou Chamber of Commerce. President Lu's expression turned grave. The chamber exists to uphold the normal order of Jinzhou's commercial landscape. Typically, if anyone dares to deliberately disrupt the business environment, the chamber would rally the entire commercial sector to combat such interference. I am fully aware of that, which is precisely why I sought this conversation with you, President Lu. I need your assistance. Chu Yuan maintained his smile. President Lu fell silent, realizing the gravity of the situation. If Chu Yuan had approached him alone with such a proposal, he would have likely berated him for his audacity. Yet, in this moment, he hesitated to voice his discontent. After all, Chu Yuan's current status as a distinguished guest of Old Chun afforded him a certain level of respect. Please, President Lu, take your time to ponder this matter, Chu Yuan suggested, turning away. Jingwan, I have been speaking for quite some time and am parched. Would you be so kind as to fetch me a glass of water? He commanded Chen Jingwan, who was seated on the opposite side. Chu Yuan you. Chen Jingwan shot him a glare. What gave him the audacity to treat her as a mere servant? Just go and do as I ask. Do not defy me. You know the consequences. He replied with a grin. Humph, I shall not argue with you, she retorted, rising to fetch the water. Miss, allow me to assist, offered the butler, wishing to take the task upon himself. Not necessary. I will serve him myself, Chen Jingwan insisted, proceeding to get the water. Before long, she returned with a glass of water. Here it is, she said, handing it to him. Chu Yuan took the glass and drank it down in one go, leaving President Lu utterly astonished, his mind swirling with disbelief. Chen Jingwan, known as the Ice Queen of Jinzhou, aloof and proud, was actually acquiescing to Chu Yuan's demands, as if he were a servant? The sheer audacity was incomprehensible. What extraordinary capabilities did Chu Yuan possess? After finishing the water and setting the glass down, he turned his attention back to President Lu. What have you concluded, President Lu? He inquired, still smiling. Of course, it's no problem at all. President Lu responded promptly, a smile spreading across his face. Since Old Chun has expressed his support, I cannot go against that. Hearing Lu's affirmation, a weight lifted from Chu Yuan's heart. Given the current circumstances, with Lu's backing, his grand ambitions were now within reach. Thank you, President Lu, Chu Yuan said, rising to express his gratitude. No need to be so formal, Chu Yuan. President Lu replied hastily, eager to show his respect. He could not fathom how Chu Yuan had orchestrated this entire affair, but one thing was certain. He was no longer the reckless young master he once was. The more enigmatic he appeared, the more President Lu felt an instinctive trepidation toward him. Old Chun interjected, President Lu, now that you have agreed to assist, I expect your genuine commitment. Do not present one face to us and another behind our backs, for that would be a grave affront to me and an invitation for trouble. Of course, I will be sincere, President Lu replied nervously. After concluding their discussion, President Lu suggested using his car to escort Chu Yuan home. Chu Yuan accepted without reservation. During the drive, Chu Yuan and President Lu conversed further, detailing some specific matters. By the way, President Lu, you needn't drive me home. It's nearly dinner time. Let us head straight to the Yaoguang Grand Hotel. I'll call a couple of people over to meet you, Chu Yuan instructed. Given that he had secured President Lu's support, it was essential for Bing and Lord Peng to become acquainted with him so they could coordinate their future endeavors effectively, particularly in securing Lu's cooperation. Very well. President Lu readily agreed. Chu Yuan promptly contacted Lord Peng and Bing, inviting them for dinner that evening, and then called home to inform them of his plans, stating he would not be returning for dinner. At the Yaoguang Grand Hotel, it wasn't long before Bing and Lord Peng arrived at the private room, having just concluded discussions about their plans for the next day. President Lu. As soon as Lord Peng entered the room, he immediately recognized President Lu, leaving him astounded. Bing, hearing this, was equally taken aback, though he had never met President Lu before. Lord Peng's acknowledgement made it clear that the silver-haired gentleman in the room was indeed the esteemed titan of Jinzhou's business world. Both men were overwhelmed by the realization. Just hours earlier, they had been deliberating on whether they could win over President Lu, and now, here he was, personally invited by Chu Yuan. They understood that Lu's presence in this room meant that Chu Yuan had successfully navigated a significant relationship. Bing, Lord Peng, please take a seat. Let us discuss, Chu Yuan said with a smile. Certainly. Bing and Lord Peng readily seated themselves. Once they were settled, Chu Yuan began the introductions. President Lu, allow me to introduce to you my good friend Bing. He possesses a sharp business acumen, and I have entrusted him with full responsibility for the affairs of my new company. Hello, President Lu. You may call me Bing, Bing said, rising. Greetings. Bing, President Lu responded with a warm smile. President Lu, this is Lord Peng. I believe you are already acquainted, so I needn't elaborate further, Chu Yuan added. Hello. President Lu, Lord Peng greeted, standing with a smile. Though Lord Peng maintained a facade of calm, internally, he was astounded. He understood all too well how challenging it was to gain the support of someone as proud as President Lu. Not only was it difficult to garner his assistance, but even securing a mere audience with him was a formidable task. Yet, Chu Yuan had managed to accomplish this in just a few hours, leaving Lord Peng in awe. Lord Peng, we are somewhat familiar with each other from the past, President Lu replied, returning the smile. Bing, Lord Peng. Now that President Lu has graciously agreed to assist us, please exchange contact information with him. Should you require his cooperation for any plans or actions in the future, feel free to reach out directly, Chu Yuan instructed. Absolutely. Bing and Lord Peng responded with smiles, their excitement palpable. With President Lu's support, they felt their ambitions were well within reach. During the midday discussion, Master Peng found himself engulfed in uncertainty. He expressed that he could only manage a few bosses on a smaller scale, daunted by the enormity of the venture. His mind was clouded with apprehensions, doubting the feasibility of grand endeavors. Yet, in this very moment, all his doubts were dispelled. He now firmly believed that engaging with Chu Yuan in a significant undertaking was indeed plausible. If Chu Yuan could secure the cooperation of President Lu, what was there to fear? Come, let me pour a drink for everyone, Chu Yuan proclaimed, rising to fetch the wine prepared on the table. Brother Yuan, let me handle the pouring, Bing quickly interjected, standing up. No, this toast must be poured by me personally. Chu Yuan gestured dismissively towards Bing and stepped forward to fill Bing's glass. He then poured for Master Peng and President Lu in turn. Now that we are all acquainted, let us raise our glasses to a fruitful collaboration. Chu Yuan lifted his glass. Bing, Master Peng, and President Lu followed suit, raising their glasses and drinking heartily. As the meal progressed, Bing and Master Peng's astonishment deepened. Throughout the gathering, President Lu exhibited no airs of superiority, instead demonstrating remarkable cooperation. Bing increasingly sensed that the once mysterious Chu Yuan, who had been away for 5 years, was now unfathomable to him. Having secured both Master Peng and President Lu, Chu Yuan had forged alliances with the pinnacle of 2 realms in Jinzhou. Bing felt increasingly assured that following Chu Yuan would lead to monumental success. After the meal, Bing and President Lu departed first, leaving Master Peng behind, who indicated he had matters to discuss with Chu Yuan. Master Peng, if you have something to say, please speak freely, Chu Yuan invited. Master Chu, please refrain from calling me Master Peng, just address me as Peng Zi. I hold you in genuine esteem, Master Peng proclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Previously, Master Peng had shown respect towards Chu Yuan, but that had been born from fear of Chu Yuan's formidable strength. This time, however, the swift enlistment of President Lu had thoroughly won Master Peng's admiration. From now on, I, Wu Peng, shall follow your lead in grand endeavors, and I will call you Big Brother, Master Peng declared with conviction. Is that appropriate? After all, you are considerably older than I, Chu Yuan replied with an awkward smile. Having not contemplated this aspect, what is inappropriate about it? The capable should lead. I, Wu Peng, rarely admire anyone, but you, Big Brother, are an exception. I firmly believe that following you, Brother Yuan, will lead to great achievements. Wu Peng asserted with determination. Chapter 37. The Commencement of Action. All right. Since you have spoken so candidly, as long as I, Chu Yuan, have meat to eat, you shall not go hungry either, Chu Yuan said, patting Wu Peng's shoulder. Big brother, while my business acumen and ability to spot opportunities may not rival those of many astute businessmen, when it comes to loyalty, I, Wu Peng, have no reservations. You tell me who to tackle, and I shall not hesitate, Wu Peng declared, thumping his chest. With that, Master Peng seized the remaining half-bottle of liquor from the table. I shall finish this, he proclaimed, and promptly downed the entirety of the liquor. Despite being the kingpin of Jinzhou's underground forces, basking in glory and commanding respect, Master Peng was acutely aware of the struggles and hardships that lurked behind the facade of his power. He had always been somewhat short on funds. With many subordinates to support, his expenses were considerable. His income streams were limited, primarily deriving from operating venues and providing protection, with nearly all earnings funneled into supporting his men. Though there were more lucrative illicit ventures, Master Peng was hesitant to engage with them, fearing the consequences. Despite his notorious reputation, he had not forsaken his moral compass. He would never stoop to heinous illegal activities, such as running casinos or dealing drugs. And anyone under his command who dared to venture into such realms would face his wrath. Externally, many eyed his position with envy, compelling him to remain vigilant and fiercely protect his standing. Master Peng recognized that his capabilities, along with his connections and background, had brought him to his current station, and aspirations for further elevation seemed unattainable. However, aligning himself with Chu Yuan undoubtedly presented an opportunity to expand his horizons and reach greater heights. After leaving the hotel, Master Peng hurriedly returned to prepare for an operation scheduled for the following day. Chu Yuan stood at the hotel entrance, a smile gracing his face as a gentle breeze caressed him. 5 years ago, during his time of hardship, he could scarcely have imagined that Master Peng would become his subordinate. Even during the illustrious days of the Chu family, he would not have dared to envision such a scenario, for he would have had to address Master Peng with the utmost respect, and his father, Chu Dashan, would have treated Master Peng with deference. Chu Yuan sensed that once all parties were secured, his plans would undoubtedly proceed smoothly. Suddenly, a thunderclap echoed through the sky. Chu Yuan looked up to see dark clouds gathering. Although there was still an hour until dusk, the sky had grown ominously dark. It seems Jinzhou is about to be lashed by a storm, Chu Yuan murmured, gazing skyward. He then hailed a taxi and headed home. Now that Chu Yuan had arranged everything, his tasks were complete. All that remained was to await their actions. His role was to consolidate resources and mobilize forces, leaving the execution of specific tasks to others. The following day, at noon, in a tea house, Master Peng sat quietly in a partitioned area, awaiting his appointment. Just then, a rotund middle-aged man entered the room. Master Peng, what an unexpected pleasure to meet for tea. The man beamed with a broad smile. Given Master Peng's significant reputation in Jinzhou, any businessperson summoned by him would invariably show respect. Mr. Zhan, please take a seat. I have a friend who wishes to discuss business with you. Master Peng gestured for him to sit. This Mr. Zhan was the owner of a local food factory in Jinzhou, with several products under his brand enjoying substantial sales across the province. The former Chu Corporation had ventured into numerous industries, including food packaging materials production and processing, making Mr. Zhan a key client. Even after Zhou Kuan took over the Chu Corporation and renamed it, their cooperation had continued uninterrupted. This was a relatively straightforward industry. So Master Peng and Abing had chosen Mr. Zhan as their initial target for their first strike. Oh, the esteemed Mr. Zhan has garnered enough clout to have Master Peng personally arrange a meeting? Mr. Zhan remarked, glancing at Abing beside Master Peng. Mr. Zhan, I am the one wishing to discuss business with you. Abing interjected. It's you? If I recall correctly, you sought me out earlier today, referring to yourself as Tianyuan Group. Heh, I had never heard of it. Yet you dare to claim it as a group and immediately propose a business collaboration? Mr. Zhan scoffed. Mr. Zhan continued, I have always worked with Mr. Zhou Kuan, maintaining stable business relations. Why would I switch partners, especially to one I have never heard of? Bang! Master Peng slammed his teacup onto the table, his expression darkening. Mr. Zhan, your words are quite disrespectful. Master Peng replied coldly. In an instant, a dozen of Master Peng's subordinates stormed into the room, surrounding the partition. Upon encountering these robust men, Mr. Zhan's demeanor shifted ever so slightly. Yet, he managed to maintain his composure on the surface. Mr. Peng, it's not that I lack respect for you. Rather, I cannot engage with a newly established company that I have never heard of. What if the products you provide are substandard and ruin my business? Would you not agree? Mr. Zhan chuckled awkwardly. Mr. Zhan, how can you be so certain without trying? What if their offerings surpass those of Mr. Zhou Kuan's company? Mr. Peng countered. Mr. Zhan was no fool. He discerned that Mr. Peng was insisting on his agreement. Mr. Peng, in the realm of business, cooperation must be mutually voluntary. Although you hold a formidable reputation in Gold State, you are not one of us in the business community. Attempting to intervene with force in our affairs may not be prudent, Mr. Zhan chuckled dryly. Leaning back on the sofa and crossing his legs, Mr. Peng replied. There is nothing imprudent about it, Mr. Zhan. If you are willing to collaborate with Chu Group, we will all be pleased. However, should you refuse, I fear for the stability of your business. After all, in the food industry, any issues with food safety could be catastrophic. Wouldn't you agree? And do be cautious when you go out. One never knows when one might encounter ill-intentioned individuals. Mr. Zhan's expression darkened. Mr. Peng, for you, collaborating with any company should not affect your interests. The terms offered by Chu Group are akin to those of Mr. Zhou Kuan. Please consider this carefully. Mr. Peng then lifted his teacup and continued sipping. Mr. Peng, as a member of the Gold State Chamber of Commerce, your actions are transgressing the established norms of our business community. Are you not concerned about inciting the ire of the Gold State business sector? Mr. Zhan retorted coldly. Mr. Zhan was acutely aware that he could hardly contest Mr. Peng and could only invoke the Chamber of Commerce to intimidate him. Very well, make a call to your president, Mr. Peng suggested. Mr. Zhan was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to leverage the Chamber's name to intimidate Mr. Peng but had not anticipated actually calling the president over such matters. Not going to call? Then allow me to assist you, Mr. Peng said, producing his phone and dialing without hesitation. The call connected swiftly. President Liu, I am currently in discussions with Mr. Zhan regarding a business matter. He expresses a desire to consult you. After relaying this, Mr. Peng handed the phone to Mr. Zhan. With trepidation, Mr. Zhan took the phone. Hello, President Liu. Mr. Zhan. It matters not which company you collaborate with. Although Chu Group is newly established, I have some understanding of its capabilities. They are quite competent. If you can partner with them, you should. President Liu's voice conveyed reassurance from the other end. Yes, Mr. Zhan responded, holding the phone with both hands and responding respectfully. Once the call was concluded, Mr. Peng inquired, Mr. Zhan, do you have any further questions? If not, shall we proceed to sign the contract? Upon finishing, Bing slid the contract, which had been resting on the table, towards Mr. Zhan. Very well, Mr. Zhan managed a strained smile as he accepted the contract. Mr. Peng also smiled, saying, now, Mr. Zhan, this is the right course of action. Seizing the moment as Mr. Zhan prepared to sign, Bing spoke again. Rest assured, Mr. Zhan, the products we manufacture are guaranteed to meet high standards. Furthermore, our pricing aligns with that of Mr. Zhou Kuan. We will also cover any penalties you incur from terminating your contract with him, ensuring you suffer no losses, at least not from our end. That is reassuring, Mr. Zhan replied, though his smile bore a hint of discomfort. Faced with the circumstances, he had no choice but to acquiesce. In truth, he realized that as long as the products supplied remained consistent, his business would not be adversely affected. Yet, one thought left him astounded. What exactly was the Chu Group? It had seemingly emerged from nowhere. And how could such a nascent entity garner the support of both Mr. Peng and President Liu? It was utterly bewildering. After the contract was signed, Mr. Zhan looked up and asked, General Manager Bing, may I be so bold as to inquire about the identity of your chairman at Chu Group? My apologies, Mr. Zhan, but that is classified information, Bing replied, taking possession of the contract. In the splendid neighborhood, Chu Yuan remained in the apartment lent by Mr. Peng, diligently practicing his cultivation. Not quite right, he murmured, shaking his head. For the past few days, Chu Yuan had attempted to cultivate, but to no avail. Presently, he stood at the pinnacle of the spirit opening realm, having honed his skills to perfection. However, the next stage, the spirit intent realm, represented a significant leap in levels, presenting considerable difficulty. A breakthrough was imperative to progress further. Before descending the mountain, his master had foretold that this breakthrough would pose challenges due to Chu Yuan's limited experience and lack of trials. How can I enhance my abilities in this regard? Chu Yuan pondered. In truth, he found himself at a loss. Even though he had a plan for practical experience upon descending the mountain, the urban environment offered nothing but mundane affairs, hardly qualifying as true trials. It was not until dusk that Chu Yuan departed the neighborhood and returned home. Over the next few days, he resolved not to continue practicing in the splendid neighborhood, for his current situation rendered solitary training ineffective. His supreme spine could enhance the absorption of spiritual energy during cultivation, thus accelerating progress. Yet, in matters of transcending realms, it seemed to have little effect. He would have to rely on his own efforts. In a dilapidated district, at home. Brother, we've been waiting for you. As soon as Chu Yuan returned, his younger sister, Chu Li, joyfully rushed over, seizing his arm and pulling him forward. Wow, what a sumptuous dinner. What occasion are we celebrating today? Chu Yuan observed the table laden with a feast. Given their current financial struggles, he had not seen such a lavish spread since his return. "What day is it today?" he exclaimed in astonishment. "You little rascal, have you forgotten your own birthday?" Chu Dashan interjected. "Birthday?" Chu Yuan froze. He had not celebrated his birthday in 5 years and had completely forgotten about it. His parents and sister, however, remembered and had gone to the trouble of preparing a grand meal just for him. This realization made his heart swell with an indescribable emotion. In the prosperous years of the Chu family, Chu Yuan celebrated his birthday amidst a throng of friends, often spending the night reveling outside. Memories of celebrating his birthday with family harkened back to his childhood. "Father, mother, given our current financial situation, there's no need to prepare so much food. The 4 of us cannot possibly eat it all," Chu Yuan said as he approached the table and took a seat. With a smile, his mother replied, "Yuaner, you haven't been home in 5 years. Consider this a belated celebration for those years. Of course, we had to prepare more dishes. Your sister and I made them all ourselves. I'm hungry too. Let us dig in," Chu Yuan said, grinning as he picked up his chopsticks and began to serve himself generously. "Yuaner, don't rush. Take your time," his mother gently advised. Chu Yuan nodded while eating, tears welling in his eyes. In that moment, he realized how precious it was to celebrate his birthday with family. When one finds themselves in dire straits, who among those once gathered around would remember them? The exuberance of past birthdays, surrounded by friends, was but an illusion of prosperity. After finishing the meal, his sister presented a small cake. Though modest in size, it filled Chu Yuan with delight. "Brother, I'm going to sing you a birthday song." With a charming smile adorning her face, the younger sister began to serenade Chu Yuan with her gentle and melodious voice. The family gathered around the cake, listening intently to her song, which soon came to an end. "Brother, make a wish quickly," she exclaimed, her innocent and beautiful smile radiating joy. Chu Yuan closed his eyes and made a wish before blowing out the candles in one breath. He then lifted his head, his tone resolute. "Dad, Mom, and sister, trust me, it won't be long before I bring you back to a grand house and restore our happy life." The actions of Bing and Peng Yi had already commenced, and as long as everything proceeded smoothly, that day would not be far off. Chapter 39. Shun Jingwan's Invitation. Chu Yuan, it's wonderful that you have dreams, but remember to keep your feet on the ground. Do not expect to achieve everything all at once. Do you understand what I mean? Chu Dashan said earnestly. His mother added, "Yuaner, all I hope for is that you find a steady job and live a simple, safe life. The business world is like a battlefield. I do not wish for you to end up like your father, ultimately disabled." "I understand," Chu Yuan replied with a mere smile and a nod. He was well aware that his parents meant well, but this did not alter his plans. When the time was right and the Tianyuan group flourished, he would proudly bring them back to their former glory. Time passed swiftly, and 2 days flew by. During this period, Peng Yi and Bing were actively engaged in their endeavors, while Chu Yuan found himself with ample leisure. The implementation of the plan and its subsequent success would require time, and all he could do was wait patiently. One evening, he received a call from Chen Jingwan. "There are just a few days left before I administer the toxin suppression." "Why the sudden call?" Chu Yuan answered, puzzled. "Where are you, Chu Yuan?" Chen Jingwan's voice came through the line, sounding somewhat off. "I'm at home. Is there something you need?" he inquired. "I'm at the Jindian bar." "Come join me for a drink," she replied. "Join you for drinks?" Chu Yuan was taken aback. Was this girl feeling unwell? She had always been quite averse to him. Why would she invite him for drinks? "Hurry up," Chen Jingwan concluded before abruptly hanging up. "Is she trying to set me up?" Chu Yuan mused, feeling an unsettling suspicion. It seemed peculiar for her to invite him, but then again, he had trained for 5 years. What tricks could she possibly play? If he were to decline, she might think he was cowardly, and when he came to suppress the toxin in the future, she would certainly mock him. Even if she had some scheme in mind, he would have the opportunity to witness it firsthand. With this thought, Chu Yuan bid his father farewell and hastily departed. Half an hour later, he arrived at the entrance of the Jindian bar, stepping out of the taxi. The bar had undergone significant changes, reflecting on the renovations. He couldn't help but feel nostalgic about the transformations that had occurred over the past 5 years. He had visited this bar no less than 10 times before. The world outside had indeed changed considerably during his 5 years in the mountains. He had only recently begun to grasp the new phenomena of short videos and other trends. As he stepped inside the Jindian bar, the pulsating music enveloped him. Accustomed to a life of tranquility, he found himself somewhat out of place in such an environment. "Jingwan didn't even tell me where she was," he muttered to himself, scanning the bar for her. "Young Master Chu," a voice called out, interrupting his search. Turning around, he recognized a young man with slicked back hair, accompanied by a provocatively dressed woman. "You were Wei-jiang?" Chu Yuan recalled him as a wealthy second generation from Jinzhou. Though his family's wealth paled in comparison to Chu Yuan's former status, making him a subordinate of sorts back in the day. Young Master Chu, I heard you vanished 5 years ago. I never expected to run into you again in Jinzhou. When did you return? Yu Ruijiang greeted with a smile. Not long ago. Chu Yuan replied. Who is this Chu Xiao? The alluring woman beside him asked, feigning ignorance. Have you heard of the Chu Corporation in Jinzhou? He is the young master of that family, though it was taken down 5 years ago, Yu Ruijiang explained. I thought he was someone significant. Turns out he's just a fallen young master, the woman scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Chu Yuan. In the past, women like her would have vied for his attention. Yu Ruijiang then approached Chu Yuan. Young Master Chu, you should have informed us old friends of your return. Come, let us go have a drink. Yu Ruijiang, I have matters to attend to. I cannot join you. Chu Yuan declined. What could possibly be more important than reconnecting with old friends? You cannot refuse this invitation. Yu Ruijiang insisted, pulling at Chu Yuan's arm in an attempt to lead him forward. I said I have business to attend to. Chu Yuan frowned, pushing his hand away. Chu Yuan understood the nature of wealthy second-generation individuals like Yu Ruijiang. They were often arrogant and lacked virtue. He had no desire to associate with them. The smile that had been on Yu Ruijiang's face vanished instantly. Chu Yuan, are you refusing to acknowledge my kindness? You think you're still the young master? Your family has fallen. You amount to nothing now. You should be calling me brother instead. Yu Ruijiang's expression soured. Indeed, the fickleness of human relationships was evident. He had once bowed before Chu Yuan, but now dared to speak to him in such a manner. Step aside. Chu Yuan was uninterested in further discourse and simply pushed past him. You dare push me? Fine, you think you're tough? Yu Ruijiang shouted at Chu Yuan's retreating figure. Chu Yuan chose not to respond, continuing his search through the bar. After a brief tour of the establishment, he finally spotted Qin Jingwan in the booth area. She was sipping from a glass, surrounded by numerous bottles. Is she truly drowning her sorrows alone? Chu Yuan approached her, taking a seat opposite her. Jingwan, I'm here, he announced. Upon hearing his voice, Qin Jingwan looked up, revealing a flushed face and slightly dazed eyes. She had clearly indulged too much. Yet, in her tipsy state, she appeared even more captivating. Why have you consumed so much alcohol? And alone, no less. Chu Yuan frowned. He knew the Jingyan bar was a mixed crowd. And if she got drunk here, trouble could easily arise. What? Are you concerned for me? Qin Jingwan huffed, pouring herself another drink. You are a woman who presents a strong front. You wouldn't easily reveal your vulnerabilities. Are you not afraid that I will mock you for this later? Chu Yuan remarked. Chu Yuan, I invited you here to drink with me, not to ridicule me. Qin Jingwan shot him an irritated look. She then handed her filled glass to him. Here, drink with me. This is the glass you've used, Chu Yuan observed, noticing the lipstick mark on the rim. What's wrong? Are you disgusted? I'm not dirty, she slurred, pouring herself another drink with an empty glass. Come, let's toast. After filling her glass, Qin Jingwan lifted it and raised it before Chu Yuan. All right, I'll drink with you first. After 3 glasses, you must tell me what exactly happened. Chu Yuan replied, lifting his glass to clink with Qin Jingwan's, then gulping down the contents without hesitation. He showed no disdain for the lipstick marks on the glass. Rather, as he drank, a faint scent of lipstick mingled with the liquor. Once the first glass was finished, Qin Jingwan promptly poured a second. After 3 continuous glasses, she finally spoke. Now, Qin Jingwan, you can tell me what's going on, right? Chu Yuan looked at her intently. However, as soon as he asked, tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Hey, why are you crying? This isn't like you at all. What on earth has happened? Chu Yuan pressed further. It's him. It was Sun Cheng. Qin Jingwan sobbed, her delicate frame trembling slightly. You're referring to the matter of the jade bracelet, right? Chu Yuan inquired. Yes, Qin Jingwan nodded gently. My grandfather has been investigating Sun Cheng through connections. According to the intel, during his time studying abroad, several of his girlfriends exhibited symptoms of severe headaches and eventually lost their sanity, becoming mere outlets for his frustrations. This guy has a peculiar obsession with controlling his girlfriends' minds. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan finally understood why Qin Jingwan had resorted to drinking. Weren't you just boasting about how exceptional he is? You said I couldn't even compare to him. In the end, he is nothing but a wolf in sheep's clothing, gilded on the outside but rotten within, Chu Yuan remarked. How can you say that? You are just reopening old wounds. Qin Jingwan exclaimed, bursting into tears once more. If someone didn't know better, they'd think I was bullying you, Chu Yuan said, rising to sit beside her. The moment he settled down, she leaned against his shoulder, weeping uncontrollably. Chu Yuan felt a jolt as her tears soaked into his shirt, leaving him somewhat flustered. Qin Jingwan, you should be grateful you met me that day, otherwise. If I hadn't discovered the issue with the bracelet, you would have been under his control within half a year, Chu Yuan stated. Qin Jingwan shuddered at the thought, unable to imagine the consequences had she not called him to confirm the matter. To be honest, I already knew it was Sun Ning from the day I returned from Ningdu. Because he threatened me over the phone not to interfere, Chu Yuan revealed. Chen Jingwan sat up abruptly. What? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Did you trust me? You thought I was just a frivolous playboy. Would you have believed me if I had said anything back then? Chu Yuan replied with a wry smile. Chen Jingwan calmed down as she reflected on his words. Indeed, it seemed to be the case. To be frank, since then, I've faced 2 assassination attempts. I can't be certain whether they were revenge from Sun Cheng. But it's certainly a possibility, Chu Yuan said. In his eyes, the attempts on his life stemmed from 2 potential sources, with Sun Cheng being one of them. What? Chen Jingwan's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Chu Yuan. You don't believe me? Shall I show you my gunshot wound? Chu Yuan lifted his shirt to reveal a gruesome scar on his abdomen. This? Chen Jingwan gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Is this a gunshot wound? What a massive injury. What kind of gun was it? It must have been from a sniper rifle, Chu Yuan replied. So you didn't die? Chen Jingwan stared at him in astonishment. How could I be here talking to you if I had died? Chu Yuan said, exasperated. But getting shot in the abdomen by a sniper rifle should be fatal, right? Chen Jingwan, though not entirely knowledgeable, had heard enough to know that much. Ordinary people, yes. But I am not an ordinary person, Chu Yuan explained. If it was indeed Sun Cheng, then I've dragged you into this mess. I'm sorry, Chen Jingwan said, her expression filled with guilt. Chen Jingwan, I didn't know you could feel remorse and apologize, Chu Yuan chuckled. How can you still find this amusing? Chen Jingwan pouted. What is there to be upset about? Look at me, I'm so optimistic. You can be optimistic too. Discovering his true nature early on is a blessing. So why wallow in self-pity? Do you still have lingering feelings for him? Chu Yuan questioned. Not at all. It's just that I rarely like someone, rarely trust them. Only to be toyed with. Men are all the same, merely captivated by a woman's beauty, Chen Jingwan said, angrily pouring another glass. Chu Yuan, why are you just sitting there? I brought you out to drink with me, and if you don't get drunk tonight, you want to be leaving? Chen Jingwan declared as she filled his glass once more. I can't get drunk. Even if you brought an entire vat of liquor, it wouldn't faze me, Chu Yuan laughed. For him, consuming alcohol was akin to drinking water, merely differing in flavor. You're just boasting. I don't believe there's anyone who can't get drunk. And I'm going to test that tonight. Chen Jingwan raised her glass. All right then, I'll indulge you, Chu Yuan replied, raising his glass in agreement. After a while of drinking, Chen Jingwan became increasingly intoxicated. Chen Jingwan, you've had enough. You can't drink anymore, Chu Yuan intervened, snatching the glass from her hand. I invited you to drink with me, give it back. Chen Jingwan slurred, her words becoming muddled. Just then, a wealthy second generation named Yu Ruijiang, accompanied by several others, stormed over, surrounding their booth with an air of intimidation. Among the 6 or 7 individuals, Chu Yuan recognized one, while the rest were unfamiliar. They were likely young wealthy heirs who followed Yu Ruijiang. Given their age difference, it was normal that Chu Yuan didn't know them, as he had been mingling in Jinzhou's elite circles when they were mere children. What a beautiful girl. Chu Yuan, you've struck gold. Even after falling from grace, you managed to charm such a stunning lady. Yu Ruijiang approached with intent. However, the moment he neared, his gaze was immediately captivated by Chen Jingwan's beauty. The sight of her inebriated state added a unique allure that any man would find irresistible. Even the other young heirs accompanying Yu Ruijiang couldn't hide their excitement upon seeing Chen Jingwan. Yu Ruijiang stepped directly in front of her. Hey girl, what is the point of drinking with a down-and-out heir like him? He has no money. Come with us instead. We promise you'll have a great time. With that, he reached out to pull Chen Jingwan away. Though Chen Jingwan was quite famous in Jinzhou, very few had actually seen her in person. Yu Ruijiang, clearly unworthy, had never encountered her before, and thus failed to recognize her. To him, she was merely an exquisite beauty, surpassing any woman he had ever met. Bang! As Yu Ruijiang's hand reached halfway, Chu Yuan seized his wrist. Yu Ruijiang, considering our past acquaintance, I'll give you a chance to leave, Chu Yuan said with a calm expression. Chu Yuan, your family is finished, and you still dare to tell me to leave? You must be looking for a fight. Yu Ruijiang's temper flared at Chu Yuan's interference. In the past, Chu Yuan had been able to command respect, but that was no longer the case. However, at this moment, he deemed Chu Yuan to be utterly devoid of any background, and coupled with Chu Yuan's inherent lack of competence in his eyes, Chu Yuan was now completely at his mercy. You were given an opportunity, yet you did not cherish it. Chu Yuan shook his head and swiftly raised his foot, delivering a powerful kick to his abdomen. A resounding thud echoed as Yu Ruijiang was sent crashing onto the opposite sofa, flipping it over. Young master Yu. Those accompanying Yu rushed over to assist him. Yu Ruijiang's face turned pale from the pain. Do not help me. Strike him. He gasped, his fury boiling over. Still daring to shout? Chu Yuan's gaze sharpened, and he seized an empty wine bottle from the table, hurling it directly at Yu Ruijiang. Bang! The bottle shattered against Yu Ruijiang's head, instantly causing him to bleed profusely. Chu Yuan, you are courting death. Yu Ruijiang clutched his head, his expression contorted with rage. His eyes reddened. He had thought he could manipulate Chu Yuan at will, never anticipating that Chu Yuan would dare to retaliate in such a manner. Still shouting? If you fail to learn your lesson, I shall continue until you do. Chu Yuan threw another empty bottle with force, which exploded against Yu Ruijiang's chest. Yu Ruijiang cried out in agony. Witnessing this, the others hesitated to charge forward. Do you still wish to shout? Chu Yuan inquired, once again brandishing the empty wine bottle. Upon seeing the bottle in Chu Yuan's hand, Yu Ruijiang struggled to suppress his words, his fury nearly causing him to explode. Chu Yuan, how dare you strike young master you? Do you not realize that my ally and I could effortlessly ruin you, the fallen young master? Another affluent youth whom Chu Yuan recognized warned him, pointing an accusatory finger. Bang! No sooner had he finished speaking than an empty wine bottle struck him on the head. The wealthy youth yelped in pain, crouching down while clutching his head. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Anyone else who wishes to act? Chu Yuan shook the empty bottle in his hand, his gaze sweeping across the remaining young lords. The others stammered, rendered momentarily speechless. They were all young masters who associated with you, and their family backgrounds paled in comparison to his. Seeing you beaten left them feeling quite anxious. Since there is nothing more to say, you may swiftly escort Yu Ruijiang away. This was merely a minor lesson. Should you provoke me again, I shall not be so lenient, Chu Yuan stated nonchalantly. Who is causing a ruckus in my establishment? A booming voice interrupted. Chu Yuan looked up to see a burly man, accompanied by 7 or 8 henchmen, storming towards him. Upon seeing the burly man, Yu Ruijiang felt as if he had found a lifeline. Brother Feng, that guy? He struck me. Yu Ruijiang rushed forward, pleading for assistance. Young master Yu, who is this person, daring to lay hands on you? Brother Feng inquired. His name is Chu Yuan, formerly the heir of the Chu Group, but now merely a useless young master. You must help me deal with him. Yu Ruijiang insisted repeatedly. Yu Ruijiang, it seems you have not yet had enough. Chu Yuan retorted, raising the wine bottle once more, hurling it at Yu Ruijiang again. Bang! The bottle shattered once more upon Yu Ruijiang's body. Brother Feng, look. Now that you are here, he still dares to strike. He shows you no respect. Yu Ruijiang lamented through clenched teeth. Brother Feng's expression darkened considerably. Chu Yuan, is it? You have quite the audacity to strike someone in front of me. His gaze now bore the flames of anger directed at Chu Yuan. Subdue him, Brother Feng commanded outright. Now that he was aware that Chu Yuan was merely a fallen young master, he felt no hesitation. Conversely, Yu Ruijiang was a regular patron with some wealth, thus, he felt compelled to protect him. Go. The 7 or 8 henchmen behind him drew out their rubber clubs, charging towards Chu Yuan en masse. Sitting on the sofa, Chu Yuan gripped the table firmly and forcefully overturned it. Boom. The table crashed forward, toppling all the henchmen. What? Brother Feng was taken aback to see his subordinates, all injured. Chu Yuan then fixed his gaze on Brother Feng, saying, You are responsible for maintaining order in this establishment. Correct? Who is your boss? My boss is Brother Yuan. Boy, do you understand what it means to strike my people? Brother Feng's face was dark with anger. And who is your boss's boss? Chu Yuan reclined back on the sofa. My boss's boss is the illustrious Master Peng of Jinzhou. If you dare oppose us, you will face dire consequences. Brother Feng declared. You speak boldly. Even if your boss's boss, Master Peng, were here, he would not dare speak to me in such a manner. Chu Yuan scoffed. How dare you refer to our Master Peng in such a casual manner? This is a grave disrespect. You are in serious trouble. Just wait. I will call for reinforcements. Without further ado, Brother Feng pulled out his phone. He had already witnessed Chu Yuan's skill, yet he could not believe that a few dozen men would be unable to handle him. Beside him, Yu Ruijiang was overjoyed to see Brother Feng making the call. The glamorous woman beside him remarked, Young Master Yu, this fellow has not only offended us, but also the underground forces of Jiangzhou. His audacity knows no bounds. Yu Ruijiang spat blood and grinned wickedly. He is doomed. This establishment is under Master Peng's jurisdiction. He has now entangled himself with Master Peng's forces. He will not leave here on his own 2 feet tonight. Young Master Yu, shall we remain here and enjoy the spectacle? The wealthy youth beside him exclaimed excitedly. Chapter 42. Truly unmoved? Chu Yuan, unfazed, remarked, You wish to find someone? Very well. I shall call someone as well. Upon finishing his sentence, he dialed a number. Hello, Pengzi. I am at the Jingdian bar. This is the bar you oversee, correct? Your people are here attacking me, Chu Yuan stated. He then turned to Brother Feng, saying, Hey, your boss's boss, Master Peng, wishes to speak with you. As he spoke, Chu Yuan extended his phone towards him. If you dare deceive me, you shall not leave here alive. Brother Feng approached Chu Yuan with skepticism and took the old mobile phone from him. I am Wu Peng. Whose subordinate are you? What is your name? Master Peng's stern voice resonated through the phone. Brother Feng trembled at the sound of Master Peng's voice. Master Peng, I am Yuan Ji's subordinate. You can call me Fengzi. He quickly responded, bowing in deference. Fengzi, the subordinate of Yuan, is it? You have quite the audacity. Who permitted you to provoke Brother Yuan? You dare to lay hands on him? Are you seeking death? Master Peng's voice was filled with fury. With each rebuke, Brother Feng's heart quaked in fear. Master Peng, I was wrong. I was wrong. He pleaded, cold sweat pouring down his back. Immediately go and apologize. You will do exactly as he commands. Understood? Yes, yes. Brother Feng nodded vigorously, responding eagerly to the phone. After hanging up, Brother Feng discovered that his back was completely drenched in cold sweat. Typically, when he accompanied his elder brother to see Master Peng, he did not even possess the right to converse with him. Now, suddenly being able to speak with Master Peng, only to be met with a barrage of scolding, left him in a state of panic. What shocked him further was that Master Peng had addressed Chu Yuan as Brother Yuan. What was going on? He could not afford to hesitate any longer and rushed back to Chu Yuan. Brother Yuan, I apologize. It is my fault for being blind. He begged for forgiveness. Bowing slightly, Brother Feng presented his phone with both hands, seeking forgiveness from Chu Yuan. The scene left Yu Ruijiang and others nearby utterly bewildered. They had been waiting for Brother Feng to exact revenge, yet here he was kneeling before this young man. Brother Feng, the Chu Corporation has long since collapsed. This fellow is now devoid of wealth, power, or influence, merely a worthless wretch. Do not let his tricks deceive you. Yu Ruijiang exclaimed urgently. Silence. Brother Feng turned around, casting a fierce glare at them, his heart seething with frustration. He was desperately trying to quell Chu Yuan's wrath and feared that their shouting might provoke him further. Get them out of here. Chu Yuan, on the other hand, remained calm. Yes, yes. Brother Feng nodded repeatedly. The subordinates who had just been knocked down at the table were slowly rising. What are you all dawdling for? Quickly throw them out. As Brother Feng's orders echoed, he charged towards Yu Ruijiang first. Brother Feng, Brother Feng. Yu Ruijiang shouted desperately as Brother Feng approached. Bang! Without hesitation, Brother Feng landed a punch squarely on Yu Ruijiang's face, then seized him and dragged him towards the exit. Brother Feng, I am a regular here. My father is Yu Zhan. Yu Ruijiang cried out, bruised and battered. Run. The few individuals accompanying Yu Ruijiang, not waiting for the bouncers to intervene, took off in haste. After tossing Yu Ruijiang outside, Brother Feng quickly returned. Master Yuan, the troublemakers have been expelled. The table is ruined. Shall I arrange for you to move to a booth over there? Brother Feng offered with utmost respect. Don't mind me, just attend to your duties. Chu Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Master Yuan, do let me know if you need anything. Brother Feng replied with a forced smile. After he departed, Chu Yuan turned to Qin Jingwan, who was heavily intoxicated. Qin Jingwan, do you wish to continue drinking, or shall we leave? If you wish to drink more, we can change tables. Drink, Qin Jingwan slurred, barely managing to articulate the word. Enough, you've had quite enough. I cannot allow you to drink any further. Let us go, Chu Yuan said firmly, grasping her arm to lead her away. I don't want to leave, let go. Qin Jingwan struggled against his grip. This is not up for debate. Without further ado, Chu Yuan scooped her up and carried her outside. The inebriated Qin Jingwan was powerless to resist. Let go of me. I want to drink. She protested weakly, striking him with her small fists. Chu Yuan paid her no heed. Her attempts to escape were futile against his resolve. Brother Feng, noticing Chu Yuan's departure, quickly approached him. Master Yuan, do you require assistance? Would you like me to arrange a hotel room? There's one just across the street. Brother Feng's face was adorned with a respectful smile. Do you have a car? Chu Yuan inquired, scrutinizing him. Yes, I do. Is Master Yuan interested in a ride? Brother Feng replied eagerly. Chu Yuan, exasperated, remarked, what are you thinking? I require you to drive us. Are you willing? Absolutely. I'll fetch the car immediately. Please wait for me at the entrance. Brother Feng exclaimed before dashing out. It was not surprising that he jumped to conclusions. He had seen many intoxicated individuals brought to hotels from bars. As Chu Yuan carried Qin Jingwan to the entrance, Brother Feng was already waiting with an accord. Master Yuan, please get in. He quickly jumped out of the car and opened the rear door. Chu Yuan settled Qin Jingwan inside and instructed Brother Feng to drive them to the hillside villa district. Brother Feng was more than happy to comply. After all, serving someone of Chu Yuan's stature was a privilege. Inside the car, Qin Jingwan, still inebriated, protested, I don't want to leave, I want to drink. As the car swayed, she gradually succumbed to sleep. Master Yuan, please forgive my impertinence, but having worked at the Golden Classic Bar for several years, I've encountered many attractive women. Yet, I've never seen one as captivating as this beauty. Are you truly unmoved? Brother Feng noted as he drove. Chu Yuan gazed out the window, contemplating, what distinguishes taking advantage of someone in their helpless state from the likes of Yu Ruijiang, whom I just struck? Human desire is not surprising. However, to achieve one's goals, one must learn to refrain from allowing desire to dictate their mind. You speak wisely, Master Yuan. I have learned much. Brother Feng responded with admiration. At the Chun residence, Chu Yuan carried Chen Jingwan to her room and gently placed her on the bed. Chapter 43, Zhou Kuan's response. To be frank, Chu Yuan felt a slight stir of temptation. Her allure was undeniable, especially in the intimacy of her chamber. Yet, he was not one to let desire govern his thoughts. Rest well, he murmured, glancing back at her before departing. Downstairs, old Chen expressed his gratitude. Thank you for bringing Jingwan back, my young friend. I did not expect her to drink so much. It was nothing, merely a small matter, old Chen. It is quite late. I shall take my leave, Chu Yuan replied before bidding farewell. As he exited the Chun residence, raindrops began to fall from the overcast sky. Chu Yuan looked up at the cloud-covered night. If I am not mistaken, Zhou Kuan should have already received calls from the first batch of companies severing ties. A cold glimmer flickered in his dark eyes. Zhou Kuan, it is now your turn to gradually savor the taste of betrayal. You will transition from anger to helplessness, and then to despair. Enjoy this slow descent into hopelessness. In Chu Yuan's view, subjecting Zhou Kuan to such tribulations was far more satisfying than simply eliminating him. Brother Feng awaited Chu Yuan outside. Master Yuan, whose house is this? He inquired curiously. Old Chen's, Chu Yuan replied. Old Chen's? Brother Feng was taken aback. As he gazed at Chu Yuan again, he was left in awe. What manner of existence was Chu Yuan? I must trouble you once more. Please take me back. Chu Yuan requested. I am more than willing. Brother Feng exclaimed, promptly ushering Chu Yuan into the vehicle. As they drove, Chu Yuan pondered the inconvenience of not having a car. However, he was currently short on funds, unable to afford even a second-hand vehicle costing 50 or 60,000. Meanwhile, while Chu Yuan had been drinking, Bing and Peng Yi had successfully secured another business associate. Their recent endeavors had proven remarkably fruitful. Some, under pressure from Peng Yi, had opted to capitulate, while others, like the previous Mr. Zhang, had shown more resistance. Yet, when they contacted Chairman Liu, after being admonished, they ultimately chose to submit. At Rin AI Hospital, in the special care ward, Zhou Kuan marveled. I can move my fingers. Huh, they really can move. After several days of medication provided by the Sun family, he finally felt the effects. Darling, if you keep taking them, you will surely stand up in a month. Han Minglan replied, equally excited, for she did not wish to spend her life caring for a paralyzed husband. Just then, Jiang Sheng, the president of Zhou's group, rushed into the room. Boss, we have a serious problem, he exclaimed, his face pale. What is the matter, Jiang Sheng? Why the panic? Zhou Kuan, in high spirits, asked. Boss, several companies we have collaborated with for years have begun severing ties with us, Jiang Sheng replied gravely. Sudden cessation of collaboration? Several companies. How is that even possible? Which entities have severed ties with us? Upon hearing this news, Zhou Kuan's smile vanished instantly. Boss, this matter is absolutely certain. So far, we have lost cooperation with Zhan Yuan Food Company, Anyang Group, Jinya Daily Necessities Company, Limited, and Xingfa Construction, the president stated. Impossible. These are all longtime partners of mine. How could they abruptly cut ties without a word? Zhou Kuan asserted with conviction. He was unwilling to accept the notion that these companies would simultaneously withdraw their collaboration. Even if one or two companies might occasionally sever ties, that would be considered normal. How could it be that several have done so all at once? Dreamlon, immediately call Boss Zhan for me. Zhou Kuan's tone was urgent. All right. I'll make the call right away, Han Minglan replied, flustered as she picked up her phone, dialed, and then placed it on speaker next to Zhou Kuan. Beep, we apologize. The number you have dialed is currently busy. Please try again later. This, Zhou Kuan. It appears he has blocked your number. Han Minglan's expression was quite unnatural. Call again. Call again. Zhou Kuan shouted. Han Minglan complied, but after several attempts, the outcome remained the same. How dare he, after all these years of collaboration, to block me without a word? Call the other bosses. Zhou Kuan's visage contorted with rage. Han Minglan proceeded to call the other bosses, only to find that they too had blocked her. How could this happen? What on earth is going on? Zhou Kuan's expression grew increasingly fierce. He then fixed his gaze on the president and thundered, You are the one I nurtured. How are you managing this company? Boss, the situation has arisen too suddenly. I am also at a loss. I have been investigating these past 2 days. The president wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, appearing quite distressed. What have you found? Speak. Zhou Kuan demanded sharply. According to my findings, a new company named Tianyuan Group has emerged in Jinzhou over the past few days. It is this new group that has snatched away our partners in business, the president reported. A newly established company, one that I have never even heard of before, can simply take our business? Zhou Kuan cursed again. Boss, I never anticipated that a new company would encroach upon our territory. Perhaps they are offering lower collaboration prices to lure away our partners and orders, the president lamented. Fortunately, only 4 companies had severed ties with them thus far. Though it posed a significant impact on their group, it was not yet a catastrophic blow, Zhou Kuan reassured himself. He then raised his head and commanded, Jiangshang. From today onward, all affairs of the group must be reported to me for decisions. I will remotely manage the operations of the group. Furthermore, you must personally reach out to these bosses and negotiate lower prices until they agree. I refuse to believe we cannot reclaim our business. A new group wishes to compete with me, Zhou Kuan. In the realm of business warfare, I am not to be trifled with. In Zhou Kuan's perspective, the only possible explanation for this new group swiftly snatching his partners and orders was their use of low pricing to attract clients. Typically, for a new company aiming to quickly capture market share, they would either engage in differentiated competition or, when dealing with similar products, resort to price reductions. Understood, boss. I will attend to it immediately, the president affirmed before turning to leave. Wait, Zhou Kuan called after him. Boss, is there anything else you wish to command? The president inquired as he turned back. Investigate the background of Tianyuan Group and identify its owner. Zhou Kuan instructed. Understood, the president replied before hastily departing. The next day, at the Chun residence, Chun Jingwan awoke from her slumber. Her head throbbed painfully. Rubbing her temples, she realized it was likely due to excessive drinking the previous night. Oh, right. It seems Chu Yuan was there too. Whose bed am I in? Chun Jingwan sat up abruptly. When she discovered she was in her own bedroom, she felt a wave of relief. Oh dear, how could I be so foolish as to let Chu Yuan drink with me? How could I have confided my innermost thoughts to him? That guy must be laughing at me. Chun Jingwan lamented, ruffling her hair in distress. She recalled having consumed quite a bit, wanting someone to drink with, and in her inebriated state, she had called Chu Yuan. She vaguely remembered pouring her heart out to him. As for what happened afterward, she recalled someone trying to pick a fight, but Chu Yuan had resolved it. And she was then taken away in his car, where she had fallen into a deep sleep, with no recollection of the events thereafter. After passing out in the car, that guy didn't take advantage of me, did he? Chun Jingwan looked at herself, anxiety creeping in. If Chu Yuan had indeed taken advantage of her, she would be completely unaware. With that thought, she hastily retrieved her phone and called Chu Yuan. Miss Chen, you're awake? Chu Yuan's voice came through the line. Chu Yuan, you didn't do anything inappropriate to me last night, did you? Chun Jingwan asked, her tone sharp. Nothing too inappropriate. I merely conducted a physical examination. Chu Yuan replied. What did you say? Chun Jingwan gasped, abruptly standing, her voice turning piercingly high. You scoundrel! How could you take advantage of me when I was defenseless? Chun Jingwan was flustered and furious, tears welling in her eyes. Why are you so worked up? I was just joking. I've seen women before, rest assured. I didn't touch you inappropriately yesterday. I'm not particularly interested in you, Chu Yuan said. How can I trust your words? Chun Jingwan was still somewhat anxious. After all, she had no memory of the previous night, and if Chu Yuan had done something to her, how could she know if he was telling the truth? Chun Jingwan, do you not trust me at all? If you doubt me, you can contact Feng, the guy from Jingyan Bar. He drove us home last night. His car has a dash cam, and you can verify it, Chu Yuan suggested. At least you are sensible and didn't take advantage of the situation. Chun Jingwan felt somewhat reassured upon hearing this. I'm not like your boyfriend, Sun Cheng. I have my principles, Chu Yuan remarked. Don't mention him. Chun Jingwan felt a surge of anger at the mention of his name. Fine, I won't bring it up again. But please refrain from drinking to excess like this in the future. Thankfully I was there last night. Otherwise, if you had gotten drunk alone, you would have likely drawn unwanted attention, Chu Yuan continued. Even though you are a Chun family heiress, when you're intoxicated, others are unaware of your identity. If someone were to take advantage of you, even if you later sought revenge, what you lost would be irretrievable. Do you understand? Chu Yuan, why do you care so much about me? Even if I were to suffer some harm, it has nothing to do with you, does it? Why do you even care? Chun Jingwan replied. I'm too lazy to continue this conversation. Goodbye. Beep, beep, beep. The sound of the call disconnecting echoed in her ears. She was already accustomed to Chu Yuan hanging up on her. Clutching her phone, Chun Jingwan murmured, could it be that my charm is truly so lacking? In such a situation last night, he didn't even have any improper thoughts about me? Does he truly look down on me? Time flew by, and several days passed. Chu Yuan had initially thought he would face another assassination attempt, so he had heightened his vigilance. However, as the days went by, he encountered no further threats, which surprised him. In recent days, Chu Yuan has devoted little time to cultivation. Instead, he purchased a second-hand car and frequently ventured beyond the city, exploring the nearby mountains in search of enlightenment and insight. Initially, he confined his excursions to the vicinity of Jinzhou, but later broadened his horizons to encompass the majestic mountains surrounding several nearby cities. For ordinary cultivators on Earth, The mountains and forests serve as ideal environments for cultivation due to their fresh air, abundant spiritual energy, and tranquil surroundings. Chu Yuan, however, finds himself at an advantage, possessing the supreme spine that grants him an exceptional ability to absorb this spiritual essence. As for his cousin, she seldom requires his services as a driver unless she travels far, given that her live broadcasts occur from the comfort of her home, which is merely a few hundred meters from her company. During Chu Yuan's leisurely explorations, Jinzhou remained anything but tranquil. Under the persistent efforts of a Bing and Master Pong, the Yuan Group has rapidly transitioned from obscurity to prominence within the Jinzhou business community. However, due to the brevity of this time frame, it has yet to establish a significant presence among the local populace, who remain largely unfamiliar with the name. Today marks another day of assisting Chu Jingwan in suppressing her toxins. In her room, Chu Yuan is engaged in this task when Chu Jingwan inquires, "Chu Yuan, do you have time in 2 days? You're not going to ask me to accompany you for drinks again, are you?" Chu Yuan responds, "Not this time. I've arranged a trip with some friends to climb the Silent Ridge Snow Mountain. It's an opportunity for adventure and relaxation. I believe you possess some skills. Why not join me?" She proposes. Chu Jingwan continues, "Moreover, I cannot predict how long the expedition will take. Should the toxins in my body resurface midway, you would still be able to assist me in suppressing them. Is that the real reason behind your invitation?" Chu Yuan retorts, "You may interpret it as such." Chu Jingwan replies lightly. Chu Yuan reflects, "I have heard of the Silent Ridge Snow Mountain. It is one of the few snow-capped mountains in Jiangnan province. However, it is not a tourist attraction, but rather an undeveloped mountain, seldom trodden by human feet. While it may be a fine place to clear your mind, is it truly wise to venture there? The Silent Ridge Snow Mountain is indeed peculiar. Due to geographical reasons, Jiangnan province is perpetually cloaked in snow year-round. This mountain, reportedly the highest in Jiangnan, possesses immense potential for development as a tourist destination, yet it has remained untouched." Chu Yuan recalls a wealthy heir mentioning that a business mogul in Ningdu once sought to develop the Silent Ridge Snow Mountain, but for reasons unknown, the endeavor ultimately failed. Isn't the allure of exploration precisely because it is not a tourist site? Adventure is inherently fascinating, while tourist attractions tend to be rather dull, Chu Jingwan remarks. Yet that also implies danger. Each year, numerous adventurers become stranded in these untouched mountains and snowfields, some even losing their lives. You, accustomed to a life of comfort, wish to venture into such perilous terrain? Chu Yuan scoffs. Chu Yuan, do not underestimate me. I am proficient in climbing sports, and my physique is exceptional. A result of my regular training. My stamina rivals that of any ordinary man. Chu Jingwan asserts with a hint of pride. However, we are neither friends nor lovers. How will you explain my presence to your companions? Chu Yuan counters. That is inconsequential. Simply state that you are my bodyguard, she replies. Very well, I shall accompany you. Chu Yuan concedes after a brief contemplation. Since embarking on his cultivation journey, he has developed a heightened interest in unique locales. Given his recent wanderings, visiting the Silent Ridge Snow Mountain seems a worthwhile venture. After all, he has already arranged his affairs in Jinzhou. The execution now rests in the capable hands of a Bing and Master Pong, leaving him to await the results, a process that requires time. Furthermore, during his return to Jinzhou, whether it be confronting Zhou Kuan or implementing current plans, the Chun family has been of considerable assistance. Since she requires his help in suppressing her toxins during the journey, Chu Yuan is willing to oblige. Let us finalize the details. I shall meet you at my doorstep at 9 o'clock the day after tomorrow, Chu Jingwan states. Agreed, Chu Yuan responds. At Renai Hospital, Zhou Kuan has been besieged by a barrage of ill tidings in recent days. Following the severance of ties with 4 partner companies, he has continued to receive notifications of additional partners terminating their collaborations. In a desperate attempt, he instructed his company's president to negotiate with these firms, offering lower prices in hopes of salvaging the partnerships. Unfortunately, the president was met with avoidance, with no opportunity for discussion presented. Presently, the Zhou Group finds itself in a state of stagnation, with the vast majority of its operations brought to a standstill. This predicament poses a catastrophic threat to the subsidiary companies, as the continued impasse could spell ruin. Damn it! What on earth is happening? Why is this occurring? Zhou Kuan's eyes blaze with frustration. In just a few days, it seems the entire Jinzhou business community has conspired to ostracize him. Since his ascent in the business world under Chu Dashan's protection, Zhou Kuan has enjoyed a smooth journey, never before facing such a monumental setback. He then turns to President Jiang Shang, his temper flaring. Jiang Shang, what on earth are you doing? If those partners refuse to see you, why not intercept them at their usual haunts? I refuse to believe that by drastically lowering our prices, they would not reconsider collaborating with us. Boss, you have a point. The president replies, lowering his gaze. Zhou Kuan continues, And what of the investigation into the Yuan group? Have you uncovered any pertinent details? The president, instead of answering, produces a letter. Boss, this is my resignation letter, he states, placing it on Zhou Kuan's bedside table. A resignation letter? Zhou Kuan is taken aback. You wish to resign? Jiangsheng, have you lost your mind? I nurtured you over the years. Without my guidance, you would still be a mere supervisor. Now that the group faces difficulties, you choose to abandon ship? This is sheer betrayal. Do you not consider the investment I made in your development? Zhou Kuan's expression contorts with rage, nearly spiraling into fury. This feels like an act of treachery. Boss, this is merely a notification of my resignation, not a request for approval. I am leaving. The president states before turning on his heel and exiting the room. You scoundrel, come back. Come back. Zhou Kuan bellows in anger, yet his fury falls on deaf ears. Darling, how did it come to this? Han Minglan queries, her complexion pale. Their Zhou group, once a sturdy vessel, now appears to be riddled with leaks. Teetering on the brink of capsizing. Unable to restrain herself, Han Minglan asks, do you think this could be related to Chu Yuan? After all, the Yuan group bears his surname. That Chu Yuan has long been eliminated by the Sun family. How could he possibly be involved? There must be another party behind this. Zhou Kuan grits his teeth in frustration. Who could it be, targeting us so ruthlessly? Han Minglan wonders. Enough of this. Immediately procure a wheelchair and summon a few security personnel to escort me back to the company. Even if I must sit in a wheelchair, I will find a way to salvage this situation. I, Zhou Kuan, have not endured all these years in Jinzhou merely to be defeated. Zhou Kuan resolves with determination. The next day, in Ningdu, at the residence of the Sun family, young master, a subordinate reported, last night at the Jindian bar in Jinzhou. Chen Jingwan was seen drinking with a man named Chu Yuan, and after imbibing, he took her away in a car. It was this scoundrel. Upon receiving this news, Sun Cheng's expression darkened ominously. He was immediately reminded of the last time he had met Chen Jingwan at a cafe, when it was this very Chu Yuan who had disrupted the secret of the jade necklace. For some time now, he had been unable to reach Chen Jingwan, and he was convinced that Chu Yuan had sabotaged his plans. Thus, he had arranged for someone to monitor her discreetly in Jinzhou. The resulting news was indeed troubling. What of it? After getting her drunk, where did he take Chen Jingwan? Did he take her to a hotel? Sun Cheng inquired, narrowing his eyes. It is said that there was a fight at the bar, and our surveillance team did not dare to follow them, so we are unaware of their whereabouts. The subordinate reported. Is it even necessary to state the obvious? Chen Jingwan was intoxicated. Any man would surely take advantage of her. That brat has undoubtedly claimed her for himself. Sun Cheng declared venomously. He seethed at the thought that despite being with Chen Jingwan for so long, he had never possessed her, while Chu Yuan had so easily succeeded. The anger boiled within him. Sun Cheng sprang to his feet, his face a mask of fury. Furthermore, Chen Jingwan has severed all contact with me, which must also be due to this wretch. He dares to ruin my plans. I shall ensure he meets a gruesome end. Chapter 46. Being stalked youth master. The eldest master has given strict orders that any matters involving human lives must be reported to him. And the family's assassins only heed the eldest master's commands, the subordinate warned. I shall seek out my brother and have him make arrangements. Sun Cheng replied hastily. Exiting the villa, the Sun family estate, situated in the outskirts of Ningdu, was an expansive manor. The direct descendants of the Sun clan each had their own villas within the grounds. Sun Cheng made a beeline for the villa of his elder brother, Sun Shangming. His elder brother had always been indulgent towards him, and in Sun Cheng's view, having his brother dispatch someone to eliminate a minor character in Jinzhou would be a trivial task. Inside Sun Shangming's villa, he looked up from a document he was reading. Sun Cheng, have you come for a reason? Brother, there is a man named Chu Yuan in Jinzhou who has provoked me. You must assist me in eliminating him. Sun Cheng's face was a picture of grievance. Chu Yuan? The name rings a bell, Sun Shangming said after a moment's contemplation. I recall that I had someone take care of him some time ago. You may return now. With that, he lowered his gaze back to his papers. He was eliminated some time ago? Brother, you must be mistaken. He was in Jinzhou last night, drinking with Chen Jingwan. He cannot possibly be dead. Sun Cheng exclaimed in disbelief. What? Are you questioning me? Sun Shangming's brow furrowed as he fixed his gaze on Sun Cheng. Brother, I am not doubting you. I assure you what I just said is the absolute truth. Sun Cheng insisted urgently. The elderly steward interjected. Fifth young master, the eldest master is correct. The man named Chu Yuan in Jinzhou was indeed eliminated some time ago, a matter I personally oversaw. There is no mistake. That is surely a mistake. Brother, this is undoubtedly an error. He is not dead. Sun Cheng's tone was resolute. Silence. Sun Shangming slammed the document onto the table with force. Sun Cheng, do you think I do not know who you are? Do you fancy yourself a prodigious youth of Jiangnan? Your studies abroad and your qualifications were all arranged by the family. The titles you hold in Jiangnan were also obtained through family connections. And all you seem to know is how to indulge in women. What have you truly learned abroad? Can you not aspire to something greater? Sun Xiangming reprimanded coldly. Sun Xiang felt his face flush with embarrassment. Get out. From now on, do not come to me regarding matters concerning women. Sun Xiangming pointed toward the door. Sun Xiang dared not protest further and could only leave in defeat. After exiting the villa, he muttered, Brother, if you do not believe me, I shall have someone capture this man as photograph. You will see for yourself whether he is alive. His eyes glinted with cold determination. The day arranged with Chu Jingwan soon arrived. Chu Yuan, driving the recently purchased second-hand car, arrived at the Chun residence. Meeting with Chu Jingwan, he entered her vehicle, and she pulled him along to meet with other friends for an adventure. Not long after merging onto the provincial road, Chu Yuan noticed a car tailing them. Having survived 2 assassination attempts, he was naturally cautious. The realization that they were being followed made his heart race. Would there be another attempt on his life? Chu Jingwan. The car behind us is following us, Chu Yuan said gravely. What should we do? Chu Jingwan gasped, startled at the news. What are your driving skills like? Chu Yuan asked, assessing her. They are fairly decent, she replied. Turn around immediately and force them to stop. He commanded. All right. Chu Jingwan took a deep breath. Swiftly maneuvering the Panamera to spin around and directly confront the trailing Honda, forcing it to halt at the roadside. As soon as the other vehicle was stopped, Chu Yuan jumped out of the car. The Honda, seeing him exit, attempted to reverse and flee. However, Chu Yuan was extraordinarily quick, racing to the front of the car, forcibly ripping the locked door open and pulling the driver out. Please, don't kill me, the driver exclaimed, his face ashen. The sheer power with which Chu Yuan had wrenched the door had terrified him. Speak. Who sent you? Chu Yuan demanded, gripping his neck. It was Sun Xiang. The driver stammered. Chu Jingwan rushed over. Damn, it truly is that scoundrel. She was infuriated upon hearing his name. What did he send you to do? Chu Yuan interrogated sharply. He told me to take photos of you, preferably when you are with Chu Jingwan, the driver confessed, trembling. Is there anything else you haven't? He said. If you dare to conceal anything, you will meet the same fate as that car door. Chu Yuan threatened with a menacing aura. I swear, I have told you everything I know. I speak only the truth. Please, do not kill me. I am merely a hired hand. The driver pleaded desperately. And where are the photos you took? Chu Yuan pressed. The camera is in the car. I only managed to take a photo of the vehicle, not of you two, the driver explained. He had begun his surveillance from the road below the Chun residence and had not dared to follow them directly from the entrance. Hence he had not captured any images of them. Spotting a camera on the dashboard, Chu Yuan quickly seized it and checked. Indeed, it only contained images of the car. Satisfied, he smashed the camera to the ground, crushing it underfoot. He then searched the driver and found his phone, which he likewise destroyed. I have memorized your face. If you dare to follow us again, you will regret it. Chu Yuan glared at him with a murderous intensity, laden with threat. With that, he tossed the driver aside and departed with Chu Jingwan. They climbed into the Panamera, and with the roar of the engine, they quickly sped away. Inside the car, Chu Jingwan vented her frustration. That scoundrel Sun Chung wants to harm me. I had no intention of seeking revenge, and yet he dares to spy on me. Turning to Chu Yuan, she inquired. Chu Yuan, you mentioned you had been attacked twice before. It seems this must also be the doing of Sun Chang, right? No. After today's incident, I can rather ascertain that the previous 2 attempts on my life were not orchestrated by Sun Chang, but rather by someone else entirely, Chu Yuan replied, his gaze sharpening with focus. Why is that? Chu Jingwan asked, her face a picture of confusion. The last 2 assassins sent after me possessed considerable skills. Even in the face of death, they would divulge not a single word. Yet that recent assailant, I had scarcely employed any tactics before he revealed everything. And he lacked any extraordinary abilities. Chu Yuan responded. Upon hearing this, Chu Jingwan began to grasp the implications. Then who could those previous assassins be? She inquired. Chapter 47. The Fury of Old Master Chun. Since we have ruled out Sun Chang, only one lead remains. The individuals behind Zhou Kuan. Chu Yuan's gaze sharpened. To this point, he only knew that the Zhou Kuan's backers were from the Sun family, but the specifics of which member remained unknown to him. Once we return from the Snow Mountain, I believe I must pay Zhou Kuan another visit. I must also telephone my grandfather. I need to inform him about what just transpired, Chu Jingwan declared, pulling out her mobile device to make the call. In Jinzhou, at the Chun residence, Old Master Chin's demeanor transformed from his usual affable self into that of an enraged tiger upon receiving Chu Jingwan's call. Damn it, that Sun Chung has gone too far. Almost putting my granddaughter's life in jeopardy, and now he dares to stalk her? Does he wish to continue endangering her? Old Master Chin's fury surged as he slammed his teacup onto the floor. Please, Master, calm down. The butler, visibly shaken, had never witnessed such wrath from Old Master Chun in recent years. Immediately contact the Sun family. Old Master Chen commanded, his voice booming. Yes, yes, right away. The butler hurriedly retrieved his phone to make the call. Once connected, Old Master Chen began, Old son, is your family truly this ruthless? Your young scion, Sun Cheng, actually poisoned my granddaughter, nearly costing her life. I did not pursue the matter further, yet he continues to stalk her. What does he intend to do next? Does he wish to plot against her once more? Old Master Chen unleashed a tirade over the phone. Old Chen, could there be some misunderstanding? Came the voice from the other end. The facts are crystal clear. There is absolutely no misunderstanding. Old son, your family is formidable. And while I am now retired and cannot contend with you, I have lived long enough. My son sacrificed his life for the country. And now my only remaining kin is this granddaughter. Should anything happen to her, I will ensure that your family suffers as well. Old Master Chen's eyes glimmered with menace. Old Chen, there's no need to be so angry. Allow me to assure you that from now on, my family will not lay a finger on your granddaughter. The elderly voice promised from the telephone. In Ningdu, at the Sun residence. Yes, yes, grandfather, I understand, Sun Xiangming responded repeatedly, standing in the living room. After hanging up, his expression darkened significantly. Go, summon that scoundrel Sun Cheng to me. Sun Xiangming declared, fury etched on his face. Young master, I shall go at once, the butler replied. Sensing Sun Xiangming's anger and not daring to delay. Shortly thereafter, the butler returned with Sun Cheng in tow. Brother, I just woke up. Why the urgency to summon me? Sun Cheng appeared disheveled in his pajamas. You imbecile, did you not heed my words from yesterday? Sun Xiangming pointed an accusatory finger at him. What is the matter? Sun Cheng stammered, startled. Do you not know? Our grandfather, who is enjoying his retirement in Europe, specifically called to confront me because of your foolishness. Sun Xiangming fumed. Grandfather? Is it because of that Chen Jingwan? Sun Cheng's eyes widened in shock. The very notion of their grandfather calling back terrified him. Now that you are aware, from this day forth, if you dare to provoke Chen Jingwan again, do not blame me for enforcing family discipline. Sun Xiangming's tone turned icy. But brother, that old man has been retired for a decade. Our Sun family's influence is vast. Do we truly fear the Chen family? Sun Cheng retorted. Indeed, old Master Chen cannot rival our family. However, should he unleash his wrath, he could still cause us significant trouble. If there were sufficient benefits at stake, then perhaps engaging him might be warranted, but to embroil our family in unnecessary complications over your dalliance with a woman, do you believe that is worth it? Sun Xiangming replied coldly. I understand, but brother, I swear I am not lying. That fellow named Chu Yuan is still alive. If you do not believe me, have someone investigate in Jinzhou for confirmation. Sun Cheng insisted earnestly. Silence. There is nothing more to discuss. He is but an insignificant insect, not worth my time and energy. I am not as leisurely as you. Leave. Sun Xiangming ordered, pointing toward the door. In Sun Xiangming's perspective, eliminating Chu Yuan was merely a means to avenge Zhou Kun, who was nothing more than a dog to him, merely possessing some value for exploitation. Even if Chu Yuan were alive, it bore no consequence for him. Besides, the mission had already succeeded. Chu Yuan was presumed dead, and there was no room for error. Seeing no other option, Sun Cheng could only leave in frustration. Remember, do not provoke Chen Jingwan again, or you shall regret it. Sun Xiangming's warning echoed behind him. Meanwhile, Chen Jingwan's vehicle traversed the provincial road for 3 hours before arriving at a small county in Jiangnan province. At the entrance of a hotel in the county stood 4 individuals, 2 men and 2 women. Jingwan. As soon as Chu Yuan and Chen Jingwan alighted from the car, the 2 young women rushed over, beaming as they greeted her. Both women, stylishly attired, could certainly be categorized as beauties. The 2 young men beside them were also dressed in high-end brands, exuding handsome charm. Jingwan, it feels like we haven't seen each other for nearly 2 months. I've missed you so much. The 2 young women approached Chen Jingwan, linking arms with her, clearly showcasing their close bond. By the way, Jingwan, why did you bring someone along? Who is this man? Why didn't you bring your boyfriend? Sun Cheng, the tallest of the beautiful women, inquired. Oh, allow me to introduce you. This is my friend, Chu Yuan. Chen Jingwan turned to make the introduction. Chu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't Chen Jingwan previously stated that he was accompanying her as her bodyguard? Now she introduced him as her friend? This revelation surprised him greatly. Chu Yuan, let me introduce you. This is my best friend. She is Cui Xueding, Chen Jingwan declared, pointing to the tall beauty. Hello. Chu Yuan extended his hand. Hello. My boyfriend is right here, so I won't shake your hand. He's quite the jealous type. Cui Xueding giggled, covering her mouth. The young man in a light blue shirt stepped forward, wrapping an arm around her waist. Xueding, I am indeed a jealous man, but only because my love for you runs deep. This is my boyfriend, Song Ji. His father is a powerful figure in Jiangnan. Cui Xueding introduced him to Chu Yuan. Hello, Song Ji. Chu Yuan greeted him with a smile. Hello. Song Ji nodded in acknowledgement. Chu Yuan, This is Jiang Yi, and beside her is her boyfriend, Liang Xiaobing. Her father is the CEO of a listed company, ranking among the top 20 on the Jiangnan Rich list. Chu Yuan continued with the introductions. Chapter 48, Journey to Jilin Snow Mountain. Hello, Chu Yuan greeted them. Internally, Chu Yuan was quite astonished. Each of these individuals possessed remarkable backgrounds. Even during the peak of the Chu family's prominence, he would have found it impossible to compare himself to them. After all, he was merely a second-generation affluent individual from the small locality of Jinzhou, while they were all prominent figures in Jiangnan province. Jingwan, do tell us why you brought him along. Aren't you afraid your boyfriend, Sun Cheng, will get jealous? The tall beauty, Cui Yuan, inquired with keen curiosity. Indeed, chimed in another close friend, Jiang Yi, equally intrigued. From now on, do not mention Sun Cheng in my presence, Chun Jingwan declared, visibly agitated. Both women were taken aback. Jingwan, have you broken up with Sun Cheng? Jiang Yi inquired. Sort of, Chun Jingwan nodded. Sun Cheng is so outstanding, handsome, and hailing from one of the most prestigious families in Jiangnan province. He has always treated you well, Jingwan. You two have no reason to part ways, Jiang Yi insisted. Indeed, Jingwan, what on earth happened? Did he end it with you? He pursued you so fervently at first. Her two friends expressed their confusion. Please, stop asking, Chun Jingwan said with a downcast gaze. All right, we won't pry any further. The two friends sensed that something was amiss. By the way, Jingwan, you mentioned that Chu Yuan is your friend. I can't help but wonder if he might be your new boyfriend. Do tell us about his background. The tall beauty Cui Yuan pressed on. Yes, please introduce him to us in detail, Jiang Yi added, her curiosity piqued. Even the boyfriends of these two friends turned their attention to Chu Yuan, eager to discern his merits. I am not her boyfriend, Chu Yuan interjected, as she stated. We are merely friends. As for my background, I am just an ordinary person. Ordinary? No background. Chun Jingwan's discerning eye was evident, as Jiang Yi remarked. I find that hard to believe. Although both Chun Jingwan and Chu Yuan denied any romantic involvement, her friends could not fathom why she would associate with an ordinary male friend, as she typically maintained a distance from other men. Thus, they remained convinced that even if Chu Yuan and Chun Jingwan did not admit it, they were likely to be more than just friends. Chun Jingwan clarified. He was once the son of a conglomerate chairman in Jinzhou, but his family has fallen on hard times. He truly lacks any extraordinary background. So please do not pressure him. No background. He must be exceptionally talented then, perhaps a dual PhD or a young prodigy with notable achievements in a certain field. Cui Yuan speculated. None of what you say applies to me. Currently, I only have a job as a driver, Chu Yuan replied. A driver? Both friends looked at him in disbelief. After all this, he was merely a scion of a once wealthy family with no remarkable skills. Cui Yuan's enthusiasm waned as she regarded Chu Yuan anew. Initially, she had assumed that being associated with Chun Jingwan implied that he either had an impressive background or significant capabilities, which had made her warm to him. Now that it was clear he possessed neither, their attitude shifted dramatically. Given their social standing, even if the Chu family were still prosperous, a second-generation rich kid like Chu Yuan from a small city would hardly warrant their respect. Chun Jingwan, if you're in need of a boyfriend, I could introduce you to several promising individuals from my circle, all of whom are undoubtedly superior to this fallen scion, Liang Xiaobing suggested. As the tall beauty's boyfriend, Song Ji approached, patting Chu Yuan on the shoulder. He remarked, listen, kid, don't take offense, but you clearly don't measure up to Chun Jingwan. You're not in her league. You should know your place. Don't take offense. It's none of your business, Chu Yuan shot back, casting a sidelong glance at him. Song Ji's expression darkened suddenly. You, kid, dare to speak to me like that. Respect is mutual, Chu Yuan replied calmly. Had this encounter occurred 5 years prior, Chu Yuan would have undoubtedly sought to ingratiate himself with figures like Song Ji and Liang Xiaobing. However, after 5 years, his perspective had shifted dramatically. He now aspired to be someone others sought to attach themselves to, rather than a mere sycophant. Chun Jingwan hurriedly intervened. Song Ji, don't be angry with him. He is just like that, even with me. He is not one to mince words. Since you say so, I won't hold it against him. But I truly cannot comprehend why you would befriend such a down-and-out scion, Song Ji remarked. Liang Xiaobing quickly interjected, let us not dwell on this. Now that everyone is here, let us get going. Song Ji and I have prepared all the equipment for our mountain expedition. All right, everyone responded in unison. They then set off, with Song Ji and Liang Xiaobing driving their 2 SUVs, transporting the group toward Jilin Snow Mountain. The small county they were in was the closest to the snow-capped peaks. After a 2-hour drive, they arrived at the foot of Jilin Snow Mountain. The mountain stood over 5,000 meters tall, its summit completely covered in snow during the summer months. A road had been constructed to the midpoint of the mountain. As attempts had been made to develop the area, the vehicles drove as far as the road permitted, reaching the end of the mid-mountain path. Though there was no snow at this elevation, the temperature had noticeably dropped. Let us disembark. From here on, we'll need to rely on ourselves to ascend, Song Ji announced as he jumped from the vehicle. Soon, Song Ji and Liang Xiaobing began distributing the supplies stored in the car. Each person received a set of winter gear and a backpack filled with food, water, and equipment. The men's packs were notably heavier, while the 3 women's packs weighed only 6 or 7 pounds, containing only their food and water. With their backpacks secured, the group ventured up the mountain. Although no vehicle-accessible paths remained, they could navigate through the sparse forest toward the summit. Everyone was in high spirits, with the 3 women frequently pausing to capture photographs. However, their pace was sluggish, as they often stopped to admire the scenery, while Chu Yuan's focus was elsewhere. He was astonished to discover the abundant spiritual energy in the air, which he had seldom encountered in the places he had previously visited. Chapter 49, Conspiracy. After a short while of climbing, the group was already panting heavily. Let us take a break here, Song Ji called out to everyone. The group paused to rest, consuming snacks and hydrating to replenish their energy. Chu Yuan, however, remained standing still, observing his surroundings like a sentinel. Chu Yuan, after all this walking, aren't you tired? Don't you want to drink some water? Chen Jingwan asked, surprised as she finished her drink and glanced at him. No need. With our leisurely pace, there's no reason to feel fatigued, Chu Yuan replied calmly. To Song Ji and Liang Xiaobing, this sounded like pretentiousness. They believed that even at a slow pace, carrying heavy backpacks up the mountain would naturally be tiring, especially for the men, who bore far heavier loads than the women. Chu Yuan, if you're not tired, let us see you carry our backpacks, Song Ji suggested condescendingly. Chu Yuan ignored him. Seeing that Chu Yuan was unresponsive, Song Ji's expression darkened. Hey, I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? He took a step forward and shoved Chu Yuan's shoulder. Before they set out, he had already harbored disdain for Chu Yuan. Now, being ignored further ignited his anger. I heard you. I just choose not to respond. If you're unwilling to carry your own pack, you shouldn't have come hiking. Chu Yuan continued to gaze into the distance, not bothering to turn around. In the distance, Cui Shueding crossed her arms and remarked sarcastically, Chu Yuan, are you aware that countless people outside would willingly carry my boyfriend's backpack, yet they are never afforded the opportunity? You, a mere fallen young master, being asked to carry my boyfriend's bag is merely a chance for you to cling to him. Truly, you are oblivious to your own insignificance. My apologies, but I have no interest in such sycophancy, Chu Yuan replied calmly. Humph, utterly ungrateful. If it weren't for Chen Jingwan, a lowly fellow like you from a small town would be dealt with in a heartbeat. After leaving this cold remark, Song Ji returned to his girlfriend's side. Once he had walked away, Chen Jingwan approached Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan, please, can you not act this way? Have a little consideration for me, she whispered. Chen Jingwan, it is they who lack respect. They know I am here with you and still choose to treat me with such disdain. They presume I have no background and expect me to grovel before them. Is that reasonable? Chu Yuan stated. Then turning to her, he said, take off your bag. Allow me to carry it for you. You seem quite fatigued from the journey. As he spoke, he reached over and removed the bag from her shoulders. Chen Jingwan chuckled softly. You, showing concern for someone? How surprising. After resting for over 10 minutes, the group resumed their journey. Chu Yuan could discern that Song Ji and Liang Xiaobing were increasingly displeased with him, and their girlfriends shared the sentiment. However, he remained indifferent. As the 6 of them continued their slow trek, darkness enveloped the sky. The group decided to set up camp for the night and continue their journey the following day. They erected 3 small tents and lit a campfire outside, beginning their picnic. Xiaobing, let us explore the area around the campsite, Song Ji suggested, signaling with his eyes. All right, Jigu, Liang Xiaobing replied, rising to his feet. The 2 took flashlights and swiftly disappeared from sight. The 3 women were engrossed in roasting meat and chatting merrily. Behind the campsite, Song Ji and Liang Xiaobing each lit a cigarette. Jigu, what is there to explore around here? Liang Xiaobing asked, puzzled. I brought you here for a specific reason. I have something to inform you about, Song Ji said with a mysterious smile. Oh, what is it? Liang Xiaobing asked, intrigued by Song Ji's enigmatic demeanor. I've arranged for 2 actors to disguise themselves as beasts lurking nearby. They will emerge around 10 o'clock to frighten people. At that time, we'll team up to chase them off. Do you understand my intent? Song Ji explained. Jigu, are you suggesting we stage a heroic rescue? To showcase our prowess in front of our girlfriends? Liang Xiaobing's eyes lit up. Exactly, Song Ji replied with a grin. By the way, do you think that guy, Chu Yuan, will interfere with our plan? At the mere mention of Chu Yuan's name, Song Ji's expression darkened. Just the thought of that loser being Chen Jingwan's boyfriend infuriates me. How dare he act so presumptuously in front of me? Though they both had girlfriends, they knew that their partners could not compare to Chen Jingwan's beauty. It was not that they lacked the desire to pursue her, rather, they were acutely aware of their own limitations. They had long understood that Chu Yuan had exceptionally high standards. If they had no hope of winning her over, how could Chu Yuan? If Chu Yuan had some remarkable background, they might have been able to come to terms with it. But how could someone like him, merely a fallen young master from a small town, have such luck? Naturally, they felt envious. How about this? When the actors arrive, we hold off on rushing out. Let them create a terrifying atmosphere. Perhaps this guy will be so frightened that he will embarrass himself in front of Chu Yuan. And then we can step in, Liang Xiaobing suggested with a mischievous smile. All right. Song Ji nodded in agreement. To them, encountering a large beast in the wilderness was a frightening prospect for any ordinary person. If they were to face such a creature, they would undoubtedly be scared as well. But since this was a performance they orchestrated, they felt emboldened. Hence, they confidently concluded that Chu Yuan would surely be terrified. Let us head back, Song Ji said, tossing aside his cigarette butt and extinguishing it with his foot. By the campfire, Song Ji and Liang Xiaobing returned to their seats. My dear, come and enjoy the meat I've grilled. Cui Xueting and Jiang Yi urged their boyfriends, offering them the roasted meat. Chu Yuan cast a glance at the returning Song Ji and Liang Xiaobing, sensing that the two had been conspiring about something. The group continued to roast meat and engage in conversation. In the depths of the jungle, two burly men pulled out 2 sets of beast costumes, preparing to don them. Young Master Ji instructed us to set off at 10 o'clock. We still have an hour to prepare. Let South not get too close, lest we raise suspicion. One of them said. Indeed. As they dressed, they continued to converse. Huh, look over there, what is that? One of them pointed into the distance. The other looked up to see several pairs of glowing green eyes approaching in the darkness. Damn it, it's a beast. Run. The 2 men froze momentarily before their expressions shifted in terror, and they fled. Chapter 50. The Beast Strikes. At the campfire, Cui Xueting snuggled close to Song Ji and said, I'm feeling a bit tired. Let us rest for a while. Song Ji glanced at his watch. It was only 9:30. Don't worry, my dear. Let us roast some more meat, he replied, embracing Cui Xueting. After all, he still had a performance to showcase his courage. Just then, a series of cries echoed from the nearby jungle. The 6 individuals by the campfire looked up immediately upon hearing the commotion. To their left, 3 pairs of glowing eyes were fixated on them, distinctly visible in the night. Song Ji was taken aback. Weren't they supposed to act at 10? Why are they here before the agreed time? However, he quickly revised his thoughts. An early appearance was advantageous. The sooner it was over, the sooner he could attend to his other plans for the night. Thus, Song Ji shouted, It's a beast. Ah! The 3 women screamed in fright, with Cui Xueting and Jiang Yi swiftly hiding behind Song Ji and Liang Xiaobing, clutching them tightly. Even Chu Yuan, startled, shrank towards Chu Yuan, gripping his arm tightly. Song Ji and Liang Xiaobing were thoroughly pleased with their girlfriend's reactions. Don't be afraid, my dear. I'm here. They both reassured their partners, adopting brave personas. They then turned to observe Chu Yuan, curious to see how he was handling the situation. To their surprise, Chu Yuan remained remarkably composed. Xiaobing, let us go chase these beasts away. We absolutely cannot allow them to harm our girlfriends, Song Ji declared, rising to his feet and wielding an ice axe while signaling to Liang Xiaobing. Right. Liang Xiaobing sprang up as well, brandishing his ice axe, appearing valiant. These creatures fear fire. It's best for you to stay here. They won't approach easily, Chu Yuan interjected. Upon hearing this, Song Ji and Liang Xiaobing burst into laughter. Chu Yuan, you can just admit you're scared, Liang Xiaobing scoffed. Song Ji chimed in, Chu Yuan. Moments like this reveal a person's true character. Look at this guy, what a coward. He doesn't even have the guts to protect you from the beasts. Chu Yuan coldly smirked. 2 fools, if you seek death, I won't stop you. Song Ji was immediately enraged. You brat, who are you calling a fool? You don't even have the courage to charge at them, yet you dare to mock us? Cui Xueting timidly replied, Darling, perhaps it would be best if you all didn't go. There is indeed some truth to the idea that wild beasts fear fire. Rest assured, my beloved. We will certainly drive the beasts away. Just watch us. After saying this, Song Ji eagerly brandished his climbing pick and charged towards the 3 wild beasts. Liang Xiaobing, also wielding a climbing pick, quickly followed suit. This was a splendid opportunity to showcase their bravery. The 3 snow leopards, approximately 50 meters from the bonfire, could be clearly seen in the darkness, their eyes glowing with an eerie green light. As Liang Xiaobing walked, he lowered his voice and flattered, Brother Ji. The actors you found are truly professional. Even the effects in their eyes are so realistic. It seems they are indeed skilled. Song Ji smiled in satisfaction, surprised that the actors could mimic so convincingly. By the way, Brother Ji, didn't you say you hired 2 actors? Why are there 3 in front? Liang Xiaobing questioned. Perplexed. I certainly only hired 2. Could they have added 1 on their own? Song Ji pondered, equally bewildered. As they conversed, they had already approached within 20 meters of the snow leopards. Roar! Upon noticing Song Ji's approach, the 3 snow leopards began to advance cautiously. Incredible! They even sound so realistic. Liang Xiaobing exclaimed excitedly. As they drew closer, aided by the distant bonfire and moonlight, they could clearly discern the 3 snow leopards before them. Wow! They even have tails that move so nimbly. It's astonishing. Liang Xiaobing was increasingly thrilled. Suddenly, Song Ji's expression changed dramatically. Upon realizing the truth about the 3 snow leopards, he instantly sensed something was amiss. This is real. Run! Song Ji exclaimed, his eyes wide with terror. He hastily discarded his climbing pick and sprinted towards the bonfire, his face a mask of fear, running faster than a rabbit. When humans are startled, adrenaline and other hormones are released, quickening the heartbeat, raising blood pressure, and rapidly supplying energy to the muscles, allowing them to unleash their potential and flee from danger. Liang Xiaobing hesitated for a moment before letting out a scream and turning to dash towards the bonfire. The commotion of their screams and frantic dash provoked the 3 snow leopards, which roared and surged forward in pursuit. The 3 women, seeing that the 2 men not only failed to drive the beasts away but instead attracted them, screamed in terror as they gazed at the oncoming predators. Fortunately, Song Ji and Liang Xiaobing had not ventured far, merely over 20 meters from the bonfire, and quickly returned to its safety. Help! In their extreme fright, Song Ji and Liang Xiaobing instinctively rushed to their girlfriends' sides, hiding behind them. They grabbed their girlfriends' arms, using them as human shields to protect themselves. The 2 women screamed, their minds blank with fear. Chu Yuan, the beasts are coming. Chen Jingwan's face went pale with fright. Previously, she had merely held on to Chu Yuan's arm, but now she lunged at him, clutching him tightly. Stay here, I'll handle this. Chu Yuan pushed Chen Jingwan aside, rising swiftly and charging towards the oncoming snow leopards. With a crash, as the first snow leopard lunged at him, Chu Yuan sidestepped skillfully, and as the leopard swiped past him, he seized its tail, swinging it fiercely. The snow leopard was hurled away, crashing into the other 2 leopards. Oh whoa! The 3 leopards yelped in agony as they collided and promptly fled into the woods. How is he so formidable? The 3 women were left in awe as they witnessed Chu Yuan effortlessly drive away the 3 snow leopards. After dispatching the leopards, Chu Yuan dusted off his hands and returned to the bonfire. Now that the beasts have been driven off, are you 2 still going to hide behind the women? Chu Yuan shot a glance at Song Ji and Liang Xiaobing. Upon hearing this, the 2 men snapped out of their terror. Song Ji, why did you put me in front just now? Cui Xueting cried, hitting Song Ji. Liang Xiaobing, you went too far. Jiang Yi also began to cry. Both Song Ji and Liang Xiaobing were blushing, feeling so embarrassed they wished they could disappear into the ground. Xueting, I knew those beasts wouldn't dare approach the fire. The bonfire was in front, and there was no fire behind you, so I was just trying to protect you. Song Ji explained awkwardly with a forced laugh. Yes, Liang Xiaobing chimed in repeatedly. Even though their excuses sounded absurd, at least they provided a reason for their dignity. You really know how to spin a tale? Chu Yuan scoffed. Hearing their fabricated justifications, Chu Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. Who hides behind others to protect them? Brat, say another word, and I swear I'll knock you out. Song Ji glared fiercely at Chu Yuan. He was merely trying to comfort his girlfriend. And now Chu Yuan was adding fuel to the fire. How could he not be angry? Knock me out. Are you sure you can take me on? Besides, I just saved you. Are you certain you want to thank me? Chu Yuan replied. Song Ji was taken aback. Internally, he thought, this guy seems genuinely capable. He even scared off 3 snow leopards. If it came to a fight, he and Liang Xiaobing together might not be able to defeat him. Chu Yuan sat back down beside Chen Jingwan. Perhaps due to the fright, Chen Jingwan was still slightly trembling, her face pale. It's all over now, don't worry. Chu Yuan reassured her. Chu Yuan, thank goodness you were here, Chen Jingwan responded, still somewhat shaken, seeing Chu Yuan steal the spotlight while they lost face. Song Ji and Liang Xiaobing felt increasingly discontented. Their original plan was to be the heroes who saved the damsels, but instead, they had inadvertently made Chu Yuan look good. After the recent events, everyone had lost their appetite for grilling meat and decided to retire to their tents for rest. There were only 3 tents in total. Song Ji and Cui Xueting shared one, Liang Xiaobing and Jiang Yi another. And the last one naturally belonged to Chu Yuan and Chen Jingwan. Jingwan, we're heading to sleep now. Cui Xueting and Jiang Yi waved goodbye before entering their respective tents with their boyfriends. Only Chu Yuan and Chen Jingwan remained by the bonfire. We didn't prepare an extra tent. What should we do now? Chen Jingwan said. You go to sleep. I'll stay here, Chu Yuan replied, gazing into the flames. If you don't sleep tonight, how will you have the energy to continue climbing tomorrow? Besides, it's so cold outside at night, Chen Jingwan insisted seriously. That's not something you need to worry about. If any wild beasts attack again, I'll be here to protect you, Chu Yuan stated calmly. All right then. If you get tired tonight, just come in to rest for a bit. After all, the tent can accommodate 2 people, Chen Jingwan said, biting her lip as she finally voiced her concern. You're not afraid I'll take advantage of you at night? And besides, we're not even a couple. Wouldn't it be scandalous if we shared a tent? Chu Yuan teased. Humph, since you don't appreciate my concern, I won't waste my breath on you. Chen Jingwan retorted angrily, turning to walk towards the tent behind her. After she left, Chu Yuan lay down on the stone slab beside the bonfire, preparing to rest. Inside Chen Jingwan's tent, she muttered to herself, I even let him in to sleep, yet he didn't appreciate it. Is my charm truly of no use to him at all? In her perspective, had it been her former boyfriend, Sun Cheng, allowing him to enter and sleep would have likely resulted in him rushing in immediately. She had already expressed her stance, and it was reasonable to assume that any ordinary man would not refuse such an invitation. Humph, she couldn't be bothered with him. Chen Jingwan closed her eyes. With Chu Yuan outside, she felt a sense of security. The night passed swiftly. In the morning, when Song Ji and Liang Xiaobing's 2 groups emerged, they discovered Chu Yuan resting beside the extinguished campfire. Chu Yuan, you weren't planning to sleep here all night, were you? Cui Shiweting exclaimed in surprise. Yes, Chu Yuan replied succinctly. The 2 couples pondered for a moment and then felt reassured. Given the 2 friends' understanding of Chen Jingwan, it was evident that she had had 2 past boyfriends, and in every instance, she had resolutely refused any advances. Therefore, it was not surprising that she would not permit this new boyfriend to sleep in the tent. After breakfast, the group set off once more. We won't encounter any wild beasts on this journey, will we? Jiang Yi voiced her concerns. It's fine. If we do, Chu Yuan can handle it. He's quite capable. Chen Jingwan replied with a smile. Jingwan, you must be drawn to him for his prowess, right? It seems your taste has shifted from scholars to strongmen, Cui Shiweting teased. Liang Xiaobing scoffed. Even if he's skilled, he's merely a glorified bodyguard, ultimately just a disposable life. My father has several capable bodyguards at his disposal, and I can command them at will. His words, both overt and subtle, carried an air of disdain towards Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan shot him a glance. If you continue to look down upon me, don't expect my assistance should any danger arise. Liang Xiaobing's expression darkened. Chen Jingwan stifled a laugh. Liang Xiaobing. That's just the way Chu Yuan speaks. Don't take it to heart. The group continued their ascent, albeit at a sluggish pace, frequently pausing to rest. If Chu Yuan were alone, he could easily reach the summit from the mountainside in a single day. However, since he was invited by Chen Jingwan to accompany her on this climb, he had no choice but to proceed at the group's pace. As the clock struck 4 in the afternoon, look, ahead snow. We are about to enter the snow-covered region. The 3 women exclaimed with excitement upon seeing the light snowfall ahead. Our goal is to conquer the Silent Ridge Snow Mountain, Songji shouted. For them, reaching the Silent Ridge Snow Mountain and capturing photographs would undoubtedly be a badge of honor, a feat to boast about within their circle. The straight-line distance to the summit was merely a few hundred meters, but the path to actually reach it would be much longer. Moreover, entering the snow-covered area meant facing harsher weather conditions and more treacherous terrain, compounded by altitude sickness, resulting in a significantly slower pace than before. I can't go on. I need to rest, several of them gasped, halting despite their previous brief pause. Chu Yuan, however, stood on a rock, seemingly unfazed, observing them. As twilight descended, the sky darkened. It's getting late. Let's set up camp here for tonight. Tomorrow, we will strive to reach the summit. Songji proposed. After a moment's rest, they began to set up their camp. No sooner had they pitched their tents than heavy snow began to fall, accompanied by a fierce wind. Chapter 52, Unity of Intent. The group hastily consumed some instant food before retreating into their tents, neglecting to even kindle a fire. The small tents were designed to withstand the cold and wind, and since Song Ji and the others were not short on funds, they naturally chose the best options, proving quite effective against the chill. By 11 at night, the wind and snow intensified, and the temperature outside plummeted to a terrifying low. Chu Yuan sat on a stone outside the tent, allowing the fierce winds to batter against him. This was Chu Yuan's first experience in such a harsh environment. Even though he was a practitioner of the spiritual realm, the severity of the conditions still made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Yet, rather than complain, he felt a surge of exhilaration. Enduring this biting cold and relentless wind was akin to a sword being forged by a hammer. Chu Yuan continuously summoned his inner strength to nourish his body and counteract the cold wind. With body and mind unified, intent and will harmonized, he resolved steadfastly. This fierce wind and cold cannot defeat me. With closed eyes, he focused on channeling his internal energy, battling against the mountain's howling winds. As he persevered, he gradually sensed that the energy he was directing to nourish his body was merging with it, achieving a union of breath and spirit. Yes, this was it. This was the key to breaking through to the spiritual intent realm. Chu Yuan suddenly felt a surge of excitement as he realized that his previously stagnant state was beginning to advance once more. He finally understood how to transcend his current limitations and step into the realm of spiritual intent. Inside Chu Yuan's tent, she could distinctly hear the howling of the wind outside and the thunderous sounds of the wind battering against the tent, as if a monster were relentlessly assaulting it. The noise instilled a sense of fear within her. In such a desolate, snow-covered mountain night, combined with such inclement weather, one could feel incredibly insignificant. She suddenly worried. In such dreadful conditions, will Chu Yuan be all right outside? He won't freeze to death, will he? Though it was Chu Yuan's decision to remain outside and not hers to deny him entry, she felt a pang of guilt for having invited him to climb the mountain only to subject him to such harsh conditions. With this thought, Chu Yuan rose and unzipped the tent. As soon as she pulled open the tent, the wind rushed in violently, knocking her off balance. Chu Yuan, sitting on the stone outside, immediately opened his eyes at the commotion and dashed into Chu Yuan's tent. The tent filled with the howling wind. Once inside, Chu Yuan quickly zipped the tent closed. What happened? He inquired. I just wanted to see how you were doing outside. But I didn't expect the wind to be so fierce, Chu Yuan replied, her face pale. Just that brief moment had left her trembling from the cold. And she could hardly fathom how Chu Yuan had felt enduring it for so long outside, which only deepened her sense of guilt. After all, she had invited him. And yet he was the one braving such dreadful weather. I'm perfectly fine. Why are you so concerned? Chu Yuan said as he helped her up. Don't be ridiculous. Even if you have some skills, you are still flesh and blood. In this awful weather, it's impossible for you to be comfortable. Don't think I'm a fool. Chu Yuan asserted confidently. Not at all. I actually feel quite warm. Chu Yuan chuckled. What? You feel warm? That's even worse. Before someone freezes to death, they often feel hot. If you feel that way, it means you're on the brink of freezing to death. Chu Yuan exclaimed in alarm. Your concern for me is rather unusual, Chu Yuan said with a smile. I just don't want you to freeze to death. Then who will help me deal with the toxins? I don't care about anything else. You must sleep in the tent tonight. You'll truly freeze to death if you stay out there. Chu Yuan commanded. Are you truly willing to let me sleep beside you? This tent isn't very spacious. It's only about 1.5 meters wide, Chu Yuan replied with a teasing smile. It's merely sleep. There's nothing to be concerned about. However, I must caution you. Do not touch me at night. Between us, there should be at least a 30-centimeter distance. Chu Yuan glared at Chu Yuan, adopting a warning demeanor. Fine, since you are so insistent on sharing a bed with me, I shall reluctantly acquiesce, Chu Yuan replied, before lying down. He had recently grasped the method to break through to the spirit intent realm. As long as he continued to cultivate using this newfound understanding, it wouldn't be long before he successfully broke through. Thus, he needn't endure the cold outside any longer. Then let us sleep soundly, he concluded. Observing Chu Yuan settle down, Chu Yuan slowly lay down as well. Within the confines of the small tent, the two lay back to back, approximately 30 centimeters apart. Despite the howling winds outside, relentlessly battering the tent with their eerie cries, Chu Yuan felt an inexplicable sense of safety, comforted by the presence of Chu Yuan behind her, allowing her to drift into a peaceful slumber. Chu Yuan, too, had not enjoyed a decent night's sleep in days, and soon succumbed to slumber as well. The next morning, a piercing scream jolted Chu Yuan awake. Disoriented, he felt something soft beside him, and upon opening his eyes, he discovered that he and Chu Yuan were embracing one another. Let go of me, Chu Yuan exclaimed, repeatedly striking him. Wow, how did this happen? Chu Yuan released her instantly, his face flushed with embarrassment. How dare you ask me that? Was it not your intention? Chu Yuan shot him a furious glance. You were the one holding on to me. Perhaps it was your design. Chu Yuan shrugged nonchalantly. You scoundrel. How could I have done this on purpose? Do not slander me. Chu Yuan's face flushed crimson with indignation. All right. Neither of us intended this. Shall we agree on that? It's frigid outside. Perhaps in our dreams, our subconscious sought warmth and we ended up like this, Chu Yuan suggested. After pondering his explanation, Chu Yuan found it somewhat plausible. This must not be spoken of outside. Do you hear me? She warned, adopting an authoritative stance. It's hardly something to boast about. Why would I share it? The sun has risen. Let us tidy up and prepare for departure, Chu Yuan stated, rising and pulling open the tent flap. The wind howled, but the snow had ceased, and the breeze outside was considerably gentler than the previous night. Upon exiting the tent, Chu Yuan called out to the others, while Chu Yuan stood at the entrance, admiring the majestic snow-capped mountains. Chapter 53, The Uninvited Guest. Perhaps due to the high altitude, the morning sunlight appeared exceptionally bright, illuminating the snow-capped peaks with a dazzling brilliance. rendering the scenery breathtaking. The other four were soon roused by Chu Jingwan's calls. What a beautiful sight! Cui Xueding and Jiang Yi exclaimed, eagerly pulling out their cameras to capture the moment. Such stunning scenery. It would be a shame not to develop it into a tourist attraction. Once we reach the summit, I will persuade my father to invest in this mountain and transform it into the largest snow-capped tourist destination in Jiangnan province. Liang Xiaobing declared boldly. I heard that someone previously attempted to develop Jilin Snow Mountain, but the project was halted due to the presence of protected wildlife, Jiang Yi remarked. Song Ji, with an air of arrogance, interjected, is that even an issue? Liang Xiaobing, I can assist you with this. When we return, I will have a word with my father. With his influence, your group will undoubtedly secure the development rights to this mountain. Moreover, successfully developing the Snow Mountain project could significantly boost the local economy. It's not a bad thing at all. All right, I will express my gratitude to you, Jigo. Once the project is approved, you shall receive a 20% stake. Liang Xiaobing responded enthusiastically. Nearby, Jiang Yi chimed in with praise. Jigo partnering with our Liang Xiaobing is a match made in heaven. At this point, Chu Yuan realized that their visit to the snow-capped mountains was not solely for sightseeing. They intended to conduct an on-site investigation as well. Liang Xiaobing turned to Chu Yuan, saying, Chu Yuan, your skills are impressive. Once the Snow Mountain project is successful, I could offer you a position as the security chief of the tourist area. What do you say? Chu Yuan paid him no heed. Had they been in the city, Song Ji and Liang Xiaobing would surely have clashed with Chu Yuan. However, Song Ji understood that Chu Yuan possessed noteworthy abilities that could be invaluable should they encounter wild animals along the way, making it ill-advised to provoke him at this juncture. Sensing the tension in the atmosphere, Chun Jingwan promptly interjected, All right, our current task is to ascend the Snow Mountain. Let us have a quick bite and then set off. Reaching the summit within 2 days is certainly achievable. After a brief meal, the group resumed their journey. As afternoon approached, they halted before a massive rock, choosing the sheltered spot to rest. During their respite, Song Ji and Liang Xiaobing continued to fervently discuss the Snow Mountain project. Suddenly, Jiang Yi, who was taking photographs, exclaimed, Look over there. It seems like someone is coming. Don't be so loud. Who would be out here on the Snow Mountain? Liang Xiaobing retorted, glancing up. To his astonishment, he indeed saw a figure clad in white, swiftly approaching them. The others, including Chu Yuan, quickly noticed the mysterious person as well. How could there suddenly be someone here? Liang Xiaobing and Song Ji both stood up in shock. Could it be another climber? But surely no one would be alone in such a desolate place. The unexpected sight of a solitary figure sent chills down their spines, making them feel as though they were witnessing a ghost. Even Chu Yuan heightened his vigilance. As the figure in white drew nearer, he revealed a stern countenance. Who are you? Stop right there. Song Ji summoned his courage and shouted. Leave Jilin Snow Mountain at once. The white-clad figure commanded, showing no sign of politeness. Seeing that the figure was indeed human and not a specter, Song Ji and Liang Xiaobing felt a surge of confidence. Leave? How audacious. Jilin Snow Mountain does not belong to you. We have the freedom to climb. What right do you have to order us away? Song Ji crossed his arms defiantly. I shall repeat myself. Leave now? You have 3 seconds. The white-clad figure's tone grew colder. Liang Xiaobing stepped forward, saying, What an arrogant fellow. Do you know who my father is? He is Liang Qinggong, ranked 16th on the Jiangnan rich list. And do you know who this is beside me? Song Ji, his father is, Jiang Yi interjected. The one who should leave is you. This area will soon be developed by my boyfriend's family. Seeking death, the white-clad figure raised his hand. Suddenly, a stream of white energy materialized and struck Jiang Yi with lightning speed. She was propelled backward, crashing against a rock, blood spilling from her lips. Is he a human, a ghost, or a deity? Initially poised to continue reprimanding the stranger, Song Ji and Liang Xiaobing were left in utter shock, their minds racing. How could he injure Jiang Yi from such a distance with a mere gesture? This display of power was far beyond their comprehension. He is a cultivator. Chu Yuan's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing the man's abilities. Chun Jingwan, upon witnessing Jiang Yi's injury, felt a surge of urgency. There are ways to resolve matters amicably. Why resort to violence? She shouted at the man in white. Another fool seeking death. The man in white raised his hand once more, unleashing a gust of energy that surged towards Chun Jingwan. Be careful. Chu Yuan, observing the unfolding situation, swiftly positioned himself in front of Chun Jingwan, striking out at the oncoming force with his palm. Boom. The impact caused the energy to explode. Could Chu Yuan truly withstand such a method? Not far away, Song Ji and Liang Xiaobing were once again taken aback. The display of power from the man in white had seemed almost divine, and to withstand such an attack suggested that Chu Yuan possessed equally extraordinary abilities. After the initial shock, elation surged within them. If this were the case, it meant that Chu Yuan could indeed confront him. A practitioner? The man in white, noticing Chu Yuan's intervention, appeared astonished. Although Chu Yuan had merely raised a hand, his ability to block the attack and scathe confirmed that he was undoubtedly a practitioner. After making his move, Chu Yuan quickly turned to Chen Jingwan, asking, "Are you all right?" I'm fine." Initially gripped by fear, Chen Jingwan felt an inexplicable sense of safety with Chu Yuan shielding her. "Rest assured, I will handle this." Chu Yuan reassured her before turning his attention back to the man in white. The latter narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Chu Yuan. "Who are you? Which sect do you belong to? State your name, for as a practitioner, you should be aware of this place. To trespass here with others is a grave offense." "I do not belong to any particular sect. I only know that this is the Silent Ridge Snow Mountain. I came here for a hike. So how could I be accused of trespassing? It is rather you who, in your ruthlessness, have harmed others." Chu Yuan's tone was frigid, his anger palpable. His master had never mentioned any sects, and within his master's temple, there were only himself and his master, aside from a junior disciple, making the notion of sects irrelevant to him. "I am ruthless because I possess the power to be so. As a practitioner daring to intrude upon the Silent Ridge Snow Mountain, I shall send you to meet the King of Hell." As soon as the man in white finished speaking, he moved like a flash, channeling his inner strength into a powerful strike aimed at Chu Yuan. From the moment he attacked, Chu Yuan had already deduced that the man was, like him, at the opening spirit realm. After all, the ability to project internal energy was a hallmark of this level. A higher realm of spiritual intent would manifest a qualitative change in released internal energy, which the man in white had yet to attain. While Chu Yuan could not precisely gauge the man's exact level within the opening spirit realm, he was at its pinnacle and had already 1 foot in the realm of spiritual intent. Confronted with the oncoming attack, Chu Yuan felt no fear. Truly ruthless. "If you wish to fight, I shall oblige." Chu Yuan's internal energy surged as he unleashed a powerful punch in response. This was the first time he faced an opponent of similar standing, and he did not underestimate his adversary. Thus, he unleashed his full strength without reservation. Chu Yuan's fist struck with the force of 1,000 pounds, colliding with the man's palm. The man's expression shifted as his entire arm went numb from the impact. Internally, he realized the gravity of the situation. In their first direct confrontation, it was evident that Chu Yuan's strength far surpassed his own. Chu Yuan surmised that this opponent had only recently broken into the opening spirit realm, placing him at the early stages of spiritual intent. "Still wish to defeat me? Let us see who prevails." Chu Yuan's fists rained down like a hammer, delivering relentless blows upon the man in white, each strike a flurry of lightning-fast punches. Faced with the tempest of attacks, the man in white could only defend himself frantically, although both were at the opening spirit realm and capable of external energy projection. The power of such attacks paled in comparison to the explosive force generated through close-quarters combat utilizing internal energy. The exchanges of blows intensified. Chu Yuan should be able to win, right? The 5 onlookers appeared increasingly tense. Even Song Ji and Liang Xiaobing were fervently hoping for Chu Yuan's victory. After all, he was their beacon of hope. If he were to lose, how could they possibly withstand the man in white? Given that Chu Yuan's realm was superior, the man in white struggled to fend off the attacks, each punch from Chu Yuan causing him increasing discomfort, making defense progressively more difficult. Ultimately, prolonged defense leads to inevitable failure. After a series of exchanges, Chu Yuan's fierce punches finally broke through the man's defenses, landing a solid blow to his chest. Uffed. The man in white coughed up blood as he was sent sprawling several meters away. He won. Chu Yuan actually triumphed. Cui Xueding and Zhang Yi were filled with exhilaration. Despite their previous disparagement of Chu Yuan, they now placed all their hopes on him. If he failed, they might all be doomed. This guy can even defeat that divine being? Song Ji and Liang Xiaobing were overwhelmed with astonishment at Chu Yuan's victory. Did this not imply that Chu Yuan was even more formidable than that divine figure? Such thoughts instilled a sense of wariness within them. "Kid, you dare to injure me on the territory of the Snow Mountain sect? You shall not leave here alive today." The man in white wiped the blood from his mouth, his eyes glinting ominously. With that, he produced a signal flare, preparing to launch it. Chu Yuan's gaze sharpened as he dashed forward, landing a heavy punch on the man's face before snatching the signal flare away. "We merely came to enjoy the scenery, yet you seek to eradicate us? Isn't that a bit excessive?" After seizing the signal flare, Chu Yuan was consumed by rage. Having just shielded Chen Jingwan from an attack, he had initially hoped to negotiate for a peaceful resolution with the man in white. However, the latter had offered no opportunity, attacking outright and threatening to send Chu Yuan to meet the King of Hell. After defeating him, the man still sought to signal for reinforcements to annihilate Chu Yuan and the others. Such tyrannical behavior incited Chu Yuan's fury. I offered you a chance to leave the mountain, yet you chose to squander it. Since you forced my hand, you shall pay the price. This is how the Snow Mountain sect operates. The man in white's tone was menacing. Even in defeat, he showed no sign of weakness. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan realized that a so-called Snow Mountain sect existed atop the Silent Ridge Snow Mountain. It was likely that this sect was not weak, otherwise, they would not dare act so tyrannically. Given this, Chu Yuan resolved to be unyielding. He raised his fist, aiming for the man in white's head. Chu Yuan understood that if he left with Chun Jingwan and the others now, the man would likely return with reinforcements. Moreover, since Chun Jingwan and the others were merely ordinary people, their escape down the mountain would be limited in speed. Should they be pursued midway by stronger practitioners, ones that even Chu Yuan could not contend with, what would happen then? To avert such possibilities, it was imperative to deal with the man in white. Boom. The injured man in white could not react in time as Chu Yuan's fist struck his head with tremendous force. Bang, bang. Chu Yuan followed up with 2 more punches, rendering him unconscious. As Chu Yuan once again raised his fist, poised to strike the head of the man in white, his hand suddenly froze, halting just before the target. A blow of such magnitude would surely result in the man's demise. For Chu Yuan, executing such an act required surmounting a considerable psychological barrier. Although he had become a practitioner, exhibiting greater bravery and decisiveness than before, the prospect of taking a life still weighed heavily on his conscience. Even when an assassin had come for him previously, that individual had chosen to end his own life upon failing. Just as Chu Yuan hesitated, Song Ji brandished a climbing pick and charged forward. Bang, bang, bang. Song Ji swung the pick with ferocity, striking the head of the man in white relentlessly. Clearly, Song Ji did not share Chu Yuan's moral qualms. He was far more willing to act ruthlessly. Moreover, the man in white was already unconscious, rendering him defenseless. You arrogant fool. You told me to get lost. Song Ji yelled as he continued his assault. Chapter 55, Escape. The man in white had already been reduced to a mere breath, having succumbed to unconsciousness, and was unable to muster any internal power for defense. Under Song Ji's fierce blows, he soon breathed his last. We cannot leave any potential threats behind. Song Ji gasped. We must descend the mountain immediately. This place is no longer safe. Chu Yuan declared solemnly. He could not ascertain the strength of the Snow Mountain sect. Should they discover them, it would spell trouble. Yes. Yes. The girl snapped back to reality upon hearing Chu Yuan's words. Let us hurry down. Song Ji stowed the climbing pick and dashed downhill. Run. Liang Xiaobing quickly followed suit. Wait for me. Cui Shuading called out as she hurried after them. As for Jiang Yi, having been injured by the man in white, she was unable to move. Xiaobing, don't leave me behind. Jiang Yi cried out desperately. However, Liang Xiaobing, still shaken by the previous encounter, had no intention of stopping. He followed Song Ji and soon vanished from sight. He understood well that he could not carry the injured Jiang Yi, especially on a treacherous snow mountain. Would he really shoulder her down the mountain? Chu Yuan, on the other hand, swiftly buried the man in white beneath the snow, with light snowfall continuing. All traces of the incident would soon be concealed. Wu Jingwan, please help me. Jiang Yi cried, her gaze shifting to Chen Jingwan after her boyfriend fled. Chu Yuan, is there any way you can take her with us? Chen Jingwan also turned her pleading eyes toward Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan approached Jiang Yi, saying, your disdainful gaze throughout our journey has been quite evident. To be frank, even your boyfriend abandoned you. We are not related by blood, and I have no obligation to assist you. Chu Yuan, I beg you, if you are willing to save me, I will do anything you ask. Jiang Yi pleaded earnestly. She recognized that Chu Yuan was her only lifeline. If he chose to disregard her, her fate would be sealed in the icy clutches of the snow mountain. I do not require anything from you. My decision to save you is solely on account of Chen Jingwan. With that, Chu Yuan hoisted her up and carried her on his back. Thank you so much. Jiang Yi exclaimed, tears of gratitude welling up in her eyes. Chu Yuan could sense that her gratitude was genuinely heartfelt this time. Jingwan, we must descend the mountain quickly, Chu Yuan urged. With that, he set off down the mountain, bearing Jiang Yi on his back while accompanying Chen Jingwan. If he were only carrying Jiang Yi, he could have descended rapidly, but he needed to maintain a pace that matched Chen Jingwan's. Chu Yuan, you are truly impressive. You can run so fast while carrying me. You must not be tiring, right? Jiang Yi cooed from his back. Please be quiet. Chu Yuan retorted coldly. Your domineering attitude towards women is quite something. Yet, a man with such assertiveness possesses a certain charm. It's no wonder Jingwan is with you, Jiang Yi teased. How can you still find humor in this? Chu Yuan dismissed her further comments. Half an hour later. Chen Jingwan suddenly cried out in distress as she fell to the ground. In her haste, she had failed to notice a stone and had tripped. Jingwan, Chu Yuan immediately set Jiang Yi down and rushed to her side. "Where are you hurt?" he asked while helping her up. "My ankle," Chen Jingwan replied, her face pale. Chu Yuan promptly rolled up her pant leg, revealing a bloodied ankle. "It's quite serious. You likely cannot continue walking," Chu Yuan assessed. "I'm so sorry, I realize your speed far exceeds mine. You've kept pace with me to avoid leaving me behind. And now look what has happened," Chen Jingwan said, tears streaming down her cheeks. The usually strong-willed Chen Jingwan had humbly uttered the words "I'm sorry." She understood that this fall had rendered her a burden to Chu Yuan. "What is done is done. Now that you're injured, I'll carry you down the mountain," Chu Yuan stated, lifting her into his arms without hesitation. "But what about me? You can't just leave me," Jiang Yi, who had been placed on the ground, cried out urgently. She feared that Chu Yuan would prioritize carrying Chen Jingwan and abandon her. She knew well that she had no ties to Chu Yuan. Even her boyfriend had forsaken her, and with Chen Jingwan injured, Chu Yuan had no compelling reason to assist her. "Stop your shouting. I will take you down as well," Chu Yuan replied, exasperated. He then walked over and hoisted Jiang Yi onto his back. Thus, Chu Yuan ran down the mountain with Jiang Yi on his back and Chen Jingwan in his arms. Despite the dual burden, his speed was even faster than when he had been escorting Chen Jingwan alone. Before long, he caught up with Cui Xueding, Song Ji, and Liang Xiaobing, who had been running ahead. How can he run so quickly while carrying one and cradling another? Both Song Ji and Liang Xiaobing were astonished at the sight of Chu Yuan's remarkable speed. "Liang Xiaobing, you scoundrel! You left me behind!" Jiang Yi shouted at Liang Xiaobing, who was taken aback. It's not that I didn't want to help you. I truly couldn't carry you," Liang Xiaobing lamented. He lacked the extraordinary abilities of Chu Yuan, and while he might manage to carry someone a short distance, he knew he would never be able to descend the snow mountain with such a burden. In no time, Chu Yuan sped past him. "Chu Yuan, don't run so fast. Wait for us," Song Ji yelled from behind. They had already witnessed Chu Yuan's exceptional skills, and naturally, they wished for him to remain close, ready to defend against any pursuers. However, Chu Yuan had no intention of slowing down. He pressed on down the mountain. In a mere half-day, he dashed from the summit to the mountainside, the very place they had disembarked, now well past 11 o'clock at night. Even though the weather at this elevation was less severe, the night remained cold. Chu Yuan decided against continuing to carry them down, fearing they would suffer from the chill. Instead, he managed to get the vehicle ready and ushered them inside, where they would find refuge from the wind. In the back seat of the 7-seater SUV, which allowed the seats to recline, Chu Yuan laid the seats down and positioned the two women side by side. "Chu Yuan, I am in pain. Could you possibly examine me?" Jiang Yi bit her lip. Chapter 56. Chu Yuan glanced at her and replied, "Rest assured, you will not perish. As for your injuries, you have only yourself to blame for your reckless provocations. You are accustomed to arrogance, often challenging me. I might simply ignore you, but when you provoke someone formidable, you are merely inviting trouble upon yourself." It was her own impulsiveness that led to her being struck first. "Who was that person earlier?" Chen Jingwan could not help but inquire. Chu Yuan responded, "Like me, he is a cultivator, and it appears that there exists a sect on this mountain. I estimate that the place where we fought is a considerable distance from their stronghold, and he was likely out on a patrol. Had we been closer to the sect, escaping would have been a far more daunting task. I never anticipated that such a group existed on the Silent Ridge Snow Mountain," Chen Jingwan exclaimed in astonishment. "By the way, how is your ankle injury?" "Let me take a look," Chu Yuan said as he moved to her side and began to remove her shoe. "Hiss!" Chen Jingwan gasped sharply as pain shot through her. Upon closer inspection, Chu Yuan noted that her ankle was quite swollen. "I will channel my energy to alleviate some of your pain and injury," he declared, gently grasping her foot and infusing it with his internal force. "Is it effective?" Chu Yuan inquired, looking up at her. "Yes," Chen Jingwan nodded slightly, feeling a cooling sensation in her ankle, and the pain had indeed diminished significantly. "Chu Yuan, I am in pain as well. Could you assist me too?" Jiang Yi implored with a hint of a pout. "Endure it. Your injuries are merely a nuisance and pose no threat to your life," Chu Yuan replied without turning around. Jiang Yi enviously remarked, "Jingwan, you are truly fortunate. I finally understand why you chose him as your boyfriend. He is incredibly capable, instilling a sense of security, S&T. After this experience, I realize that such a man is far superior to one who merely comes from wealth. He is truly not my boyfriend," Chen Jingwan explained with a wry smile. "Is that really true?" Jiang Yi's eyes brightened. "Absolutely," Chen Jingwan affirmed earnestly. "Since you are not actually together, does that mean I can pursue him? You wouldn't be angry, would you?" Jiang Yi's excitement grew. "Of course not. I have no interest in him," Chen Jingwan replied decisively. Though she spoke these words, an uncomfortable sensation suddenly stirred within her, as if something precious was at risk of being taken away. "What are you thinking about? You already have a boyfriend." Chu Yuan interjected, casting her a sidelong glance. Don't mention that jerk. I have severed all ties with him. Jiang Yi retorted angrily. Even if you break up with him, do not harbor any intentions toward me. I would never be attracted to someone of your temperament, especially considering your complicated romantic history. Chu Yuan stated. Oh. Jiang Yi fell silent upon hearing this. Chen Jingwan, overhearing, was momentarily taken aback. Chu Yuan does not favor those with a tumultuous romantic past? She had previously dated Sun Chong, which he was aware of. Did this imply he would not take an interest in her either? Suddenly, Chen Jingwan realized that her thoughts were rather peculiar. She chided herself internally. Chen Jingwan, why are you thinking such nonsensical things? Why would you want her to like him? It would likely take some time for them to descend the mountain, so Chu Yuan suggested, let us rest. He then leaned against the side to recuperate. The following day, not until noon did Song Ji, Liang Xiaobing, and Shui Xueting return. Song Ji and Liang Xiaobing drove back at an astonishing speed. Chu Yuan and Chen Jingwan sat in Song Ji's vehicle. This incident had rendered the relationships among them rather awkward. What had transpired had indeed tested their friendships. Yet for ordinary individuals, how could relationships withstand such trials? Inside the car, Song Ji could not suppress his curiosity any longer. Chu Yuan, how did you acquire those abilities? Previously, Song Ji had looked down upon Chu Yuan, viewing him as a mere scion of a fallen family from a small town. He had felt a twinge of resentment that someone he considered a failure could be with Chen Jingwan. However, after this incident, he no longer dared to underestimate Chu Yuan in the least. After all, he had managed to defeat someone with divine skills. I have nothing to disclose. Chu Yuan replied calmly. This situation was genuinely terrifying. When I return, I must inform my father. What era is this? A Snow Mountain sect? Even if their martial prowess is formidable, do they dare to rebel against the heavens? Do they dare to create their own little world on the mountain? Song Ji fumed. I advise you not to act recklessly. They have managed to survive on the mountain until now, undoubtedly possessing their own means, Chu Yuan cautioned. Fear? Nonsense. Song Ji scoffed. The two vehicles swiftly returned to the small county town. Chen Jingwan and Jiang Yi were taken for treatment of their injuries. Their wounds were not particularly severe and could be treated at the outpatient department of the county hospital. After their treatment, which extended into the evening, they returned to the hotel where they had gathered prior to their expedition. Chen Jingwan arrived in her Porsche Panamera, parked in the hotel lot. Jiang Yi had naturally quarreled with Liang Xiaobing, who incessantly tried to explain, but to no avail. Outside the hotel, after bidding farewell to them, Chen Jingwan asked Chu Yuan to drive her back to Jinzhou, as her injury prevented her from driving. This trip to the Silent Ridge Snow Mountain was initially intended for adventure and relaxation for Chen Jingwan, while Song Ji and Liang Xiaobing aimed to assess a project. However, it had ultimately transformed into a perilous journey. For Chu Yuan, the trip had not been in vain, as he had successfully comprehended insights into breaking through to the spiritual intent realm on the snow-covered mountain. Moreover, it had revealed to him the existence of the Snow Mountain sect within the country. Based on the words of the man in white, he could almost deduce that there were undoubtedly other cultivation sects within the nation. Chu Yuan suddenly felt a profound realization. He possessed scant knowledge of affairs pertaining to the cultivation world, or rather, he knew practically nothing. Would his master be aware? Why had he never shared this information with him before? As Chu Yuan drove toward Jinzhou, the night had deepened by the time he entered the city. He dropped Chen Jingwan off at her villa and, after once more suppressing the toxins within her room, hastily departed. Instead of returning to his home in the Shanny district, he went directly to his apartment in the Jinzhou community. In the days to come, Chu Yuan resolved to concentrate his efforts and ascend to the spiritual intent realm. Chapter 57. Entering the spiritual intent realm. Upon returning to his room in the Jinzhou community, Chu Yuan immediately entered a state of cultivation. On the Silent Ridge Snow Mountain, in a circular valley near the summit, there lay an expanse of white structures, half of which extended into the mountainside. Within a grand hall, an elder spoke. A steward under my command has been missing for 2 days during a mountain patrol. Have you searched for him? The elder with white hair slowly opened his eyes. Our disciples have scoured the area, but due to frequent snowfall recently, there are no traces to follow. I am uncertain if he has run away on his own. The protector replied, for it was not uncommon for disciples to abscond from the sect every few years. They had not considered the possibility that the disciple had encountered difficulties on the mountain, as ordinary people could not contend with cultivators. It is improbable that any cultivator would dare to provoke them. Which cultivator possesses such audacity to venture into the desolate Snow Mountain and attack the disciples of the Snow Mountain sect? To abscond without permission is a grave offense. We must liaise with those below and search within Jiangnan province for any leads. If there are any developments, report them immediately, the elder commanded. Understood. The protector respectfully responded. In Jinzhou, Chu Yuan remained sequestered in his chamber for a full 7 days, while he immersed himself in a secluded and rigorous cultivation. The atmosphere in Jinzhou was anything but tranquil. The tempest within the commercial sphere of Jinzhou showed no signs of abating. At last success, Chu Yuan opened his eyes, sparkling with brilliance. After comprehending the unity of qi in the corporeal form, and with several days of dedicated practice, he had finally surmounted the bottleneck and entered the realm of spiritual intent. Let me test the effects of the spiritual intent. Chu Yuan raised his hand, channeling his internal energy as a sphere of white radiance coalesced within his palm. Reaching the realm of spiritual intent rendered the manipulation of internal energy and the projection of qi as effortless as utilizing his own limbs. He then gazed out the window and hurled the sphere of white light with great force. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as the large tree outside was utterly obliterated. Such formidable power. Chu Yuan grinned. This level of potency could rival that of a small artillery shell, indeed. Achieving the realm of spiritual intent has certainly resulted in a substantial enhancement of strength, should a situation arise akin to the previous assassination attempt. Chu Yuan felt confident he could emerge unscathed. Before descending the mountain, my master mentioned that I should return to see him once I reach the realm of spiritual intent. He has matters to discuss. I should find a suitable time to visit. Chu Yuan mused, his anticipation evident. His time away from the mountain had not been extensive, and having successfully entered the realm of spiritual intent, his master would surely be pleased upon hearing the news. Subsequently, Chu Yuan powered on his phone. During his days of seclusion, while striving for the realm of spiritual intent, he had deliberately turned it off to avoid distractions. As soon as he powered it on, a flurry of messages greeted him. His cousin inquired why he had been missing from work, while Chen Jingwan had messaged him about the day being set for her toxin suppression. There were also messages from Bing, as well as from his sister and mother. Chu Yuan first called his sister and mother, informing them that he had been occupied with matters outside and would return today. He then dialed Bing. Brother Yuan, you finally reappeared. I thought you had gone missing again, Bing exclaimed with a laugh over the phone. Have you encountered any troubles? Chu Yuan promptly inquired. None at all. Over the past month and a half since operations commenced, everything has progressed exceptionally smoothly. The reputation of our Tianyuan group has now been firmly established in Jinzhou. Not only have we reclaimed a significant portion of business from the original Chu Group, but we have also acquired numerous new ventures. Once the Tianyuan group is fully formed, its scale will undoubtedly surpass that of the original Chu Group. Bing declared with enthusiasm. He continued, although there is still much work ahead. The businesses we have secured thus far are sufficient to place us among the pinnacle of Jinzhou's commercial sphere. We are no longer the ones seeking collaboration. Numerous business owners are now eager to partner with us. Once the Tianyuan group is fully established, it will undoubtedly emerge as a dominant force in Jinzhou's business landscape. Given that Jinzhou is merely an ordinary prefectural city and not considered a large metropolis, the complexity of its commercial environment is relatively low. With the support of Lord Peng, Elder Chen, and President Liu, and coupled with Bing's business acumen, the transformation of the group into a dominant entity within Jinzhou's commerce is hardly surprising. What are your plans moving forward? Chu Yuan inquired into the phone. Currently, there is a myriad of tasks to address for the Tianyuan group. While many business deals have been finalized, the smooth execution of these ventures requires time for proper assimilation. Nonetheless, these issues are manageable, Bing replied. By the way, Brother Yuan, with the Tianyuan group now firmly established and its future looking bright, I believe it is time for you to step into the limelight. The business owners who have collaborated with us are quite eager to know the identity of the mastermind behind the Tianyuan group. All right, how do you intend to arrange this? Chu Yuan asked. Let us organize a banquet in your name, inviting all the business owners who have collaborated with us. Bing proposed. Chu Yuan's gaze sharpened. No, I wish to host a banquet for the entire Jinzhou business community, as well as the local dignitaries. And do remember to send an invitation to my father. I promised him upon my return to Jinzhou that I would rejuvenate the Chu family and ensure his return to the business community, allowing him to reclaim his position as chairman. It is time for me to fulfill that promise. Chu Yuan aimed to use this grand banquet to surprise his parents, intending for the entire Jinzhou business community to witness this momentous occasion. Absolutely, Brother Yuan. I will arrange for the preparations and send out the invitations. The banquet will be held approximately 10 days from now, Bing assured. Also, remember to send an invitation to Zhou Kuan. I need to settle some accounts with him. Chu Yuan added. He had previously confirmed that he had been targeted for assassination twice. While it was unlikely Zhou Kuan had acted directly, he was likely involved in some capacity. Understood, Brother Yuan. Bing replied. After hanging up, Chu Yuan rose and headed out, preparing to address Chen Jingwan's toxin issue. Now that he had entered the realm of spiritual intent, he would be able to thoroughly cleanse her of the toxins within her body. At the Chun family villa. As Chu Yuan entered, Qin Jingwan immediately began to complain. Chu Yuan, it's nearly afternoon, and you only just arrived. You didn't even answer your phone. Enough complaints. I come bearing good news. Would you like to hear it? Chu Yuan replied. Oh, what good news? Qin Jingwan inquired, her curiosity piqued. With a smile, Chu Yuan announced. I now possess the capability to completely eliminate the toxins from your body. Really? Qin Jingwan exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Even Elder Qin chimed in. Young friend Chu Yuan. If you can help Jingwan rid herself of the toxins entirely, I cannot thank you enough. Too kind, Elder Chun, Chu Yuan responded before turning to Qin Jingwan. Let us go upstairs. With that, Chu Yuan ascended the stairs with practiced ease, and Qin Jingwan promptly followed suit. Once in the room, Qin Jingwan asked, how should I cooperate? Just as before, Chu Yuan replied, turning slightly to avoid her gaze. After Qin Jingwan confirmed she was ready, Chu Yuan stepped forward. This time, it may take a bit longer, he cautioned before extending his hands to her, commencing his technique. This session lasted a full half hour. All done. As Chu Yuan concluded, beads of sweat adorned his forehead, given that he had only just entered the realm of spiritual intent. Expelling the toxins completely proved to be a considerable drain on his energy and quite taxing. Have all the toxins been purged from my body? Qin Jingwan inquired. They have been eliminated. You will no longer require my assistance for toxin suppression. I will head downstairs. You may dress at your leisure, Chu Yuan said, rising to leave. The complete removal of the toxins should have been an occasion for great joy for Qin Jingwan. From the moment Chu Yuan began suppressing her toxins, she had longed for the day she would be free of them, freeing her from the burden of enduring his often brusque demeanor. Yet, at this moment, she found herself inexplicably engulfed by a sense of loss. Having expelled the toxins from her body, Qin Jingwan felt an emptiness within her, realizing that he would no longer need to visit weekly to assist her detoxification. After she dressed and descended the stairs, she discovered that Chu Yuan had already vanished from sight. Grandfather, where is Chu Yuan? Qin Jingwan inquired, scanning her surroundings. After I expressed my gratitude, he took his leave. Elder Qin replied. That fellow didn't he even wait for me to come down and bid farewell? Qin Jingwan pouted. What is this? Have you not always found him tiresome? Lately, I've observed something peculiar about you, Jingwan. Could it be that you have developed feelings for Chu Yuan? Elder Qin chuckled. Qin Jingwan's cheeks flushed, and she immediately retorted, Grandfather, what are you thinking? That is impossible. With that, she swiftly ascended the stairs. Jingwan, Chu Yuan is a remarkable talent. And given your similar ages, if you have an interest in him, I believe it would be worth exploring, Elder Qin called after her. Qin Jingwan chose not to respond and hurried back to her room, shutting the door behind her. Could it be that I truly have developed feelings for that guy? She wondered, leaning against the door. After leaving the Chun household, Chu Yuan drove his second-hand car back to the shanty town. Dad, Mom, I'm home, he announced as he entered. His mother was still at work, leaving only his father and younger sister at home. You little rascal, where have you been all this time? His father immediately scolded upon seeing him. Dad, I've been busy with some matters, Chu Yuan explained. What nonsense are you busy with now? You're not still investigating that matter, are you? His father interrogated. Dad, don't jump to conclusions. I'm just doing some business, Chu Yuan said with a wry smile. Business? You lack funds, connections, and experience. What do you have to start a business? How many times must I tell you to work diligently? I've gone to great lengths to secure you a job as a driver. Don't take it for granted. His father admonished sternly. Dad, you're right. Just don't be angry, Chu Yuan replied with a smile as he approached his father. He refrained from further explanation. For in 10 days, on the day of the banquet, he would demonstrate to his father that he was no longer a failure and that his efforts had borne fruit. This banquet was essentially a preparation by Chu Yuan for his father. Chu Yuan, I'm not trying to make you angry. I simply want you to work earnestly. And then I want to be upset. That shouldn't be too difficult, right? Your cousin has been unable to reach you and even called to inquire. Your mother has had to plead on your behalf to keep this job. You need to report to your cousin tomorrow, understood? His father urged earnestly. I understand, Dad. Chu Yuan replied cheerfully. Just then, his younger sister, Chu Li, emerged from her bedroom, running towards him with a beaming smile. Brother, she exclaimed. Your sister received her admission letter from Fuxing University a few days ago. She has been accepted. She wanted to share the good news with you right away. Once you receive your first month as salary, treat your sister to a meal to celebrate, their father said. Before the summer vacation, Chu Li had completed her college entrance examination. Did you get accepted into Fuxing University? That is amazing, Chu Yuan said, ruffling Chu Li's hair. Fuxing University, after all, is one of the top universities in the country. Your sister is far more capable than you, their father added, looking pleased. Dad, brother, once I finish my studies, I will definitely make our family better, Chu Li proclaimed confidently. Chu Li, I believe in your abilities, Chu Dashan replied with a broad smile. Come on, sister. Let us go out and celebrate. I'll treat you to a feast, Chu Yuan said, pulling her by the arm. Suddenly, the old wooden door of the living room was kicked open with a loud bang. A man clad in a floral shirt stormed in, accompanied by 5 or 6 burly men. Old man, are you still not moving out? The floral shirt man shouted as soon as he entered. Chu Li turned pale with fear. Brother Hua, could you grant us a little more time? We can discuss the compensation, can't we? I used to be friends with your boss. Chu Dashan forced a smile. Bang. Chu Dashan, you're nothing but a cripple now. Do you still think of yourself as the chairman? You want to associate with our boss? The floral shirt man sneered, kicking over a trash can in the room. Brother. Chu Li cried out, clutching Chu Yuan's arm in terror. Sister, what is happening? Chu Yuan frowned, looking concerned. The shantytown is being demolished, and we don't have ownership of this house, so they refuse to provide compensation. They came by a while ago, demanding we move. But we couldn't find a place to stay, and since the compensation hasn't been settled, we haven't moved, Chu Li explained. Chapter 59, Chu Yuan's Fury. Chu Yuan knew that after the Chu family fell from grace, his mother had sold their few remaining pieces of jewelry to purchase this house, which had unclear private property rights, as was common in shanty towns. On his first day back home in Jinzhou, he had indeed noticed the desolation of the shanty town. Realizing that some residents had already moved away, now Chu Yuan understood that it was to be demolished. Chu Dashan, here's 50,000 yuan in compensation. This is already a favor from our boss. Take the money and get out tonight, the suited man announced, tossing a few stacks of cash onto the table. 50,000. This compensation is far too little, Chu Dashan said, forcing a grim smile. The Chu family had initially paid 80,000 for this house. And given that property prices had risen significantly over the past 5 years, this sum was an insult. If you think it's too little, then don't take it. I'll have my brothers help you move for free. I'll make it clear. My brothers are rough men. If anything gets damaged during the move, you won't receive a cent in compensation, the floral shirt man said, taking back 2,000 of the cash from the table. Why you? Chu Dashan could no longer muster a smile, his hands trembling with anger. Brothers, help them move, and throw this crippled old man out of bed, the floral shirt man commanded. His followers surged forward toward Chu Dashan, intending to toss him out. Why you? Chu Dashan felt powerless and desperate as they advanced. Stop! A sudden shout broke through the chaos. Chu Yuan dashed forward, positioning himself in front of his father's sickbed. Oh, who do we have here? You must be Chu Dashan's son, young Master Chu Yuan, right? The floral shirt man sneered at him. If you dare to touch my father, you will pay the price. Chu Yuan's dark eyes glinted with a cold light. Chu Yuan, don't get involved. Chu Dashan shouted urgently. In this perilous moment at home, Chu Yuan's willingness to stand up and take responsibility filled Chu Dashan with a sense of pride. Yet he knew that should Chu Yuan clash with these men, he would face grave consequences, possibly even severe injury. Kid, you're quite arrogant. You want to stand up for him, huh? I'll make that happen. The floral shirt man's expression darkened instantly, grabbing a nearby flower pot. He charged at Chu Yuan. Brother Hua, don't. He's still young and doesn't understand. Take it out on me instead, Chu Dashan pleaded, struggling to rise from the bed. But the floral shirt man showed no signs of stopping, advancing menacingly toward Chu Yuan. Kid, if I don't teach you a lesson today, you'll really think Brother Hua is just a pushover. The man in the floral shirt, having spoken, abruptly raised a vase and brought it crashing down toward Chu Yuan's head. Bang! Just as his hand was about to descend upon Chu Yuan swiftly seized his wrist and forcefully twisted it. A shriek reminiscent of a slaughtered pig echoed through the air as the man's arm was violently contorted backward, the sound of cracking bones resonating clearly. With a powerful shove, Chu Yuan sent him staggering backward. Brother Hua. The henchman accompanying the man in the floral shirt rushed forward to catch him. Quickly, kill him. The floral shirt man trembled in fear. At his command, his subordinates swiftly drew expandable batons and charged at Chu Yuan. In the face of the whistling batons, Chu Yuan effortlessly seized one, disarming them with ease. He swung the baton, blocking and striking in a fluid motion, and in the blink of an eye, he had knocked all of them to the ground, their pained howls filling the air. Chu Dashan, upon witnessing this spectacle, was left in stunned silence. When did his son become so formidable? To single-handedly vanquish a group of men? He was utterly astounded. The floral shirt man, taken aback by Chu Yuan's prowess, quaked in trepidation. Chu Yuan approached him. What are you planning? You, young man, have gotten yourself into serious trouble. My boss, Wu, will not let you off lightly. The floral shirt man regarded Chu Yuan with apprehension. You are mistaken. It is your boss who has landed himself in a predicament. I am quite furious, and he shall pay the price. Chu Yuan's voice was icy. He was acutely aware that if he were absent today, his father would be cast onto the streets, and his mother and sister would also be left destitute. Such behavior had undoubtedly crossed Chu Yuan's bottom line. Upon descending the mountain this time, he had vowed that he would not allow his family to suffer any indignities. Anyone who dared to harm his kin would face dire consequences. With that declaration, Chu Yuan crouched down and pulled out his phone from his pocket. Call your boss. He flung the phone at the floral shirt man's face. Trembling, the floral shirt man picked up the phone and shakily dialed the number. Just as the call connected, Chu Yuan snatched the phone back. What is going on, Hua? Have you dealt with those matters? A middle-aged man's voice came through the line. Boss Wu, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Chu Yuan. If you dare to bully my parents, prepare to pack your bags and leave Jinzhou. Chu Yuan replied coldly. Chu Yuan, you are the son of Chu Deshan? Huh, you have quite the audacity. Wu's laughter echoed from the other end. Without further ado, Chu Yuan hung up the phone. Get lost. He tossed the phone onto the floral shirt man's lap. The man, with one arm broken, picked up the phone and climbed back to his feet. We'll see about this, he declared, before rushing out of the room, followed by his subordinates, who hastily scrambled to their feet and fled, nursing their injuries. After all, having been easily defeated by Chu Yuan, there was no point in remaining. They would only continue to be beaten. Inside the room, only Chu Yuan, Chu Deshan, and Chu Li remained. Dad. Chu Yuan rushed over to support Chu Deshan, guiding him back toward the bed. Chu Yuan, this is serious. Chu Deshan's complexion was ashen. Having just witnessed his son overpower a group of men, he was profoundly shocked at how capable Chu Yuan had become. Yet, as he calmed down, a deep-seated fear began to swell within him. He understood all too well that Chu Yuan's actions would surely incite Wu's wrath, leading to retaliation. Wu was a prominent real estate mogul in Jinzhou, well established in the local business community. With Chu Deshan's current capabilities, he could hardly withstand Wu's vengeance. Chapter 60. Consequences. Chu Yuan, given the circumstances, I do not blame you. You only wish to protect your family. We must gather our things and leave Jinzhou immediately. Foregoing any compensation, Chu Deshan declared solemnly. Once a veteran in the business world, he quickly made a decision. Since trouble had already found them, the only option was to relinquish their interests to ensure their family's safety. Rest assured, Dad, we are not the ones in trouble. The trouble lies with that Wu. Chu Yuan reassured him with a smile, helping him lie back down on the bed. But running away isn't a solution. Even if we leave Jinzhou for another city, it won't be difficult for Wu to track us down. He will ultimately seek revenge. Chu Deshan shook his head, eyes closed. Resolute in his thoughts, he decided that if retaliation did come, he would bear the burden alone. After ensuring his father's comfort, Chu Yuan exited the room and stepped onto the quiet street. The area appeared desolate, with most of the lights in the shanty town extinguished, suggesting many had already moved away. Chu Yuan understood well that the residents of the shanty town were largely the lower-class citizens of Jinzhou. The events that had unfolded in his family today indicated that most residents had likely not received fair compensation. Chu Yuan took out his phone and called Ping Yi, a Bing, and President Liu of the Jinzhou Chamber of Commerce, each receiving a straightforward instruction to take immediate action against Guangyu Real Estate Group using all available means. Meanwhile, in a villa located in the riverside area, Wu was reclining on the sofa, chuckling to himself. How absurd. A fallen young master dares to threaten me with consequences? He tossed his phone aside and took a puff of his cigar. Oh, I need to call Hua and instruct him to deal with this brat properly. As he reached for his phone again, it rang unexpectedly. To his surprise, it was President Liu of the Jinzhou Chamber of Commerce calling. What could President Liu possibly want at this hour? Wu pondered, perplexed, as he answered the call. Hello, President Liu. As soon as the call connected, Wu donned a sycophantic smile. Wu Guangyu, I am calling to inform you that you have been expelled from the Jinzhou Chamber of Commerce and are no longer a member. Liu's cold voice resonated through the line. Expelled? Wu stood up in shock. President Liu, why? Have I violated any regulations of the chamber? He struggled to comprehend why this news had arrived so unexpectedly. Because today you offended someone you should not have. Think carefully about it. Furthermore, starting tomorrow, the Jinzhou Chamber of Commerce will impose sanctions on your Guangyu group. Take heed. President Liu concluded, hanging up the phone. Wu was left staring at his phone in disbelief, the news hitting him like a bolt from the blue. Offended someone I shouldn't have? Who have I crossed to invite such disaster? Wu was utterly baffled, unable to fathom who could have instigated this turmoil. Just as he was lost in thought, his phone rang again. It was Peng Yi calling. As a real estate businessman in Jinzhou, Wu had some dealings with Peng Yi, particularly concerning the transportation of construction waste, relying on Peng Yi's protection to ensure the construction site remained undisturbed. Upon answering, Peng Yi bluntly stated that he was severing their partnership and advised Wu to take good care of himself, especially regarding the safety of his ongoing construction projects. A veiled threat that left Wu alarmed. Peng Yi, why is this happening? Wu pressed for answers. You have offended an individual you ought not to have. With this declaration, Master Peng abruptly severed the call. Subsequently, Boss Wu found himself inundated with phone calls from various business associates, all of whom expressed their intent to cease collaboration with him. After receiving a barrage of more than 10 calls, Boss Wu slumped onto the sofa, a visage of despair etched upon his face. Who have I angered today that wields such formidable influence, capable of mobilizing the entire business community of Gold State against me? He bellowed in frustration. Suddenly, a thought struck him, recalling the harsh words previously uttered by Chu Yuan. Could it be that down-and-out scion, Chu Yuan? Boss Wu sprang to his feet, his eyes widening in shock. How could a fallen heir possess such extraordinary power? Even the president of the Gold State Chamber of Commerce seems to heed his command. The following day, in accordance with his father's admonitions, Chu Yuan called his cousin to report in. Chu Yuan, I thought you had perished. You've been away from Gold State for 5 years, and your penchant for frivolity remains unchanged. Even a simple job as a driver, you approach with such lethargy. Were it not for your mother's intercession, I would have dismissed you long ago. Upon answering the call, Chu Yuan was met with a barrage of reprimands from his cousin, Xianxia. Cousin, I have no desire to engage in a debate. I acknowledge that I have not performed my duties as your driver adequately, hence I shall forego this month's salary, provided you refrain from reporting to my parents. Chu Yuan replied. Upon hearing this, Xianxia's ire subsided somewhat. Since you relinquished this month's wages, I shall not pursue the matter further. However, should your performance falter again, I will not hesitate to terminate your employment, even if your mother pleads on your behalf. There is an event in 2 days requiring a driver. Ensure you arrive at my home from the hotel punctually in the morning. Xianxia instructed. Understood, Chu Yuan acknowledged. In the ensuing 2 days, Yuan Group publicly announced an upcoming luncheon, personally presided over by the group's chairman, and extended invitations throughout Gold State. This revelation sent ripples through the business and elite circles of Gold State. Curiosity surrounding the enigmatic figure behind Yuan Group had reached a fever pitch, as many speculated about the formidable individual capable of swiftly elevating a nascent group to such heights. The anticipation for this banquet was palpable, as it promised to unveil the true identity of the mysterious benefactor behind Yuan Group. In a dilapidated neighborhood, Chu Yuan's family gathered around the table for lunch. Ever since Chu Yuan had driven away the gang led by brother Hua, Chu Dashan had been on edge, fearing retaliation that never came. I noticed this morning that Guangyu Group has dismantled their temporary office in the shantytown, his mother remarked while eating. How could that be? Chu Dashan exclaimed, astonished. I just heard from the neighbors that Guangyu Group has incurred the wrath of Yuan Group, apparently losing control of the shantytown redevelopment project to them, his mother explained. Is it that Yuan Group, which has been sweeping through Gold State's business scene recently? Chu Dashan queried in disbelief. Father, have you heard about Yuan Group? Chu Yuan looked up at his father. Of course, as a newly established entity, Yuan Group has been making headlines in Gold State. How could I not be aware? Chu Dashan responded. To witness such a new group ascend to the pinnacle of Gold State's business realm at such an astonishing pace is indeed frightening, Chu Dashan lamented. Chu Dashan, labored for over a decade to build the Chu family enterprise, and even at its zenith, I could scarcely dream of such heights. I wonder what sort of terrifying figure stands behind Yuan Group, capable of orchestrating such rapid success. His mother interjected. Perhaps it is someone with an extraordinary background and connections. Otherwise, how could they compel the entire Gold State business community to yield and cooperate? Chu Li remarked, Father, does this imply that Guangyu Real Estate will not seek revenge upon us? Given that Boss Wu of Guangyu Real Estate has offended Yuan Group, he must now be preoccupied with his own survival. It is likely the reason we have not faced retaliation these past few days. We seem to have been fortunate. His father replied. That would be splendid. His sister, Chu Li, exclaimed with a smile. Chu Dashan shook his head, sighing, the world is filled with treachery. Even if Yuan Group takes over the redevelopment project, they will likely exploit us to the utmost, and our due compensation may remain elusive. Father, you should maintain an optimistic outlook. Perhaps it will not turn out that way. Chu Yuan replied with a smile. Just then, a knock echoed through the air. Chu Yuan's family felt a sudden apprehension at the sound. Although Guangyu Group had seen a downturn, the prospect of a knock at the door still incited concern. Could it be retaliation? I shall answer the door, Chu Yuan declared, setting aside his bowl and rising to open it. Before him stood a courier. Chu Dashan, you have a local express delivery. All right, hand it over, Chu Yuan said as he signed for the package. After the courier departed, he closed the door and returned to the dining table. Father, here is your delivery. Chu Yuan handed the package to his father. Who would send me a package? Chu Dashan wondered aloud as he accepted the delivery. Upon opening it, he found a gilded invitation. An invitation? Who would extend such a courtesy to me? He mused, unfolding the invitation. His mother and sister leaned in with curiosity. Yuan Group? As Chu Dashan read the contents of the invitation, His hands trembled in astonishment. This is indeed an invitation from Yuan Group. They are inviting our family to attend a banquet on the 10th. Chu Dashan exclaimed. What? How could this be? His mother and sister were equally taken aback. The recent prowess of Yuan Group in Gold State was well known, leaving them puzzled as to why such a prominent entity would extend an invitation to them. Father, could this invitation be a forgery? Chu Li inquired. Given that the invitation bears the official seal of Yuan Group, it should be legitimate, Chu Dashan affirmed after scrutinizing it. Father, I have heard that Yuan Group is inviting various figures from Gold State's business and elite circles. You were once a part of that world. Perhaps this is the reason for your invitation, Chu Yuan suggested. His mother's face lit up with realization. What you say makes sense. It could indeed be so. I shall not attend, Chu Dashan declared, placing the invitation aside and resuming his meal. Why not? His mother asked, astonished. Indeed, why not, father? Even Chu Yuan and Chu Li were taken aback. If I attend, I would undoubtedly encounter former acquaintances and rivals from the business world. I cannot bear to face them. Chu Dashan replied, pouring himself a glass of baijiu and downing it in one gulp. Chu Yuan understood his father's sentiments. Should he attend, he would surely confront old friends and adversaries from the business sphere. How could Chu Dashan face them? Father, I have heard that even Zhou Kuan's company has been incapacitated by Yuan Group, unable to sustain their business. This indicates that Yuan Group holds no allegiance to Zhou Kuan. Since they have invited you, perhaps there is a chance to forge a connection with them, and they may recognize your capabilities and wish to include you, Chu Yuan proposed. Perhaps this could be your chance to re-enter the business scene in Jinzhou, even make a remarkable comeback. The mother quickly added, Dashan, what our son says is quite sensible. Receiving an invitation is indeed an opportunity. Have you not been waiting for such a moment to seize your chance for resurgence? This opportunity has finally presented itself. How could you let it slip away? If you miss this chance, how arduous it will be to await another. After a brief silence, Chu Dashan set down his wine glass and declared, Very well, we shall attend this banquet. The invitation is for our entire family, so we will all go. How he longed for a chance to rise again. At the Zhou Group, Zhou Kuan had been able to hold a pen and perform simple tasks after a prolonged course of medication. However, due to the substantial blows the business had endured, he had returned to the office, yet he could not save the Zhou Group from its rapid decline. In the office, why? Who is the owner of Yuan Group? And why is he doing this? Zhou Kuan roared in frustration. He had been in a foul mood for days. Chairman, a parcel for you. His secretary presented a package, placing it on his desk. Menglan, open it and see what it contains, Zhou Kuan said, his expression darkening. Han Menglan promptly opened the parcel, revealing an invitation. Darling, it's a banquet invitation from Yuan Group, Han Menglan exclaimed, startled upon reading its contents. Yuan Group is inviting me? Is this a means to humiliate me? Zhou Kuan's expression twisted into one of rage. Shall we attend? Han Menglan inquired. Why not? I must see for myself who the owner of Yuan Group truly is. Zhou Kuan's eyes gleamed with venom. He was unwilling to remain ignorant of the identity of Yuan Group's owner. Chapter 62. The Wheel of Fortune Turns. The following day, his cousin Xianxiaaudiobooks had previously instructed him that she had an event today and requested Chu Yuan to drive her. Thus, Chu Yuan arrived at her villa in the morning. Xianxiaaudiobooks instructed Chu Yuan to drive to an ecological farmhouse in the outskirts of Jinzhou for a gathering. After a 2-hour drive, they arrived at the farmhouse. Inside the car, Xianxiaaudiobooks remarked, Chu Yuan, today you are quite fortunate to join me for a sumptuous feast. You probably haven't enjoyed a grand meal in ages. Come, let's get out. With that, she opened the car door and led Chu Yuan into the farmhouse. The establishment featured an artificial lake with a pathway leading to a pavilion at its center. Inside the pavilion sat a group of about 10 individuals, enjoying tea, playing cards, and engaging in conversation. Xianxiaaudiobooks guided Chu Yuan directly to the center pavilion. Cici. Upon seeing Xianxiaaudiobooks, the group greeted her with cheerful smiles. You all arrived quite early, Xianxiaaudiobooks responded, returning their greetings with a smile. She then turned her attention to a young man with dyed blonde hair. Xingxiao, you're here early too. Xianxiaaudiobooks greeted the blonde-haired youth with a smile. Today, I am hosting everyone, so I naturally had to arrive early. Please, take a seat. He gestured for her to sit. Is this Chu Yuan? The young man's gaze shifted to Chu Yuan, lingering on him. Yes, Xingxiao. This is my cousin and currently my driver, Xianxiaaudiobooks quickly explained. Your driver? The young man scrutinized Chu Yuan and chuckled. Chu Yuan, you've returned to Jinzhou after 5 years, and now you're reduced to being someone's driver? How amusing. His words drew the attention of the other young men and women present. Chu Yuan recognized the blonde-haired youth as Xingquan, the son of a former business rival of his father. This history had made their relationship strained during their youth. The atmosphere grew tense with the encounter of old adversaries. Chu Yuan, I heard that you caused a scene at Zhou Kuan's wedding when you returned recently and nearly got thrown out by the hotel security. By chance, Miss Qin Jingwan also stirred trouble at the wedding, leading to Zhou Kuan's downfall, allowing you to escape unscathed, right? Xing Xiao stated. The news of Zhou Kuan's disgrace had indeed spread throughout the business community in Jinzhou. However, the specifics of the incident remained unknown to many. The prevailing narrative suggested that Qin Jingwan had targeted Zhou Kuan, which was the only reasonable explanation. No one speculated that Chu Yuan had any involvement, as it was inconceivable that he could rally the Chun family's support. Thus, the consensus was that Zhou Kuan had simply offended Qin Jingwan and faced her wrath. It is indeed true, but what insight do you have to offer, Xing Xiao? Chu Yuan replied calmly, unperturbed. I wouldn't dare to instruct you. However, one can only laugh at the situation, a fallen young master seeking revenge on Zhou Kuan. How delusional. Xing Xiao chuckled. Then, standing up, he announced loudly, Come. Let us toast to Master Chu, welcoming him back to Jinzhou. The young men and women present raised their teacups and stood. Xing Xiao's intent was clear, to mock Chu Yuan in this manner, deliberately placing him in an awkward position. Noticing that Chu Yuan remained seated, Xing Xiao's expression soured. What's the matter, Chu Yuan? I'm toasting to you, and you plan to ignore me? Xianxia, displeased, interjected. Chu Yuan. Xing Xiao is now one of the leading figures among the wealthy youths of Jinzhou. He is honoring you. Why must you act so aloof? You must remember. You are merely my driver now. Very well, I accept Xing Xiao's kind gesture, Chu Yuan said as he stood, holding up his teacup. Xing Xiao? The wheel of fortune turns. Today, I am but a driver, yet I shall not remain so forever. You, in your current prominence, may not always hold such status. Heed my words. After saying this, Chu Yuan downed the tea in one gulp. A few years ago, with his temperament, he would have retaliated against Xing Xiao's taunts. But having undergone certain experiences, his perspective had indeed shifted. He had no desire to engage further with Xing Xiao, provided that the latter did not genuinely provoke him. However, should his boundaries be crossed, he would not hesitate to act, as evidenced by his response to the Guangyu Group's audacious affronts against his parents. Chu Yuan, you've been gone for years, and now you're spouting wisdom? How intriguing. However, considering you've downed that cup of tea, I shall refrain from troubling you further today, Xing Xiao remarked with a smile. Xing Xiao, you know that my husband has been exceedingly busy. Xianxia responded with a smile. Indeed, as far as I know, Peng Yi has been closely collaborating with the recently rising Tianyuan group. It is only natural for your husband to be occupied. Xing Xiao leaned back casually in his chair. Xing Xiao, speaking of Tianyuan group, we find that quite fascinating. Their rapid ascent in the Jinzhou business scene is extraordinary, commanding the cooperation of all local business leaders. Truly remarkable. Indeed. Tianyuan Group is astonishing. One wonders what kind of person their owner truly is. Up to this point, it seems that scarcely anyone has laid eyes on this enigmatic magnate, has there? The assembled crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. In recent times, whenever the Tianyuan Group is mentioned in Gold State, conversations flow with exuberance and enthusiasm. Indeed. The Tianyuan Group is set to host a grand banquet on the 10th of this month, and I have already received an invitation from them. Soon, I shall have the opportunity to behold this mysterious figure with my own eyes, exclaimed my cousin, Xianxia, with palpable excitement. My father received one too. Our family got an invitation as well. Several voices chimed in unison. For them, receiving an invitation from the Tianyuan Group is a mark of great honor. Wow, I am truly envious. You all have the chance to witness the presence of this illustrious magnate, remarked those who had not been invited, their envy evident. Young Master Xian leaned back in his chair and said, To my knowledge, the scope of this banquet's invitations is quite extensive. Anyone whose family possesses assets exceeding 10 million should receive an invitation from the Tianyuan Group. Young Master Xian, your father is collaborating with the Tianyuan Group, is he not? How much do you truly know about them? Everyone turned their attention to young Master Xian. Ahem, I shan't conceal it from you. My father met the behind-the-scenes owner of the Tianyuan Group just a few days ago, young Master Xian stated with an air of pretentiousness. Chapter 63, The Arrival of the Banquet. Is that so, young Master Xian? Do enlighten us. The crowd was eager for details. Uft, what a braggart, muttered Chu Yuan, who had been sipping tea. Chu Yuan, whom are you calling a braggart? Young Master Xian frowned, directing his gaze at him. I am clearly referring to you. Your father could not have possibly met the owner of the Tianyuan Group. Your words are merely an attempt to show off in front of everyone. Chu Yuan replied nonchalantly while continuing to sip his tea. Did Chu Yuan not know whether young Master Xian's father had met the owner? Chu Yuan, refrain from spreading baseless rumors. How can you be so certain that my father has not met him? Young Master Xian's expression darkened. Indeed, none of us can ascertain whether young Master Xian's father has met the Tianyuan Group's owner. The crowd chimed in. unable to restrain themselves. Upon hearing their words, young Master Xian's expression softened slightly. Chu Yuan, did you hear that? No one believes you. Your family currently lacks even the qualification to attend such a banquet. Young Master Xian's voice dripped with sarcasm. That may disappoint you, but my family has also received an invitation. Chu Yuan replied calmly. Young Master Xian scoffed. Chu Yuan, in my opinion, you are fabricating lies to salvage your dignity. There are several families here with assets in the millions who did not receive invitations. Look at how far your family has fallen. Young Master Xian, do not pay him any mind. He likely has some delusions and is still living in the glory of the past, chuckled a wealthy young lady nearby. At that moment, a robust man wearing sunglasses entered the lakeside pavilion. Darling. Upon seeing this man, Xianxiaaudiobooks rushed forward to embrace him. Brother Hao, welcome, welcome. Young Master Xian said as he stepped forward to shake his hand. This Haozi was Xianxiaaudiobooks' boyfriend, a former ruffian who had once led Xianxiaaudiobooks astray. Now, he had risen to a mid-level position under the command of Lord Peng, managing dozens of people and several venues. Younger Xian, I've been quite busy with numerous tasks assigned by Lord Peng these past few days, hence my tardiness, Haozi remarked. Now that everyone is here, let us go enjoy something delightful to eat. Young Master Xian waved his hand. The group departed the lakeside pavilion and headed towards a private room at a farmhouse restaurant. As they walked, Haozi turned to Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan, it has been quite a while since we last met. Haozi, indeed, it has been a long time. I heard you've climbed up to a mid-level position under Lord Peng. It seems you've done well these past 5 years, Chu Yuan replied. Haozi frowned slightly. Chu Yuan, from now on, you should refer to me as Brother Hao, understand? No need for such familiarity. Chu Yuan paused, then coldly laughed. Brother Hao has indeed gained a bit of an attitude since your promotion. Chu Yuan had known him for a long time. Back then, he was just a petty thug. Haozi, leveraging his relationship with Xianxiaaudiobooks, had often ingratiated himself with Chu Yuan, addressing him as Brother Yuan since Chu Yuan was the heir of the Chu family. I have been promoted, while your Chu family's fortunes have declined, thus our titles must be adjusted accordingly, Haozi boasted. Chu Yuan chose not to respond further. The group spent the afternoon at the farmhouse, and by the time Xianxiaaudiobooks and her boyfriend had become intoxicated, they requested Chu Yuan to drive them home. In the ensuing days, Chu Yuan either remained at his abode in the shantytown or practiced at his residence in the Jinzhou community. Time flew by, and soon it was the day before the banquet. Within the Jinzhou community, Chu Yuan sat with his eyes gently closed, breathing in a rhythmic manner, his chest rising and falling in a steady cadence. The air he inhaled circulated through his meridians, the spiritual energy within it refining and transforming into internal strength. With each breath, his internal power incrementally increased. During this cultivation period, the supreme spine on his back emitted a faint red glow and warmth through his skin. With every breath, it would swell and recede in synchrony with his inhalation and exhalation. Should anyone touch his back, they would find it as hot as boiling water. In this age of dwindling spiritual energy, the efficiency of cultivation is exceedingly low. However, with the blessing of the supreme spine, Chu Yuan could absorb a significantly greater volume of air at once, making his cultivation efficiency far superior to that of ordinary practitioners, even in this urban environment. As night began to descend, Chu Yuan ceased his practice and slowly opened his eyes. At this rate, I should reach the mid-stage of the spiritual intent realm within 2 years, and the pinnacle within 5, he murmured. The enhancement within this minor realm primarily relies on absorbing the spiritual energy from the air, gradually increasing his internal strength. Once it reaches a certain threshold, his realm will naturally ascend. Chu Yuan's anticipated rate of advancement is remarkably astonishing compared to other practitioners on Earth. 4. In this era of dwindling spiritual energy, other practitioners at the same level would likely take 5 to 6 years to progress from the early to mid-stage of the spiritual intent realm, and at least a decade or more to reach the late stage. Alas, such is the nature of the times. The decline of practitioners and the rise of firearms is an unstoppable tide. Consequently, the profession of cultivators has become exceedingly rare and clandestine, unbeknownst to the masses. If I were at the Wulong Dojo, I could shorten the time by 20%, and if I were in a spiritually rich place like the Jilin Snow Mountain, my time could be halved. Chu Yuan mused. Having visited only a few places, the Jilin Snow Mountain is where he has experienced the most abundant spiritual energy. In addition to this gradual absorption and cultivation, his master had also mentioned some other methods for rapidly enhancing internal strength. For instance, certain rare celestial materials and earthly treasures contain vast amounts of high-purity spiritual energy. Consuming them can swiftly elevate one's internal power. Yet, in this era of spiritual scarcity, such precious materials are exceedingly rare. I must return home. Tomorrow marks the day of the banquet, Chu Yuan declared as he rose to leave. For him, Tomorrow holds great significance, as it will officially announce the Chu family's return to the Gold State business arena and the restoration of their former glory. The following day, at the Longting Villa, where the Chu Group is hosting the luncheon, located on the outskirts of Gold State, approximately half an hour from the city, the scenery is exquisite. The banquet is scheduled to commence at noon. However, commencing from 10 o'clock in the morning, an array of luxury vehicles continuously streamed into the villa's parking lot. Within the parking area, several charming hostesses were present to greet the arriving dignitaries, guiding them towards the banquet hall. Due to the overwhelming influx of guests, the 50 parking spaces had reached capacity by 10:30. Chapter 64, Acquaintances. Subsequent vehicles were compelled to search for available spots within the villa grounds. And when those two were full, they had no choice but to park along the roadside outside the villa. The vehicles that had arrived were of considerable value, with the least expensive among them costing over $300,000, while numerous million-dollar cars were also present. It was indeed a rare sight to witness such an abundance of luxury automobiles in the small city of Jinzhou. Around 11 o'clock, Chu Yuan drove his dilapidated second-hand car to Longting Villa. Inside the car, he remarked, "So many cars have come? With this many luxury vehicles parked outside, I fear the villa is already full." His mother expressed her astonishment. The influence of Chu Group is indeed vast, attracting so many affluent businessmen and socialites from Jinzhou. Chu Dashan also exclaimed in awe. Today, Chu Dashan donned a long-neglected suit to attend the formal gathering. "Let us get out of the car," he said, as he opened the door and, using a cane for support, exited the vehicle. At the entrance of the villa, several hosts were inspecting invitations. Only those with an invitation could gain entry. "Oh, isn't that Xianxia and her boyfriend?" His mother pointed ahead. She then called out, "Cici." Upon hearing her name, Xianxia and her boyfriend, Haozi, turned around, their expressions revealing surprise at seeing the Chu family. "Come, let us go over," his mother declared, moving towards Xianxia. "Chu Yuan, your cousin did help you secure a job. Let us greet her," Chu Dashan added, following suit. Chu Yuan and Chu Li trailed behind. "Uncle, aunt, what brings you here?" Xianxia inquired, puzzled, as she believed the Chu family had no right to be at such a banquet. "Cici, we received an invitation as well, so we decided to come," his mother replied with a smile. Haozi cast a skeptical glance at the entire Chu family, shaking his head. "This is bizarre. Your family is finished, and yet Chu Group still invited you?" "Cici, perhaps it's because your uncle once had a certain standing in Jinzhou's business community. I heard Chu Group has a wide invitation range this time, which is why your uncle was included," his mother explained. "That must be it. You are quite fortunate to have the chance to witness the behind-the-scenes owner of Chu Group in person," Xianxia retorted dismissively. "By the way, Cici, why didn't you bring your mother along?" His mother, Hong Xueli, inquired. "She knows nothing about these matters. Bringing her to such a high-level banquet would be embarrassing." Xianxia scoffed. "Oh dear," his mother responded, somewhat speechless. "Cici, let us head inside," Haozi urged, pulling Xianxia along. "Uncle, aunt, would you like to join us?" Xianxia asked. "Of course, we would love to," his mother agreed cheerfully. Thus, the entire group entered Longting Villa. Upon entering, the doorman checked their invitations and warmly welcomed them inside. After entering the villa, they had to walk a short distance to reach the banquet hall, with hosts lining the path to guide them. Along the way, Haozi, with a sullen expression and in a hushed tone, remarked, "Cici, what are you doing bringing them along? How embarrassing. I was just being polite. I had no idea they would agree," Xianxia muttered quietly, regretting her earlier words. Though their voices were low, Chu Yuan's acute hearing allowed him to catch their conversation from such proximity. The group quickly made their way into the banquet hall, which was lavishly decorated, exuding an atmosphere of grandeur, further enhanced by the lighting effects, creating a truly resplendent sight. Inside the banquet hall, the atmosphere was vibrant, with around 200 notable figures from Jinzhou's elite and business community gathered. Many business owners had brought their children along, recognizing that such a grand-scale banquet was a rare opportunity for them to broaden their horizons. More importantly, the presence of numerous distinguished individuals from Jinzhou made this an excellent occasion for networking and establishing connections. With 40 minutes remaining before the official commencement of the banquet, attendees congregated in their respective small groups, engaging in conversation. Many seized the opportunity to approach influential figures for discussions. "Hey, Mr. Zhang, you busy bee. What brings you here today? I heard you were out of town inspecting projects. Today is the banquet hosted by the mysterious owner of Chu Group. No matter how busy I am, I had to return and make time for this. Indeed, finally getting to meet this behind-the-scenes bigwig. Even the busiest of us must show our appreciation for Chu Group's invitation. Absolutely, given the power exhibited by Chu Group. Anyone who dares to offend them would find it challenging to survive in Jinzhou's business realm. Just recently, I heard that the owner of Guanyu Group faced dire consequences after offending Tianyuan Group. We all know how that turned out for them. Such conversations echoed throughout the venue. When discussing Tianyuan Group and its enigmatic leader, attendees spoke with a sense of reverence. Some even speculated about the identity of this mysterious figure. Uncle, Aunt. We're going to greet some acquaintances. We'll head over first, Xianxiaaudiobooks announced. Without waiting for a response from Chu Yuan's parents, she promptly departed with her boyfriend. Howzy. Clearly, they felt that associating with the Chu family in this setting would be embarrassing and sought to distance themselves. After Xianxiaaudiobooks and Howzy left, they headed straight towards a group of wealthy young heirs in the distance, where the atmosphere was lively and bustling. Cici, how did that loser manage to get in here? Xianxiao inquired. Luck, I suppose. After all, his father was once a figure in Jinzhou's business scene, so he got an invitation. Xianxiaaudiobooks shrugged. Humph. He.S. just embarrassing himself alongside his limping father. Xianxiao scoffed, and they resumed their discussion about Tianyuan Group. Meanwhile, Chu Yuan remarked, Mom, since Xianxiaaudiobooks is unwilling to associate with us, we need not continue to reach out as we did before. We wouldn't want her to feel we are trying to climb the social ladder. Yes, I agree with your brother, Chu Li added. Even Chu Li could discern Xianxiaaudiobooks' clear aversion to the Chu family. By the way, Dad, do you have many acquaintances here? Chu Yuan inquired. Jinzhou is quite small. After over a decade in business here, I know many of the local entrepreneurs, Chu Dashan replied. Chu Dashan shook his head, lamenting, in the days of our family's glory, I was surrounded by a bustling crowd. Now, no one wishes to acknowledge me. This is the harsh reality. Chapter 65, Deliberate Provocation. It's all right, Dad. I believe you will rise to prominence once more. Chu Yuan smiled reassuringly. In a corner of the banquet hall, Zhou Kuan and Han Menglan sat together. Previously, their presence at such gatherings would have attracted a lively atmosphere filled with flattery and praise, being hailed as the foremost young entrepreneur in Jinzhou, a prodigy in business. Yet now, not a single person approached them to extend greetings. After all, Zhou's company had been ostracized by the entire business community of Jinzhou. Recently, Zhou Kuan had sought assistance from the Sun family. However, the Sun family informed him that this was a personal matter of his own. Everything that the Sun family had promised him had already been delivered. Zhou Kuan came today with a singular purpose, to glimpse the enigmatic figure behind the downfall of his Tianyuan group. Darling, look over there. Han Menglan suddenly exclaimed, pointing in a particular direction. Menglan, this is not an ordinary occasion. Refrain from such outbursts. Zhou Kuan admonished as he raised his gaze towards the direction indicated by Han Menglan. It was Chu Yuan. Upon seeing Chu Yuan, Zhou Kuan sprang to his feet. His countenance shifting dramatically, his heart racing with disbelief. Wasn't Chu Yuan supposed to be dead? This was a claim made by the eldest son of the Sun family, and Zhou Kuan had believed it without question. Yet now, Chu Yuan had appeared at this banquet, a man he had presumed lifeless, suddenly standing before him. How could he not be astonished? Darling, how can this be? You said he was dead. Han Menglan gasped. Could it be that the young master of the Sun family had deceived him? Yet, for the Sun family, extinguishing someone as insignificant as Chu Yuan would be a trivial matter. Why would they need to deceive him? Zhou Kuan was in shock. Once the banquet concludes, I shall call the young master of the Sun family to clarify this, he declared resolutely. On the other side, Chu Yuan had also taken note of Zhou Kuan. He was surprised to see him active once more. The voice of the concierge announced, Myling Group, Mr. Xian has arrived. Those who were called by the concierge upon entry were undoubtedly prominent figures in Jinzhou. As the announcement echoed, a portly middle-aged man with a balding head strode into the banquet hall, accompanied by several business associates, sharing laughter and camaraderie. Ah, Chu Dashan. The rotund middle-aged man spotted Chu Yuan's family not far from the entrance. As Chu Yuan looked up, he realized that this man was none other than Mr. Xian, father of the young Master Xian. Mr. Xian and several other businessmen approached with confident strides. Father, I fear the newcomers do not bear good intentions, Chu Yuan remarked, his gaze sharpening. No worries, since I dared to come today, I am prepared for whatever may unfold, Chu Dashan replied, standing tall and resolute. Even if my Chu family has fallen from grace, I shall not bow or stoop before him. In no time, they were face to face with Chu Yuan's family. Mr. Xian regarded Chu Dashan with a broad smile. Mr. Chu, or should I say, Limping Chu? I did not expect you to attend. It has been quite a while since we last met, my old friend. Mr. Xian, you are a man of the occasion. Please do not speak so harshly. Chu Dashan retorted, maintaining his composure. Mr. Xian chuckled. Even if my words are harsh, what can you do, Limping Chu? Do you still think you are in your prime? Now, you are as lowly as a worm, and should I wish for you to kneel, you would have no choice but to comply. Otherwise, a mere word from me could make your life in Jinzhou unbearable. Dealing with you is a simple task. Chu Dashan, did you not hear? Mr. Xian demands that you kneel. chimed in one of the businessmen behind Mr. Xian, adding fuel to the fire. The confrontation between Mr. Xian and Chu Dashan drew the attention of numerous onlookers, many of whom whispered among themselves, recalling the fierce rivalry between the two men in the past. Given that Chu Dashan now had nothing, it seemed inevitable that Mr. Xian would seek to humiliate him. Let us leave. There is no need to stoop to their level. Chu Dashan instructed as he led his family away, clearly uninterested in engaging with Mr. Xian. Chu Dashan, my old friend, we have only just reunited. Why the haste to depart? Mr. Xian stepped forward, blocking their path. What do you want, Xian Kuei? Chu Dashan questioned sternly. As I mentioned earlier, I want you to kneel before me, to submit to my authority. After years of rivalry where you held the upper hand, I am now eager to witness the sight of you kneeling before us. Xian Kuei replied with a smug demeanor. I have chosen to walk away. Do not push me too far. Chu Dashan's expression darkened. It was clear that Xian Kuei intended to publicly humiliate him in front of all the gathered businessmen, reducing Chu Dashan to a figure of ridicule in the Jinzhou business community. Given that Chu Dashan possessed nothing now, what could he use to confront Xian Kuei? If he complied and knelt, he would only suffer embarrassment. If he refused, Xian Kuei would surely have numerous ways to retaliate. The crowd was filled with curiosity about how the once mighty figure of Chu Dashan would navigate this predicament. Meanwhile, at the location where cousin Xianxia was situated, she remarked, Cici, look, my father is causing trouble for your uncle's family. Young Master Xian wore a broad smile, confident in his father's ability to dominate the Chu family. Indeed, what is Chu Dashan now but a mere shadow of his former self? Chimed in the second-generation wealthy companions surrounding young Master Xian. What a disgrace. They really have no sense of self-awareness. They shouldn't even be here, Xianxia muttered with a stern expression, secretly relieved that she had distanced herself from Chu Yuan's family in time. Otherwise, it would have been utterly embarrassing to be associated with them at such a moment. Chu Dashan, given your current status, kneeling before me would be a mark of honor for you. Do not be ungrateful. Of course, you may choose not to comply. But should you provoke my displeasure, the safety of your entire family will be in jeopardy, Mr. Xian threatened. Chu Dashan replied, his face pale. I will be straightforward. Chu Dashan, I relish in being excessive, Xian Kuei said with a smile. Just as Chu Dashan was about to respond, Chu Yuan stepped forward, firmly grasping his father's arm. Previously, Xian Kuei's son had insulted Chu Yuan several times at a farmhouse gathering, which Chu Yuan had dismissed. However, Xian Kuei's recent threats against his entire family were intolerable to him. Xian Kuei, should you dare to provoke my father again, I shall ensure you enter horizontally and exit vertically, Chu Yuan declared, pointing an accusatory finger at him, his gaze icy and his tone frigid. Oh, how amusing. A mere junior dares to threaten me? Xian Kuei laughed, and even the businessmen accompanying him could not suppress their mirth. In their eyes, Chu Yuan's bold claims were as laughable as an ant shouting at an elephant. Disperse within 3 seconds, or face the consequences. Chu Yuan's tone grew increasingly frigid. Chu Yuan, you are nothing but a waste. You best keep your distance. Xian Kuei's demeanor shifted to one of menace. It seems you truly wish to test my resolve. Chu Yuan's gaze hardened, and in the presence of countless witnesses, he threw a punch straight at Xian Kuei's face. Smack! The punch landed squarely on Xian Kuei's face, sending him sprawling. What? That boy just struck Mr. Xian? The gathered businessmen were taken aback by this shocking turn of events. Has he consumed the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard? To resort to violence in such a setting today, during the luncheon hosted by the Chu Group, is nothing short of chaos. Not only has he gravely offended President Xian, but he has also incurred the ire of the Chu Group. This fellow must be out of his mind. What a farce. Who would dare to act recklessly at such a gathering, let alone assault an invited guest during the banquet? This is utterly beyond anyone's imagination. Has Chu Yuan lost his senses? How dare he strike President Xian here? Even Xianxia was taken aback. Not even my brother, Peng Yi, would dare to act so foolishly in such a situation. How can Chu Yuan be so audacious? Fortunately, we distanced ourselves from him. Otherwise, we too would be caught in the crossfire. Haozi's heart raced with trepidation. They were immensely relieved to have just steered clear of the Chu family. In a corner, Zhou Kuan couldn't help but sneer. Chu Yuan, you fool, daring to make a scene here. Truly a brainless second-generation rich kid. Even after 5 years, nothing has changed. Meanwhile, Chu Yuan's father, mother, and sister were struck dumb upon witnessing his assault on President Xian. They could hardly fathom that Chu Yuan would resort to violence. This is disastrous. The trouble has escalated immensely. As soon as Chu Dashan processed the situation, his complexion drained of color. He felt as though Chu Yuan had opened a Pandora's box. Not only had he struck President Xian, but he had done so at a banquet hosted by the Chu Group. The consequences are unimaginable. President Xian's associates rushed to support him, equally startled by the turn of events. At that moment, half of President Xian's face was bruised. This madman. This lunatic. President Xian covered his face, his eyes wide with fury as he growled. He too never dreamed that Chu Yuan would dare to strike him. This is bad, President Xian. His associates exclaimed in panic. Although President Xian was the one attacked, they were the ones who instigated the situation. If this incident enrages the Tianyuan group, they might find themselves implicated as well. What is there to fear? It was that lunatic who struck first. President Xian gritted his teeth, pointing at Chu Yuan, who was being helped up. He trembled with anger. You Chu family are finished for attacking people here. Finished. He then shouted repeatedly, security. Where's security? Quickly. Drag this madman out and hand him over to the Tianyuan group for handling. The commotion quickly attracted the attention of the security personnel at the villa. Take him away. The security captain, upon learning that it was Chu Yuan who had caused the disturbance, immediately moved towards him. Earlier that morning, the villa owner had specifically briefed them, emphasizing the importance of today's banquet, urging them to be on high alert. If even the slightest disruption occurred, they would bear the consequences. Seeing the security approaching Chu Yuan, Chu Dashan panicked. You little brat, what are you trying to prove? Chu Dashan yanked Chu Yuan back. He then addressed the security guards. This matter has nothing to do with him. It originated with me, and I will bear all consequences. Though he often scolded Chu Yuan at home, he was still Chu Yuan's father, and in times of dire straits, he would certainly stand at the forefront. Chu Dashan, you cannot shoulder this alone. Your entire family will suffer. President Xian's face contorted with rage. Just then, as tensions reached a boiling point, a booming voice resonated from the entrance. Peng Yi has arrived. Striding into the hall with purpose, Peng Yi immediately spotted Chu Yuan surrounded by security. What are you doing? Stand down. Peng Yi's thunderous reprimand echoed throughout the venue. His commanding presence drew the attention of every guest present. They wondered what had transpired to incite such fury from Peng Yi upon entering. Could he have already witnessed Chu Yuan causing trouble and is now personally intervening? Xian Xiao speculated. I know Peng Yi's temperament. If that is the case, Chu Yuan may not leave unscathed today, Haozi remarked. Under the collective gaze of the attendees, Peng Yi swiftly approached Chu Yuan and his associates. Big brother, I apologize for the oversight in my duties that startled you. Peng Yi bowed respectfully to Chu Yuan, a stark contrast to his usual authoritative demeanor, resembling that of a humble junior. In an instant, the hall fell into a profound silence. Peng Yi's actions left everyone in shock, their eyes darting to Chu Yuan in disbelief. How could the esteemed Peng Yi refer to the down-and-out young master Chu Yuan as big brother? What was unfolding? How could Chu Yuan command such respect from Peng Yi? Xian Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Surely, Peng Yi must be mistaken. This cannot be right. Shen Sisi also wore an expression of incredulity. Only Haozi, standing nearby, suddenly felt a jolt of realization. He had heard rumors recently that Peng Yi had taken on a new elder brother. Could it possibly be Chu Yuan? But how could that be? What? Even Zhou Kuan, who had been quietly sipping red wine, shot up in shock. At Chu Yuan's side, even his father, Chu Dashan, and mother, Hong Xueli, were utterly bewildered. Hadn't Peng Yi come to reprimand them? Why was he bowing to their son, Chu Yuan? Peng Zi, throw him out for me. I do not wish to see him again today. Chu Yuan pointed at President Xian. No problem, big brother. Peng Yi responded promptly, then turned his gaze to President Xian. His smile vanishing, replaced by an air of authority. President Xian, why are you still here? Get out. Peng Yi's voice boomed, resonating throughout the hall. President Xian forced an awkward smile. Peng Yi, are you mistaken? Chu Yuan is merely a fallen young master, once nothing more than a useless rich heir. Why must you show him such deference? Furthermore, I have a connection with you. Peng Yi, do I not? Peng Yi sneered, mistaken? Huh. The one who is mistaken is you. Your error lies in provoking my elder brother, Chu Yuan. Leave at once, or do not compel me to take action. Upon hearing this, President Xian could no longer muster a smile. Peng Yi, are you truly going to be so heartless? Today's banquet is hosted by the Tianyuan group. Not by you, Peng Yi. I was invited by the Tianyuan group. How can you ask me to leave? That is simply inappropriate. President Xian gritted his teeth. President Xian, with a grim expression, continued. Moreover, I, Xian, hold considerable weight in the business community of Jinzhou. Although you, Master Peng, are formidable, the business realm is not your domain. Is it not somewhat excessive for you to demand that I, the Secretary General of the Jinzhou Chamber of Commerce, vacate my position? If I refuse to leave, what will you do? With the lines of enmity drawn between them, President Xian no longer felt the need for politeness. As his words echoed, the prominent figures in the business circle nodded in agreement. While Master Peng was indeed powerful, President Xian was no pushover. Should the animosity escalate, President Xian would not necessarily heed Master Peng's demands, as he too was a significant figure in Jinzhou's commercial landscape. Do you deem my influence insufficient? Are you using the Chamber of Commerce as leverage? If President Liu were present, he would undoubtedly echo my sentiments. Master Peng pointed an accusatory finger at President Xian. Just then, the booming voice of the greeter at the entrance resounded once more. President Liu has arrived. Everyone turned to see the silver-haired President Liu slowly walking into the banquet hall. President Liu has come? Huh, what impeccable timing. Upon seeing President Liu enter, a look of elation spread across President Xian's face, as if he had found a lifeline. President Liu, President Liu. President Xian called out repeatedly, clearly hoping for President Liu to come forth and speak on his behalf. As a heavyweight in Jinzhou's business community and an important Secretary General of the Chamber of Commerce, his rapport with President Liu was particularly strong. He could not believe that President Liu would not support him against a mere fallen young master like Chu Yuan. Hearing the calls, President Liu immediately turned his gaze in their direction. Upon spotting Chu Yuan, he paused for a moment before hastily striding over. Even from afar, young Master Xian exclaimed joyfully, Master Peng is being too arrogant. On what grounds does he demand my father leave? This is not even his event. Now that Uncle Liu has arrived, he will surely set things right for my father, and all blame will fall upon that Chu Yuan. Xianxiaaudiobooks, observing Chu Yuan from a distance, shook her head and said, Chu Yuan, even if you have Master Peng's assistance, what difference does it make? You remain but a fallen young master. Master Peng would never offend President Liu for your sake. You shall ultimately face the consequences of your actions. The guests present, witnessing President Liu's approach, became increasingly curious. With President Liu now intervening, how would this farce conclude? Chu Yuan is the son of President Liu, a powerful figure in Jinzhou. Surely, Chu Dashan must be feeling apprehensive. Just as Chu Dashan finished speaking, President Liu had already approached. President Liu, President Xian immediately moved to greet him, eagerly anticipating an opportunity to air his grievances, hoping for justice from President Liu. However, what transpired next left everyone utterly astonished. President Liu, mirroring Master Peng's earlier actions, pushed aside President Xian and walked directly to Chu Yuan. Young Master Chu, you have arrived rather early, President Liu said with a smile, extending his hand in greeting. President Liu, I trust your journey was not too taxing? Chu Yuan replied, shaking President Liu's hand. This moment was nothing short of earth-shattering. The entire banquet hall was left in a state of shock. The esteemed President Liu of Jinzhou's business realm had not only dismissed President Xian, but also taken the initiative to greet Chu Yuan. What on earth was happening? The crowd was engulfed in a tempest of confusion. How can this be? President Xian staggered back several steps, his spirit as if struck by a heavy blow. Even President Liu was extending greetings to Chu Yuan. Why was this happening? This was not how it was supposed to unfold. He had been eagerly awaiting President Liu to advocate on his behalf. Far off, Xianxiaaudiobooks stood frozen in place, her mind buzzing as her entire perception of Chu Yuan seemed to collapse in that instant. How had he achieved this? Even Chu Dashan felt an overwhelming sense of shock. In his prime, he had to treat President Liu with utmost respect, lowering himself to a junior's status. Yet, his son Chu Yuan, as a young junior, had managed to command such courtesy from President Liu? The magnitude of this revelation was beyond comprehension. Coupled with Master Peng's earlier conduct, Chu Dashan suddenly realized the truth in Chu Yuan's aspirations to rejuvenate the Chu family and achieve great things. Perhaps he was not merely boasting after all. Chu Yuan then said slowly, by the way, President Liu, earlier I slapped President Xian's face. He claims he wants you to arbitrate, so please provide him with an explanation. Certainly, President Liu replied with a smile. He then turned to President Xian, his expression darkening instantly. Xianxiu, you possess quite the audacity. Do you comprehend the identity of young Master Chu? President Liu chastised sternly. Confronted with such rebuke, President Xian's heart plummeted into despair. President Liu, forgive my ignorance. He is clearly the son of Chu Dashan, just a fallen young master. President Xian protested, still unwilling to accept the situation. He simply could not fathom what unique status Chu Yuan might possess. Moreover, based on his past knowledge of Chu Yuan, he was merely a useless second-generation rich kid without ambition or capability. Xianxiu, at this moment, even I wish to strike you. Do you have any idea who young Master Chu truly is? President Liu began, but then abruptly halted, swallowing the words that were on the tip of his tongue. He had intended to reveal that Chu Yuan was the mastermind behind Yuan Group, but then he remembered that today, Chu Yuan was set to make that announcement himself. Given that the banquet had yet to formally commence, it would be inappropriate for him to disclose such information prematurely. Who is he? President Xian could not restrain himself from pressing for an answer. Just then, a resonant voice echoed at the entrance. Old Master Chun, Miss Chen Jingwan has arrived. Amidst the peculiar atmosphere, the arrival of Old Master Chen caused a stir. Old Master Chen? He has personally come? Old Master Chen, having resided in Jinzhou for over a decade, had never attended such a grand banquet before, had he? The hidden owner of Yuan Group was indeed impressive. Even Old Master Chen had been invited. The hall erupted into a buzz of excitement as the guests marveled at the news. We have only heard of Old Master Chen in Jinzhou over the years, but today, we finally have the opportunity to bask in the glory of this banquet and witness his true visage. Indeed, this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Just moments ago, all attention had been focused on Chu Yuan, but with Old Master Chen's arrival, the entire assembly turned their gaze toward the entrance, eagerly awaiting his appearance. Under the collective scrutiny of the crowd, an elderly gentleman clad in traditional attire and adorned with a head of white hair, exuding vitality, slowly made his way into the venue. Accompanying him was a tall, graceful woman of stunning beauty, none other than Chen Jingwan. That is Old Master Chen. Although he had stepped back from the limelight for many years, Old Master Chen emanated an undeniable aura that set him apart from the ordinary. As the crowd gazed in awe at Old Master Chen's presence, they could not help but express their admiration. The arrival of Old Master Chen undoubtedly made him the most esteemed guest present. Normally, when other powerful figures attended, many would approach to greet them. However, upon Old Master Chen's arrival, no one dared to step forward. It seems Old Master Chen is heading in that direction. The crowd was astonished to observe that Old Master Chen, after surveying the surroundings, was making his way toward the group surrounding Chu Yuan. Was Old Master Chen going to greet President Liu? In everyone's eyes, apart from Old Master Chen, President Liu held the highest status. But that could not be right, could it? Even though President Liu and Elder Chen may be acquainted privately, it is customary for President Liu to take the initiative to greet Elder Chen upon his arrival. It is inconceivable for Elder Chen to be the one to approach President Liu first. Surely, President Liu cannot wield such influence. The question arises, for whom does Elder Chen exhibit such cordiality? Who possesses the stature to command such attention? The guests were filled with bewilderment. One would expect that in this modest Jinzhou, no one could prompt Elder Chen to initiate a greeting. The majority of the attendees were not even qualified to approach Elder Chen for a salutation. Suddenly, a few guests felt a jolt of realization and directed their gaze towards Chu Yuan. This cannot be possible, can it? Under the curious and questioning stares of the crowd, Elder Chen, accompanied by Chen Jingwan, swiftly made his way to the vicinity of Chu Yuan. Elder Chen, President Liu and Master Peng hurriedly extended their greetings. Elder Chen nodded in acknowledgement. As he passed by several bosses, including General Xian, they too greeted him with a mix of reverence and restraint. Yet, Elder Chen offered no response and continued on his path. The entire assembly watched in a state of confusion and intrigue as Elder Chen ultimately halted before Chu Yuan. Elder Chen, Chu Yuan greeted him with a smile. Young friend Chu Yuan, it has been a few days. Your spirit seems to have improved remarkably. Elder Chen responded with a warm smile akin to a spring breeze. You flatter me, Elder Chen. Your spirit is equally commendable, Chu Yuan replied with a smile. Chu Yuan, you scoundrel, have you completely forgotten about me? Chen Jingwan approached Chu Yuan, playfully punching him on the chest. Everyone was taken aback. This scene left the entire audience in a state of disbelief. Elder Chen had taken the initiative to greet Chu Yuan, and the renowned Ice Queen of Jinzhou, Chen Jingwan, was engaging in playful banter with him? How had Chu Yuan managed to garner such respect from Master Peng, such deference from President Liu, and such warmth from Elder Chen? These three individuals were titans of the Jinzhou business community, each more formidable than the last. And yet, Chu Yuan was merely a young man in his 20s. What merits did he possess? Though the guests remained unaware of the underlying reasons, when they looked at Chu Yuan again, he was no longer perceived as a fallen scion. Instead, he was regarded with awe and incredulity. At that moment, a host stepped onto the podium at the front of the banquet hall. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The banquet is about to commence, and the chairman of Yuan Group will soon take the stage to speak. Upon hearing this, the guests swiftly moved towards their designated seats. Although the recent events surrounding Chu Yuan had left everyone in shock, the main attraction of the day was the opportunity to meet the enigmatic owner of Yuan Group. This was what everyone had been eagerly anticipating. Brother, let us take our seats over there, Master Peng gestured. Father, mother, sister, let us go, Chu Yuan smiled. All right. Chu Dashan suddenly regained his composure. Chu Yuan led them to their seats at the front. Master Peng, President Liu, Elder Chen, and Chen Jingwan all sat at the same table as Chu Yuan. Even Chu Dashan felt somewhat out of place in the presence of such distinguished figures, let alone Chu Yuan's mother and sister. They felt as if they were in a dream. Once all the guests were seated, the host called for silence. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the president of Yuan Group to the stage to speak. His voice resonated. The applause thundered throughout the hall. Abing, as the president of the group, emerged from behind the curtain. Dear guests, thank you for taking the time from your busy schedules to attend our banquet. However, the person who will speak today is not me, but rather our chairman of Chu Group. Abing continued with a smile. Our chairman is now seated among you. Let us invite him to the stage to deliver a speech. Chapter 69, Holding Up the Sky. The chairman of Chu Group is present at the banquet? Who could it possibly be? The guests clapped while glancing around eagerly. For the merchants of Jinzhou, this moment had been long awaited. The mysterious owner who had stirred the entire Jinzhou business community was finally going to reveal himself. Everyone was anxious to see the true identity of the chairman of Chu Group. How exciting. I wonder what he looks like. Cousin Xianxiaaudiobooks remarked, scanning the crowd. At a table in the corner, Chu Yuan tightly grasped his wine glass. I must see who it is that has defeated me. All the guests held various thoughts and awaited the reveal with bated breath. At Chu Yuan's table, it's been 4 or 5 seconds of applause. Why hasn't this mysterious chairman appeared yet? Chu Dashan's gaze wandered restlessly. Father, mother, please stay seated. I will go up to speak. Chu Yuan smiled, patting his father. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Yuan slowly stood up and walked towards the stage. Chu Dashan was momentarily stunned. Then, a sudden realization struck him. If Chu Yuan ascended the stage now, it would imply that his son, Chu Yuan, was indeed the legendary mysterious owner. This thought exploded in Chu Dashan's mind like a thunderclap in spring. Given that Chu Yuan was seated close to the podium, his rising movement immediately captured everyone's attention. Chu Yuan, the young master of the Chu family? Why is he heading to the stage? Could it be that he is the chairman of Chu Group? As the crowd witnessed Chu Yuan ascend the stage, a wave of gasps filled the air. Suddenly, they recalled all that had transpired moments before, Master Peng bowing in deference, President Liu showing utmost respect, Elder Chen treating him with warmth. All the previous confusion vanished, and it became clear. Chu Yuan was the chairman of Chu Group. Chu Yuan? How can it be him? Zhou Kuan's wine glass slipped from his hand, shattering on the floor. The person who had defeated the Zhou family was someone he had always looked down upon. This was the same Chu Yuan who had once knelt before him, pleading for mercy for the Chu family, and now he had risen to such heights. In this moment, Zhou Kuan felt as if the ground had crumbled beneath him. Han Minglan covered her mouth, utterly shocked. Chu Yuan is the chairman of Chu Group? What a colossal joke. How can this be? Xianxiaaudiobooks gazed at the spotlighted Chu Yuan, her mind spinning, feeling as though the world had turned upside down. How's he Xianxiao? And the other wealthy heirs accompanying Xianxiao stared at Chu Yuan on stage, all struck dumb, as if struck by lightning. It turned out that Chu Yuan was the mysterious owner. The once fallen scion had, unbeknownst to anyone, ascended to the pinnacle of Jinzhou's business world, commanding respect from all. Chu Yuan soon arrived at the podium. Abing, please take a rest on the side. He gently patted Abing and then took the microphone. Standing on the stage, enveloped in the spotlight, he radiated a brilliance that captivated the multitude. At this moment, he had truly reached the apex of Jinzhou, surveying the crowd with pride. I believe many of you recognize me, yet I shall introduce myself nonetheless. My name is Chu Yuan, the current chairman of Chu Group. I have invited you all here today to witness something significant. As he spoke, Chu Yuan's gaze fell upon Chu Dashan in the audience. Father, from the very first day of my return to Jinzhou, I declared my intention to restore the glory of the Chu family and elevate it to its former pinnacle. I assure you, I have neither lied nor boasted. With a smile, Chu Yuan expressed his heartfelt sentiments to his father. Today, I have orchestrated this entire event to allow the business community of Jinzhou to witness your triumphant return. This banquet is dedicated to you. Father, please take the stage. Chu Yuan extended his hand towards his father, Chu Dashan, who sat below. Below, Chu Dashan, my son. Despite his resilient demeanor, upon hearing Chu Yuan's words, tears streamed down his face, his voice trembling with emotion. He felt a mixture of gratitude and guilt, realizing that since Chu Yuan's return and his declaration to revive the family, he had only belittled his son's aspirations, calling him foolish and useless. In this moment, he awakened to the truth. His son had not been boasting or lying. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Yuan had been diligently working towards the family's restoration. Yet, he had failed to support his son in any way, leaving him to bear the burden alone. His mother and sister were also in tears, overwhelmed with emotion. Chu Dashan, your son has created such a grand occasion for you. Go up to the stage, urged Chen Lao, who sat nearby. Very well. Chu Dashan wiped away his tears and gazed at his son, Chu Yuan, standing tall and under the spotlight. He understood now that his son was no longer the frivolous, ineffectual boy he once thought him to be. His son had truly blossomed. Chu Dashan quickly rose and made his way to the stage. As he reached Chu Yuan, the audience fell silent, all eyes fixed upon them. Father, I must apologize. In my earlier years, I lacked ambition and disappointed you for so long. Chu Yuan bowed deeply, expressing his remorse publicly. The tears that he had previously held back now flowed freely from Chu-Yuan's eyes. My son, do not speak this way. It is I who misunderstood you during this time. It is my fault. With a quivering voice, Chu-Yuan swiftly lifted Chu Yuan, grasping his hand tightly. Their hearts were now intertwined, bound together in a profound connection. Father, for the past 20 years, you sheltered me from life's storms. From now on, allow me to support you and the Chu family, Chu Yuan declared, his tone resolute. This scene moved many guests in attendance. If our child could possess even a fraction of Chu Yuan's awareness, I would have no regrets. One should aspire to be like Chu Yuan. What a commendable son. He truly is quite filial, Chen Jingwan murmured, her eyes brimming with tears, deeply touched by the moment. On the stage, Chu Yuan held his father's trembling hand. Father, I promised you that I would restore you to the position of chairman and reclaim our place in the business world, and that day is today. He then turned to the audience and solemnly announced, I hereby declare, in front of you all, that I will step down as chairman of Chu Group, and my father, Chu Yuan, will assume the role of chairman. A thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Chu Yuan quickly waved his hands, saying, Yener, how can this be? Chu Group was established through your efforts. I contributed nothing. Father, in matters of business, you possess far more expertise than I, and I have other significant responsibilities to attend to. You cannot refuse this opportunity. Besides, do you not also have a passion for business? You are returning to your field of expertise, Chu Yuan replied with a smile. Since you have insisted, then I shall accept this responsibility. Chu Yuan nodded earnestly. Chu Yuan looked out at the audience once more. I hope that everyone will cooperate with my father's work moving forward. However, certain clowns, like Mr. Xian, should be prepared for what lies ahead. His words carried an unmistakable tone of warning. At this, the wealthy young heirs seated near Mr. Xian instinctively shifted their chairs away from him, foreseeing that the Xian family was likely to face misfortune. Hearing this, Mr. Xian trembled, gripped by fear. Young Master Chu. Chairman Chu, I was blind before, and my actions were misguided. I will ensure to cooperate with Chu Group moving forward. Please grant me another chance. Mr. Xian stood up, repeatedly apologizing, having forsaken any concern for his own dignity. Chu Yuan ignored him and announced that the meal would commence. The banquet officially began, with dishes being served one after another. Chu Yuan instructed Abing to raise a glass of wine at each table, thanking the guests for their support. He then returned to his seat and instructed Peng Yi to detain Zhou Kuan and Han Menglan. There were certain matters Chu Yuan needed to clarify with his father regarding why the Sun family had targeted the Chu family. In the banquet hall, Menglan, we must leave at once, Zhou Kuan urged, anxious to escape, for this was Chu Yuan's event. He needed to contact the Sun family immediately to report on Chu Yuan. Just as Zhou Kuan and Han Menglan prepared to leave, Peng Yi and his men surrounded them. Mr. Zhou, the banquet has only just begun. Why the haste to leave? Peng Yi approached Zhou Kuan. Peng Yi, I have already finished eating. Zhou Kuan managed a strained smile. Since you're done, you must accompany me. My elder brother wishes to see you. Take them away. With a wave of his hand, Peng Yi's subordinates quickly apprehended Zhou Kuan and Han Menglan, escorting them to the second floor. Look, Zhou Kuan and Han Menglan have been taken away. This is the consequence of offending the Chu family, some guests murmured, astonished. Who would have thought that the once fallen Chu family could regain its strength, even surpassing its former glory, thanks to Chu Yuan? The atmosphere among the guests shifted as they observed Zhou Kuan and Han Menglan being led away, their expressions filled with disbelief. Meanwhile, Mr. Xian and his son felt like they were sitting on pins and needles, drenched in sweat, uncertain if they too would face similar repercussions upon their departure. At the table where Xian Xiao sat, Cici, your cousin has become an important figure. You can bask in his glory. The young heirs began to flatter Shin Cici, fully aware of her familial ties to Chu Yuan. In stark contrast, Xian Xiao seemed to have become a pariah, with everyone keeping their distance. Cici, wearing an awkward smile, appeared preoccupied. Your cousin has gone upstairs. Let us go pay him a visit. After all, you are family, how's he encouraged? To him, aligning with Chu Yuan could open up immense opportunities under Peng Yi's wing. But we treated him poorly before. Shin Cici hesitated, recalling her past actions toward Chu Yuan and feeling uncertain about facing him. We're family. Once we talk it out, everything will be fine. Let us go. How's he insisted, pulling Shin Cici to her feet as they headed upstairs. In the private room on the second floor, Chu Yuan, his father, truly did not expect such achievements from you. It seems I underestimated you. What you have accomplished is beyond what I dared to envision, Chu Yuan lamented, reflecting on how this moment had truly opened his eyes to his son's capabilities. Father, Could you enlighten me as to why the Sun family conspired with Zhou Kuan against our Chu family? Chu Yuan inquired, as this question had long lingered in his heart. The Sun family, a formidable and prosperous clan, stood in stark contrast to the Chu Corporation, which was once merely a local enterprise in Jinzhou with no commercial ties to the Suns. Why, then, would the Sun family target the Chu family? After a moment of contemplation, Chu Dashan finally spoke. Yuan, your achievements today are a testament to your capabilities. Therefore, I shall reveal the truth to you. It all revolves around a particular patent. A patent? Chu Yuan was taken aback. Chu Dashan lowered his head, recalling events from 5 years prior. Let me recount the tale in its entirety. Our Chu Corporation once operated a laboratory, which, following an unforeseen accident, inadvertently led to a groundbreaking invention. The corporation promptly filed for a patent on this invention, which significantly enhances the efficiency of petroleum energy utilization. It is of paramount importance. On a smaller scale, this patent could yield incredible wealth. On a larger scale, it could even alleviate our nation's energy crisis. However, further research and refinement are required before it can be mass-produced. According to our estimates, the perfected product could boost petroleum energy utilization by at least 30 to 40%. Yet, at that time, our Chu Corporation lacked the financial resources to undertake this endeavor alone. Hence, I tasked Zhou Kuan with seeking a capable business partner to collaborate with us. Zhou Kuan approached the Sun family for a partnership. But little did we know that the Sun family harbored insatiable greed, seeking to purchase the patent outright. I refused, intent only on collaboration. To my astonishment, Zhou Kuan colluded with the Sun family, betraying us and ultimately handing over the patent to them through his deceit. As Chu Dashan recounted the tale, he closed his eyes, shaking his head in disbelief. It was evident that this revelation was a profound blow to him. So this was the reason for our Chu family's downfall. Chu Yuan's gaze sharpened. The Sun family is truly shameless. When they could not buy it, they resorted to such despicable tactics. It is also my fault for placing my trust in the wrong person, Zhou Kuan, that scoundrel, whom I treated generously. Chu Dashan clenched his fists, fury igniting in his eyes. By the way, father, 5 years have passed since the Sun family acquired this patent. Have they managed to turn it into a product and mass-produce it? Chu Yuan asked. In his perspective, if such a product truly existed, capable of enhancing petroleum energy efficiency by 30 to 40%, its emergence would undoubtedly astonish the nation, even the world. After all, he had spent the last 5 years secluded in the mountains, unaware of any such developments. No, this is also my point of confusion. Based on my conjectures, the Sun family, with their financial might, should have long since improved the patent and publicly showcased it. Yet, to this day, there has been not a whisper of news. Chu Dashan replied. Even if they had not produced a marketable product, merely creating a rough prototype for public display would suffice for the Sun family to gain both fame and fortune. Given that they acquired the patent 5 years ago, there would be no need to keep this information hidden. This matter struck Chu Yuan as peculiar. Father, what transpired between the Sun family obtaining the patent and now? His curiosity deepened. I do not know. Chu Dashan shook his head. Knock, knock, knock. A knock echoed from the door of the private room. Come in, Chu Yuan responded. The door swung open, and Peng Yi entered with Zhou Kuan and Han Menglan. Brother, I have brought the person you requested, Peng Yi reported. Chu Yuan nodded, and then turned his gaze to Zhou Kuan. Zhou Kuan, you must never have imagined that this fallen young master is the chairman of Tianyuan Group, correct? I can tell you candidly that the actions against your Zhou family group were orchestrated by my design. His tone was frigid. During this time, you must have felt the despair creeping closer with each passing moment. Haven to you? Chu Yuan, how dare you? What gives you the right to achieve this? Zhou Kuan's eyes blazed with fury. In his mind, he could not fathom how Chu Yuan had managed to reach this pinnacle, far surpassing him. Suddenly, Chu Dashan rose with intensity. Zhou Kuan, how dare you question me here? Do you have any regard for the trust and nurturing I offered you all those years ago? Zhou Kuan scoffed. Trust and nurturing? What of it? I am not your biological son. In the end, you will pass your wealth on to your useless offspring. You wretched creature. Without me, you would still be a destitute orphan. Haven't I given you enough? Chu Dashan exclaimed, seizing his cane and lunging at Zhou Kuan. Peng Yi's men restrained Zhou Kuan, preventing any resistance. After several strikes, Chu Dashan finally halted, the pent-up fury within him somewhat abated. Zhou Kuan, I ask you, during our last encounter, I left you crippled. How is it that you stand before me now? Furthermore, I have faced 2 assassination attempts. Are these incidents connected to you? Chu Yuan's voice turned cold. Why should I tell you? Zhou Kuan sneered. Chu Yuan's gaze hardened. Your silence matters not. Peng, take him away and ensure he vanishes from this world. You dare? I have the Sun family backing me. Zhou Kuan shouted in desperation. Even if you had the king of hell behind you, it would be of no consequence. Remove him. Chu Yuan's voice boomed. Brother, I shall see to it at once. Peng Yi gestured to his subordinates to drag Zhou Kuan out. As Zhou Kuan realized Chu Yuan was intent on killing him, panic surged. Wait, I will talk. Just spare my life. He yelled in terror. Apologies, but my interest has waned, Chu Yuan replied indifferently. Zhou Kuan was forcibly dragged from the private room, his screams echoing faintly, no. After Zhou Kuan was removed, Han Minglan remained in the private room. Brother, what shall we do with this woman? Should we eliminate her as well? Peng Yi inquired. Please, give me a chance. I am willing to return to your side. To serve you, Han Minglan pleaded, prostrate on the floor. In that moment, she regretted her betrayal of Chu Yuan for Zhou Kuan. The current Chu Yuan stood at the pinnacle of the Jinzhou business world, far superior to Zhou Kuan. Take her away. Chu Yuan waved his hand dismissively. He had no intention of killing her. It was not out of pity, nor lingering feelings, but rather that she had become entirely inconsequential to him. Peng Yi promptly instructed his men to escort Han Minglan out. Son, you just mentioned 2 assassination attempts? Chu Dashan exclaimed, astonished. Yes. They were likely orchestrated by the Sun family. Chu Yuan confirmed with a nod. He then smiled and reassured. Father, there is no need for concern. I can handle it. Yuaner, do not overestimate yourself in such matters. Even with your remarkable achievements in Jinzhou, the Sun family remains a paramount clan in Jiangnan, and given recent events, I can see they are unscrupulous in their dealings, Chu Dashan said, his expression grave. His concerns were well-founded. He feared for his son's safety against the Sun family's potential assassins. Peng Yi interjected swiftly. Chairman Chu, you need not worry. My brother is a celestial master. I believe mere mortals cannot harm him. A celestial master? What does that mean? Chu Dashan asked, perplexed. Father, observe. Chu Yuan raised his hand, channeling his inner strength. A swirling mist coalesced in his palm. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he released it. Boom. In the private room, a potted plant, towering to human height, suddenly erupted with a thunderous explosion. Chu Yuan raised his hand once more, conjuring a wave that formed a barrier to intercept the flying shards from the plant. Even Chu Dashan was left utterly astounded. Such a display of power was akin to that of deities in mythological dramas. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. Pengzi, to be precise, I am no longer a celestial master, but rather a grand master, Chu Yuan declared. In the realm of mortals, practitioners of spiritual essence are revered as grand masters. Oh, does this imply that, brother, your strength has significantly advanced? Pengzi exclaimed with delight. Chu Yuan nodded, then turned his gaze toward Chu Dashan. Father, martial arts and cultivation are not mere legends. They have always existed in this world, albeit in decline and obscurity. Often mistaken for fables, he explained. He continued, my 5-year disappearance was spent under the tutelage of those regarded as strong, who taught me the art of cultivation. My return, poised to elevate the Tianyuan group, is entirely due to my acquired abilities. Now it makes sense, Chu Dashan remarked, enlightenment dawning upon him. He finally comprehended the source of Chu Yuan's power, the reason Peng Yi bowed to him, and why Chairman Lu and Elder Chun lent their staunch support. Chapter 72, A New Objective. At that moment, the slightly ajar door of the private room was pushed open. Chu Yuan looked up to see his cousin Shin Sisi and her boyfriend Haozi entering. Uncle, cousin Chu Yuan. Shin Sisi greeted, her face beaming with a radiant smile. Her voice lively and warm. Cousin, weren't you the one who claimed to find it embarrassing to spend time with our family and wish to maintain distance? What brings you here? Chu Yuan responded with a smile, taking a seat on a nearby chair. Shin Sisi chuckled awkwardly. How could I? There must be some misunderstanding. We are relatives. How could I possibly disdain your family? I cherish you all dearly. Indeed, indeed. Chu Yuan, there has certainly been a misunderstanding. Haozi chimed in eagerly. Haozi, do not presume to call my elder brother by his name. Refer to him as Chu Yi. Peng Yi admonished sternly. Why yes, Chu Yi. Haozi quickly corrected himself. Chu Yuan leaned back in his chair, regarding Haozi. I cannot bear the title of Chu Yi. Did you not request that I call you Hao Go when we were at the farmhouse? Did you not say our statuses should be reversed? The moment these words escaped his lips, Haozi shivered in fright. Chu Yi, it was my mistake. I acknowledge my fault. I apologize. Haozi pleaded repeatedly, beads of cold sweat forming on his back. Haozi, you may leave. I shan't trouble you, but neither will I offer you any favors. Chu Yuan waved dismissively. Chu Yi, since Sisi is your relative, wouldn't he that make me a relative as well? If you disregard my face, at least consider CCS and lend me a hand in the future. Haozi forced a smile. Chu Yuan remained silent. Peng Yi, understanding the unspoken message, spoke up immediately. Haozi, did you not hear Chu Yi's command to leave? Faced with Peng Yi's reprimand, Haozi could only offer a forced chuckle, murmuring an agreement before leaving in discontent. Chu Yuan turned to Shin Sisi. Cousin Sisi, you should also take your leave. While I acknowledge you as my cousin, I cannot provide you with much assistance. Additionally, I must formally resign from my position as your driver. You need not pay me any wages. Chu Yuan had not received a single penny since taking on the role of her chauffeur. Had it not been for his parents, he would never have assumed such a position, and Shin Cici's attitude towards the Chu family made it clear that he could not offer her any benefits. After this banquet concluded, Zhou Kun vanished entirely from this world. The Chu family ascended to become one of the premier families in Jinzhou. The name Chu Yuan resonated powerfully throughout the region. Previously, the mention of Chu Yuan in Jinzhou evoked memories of a useless wealthy heir, but from this day forth, the name would carry the weight of a mountain. The villa that once belonged to the Chu family, having been occupied by Zhou Kun for 5 years, was now reclaimed by them. Following the banquet, the Chu family moved back from the slums to their villa. On the rooftop terrace of the villa, Chu Yuan stood gazing into the distance by the riverside. His initial objective upon returning to Jinzhou had been realized. Zhou Kun was dead. The Chu family had returned to their villa, their glory restored. They reclaimed not only their business, but also expanded it beyond the former scale of the Chu Corporation. Yet, Chu Yuan's quest for vengeance remained unfinished. The true orchestrators behind Zhou Kun, the Sun family, and the patents seized from them still loomed large. Sun family, prepare yourselves to face the wrath of Chu Yuan. I shall reclaim that which my father lost. Chu Yuan's voice was icy as he gazed toward the distant riverbank. Chu Yuan, his father's voice called from behind. Father. Chu Yuan turned, smiling warmly at his father. What are your plans moving forward? Chu Dashan inquired, observing Chu Yuan intently. It is time to take action against the Sun family. They have stolen my father's patents and caused great suffering for the Chu family. I shall ensure their downfall and reclaim what belongs to us. Chu Yuan's gaze was resolute, his tone unwavering. Heir Yuan, the Sun family is not to be underestimated. They are far more formidable than Zhou Kun. When I was young and just starting my career, the Sun family was already among the leading families in Jiangnan province. They possess not only wealth, but also significant power. The depths of their influence far exceed what this small Jinzhou can compare to, Chu Dashan cautioned. To bring down the Sun family is no trivial feat. The waters of Jiangnan are far deeper than those of little Jinzhou. Do you not trust in my abilities, father? Chu Yuan replied with a smile. Of course not. My concern lies with your safety. You are about to confront such a formidable adversary. A challenge I would not dare to contemplate, Chu Dashan expressed, his heart heavy with worry. Father, during my years on the mountain, I have learned 2 truths. To change oneself, one must possess courage and perseverance. If I lose my courage simply because the enemy is strong, then I remain the same useless person as before, Chu Yuan asserted. Heir Yuan, since you have made up your mind, then pursue it wholeheartedly. Though I may lack in abilities, I will support you in any way you need, Chu Dashan said, placing a reassuring hand on Chu Yuan's shoulder. Indeed. Chu Yuan nodded with a smile. The support of family in any endeavor is a profound blessing. Father, it is time I assist you with your leg ailment. Please take a seat in the recliner. Chu Yuan gestured toward a nearby chair. You will treat me? You possess medical skills? Chu Dashan was taken aback. By harnessing my internal energy, I will aid in your recovery. Afterwards, you should gather some deer antler and other precious herbs known for strengthening bones and muscles. Even if you cannot fully return to your pre-injury state, you will be able to move normally, albeit without high-intensity exertion, Chu Yuan explained. As long as I can move normally, I will be deeply content, Chu Dashan replied, reclining in the chair. Chu Yuan rolled up his father's pant leg and began to channel his internal energy. The energy surged from his palm, nourishing the broken bones within his father's leg. Initiating repair. 2 hours later. It's nearly done. Chu Yuan, drenched in sweat, ceased his exertion. Father, rise and give it a try. Okay. Chu Dashan, filled with anticipation, attempted to stand without the aid of crutches, slowly rising to his feet and taking cautious steps. It works. Chu Yuan, I can walk. Chu Dashan exclaimed joyously, taking several steps with elation. While his movements remained somewhat unsteady, the fact that he could walk was a triumph. Father, please purchase the herbs I mentioned earlier and consistently use them. The effects will be even better, Chu Yuan advised. Absolutely. Absolutely. Chu Dashan responded with a beaming smile. Oh, father, I shall be departing from Gold State for a couple of days to visit my master. The affairs concerning the Tianyuan group will be entrusted entirely to you. Should any urgent matters arise, do not hesitate to call me, Chu Yuan stated. Very well, you may rest assured, replied Chu Dashan, readily acquiescing. Chapter 73. The Wulong Taoist Temple Ningdu, Sun Family Manor. Sun Shangming's vehicle gradually approached the entrance of his villa. The elderly steward, waiting by the door, promptly stepped forward to open the car door. Young master, was your journey to the European domain satisfactory? The steward inquired with a bow. Quite well. I trust there have been no disturbances in Jiangnan these past few days? Sun Xiangming inquired as he made his way into the villa. Young master, there is a minor issue. That fellow named Chu Yuan from Gold State is indeed alive, and he has established a Tianyuan group, reportedly making quite a stir in Gold State, the steward cautiously reported. Is that so? Sun Xiangming furrowed his brow, halting his steps to regard the steward. Did you not assure me last time that the matter was resolved? How do you conduct your affairs? Although Sun Xiangming considered the elimination of Chu Yuan a trivial task, the fact that it had not been accomplished correctly incensed him. Previously, when his brother mentioned that Chu Yuan was alive, he dismissed it as mere provocation. Now it seemed to be the truth. Young master, the assassins assured me the last time that they had successfully terminated Chu Yuan. I am unaware of their failure. The steward replied weakly. This was a task I entrusted to you. Who failed does not concern me. I hold you accountable, Sun Xiangming stated coldly. I will attend to it immediately. This time, I shall ensure that his head is brought back to you, young master. To guarantee absolute certainty, the steward vowed earnestly. 3 strikes, and you're out. It's merely the killing of an insignificant insect. If another error occurs, you shall come to me to plead your case. Sun Xiangming declared before striding into the villa. Yes, yes. The steward responded repeatedly from behind. Once Sun Xiangming entered the villa, the steward once again picked up his phone and dialed out. Curved blade, what are you doing? Did you not claim that Chu Yuan was dead? Why is he still alive? The steward queried as soon as the call connected. He's alive? How is that possible? I am certain I hit him. There must be no mistake, came a confident voice from the other end. How dare you say that? Go and inquire in Gold State. He is undoubtedly alive. You must go to Gold State at once, eliminate him, and bring back his head for me. This time, there must be no further mishaps. The steward barked. Very well. This time I will return with his corpse. There shall be no mistakes, came the resolute assurance from the phone. The day after the banquet concluded, Chu Yuan set off in his second-hand car towards Wulong Mountain to visit his master. Upon arriving at Wulong Mountain, he navigated a narrow dirt road leading uphill. Despite this, the vehicle could only ascend to a certain point before a stone path led towards the Taoist temple, barring further access. Chu Yuan parked the car and continued on foot. By 3 in the afternoon, the Wulong Taoist temple, nestled deep within the mountain, came into view. Surrounded by dense forests, this temple appeared detached from the world. For Chu Yuan, the slightly dilapidated structure felt remarkably familiar. After all, he had spent 5 years here. At last, I have returned. Chu Yuan exclaimed with a smile as he briskly entered the temple. The temple doors stood wide open, revealing a courtyard where a man dressed in a Taoist robe was sweeping. He was the temple's sole servant apprentice. After Chu Yuan's departure, it had been only him and his master remaining in the temple. Senior brother, you have returned. The servant apprentice greeted with a broad smile upon seeing Chu Yuan. Yes, I have come to see master. He is likely meditating at the cliff on the back mountain, correct? Chu Yuan responded, well aware of his master's routine. Indeed. Senior brother, you may go, the servant apprentice replied. Without delay, Chu Yuan traversed the courtyard and headed straight for the back mountain cliff. Before the cliff, an elderly man clad in a Taoist robe, with a long white beard and hair, sat cross-legged, completely still. He was Chu Yuan's master and the head of the Wulong Taoist temple. Chu Yuan had always been curious about his master, sensing that he harbored many secrets. Come closer. His master spoke. Yes, Chu Yuan replied and approached the cliffside, settling beside his master. Sit, his master instructed, still with eyes closed, breathing steadily. Chu Yuan complied, sitting cross-legged beside his master. Lifting his gaze, he beheld the stunning vista of Wulong Mountain. Sitting there allowed him to fully appreciate the beauty of the mountain and absorb its spiritual energy. Chu Yuan, you have not been down the mountain for long. Why have you returned so suddenly? Did you encounter any trouble? His master inquired, still with his eyes closed. Master, I have successfully entered the spirit intent realm. As you previously advised, I have returned to report after achieving this milestone, Chu Yuan stated. Oh, you have entered the spirit intent realm? His master opened his eyes, looking at Chu Yuan with mild surprise. Indeed, Chu Yuan responded promptly, channeling his inner energy and gesturing forward, energy surging from his palm. To achieve this step in less than a month is quite remarkable. It appears your time spent away from the temple has borne fruit, his master praised. Had Chu Yuan remained at the temple for his training, his master believed it would have taken him at least 1 to several years to reach this breakthrough. After all, transcending such a significant realm primarily relied on comprehension, and the duration of such understanding was unpredictable. Hearing this praise, Chu Yuan could not help but smile broadly. He was well aware that his master seldom offered compliments. Do not become arrogant over a minor achievement, his master immediately cautioned. I understand, Chu Yuan promptly replied. Now that you have entered the spirit intent realm, you are eligible to study this Liu Guangju. Take it and delve into it thoroughly. Mastering it will be sufficient for you too. His master produced a tome from his robe and tossed it to Chu Yuan. Yes. Chu Yuan eagerly accepted the tome. How have matters at home been handled? His master inquired calmly. Master, the situation in Gold State has been resolved. However, I have uncovered that the mastermind behind my family's troubles is the renowned Sun family of Jiangnan province, Chu Yuan explained. Then your next course of action is to confront the Sun family? His master asked. Indeed, Chu Yuan affirmed with unwavering conviction. Chapter 74. Strange word. Since you have made this decision, then proceed. It will serve as a challenge and a trial for you, his master advised. Thank you for your support, master, Chu Yuan said, cupping his hands in gratitude. His master lifted his gaze to the distance. Chu Yuan. The phenomenon of the red moon has manifested. The time has shortened, leaving us with even less time. Red moon. Time. Master, what exactly is happening? Chu Yuan could not help but inquire. His master had often murmured cryptic words that Chu Yuan struggled to comprehend, speaking of a dwindling time. Filth has insidiously begun to erode this world. The West has succumbed to become but a puppet, while the East, the sacred land of the divine state, remains the sole bastion untouched by such corruption. It is destined that the divine state shall face encirclement from the West, bearing the heavy burden of altering the fate of humanity. The master spoke as if in a trance, or perhaps confiding in Chu Yuan. What do you mean by filth, master? Chu Yuan inquired, his curiosity piqued. Though he had often heard his master speak of time being short, this particular discourse was the first of its kind. The master did not respond to his question, but continued, this last bastion of purity, the divine state, is now also being insidiously infiltrated. Some ominous signs have been reported sporadically, yet they are swiftly disregarded by the masses. In this era of hedonism, the gravest peril lies not in the filth itself, but in humanity's misplaced optimism and lack of a sense of crisis. The earth has existed for over 4 billion years. While human civilization has merely flourished for a few thousand, yet humanity mistakenly believes it reigns supreme over the earth, and calamity is surely impending. After a moment of contemplation, the master continued, fortunately, heaven has once again bestowed its favor upon the divine state. The Yangtze River basin has awaited for a millennium and shall once more give birth to a new sovereign. Calamity shall forge heroes. The fusion of technology and humanity, the shaping of the arcane arts with technology, shall render the future unknown. Upon hearing his master's words, Chu Yuan found himself even more bewildered. Should an ordinary person have heard such utterances, they would surely deem his master as deranged. However, Chu Yuan recognized the formidable essence of his master. There must be profound reasoning behind his words. Master, could you elaborate? Chu Yuan could not restrain his curiosity. Such matters are not meant for your ears. I have already revealed enough. In due time, you shall come to understand. For now, knowing too much may not be advantageous for you. Focus on your cultivation and attend to your present duties. With that, the master closed his eyes once more. I shall heed your teachings, Chu Yuan replied respectfully. He understood his master's temperament. If he chose not to speak, further inquiries would be futile. By the way, master, during my descent from the mountain, I encountered a force known as the Snow Mountain sect. Are you familiar with this sect? Chu Yuan asked. The Snow Mountain sect is the largest hidden sect in Jiangnan. You cannot afford to provoke them at this moment, the master replied calmly. Master, what is a hidden sect? Chu Yuan asked, intrigued. It was no wonder that Chu Yuan was unaware. He had once been an ordinary person and had no knowledge of such matters. 4 or 5 years on the mountain, the master had solely instructed him in cultivation, never delving into these topics. A hidden sect is a reclusive faction. Within these hidden doors reside practitioners of the arcane arts. The master explained. Surely there must be more than just the Snow Mountain sect within our Huagua borders? Chu Yuan speculated. Indeed, the master affirmed. Chu Yuan, you have now attained the realm of spiritual intent, and your supreme spine can exert greater influence. During your cultivation, strive to activate your supreme spine to enhance your efficiency. But be cautious in its application. It is powerful, and overexertion may lead to your body's inability to withstand it. I shall heed your guidance, Chu Yuan dutifully replied. He had always felt that he had yet to truly unlock the potential of his supreme spine, or perhaps he lacked the requisite strength and capability to do so. Remember, you must never expose your supreme spine to outsiders. Should anyone discover it, you must ensure there are no witnesses. Take heed, the master admonished. I shall remember. Chu Yuan responded earnestly. Little Jinzhou is not overly perilous, yet the dangers you will soon face shall be significantly greater. This talisman of peace has accompanied me for many years. I now bestow it upon you, hoping it brings you good fortune. The master removed the talisman from around his neck and handed it to Chu Yuan. Thank you, master. Chu Yuan accepted the talisman with both hands. He felt immense gratitude towards his master, having never provided him any tangible benefit, yet the master selflessly offered him assistance. The The fact that he even gifted him the talisman, which he never parted with, was a testament to his generosity. Chu Yuan, once a worthless scion, had transformed into who he was today, owing his rebirth to his master. Take it with you, and continue your journey. I can only guide you to the threshold. The path of cultivation lies in your own hands. The master closed his eyes again. Chu Yuan donned the talisman around his neck, and then stood up. I shall take my leave, master. He bowed respectfully before turning to depart. As he descended the mountain, Chu Yuan pondered over the master's words. Many aspects eluded his understanding. The master's speech was indeed cryptic and profound. Yet, he sensed that all of this was far from simple. All he could do was strive to improve himself. In the villa district by the river, across from the entrance to the villas stood a commercial building. On the rooftop of the building, a man wearing a cap had long been lying in wait. Just then, a second-hand Jetta entered his line of sight. Finally, he has arrived. The man with the cap swiftly aimed his sniper rifle at the driving Chu Yuan. I have successfully completed numerous missions abroad, with no fewer than 100 targets eliminated. I have never missed. I will not falter in this small Jinzhou, not because of you, Chu Yuan. As his words fell, the cap-wearing man took aim and pulled the trigger. Meanwhile, Chu Yuan was maneuvering his second-hand vehicle, preparing to turn onto the auxiliary road leading into the villa district. A piercing sound of wind suddenly assaulted his ears. Bang! The car window shattered instantly. On the rooftop of the commercial building, the man with the cap thought, this time, there is no way you can escape. He peered through the scope at the second-hand Jetta. After his last shot missed, he had withdrawn, convinced that Chu Yuan was doomed to perish. He could not fathom how Chu Yuan had survived last time. Perhaps he had merely misfired? It should not have been the case, as he distinctly recalled seeing Chu Yuan fall before retreating. This time, he was determined to confirm the kill and bring back Chu Yuan's corpse. As he focused through the scope, his pupils dilated in shock. Through the scope, he saw Chu Yuan sitting calmly in the car, his eyes fixed upon him, like the gaze of death itself. In the next moment, he witnessed Chu Yuan fling open the car door and charge straight towards him. How could this be? How was he unharmed? The assassin, known as the Cap, was taken aback. He had executed countless assassination missions, never having faced failure. His confidence in his own abilities was unwavering. As he watched Chu Yuan rush towards the building, the Cap had no intention of fleeing. He quickly drew a handgun, affixed a silencer, and took cover behind a nearby pillar. His gaze locked on the main entrance of the rooftop. As an experienced assassin, he understood that once he fired at a target, he must immediately retreat, regardless of the outcome. However, this time he chose to disregard that principle. Today, I must bring your corpse back. I will not allow any blemish on my professional career. The Cap focused intently. As soon as Chu Yuan emerged from the door, he would unleash a hail of bullets to ensure his demise. In mere moments, Chu Yuan's figure appeared at the rooftop entrance. Die! The assassin, the Cap, hesitated not for an instant, swiftly firing at Chu Yuan. Rat-a-tat-tat. The silenced handgun emitted a crisp sound akin to nails striking wood. In an instant, 6 bullets were unleashed by the Cap. As Chu Yuan circulated his inner strength and raised his hand, a formidable gust of wind enveloped 6 bullets, suspending them in midair before him. What? The face of the assassin, curved blade, turned ashen in an instant, his eyes widening in disbelief. What kind of sorcery is this? Is this man even human? In that fleeting moment, he suddenly comprehended why his 2 previous attempts to eliminate Chu Yuan had ended in failure. Chu Yuan lifted 2 fingers, pinching one of the suspended bullets, and advanced towards the assassin. This is bad, I must flee. At that moment, the assassin was devoid of any spirit of resistance. If even his firearm was powerless against Chu Yuan, what hope did he have to contend with him? Noticing the assassin's intent to escape, Chu Yuan flicked his fingers. The bullet, propelled with astonishing velocity, hurtled towards Curved Blade. Thud! The bullet struck Curved Blade's thigh as he attempted to flee, sending him crashing to the ground. Chu Yuan swiftly closed the distance, seizing him by the collar. Are you a man or a ghost? The assassin gazed at Chu Yuan in terror. To my enemies. I am indeed a ghost, a devil. Speak. Was it the Sun family that sent you? Chu Yuan's eyes gleamed with icy menace. Since you are aware, why ask again? Curved Blade paled. You were the one who attempted to assassinate me last time, were you not? Speak. Who from the Sun family dispatched you? Chu Yuan continued his interrogation. The eldest son of the Sun family, Sun Shangming. Gritting his teeth, Curved Blade eventually divulged the information. Excellent. You may now die? Chu Yuan raised his hand, preparing to strike him down. Just before he acted, a moment's hesitation flickered within him. Yet, Chu Yuan understood that to achieve his ambitions, he could not afford to be merciful. If he let him go, Curved Blade would undoubtedly report his displayed capabilities back to the Sun family, allowing them to prepare against him. Moreover, after enduring 3 assassination attempts, the anger within Chu Yuan had long since simmered. Sun Shangming. Chu Yuan looked up at the sky, silently uttering the name, his eyes glinting with chilling resolve. This assassination attempt mirrored the previous one. Yet now Chu Yuan had attained the spiritual realm and possessed the complete ability to counteract his adversaries. After a long period of tranquility, he never anticipated that just days after hosting a banquet, an assassin would strike. What enraged him most was that this time, the attack had occurred near his own home. Did this not imply that his family was also shrouded in peril? If they targeted his family, they would not possess Chu Yuan's formidable skills. This was absolutely intolerable for him. Sun Xiangming, is it? Since you are so ruthless, do not blame me for my lack of compassion. Chu Yuan had initially contemplated a gradual strategy against the Sun family. However, in that moment, he altered his course of action. He promptly retrieved his phone and called Master Peng. 20 minutes later, Master Peng arrived at the rooftop, panting heavily. Brother, what is happening here? Upon seeing the fallen assassin and the discarded firearm, he was taken aback. The Sun family dispatched an assassin to kill me, and I turned the tables on him. Chu Yuan explained. The Sun family? Master Peng was startled. Pengzi, do you know of the person named Sun Xiangming from the Sun family? Chu Yuan inquired. I have heard of him, but I do not know him well. You might want to consult the Qin family. They are certainly more informed than I, replied Master Peng. Very well, Pengzi, I leave this to you. As for the handgun on the ground and the sniper rifle nearby, please take them. You may find them useful in the future, instructed Chu Yuan. All right. Master Peng's eyes sparkled at the sight of the distant sniper rifle. Such a powerful weapon. He could never acquire such a thing on his own. For Master Peng, Chu Yuan's elimination of the assassin was akin to bestowing him 2 pieces of equipment. Chu Yuan then dialed Chen Jingwan's number. Chen family, is that his call? Chen Jingwan leaped up in surprise upon seeing the caller ID. Her face lighting up with joy. Could he be asking me out? Perhaps for drinks at a bar? Or a movie? With anticipation, she answered the call. Hello? Chen Jingwan. I have a question for you. How much do you know about the Sun family? Are you aware of Sun Xiangming's background? Chu Yuan's voice resonated through the phone. Sun Xiangming. He is Sun Cheng's elder brother and the eldest son of the Sun family. As far as I know, the Sun family has essentially entrusted their business to him over the past few years, Chen Jingwan responded. All right, I understand, Chu Yuan acknowledged. Chu Yuan, why are you suddenly inquiring about this? Chen Jingwan asked curiously. I am preparing to take action against the Sun family, particularly against Sun Xiangming, Chu Yuan stated. Ah, Chen Jingwan gasped, taken aback. Chu Yuan, how do you plan to proceed? She pressed urgently. I intend to exact revenge on the Sun family and deal with Sun Xiangming personally. Chu Yuan's voice was frigid. Chu Yuan, please do not act impulsively. By taking direct action against the Sun family, you are treading a path of no return. If anything goes awry, it could lead to your demise. Chen Jingwan urged fervently. Chen Jingwan, even if I were to perish, it would have no bearing on you. Why are you so anxious? Do you truly care for me? Chu Yuan chuckled. In such dire times, you jest? Heed my advice and do not act rashly. Even if you intend to confront the Sun family, it must be done gradually. Chen Jingwan implored. Chapter 76. Introduction. Rest assured, I have a plan in mind. I must hang up now. With that, Chu Yuan ended the call. On the rooftop of the commercial building, since this eldest son of the Sun family oversees their business, it stands to reason that he was also the instigator 5 years ago. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Chu Yuan's eyes. With that declaration, he descended the building and entered his vehicle. As the engine roared to life, he pressed the accelerator, racing towards Ningdu. Previously, Chu Yuan had contemplated a gradual approach to dealing with the Sun family. However, now he had changed his mind. He no longer wished to delay, and he was headed to Ningdu to settle the score with the Sun family, to confront Sun Xiangming directly, no matter how powerful the Sun family might be in Jiangnan. With his prowess in the spiritual realm, why should he fear them, regardless of their vast wealth and immense power, in the face of overwhelming force? What significance do those attributes hold? Firearms. Before Chu Yuan's breakthrough, he had indeed harbored some trepidation, but now, having reached the spiritual realm, he felt no fear. Chu Yuan's vehicle veered onto the highway, speeding towards Ningdu. At the Chun family residence, Chen Jingwan hurriedly dashed down the stairs. Grandfather, it's bad. Chu Yuan is heading to Ningdu to seek revenge against the Sun family. As she ran, she spoke breathlessly. To Ningdu to confront the Sun family? How does he intend to take his revenge? How long until he departs? Elder Chen inquired while sipping tea. It should be right now. He mentioned he would personally deal with Sun Xiangming. Chen Jingwan exclaimed anxiously. Personally deal with Sun Xiangming? Even Elder Chen, seasoned as he was, stood up in shock. Grandfather. That is what he said. Although he possesses some extraordinary abilities, the Sun family is formidable. If he goes alone to Ningdu to seek vengeance, could he not encounter trouble? Grandfather, can you think of any way to assist him? Chen Jingwan pleaded, nearly in tears. She herself could not comprehend why she was so concerned for Chu Yuan. Elder Chen regained his composure and sat back down on the sofa. My dear granddaughter, if it had been 20 years ago, during my prime, I would have had no issue helping him. But now, I am unable to assist him. Old Chen shook his head, saying moreover, we have already repaid the favor we owe to Chu Yuan. If it's merely a trivial matter, assisting him would be no trouble. However, if it involves confronting the Sun family, that would jeopardize the very existence of the Qin family. Grandfather, I think I might really have feelings for him. Could you find a way to help, even if just a little? Chen Jingwan's cheeks flushed as she earnestly pleaded. Chu Yuan should not have acted so recklessly. Now that he has departed, even if I extend my aid, my capabilities are limited. Why don't you call Chu Yuan? I can introduce someone to him. Old Chen suggested. Having lived to this age, Old Chen realized that his own years were numbered, yet his granddaughter was still young. Although he held a favorable impression of Chu Yuan, he was reluctant to risk the entire Qin family for him. All right. Chen Jingwan quickly produced her phone and dialed Chu Yuan's number. On the highway to Ningdu, Chu Yuan drove with great speed, his mind occupied with plans for his arrival in Ningdu. At that moment, his phone rang. It was from Chen Jingwan. Surely she doesn't intend to persuade me again. Chu Yuan glanced at the caller ID, bemused. Miss Chen, are you going to express concern for me again? You can't possibly have developed feelings for me, can you? Chu Yuan answered the call. Ahem, it's me, Chu Yuan, came Old Chen's voice from the other end. Oh, Old Chen, it's you, Chu Yuan replied, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his smile. Jingwan mentioned that you are heading to Ningdu to seek vengeance against the Sun family? Old Chen inquired. Indeed, that is the case. I am already en route. The Sun family orchestrated Zhou Kuan's attack on the Chu family and has attempted to assassinate me multiple times. It is high time I settled the score. Chu Yuan's tone was resolute. Chu Yuan, you must not act in haste. Although you possess extraordinary abilities, we live in a society governed by law. Such actions could lead to dire consequences, especially given the formidable influence of the Qin family. Should anything go awry, the repercussions would be catastrophic for you, Old Chen cautioned. I have considered this carefully and will strive to keep my actions clean, Chu Yuan responded. Since you are determined, upon your arrival in Ningdu, go to the romantic bar and seek out a man known as Cobra. Mention my name, Chen Yuan Hai. He is the king of underground intelligence in Ningdu and may provide you with valuable information. After all, you are unfamiliar with Ningdu and the Sun family. Even if you intend to take action, it is crucial to gather intelligence and plan accordingly before proceeding, Old Chen advised. Old Chen, what if this nefarious individual discovers my intentions and divulges them to the Sun family? Chu Yuan asked, a note of concern in his voice. Rest assured, I have leverage over him. He would not dare to act against his own interests. Though he may not fit into high society, he is a man of his word. Old Chen assured him. Thank you for your assistance, Old Chen. Chu Yuan expressed his gratitude. Do not thank me. Jingwan is worried about you and has been pestering this old man to help. You should thank her later, Old Chen replied. Chu Yuan was taken aback. In Jinzhou? At the Chen residence, after hanging up the phone, Old Chen remarked, why did you have to say it was me, grandfather? Chen Jingwan exclaimed. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she lightly tapped Old Chen's shoulder. Old Chen chuckled, shaking his head. I know your temperament well. You would never openly convey your feelings to him. I merely wanted him to understand how much you wished to assist him. Upon arriving in Ningdu, Chu Yuan navigated directly to the romantic bar. With Old Chen's introduction, he was determined to make the most of the resources at his disposal. Ningdu, as a provincial city in Jiangnan, was undeniably more prosperous than any small city in Jiangnan province. The romantic bar was situated in a bustling commercial district of Ningdu. As soon as Chu Yuan stepped inside, the deafening music enveloped him, and the bar was abuzz with patrons. At the front desk, Chu Yuan inquired, I'm looking for Cobra. The receptionist, clearly familiar with the name, responded, looking for Snake Brother? Follow me. She led Chu Yuan to a private room and opened the door, ushering him inside. The raucous singing immediately filled the air. Snake Brother, someone is here to see you, the waitress announced before swiftly exiting. A middle-aged man with a buzz cut glanced at Chu Yuan, gestured for him to wait, and continued singing. Chu Yuan stood still, waiting patiently. After the song concluded, the buzz-cut man turned his attention to Chu Yuan. Who are you, and what do you want? Are you Cobra? Chu Yuan asked, fixing his gaze on him. That's right. Cobra replied, his voice booming through the room. Chu Yuan stepped forward and said, I am Chun Lao Chen Yuanhai's acquaintance. Upon hearing Old Chen's name, Cobra's demeanor shifted dramatically. You all continue your fun. I have some business to attend to. He waved to the people in the room and hurriedly led Chu Yuan out. They ascended to an office on the upper floor, where Cobra locked the door behind them. What's your name? Cobra extended his hand. My name is Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan replied, shaking his hand. Cobra, in his 40s, had a rugged face. Young brother Chu. Receiving an introduction from Old Chun at such a young age indicates you possess some talent. Please, have a seat. Cobra gestured toward the sofa in the office. Once seated, Cobra remarked, "If Old Chin sent you to find me, it must not be for a trivial matter. Old Chin mentioned that you are the king of underground intelligence in Ningdu. I wonder if that reputation is well-deserved?" Chu Yuan challenged him. "Oh, are you questioning my professional capabilities? Had you not been introduced by Old Chun, you would have been thrown out of the romantic bar for daring to doubt my skills." Cobra replied, lighting a cigarette as he spoke. "Since you are so confident in your abilities, tell me about my background and connections." Chu Yuan relaxed against the sofa. "You just said your name is Chu Yuan, correct? I know most notable figures in Ningdu, and I have never heard your name. You must not be from Ningdu. Since Old Chin introduced you, you are likely from Jiangzhou," Cobra deduced. After a brief moment, Cobra retrieved his phone and left the room. A short while later, he returned. "In 10 minutes, the information you seek will be at your disposal," he declared confidently, taking a seat opposite Chu Yuan. As soon as Cobra finished speaking, a female waitress entered with a bottle of liquor and glasses, pouring drinks for both Chu Yuan and Cobra. "Leave us," Cobra waved her away. "Yes, Snake Brother," she replied, exiting the office. "This bottle of Hennessy is on me," Cobra gestured graciously. "Thank you," Chu Yuan said, lifting his glass and taking a sip. After 8 minutes had passed, Cobra's phone beeped with a new message. Once he read it, he looked up at Chu Yuan with a smile. "Chu Yuan, you established the Chu Group in Jinzhou and quickly brought it to the pinnacle of the local business scene. I didn't expect someone so young to possess such capability. It seems your intelligence skills are indeed commendable, as you managed to uncover this in just 8 minutes," he remarked as he sipped his drink. "I imagine your success in Jinzhou is closely tied to the assistance of Old Chun," Cobra added. The Cobra continued, "The only thing that perplexes me is how, given that your Chu family fell 5 years ago, you managed to garner assistance from Old Master Chun. I am quite curious, though I suspect you will not divulge the reasons." Chu Yuan smiled faintly, but remained silent. At this point, he understood that he could not uncover what had transpired during his 5-year absence from Jinzhou, nor could he ascertain the extent of his own prowess. This was hardly surprising, as few were privy to his identity as a practitioner. Even his parents were unaware of how he had connected with Old Master Chun. It was only after he had demonstrated his capabilities to his father that the truth had come to light. "Chu Yuan, I have already proven my abilities. Now tell me, what brings you to Ningdu?" Cobra inquired. After taking a sip of his drink, Chu Yuan replied slowly. "I have come to Ningdu for one purpose, to annihilate the Sun family and eliminate Sun Xiangming." "What did you say?" Cobra exclaimed, springing to his feet in shock. "I said, to annihilate the Sun family and eliminate Sun Xiangming," Chu Yuan reiterated. "Preposterous. This is utterly absurd," Cobra exclaimed, his voice filled with agitation. "Chu Yuan, do you believe Ningdu is some small place like Jinzhou? This is Ningdu, the capital city of Jiangnan province, where the waters run far deeper than those of Jinzhou. Even if you achieved something in Jinzhou, what would that amount to here in Ningdu? Your greatest support must be Old Master Chun. Yet even he dares not speak of destroying the Sun family." Cobra's reaction was entirely as Chu Yuan had anticipated. It would have been abnormal for him not to be agitated. The Sun family was a formidable presence throughout Jiangnan province, boasting assets exceeding 20 billion, an undeniable behemoth. "I acknowledge the Sun family's might, but so what? If they provoke me, they must face the consequences." Chu Yuan's gaze sharpened. "You speak boldly, but I cannot assist you with this matter. I will contact Old Master Chen immediately." Cobra promptly took out his phone to call Old Master Chen. After a brief moment, the call connected. "Hello, Old Master Chen. How have you been recently? The Chu Yuan you introduced is here with me, but his intentions are far too outrageous for me to support. Rest assured, I will keep this matter confidential," Cobra stated. "Cobra, do not be evasive. You must assist as much as you can, particularly in terms of intelligence," came Old Master Chen's unequivocal voice from the other end. "Old Master, are you not putting me in murky waters?" Cobra replied, exasperated. 20 years ago, I saved your life. Otherwise, you would have perished. I possess substantial information regarding you, and there is no room for negotiation." Old Master Chen's tone was resolute. Fine, Old Master, I will help. Cobra conceded reluctantly. Initially, he had wished to evade this task, but he had not anticipated Old Master Chen's unwavering willingness to assist Chu Yuan. After hanging up, Cobra turned to Chu Yuan once more. "Chu Yuan, I must make it clear that I can only provide you with intelligence support. As for anything beyond that, I will not involve myself. If you end up in peril, it is not my concern. Of course, you should share all the information you possess. Then let me enlighten you. The Sun family's influence in Jiangnan province relies not only on their own business, but also on 2 significant supports. The first and most crucial is the backing of Old Su," Cobra explained. "Old Su?" Chu Yuan inquired, puzzled. "Su Jitong, surely you have heard of him?" Cobra looked at Chu Yuan in surprise. Upon hearing the name, Chu Yuan immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Su Zhitong was a powerful figure in Jiangnan province. Even 5 years ago, Chu Yuan would often see him on local television. During old Master Qin's prime, he could hardly compare to Su Zhitong. If you intend to confront the Sun family, you are undoubtedly challenging Su Zhitong. Just on this basis alone, you must weigh your options, Cobra cautioned. Chu Yuan felt a jolt of realization. Indeed, the Sun family's backing was formidable. The second major support for the Sun family is the renowned Taoist Yu, whose name you must have heard. Cobra continued. Taoist Yu? I have not heard of him. What is his background? Chu Yuan asked, intrigued. It appears you are quite uninformed. Outside Ningdu, there is a temple named Jinshiguan, presided over by Taoist Yu. He possesses extraordinary Taoist skills and is recognized as the foremost Taoist master in Jiangnan province. Cobra cast a glance at Chu Yuan. As for Taoist practices, it may be hard for you to comprehend. Such matters are not accessible to the average person. And it is entirely normal for you not to understand. No, I believe you. You say he is the best in Jiangnan? How formidable is he? Chu Yuan reclined on the sofa, a smile creeping onto his face. After all, as a practitioner himself, he could hardly be ignorant of such matters. Let me be frank. I had the fortune to witness Taoist Yu perform once. His powers are profound. On that rainy day, with a mere wave of his hand, he halted and even reversed the raindrops around him. Truly miraculous. Cobra marveled. Based on this account, Chu Yuan speculated that the individual must either be at the spirit realm or the spirit intent realm, as only those with the ability to project their inner energy could perform such feats. However, he could hardly believe in his title as Jiangnan's #1. For that designation was surely a recognition within the secular world. His master had said that the Xueshan sect was the strongest hidden faction in Jiangnan province. Thus, Chu Yuan was certain that the most powerful entity in Jiangnan was likely within the Xueshan sect. Of course, Chu Yuan did not include his master in that calculation, as he had never witnessed him display his true strength. Even aside from his master and the Xueshan sect, there were undoubtedly other hidden factions in Jiangnan, likely housing individuals even more formidable than Taoist Yu. In any case, the title of Jiangnan's #1 could not possibly belong to Taoist Yu. This was solely because Taoist Yu resided within the secular realm, without veiling himself, thus allowing ordinary people to elevate him to the status of Jiangnan's so-called #1. Meanwhile, those hidden factions remained largely unknown to the public. Chu Yuan was curious about the true extent of this so-called Jiangnan #1. Countless wealthy and powerful individuals across Jiangnan revered Taoist Yu as a distinguished guest. Last year, a certain Mr. Gong, ranked 9th on the Jiangnan rich list, donated 300 million in incense money to Jinshiguan in exchange for Taoist Yu's help in curing his peculiar ailment. He even sent his youngest son to plead at the temple gates for 7 consecutive days before Taoist Yu reluctantly acquiesced. When Cobra spoke of Taoist Yu, his eyes sparkled with admiration, revealing his profound reverence. So he certainly has an inflated ego, Chu Yuan remarked. Cobra chuckled. Of course, a person of his caliber would not lack in arrogance. 3 years ago, a second-tier celebrity from our country, upon learning of Taoist Yu's prowess during a visit to Jiangnan, sought him out for blessings. However, this celebrity was overly self-important and, after being turned down by Taoist Yu, dared to insult him as a charlatan outside the temple. Little did he know, a sudden gust of wind swept him off the steps, breaking his hand. Oh, what happened next? Chu Yuan asked, intrigued. The celebrity quickly learned of Taoist Yu's formidable abilities and dared not utter a word. Recognizing his misfortune, Cobra recounted with amusement. Cobra continued. Thoroughly captivated, not only does Taoist Yu possess remarkable Taoist skills, but he also wields a powerful network. Who among Jiangnan's elite does not greet him with a smile? Who would not regard Master Yu as an esteemed guest? In return, Master Yu also offers protection to the Sun family, which is undoubtedly the second pillar of their strength. Young brother Chu Yuan, do you now comprehend the formidable challenge posed by the Sun family? I have merely mentioned 2 aspects of their foundation. Yet I have not even touched upon the immense influence the Sun family wields in the Jiangnan business sphere, nor their substantial financial resources. If the Sun family truly desired to deal with you, they could easily overwhelm you with their wealth. Your influence is confined to the modest Jinzhou upon arriving in Ningdu. You are but a powerless outsider. Even in terms of financial clout, the capital of your Tianyuan group pales in comparison within Ningdu. What do you possess to contend with the Sun family? To the Cobra, it appears that Chu Yuan's attempts to confront the Sun family are akin to striking a rock with an egg. Yet, no matter how powerful the Sun family may be, should they provoke me, they shall face consequences. Upon finishing his words, Chu Yuan drained the cup of wine. If the Sun family desires Chu Yuan's demise, can he passively await his fate? Even if confronting the Sun family proves arduous, Chu Yuan must tackle this formidable challenge head-on. Otherwise, the next time they decide to act against him, it may result in harm to his loved ones. Furthermore, having just eliminated that assassin, the Sun family is likely still unaware of the mission's failure, and Sun Xiangming should not be on guard against him at this moment. Alas, it seems you are determined to seek your own demise. The Cobra sighed deeply upon hearing Chu Yuan's words. He had hoped that sharing this information would dissuade Chu Yuan, but it had not. I require intelligence regarding Sun Xiangming's itinerary. You can provide that, correct? Chu Yuan inquired, looking up at the Cobra. Of course. This is the only assistance I can offer you. Let me reiterate, should anything happen to you, you must bear the consequences, the Cobra warned once more. Just provide me with the information, Chu Yuan replied, pouring more wine into his cup. The Cobra exited the private room again. Approximately half an hour later, he returned. The information is here. Tomorrow at Ningdu's Xiazhai, there will be an antique auction, to which several affluent and discerning buyers have been invited, including Sun Xiangming, the Cobra provided. He would only supply the information. How Chu Yuan planned to act, where he would strike, was not his concern. I have noted that. How much for this information? Chu Yuan asked, lifting his gaze. This is a favor for Elder Chen. There is no charge, the Cobra replied. Then I thank you, Chu Yuan said, rising to leave immediately. After Chu Yuan departed the private room, the Cobra pondered, why must such a young man choose such a reckless path? Why provoke the Sun family of all people? Chapter 79, The Treasure. After exiting the romantic bar, Chu Yuan casually abandoned his second-hand car in a nearby parking lot and found a hotel to stay in. Inside his hotel room, he retrieved the attack manual titled Liuguangju, given to him by his master, and began to peruse its contents. After skimming through it, he grasped the purpose of Liuguangju, which teaches the practitioner to transform their internal energy into a form of attack upon externalizing it. To put it plainly, it instructs how to coalesce internal energy into offensive techniques. Chu Yuan delved into his studies with great seriousness. Immersed in his research, time flew by, and soon it was the following morning, with the first light of dawn breaking outside. Liuguangju, Chu Yuan's fingers danced, as internal energy surged from his fingertips, instantly coalescing into hundreds of luminous strands before shooting out into the morning air like arrows. Each beam of light was composed of condensed internal energy. The first level was executed smoothly, and indeed, this technique proved far more potent than mere externalization of internal energy. Chu Yuan felt a surge of excitement. The Liuguangju comprises 5 levels, and he had just successfully performed the first. This initial level was relatively simple to master. Chu Yuan had only spent one night and had already succeeded. He finally understood why his master had waited until he reached the Lingyi realm to grant him this manual. Only by externalizing internal energy at this level could one condense it into such an attack. Previously, while in the Kai Ling realm, although he could externalize internal energy, it was merely a rudimentary grasp, and the quality of the released energy was insufficient to form such an attack, rendering the manual unattainable. It's about time. I must set out, Chu Yuan declared, gazing out at the dimly lit sky before rising to his feet. The Sun family and Sun Xiangming shall soon pay for their actions. Just past 10 in the morning, on the second floor of Xiazhai, a room steeped in classical ambience housed 6 wealthy businessmen, all prominent figures on Jiangnan's rich list. A middle-aged man clad in a Zhongshan suit and wearing a jade ring was welcoming the guests. He was the proprietor, Bosque of Xiazhai. Bosque, we cannot simply wait idly. Please unveil the treasure so we may feast our eyes upon it. I have even invited Master Huang to appraise it for me, urged a corpulent CEO, Mr. Mei, who ranked 8th among Jiangnan's wealthy elite. Behind Mr. Mei stood a Taoist priest garbed in a robe. Should Chu Yuan have been present, he would have instantly recognized this priest as Master Huang Yuan, whom he had encountered during his duel with Lord Peng in Gu County. After being defeated by Chu Yuan, Master Huang had pursued him, seeking to become his disciple. Indeed, Bosque, you speak of the item in such mysterious terms. You cannot keep us in suspense forever, chimed in the other businessmen, echoing Mr. Mei's sentiments. Bosque of Xiazhai forced a smile and replied, Gentlemen, the young master of the Sun family has yet to arrive. Once he does, I shall present the treasure. You all know his temperament. If we proceed without him, he will surely be displeased. And I cannot bear the blame for that. I kindly ask for your understanding. It was agreed upon for 10 o'clock, and now it is already 15 minutes past. It is he who is tardy. How can we be at fault for waiting? Mr. Mei snorted coldly. No sooner had he spoken than the door swung open. Who is speaking ill of me? The businessmen looked up to see Sun Xiangming striding in with commanding presence. That remark had evidently come from his lips. Mr. Mei, having just spoken, instantly changed his demeanor, lowering his gaze. The others hastily diverted their eyes, revealing their apprehension towards Sun Xiangming. Following Sun Xiangming was a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe, whose every step seemed to carry an aura. I am late because I had to visit the Jinshi temple outside the city to invite Master Wenjie, the esteemed disciple of Master Yu, to authenticate today's treasure," Sun Xiangming declared with undeniable arrogance. The attendees recognized Master Wenjie, who was well known as Master Yu's favorite pupil. Although not as adept as his master, he possessed formidable abilities. Having him present guaranteed a thorough evaluation of the treasure's worth. "Indeed, young Master Sun, since you have arrived, I shall present the treasure now," Boss Goe announced as he retrieved a wooden box from a nearby shelf and placed it on the central table. Opening the box, he revealed a verdant three-legged incense burner. As the burner emerged, a delicate fragrance wafted through the air, instantly enveloping the room. The guests inhaled the scent, feeling an indescribable sense of refreshment and tranquility. "This is truly a remarkable item. Master Huang, please assess its value," Mr. Mei urged, brimming with anticipation. "Certainly, Mr. Mei." Master Huang, equally intrigued by the treasure, stepped forward to examine it. Boom. As Huang Daoist was about to step forward, the scholarly Daoist Wenjie, brought by Sun Xiangming, suddenly waved his hand. A gust of wind inexplicably surged within the room, forcefully pushing Huang Daoist back. "Who dares to meddle before this esteemed Daoist without even a glance?" Daoist Wenjie remarked, his hands clasped behind his back, casting a fleeting glance at Huang Daoist. Huang Daoist's expression darkened. To be referred to as mere riffraff was a grave insult. However, he recognized the formidable prowess of his opponent, whose master was the renowned Daoist Yu Dao, and he dared not protest further. Boss Mei's countenance also soured. "Young Master Sun, this item does not belong to you. Since Boss Goe has invited me to appraise it, surely I, Huang Daoist, possess the qualifications to examine it?" He continued. "What a wild and unrefined Daoist. If you're lacking in strength, step aside and let the others take a look." Sun Xiangming settled into a nearby chair. "Wenjie, proceed with your examination." Daoist Wenjie nodded, then gracefully approached, cradling the three-legged incense burner. "This is a treasure that nurtures the spirit. Ordinary individuals who inhale its fragrance over time will find their minds revitalized. Indeed, it is a rare gem," he declared. Upon hearing this, the surrounding bosses grew increasingly intrigued by the incense burner. "Your assessment may be somewhat inaccurate," Huang Daoist interjected, stepping forward to grasp the three-legged incense burner. "This treasure not only invigorates the mind, but also soothes the spirit and even nourishes the heart, enhancing the work and study efficiency of ordinary individuals. For practitioners like us, placing this in a meditation chamber would greatly aid in comprehending any teachings. This is not merely a rare find, it is a superior treasure." The revelation sent shockwaves through the room, leaving the other bosses astonished. Daoist Wenjie's expression darkened immediately. "How dare a mere rustic Daoist speak so recklessly?" he exclaimed, raising a hand, a sphere of energy coalescing in his palm. He had intentionally withheld the full extent of the incense burner's effects, wishing to keep its significance to himself and young Master Sun, allowing them to purchase it at a lower price. Should its true value be disclosed, the other bosses would undoubtedly escalate the bidding, making it far more costly to acquire. Huang Daoist's revelation of the treasure's true nature incensed Daoist Wenjie. "I merely spoke the truth," Huang Daoist stammered, his face paling as he witnessed Daoist Wenjie channeling energy. Unbothered by Huang Daoist's protest, Wenjie thrust his hand forward, directing the amassed energy straight at Huang Daoist. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed in the room, toppling Huang Daoist to the ground, his robes torn and disheveled. Fortunately, as a practitioner, Huang Daoist withstood the blow. Had he been an ordinary person, the attack could have proven fatal. The onlooking bosses were left in shock. Daoist Wenjie, esteemed disciple of Daoist Yu Dao, demonstrated profound mastery of his arts. Indeed, several bosses could not restrain their admiration, having seldom witnessed such astonishing prowess. Managing to incapacitate Huang Daoist without even making physical contact. Daoist Wenjie, this is utterly excessive. Boss Mei rose abruptly, his face contorted with anger. Huang Daoist had been his guest, and Wenjie's assault was akin to striking him directly. And what of it? If one lacks the skill, they deserve their fate. Daoist Wenjie replied nonchalantly, hands still clasped behind his back. Boss Xiaozhai quickly intervened. "Gentlemen, let us calm our tempers. We are all here for the treasure. There is no need for hostility. Let us return our focus to the item at hand. I invite each of you to make your bids. The highest offer will prevail." "I bid 50 million. A boss on the left immediately called out. 50 million? You think to acquire this with such a paltry sum?" 100 million. Sun Xiangming, reclining in his chair, responded with nonchalance. In truth, 50 million was already a substantial amount. It was rare for auctions in Ningdu to reach such heights. However, the attendees were all prominent figures on Ningdu's wealth list, and the rarity of the item warranted such high bids. 120 million. 140 million. The competition among the bosses intensified, and soon the price surged to 300 million. This figure compelled 3 of the bosses present to concede. 500 million. Boss May suddenly raised his hand, offering a sum that was undeniably high. Upon hearing this, the remaining bosses quickly abandoned their intentions, despite their vast fortunes. Extracting over 500 million in cash required careful consideration. 700 million. This item is a must for the Sun family, Sun Xiangming asserted fervently. Boss May, who had just been bidding, fell silent, no longer interested in contesting. Very well. 700 million. I declare this treasure belongs to young Master Sun, Boss Xiaozhai announced with a smile. Just as these words left his lips, the door to the room was pushed open once more. What treasures await? I wonder if I might take a look, a voice called from outside. The affluent guests turned to see a slender young man standing at the threshold. The newcomer was none other than Chu Yuan. Who is this? I do not recognize him, the wealthy patrons murmured, shaking their heads. They had never encountered this individual. Even Sun Xiangming failed to recognize Chu Yuan, knowing only his name without having seen his photograph. The notable figures of Ningdu were all familiar faces. Since they did not recognize Chu Yuan, they surmised he could not be of any significance. Only Huang Daoist, who had just been struck, was startled, recognizing Chu Yuan. Boss Gui, who is this young man? Did you invite him? The wealthy patrons turned their gazes towards Boss Xiaozhai. I did not invite him, Boss Xiaozhai replied, equally perplexed. He was unaware of the young man's identity. He was also curious how this fellow had managed to ascend to the second floor. I was not invited. I came unbidden, Chu Yuan declared as he stepped into the room. Sir, I must apologize, but this is a private gathering. Please leave, Boss Gui issued the dismissal. You, Xiaozhai, open your doors for business, welcoming all guests. If they come, so shall I, Chu Yuan countered. In this room, each individual was a tycoon with assets in the tens or hundreds of billions. How could a nobody like him presume to enter? Get out now, Sun Xiangming's voice boomed, his demeanor domineering. Boss Xiaozhai added, Sir, the item has already been acquired by young Master Sunday. Your presence here is futile, leave at once. None here are of your ilk to provoke. This gentleman must be young Master Sun Xiangming, Chu Yuan remarked, his gaze landing on Sun Xiangming. Among the assembled bosses, all were in their 40s or 50s, with only Sun Xiangming appearing to be in his 20s or 30s. Thus, Chu Yuan readily deduced that he must indeed be the young master of the Sun family. Presumptuous! How dare you address me so directly? Sun Xiangming slammed the table, his expression darkening. The other bosses exchanged glances, internally concluding that this brash young man was likely courting disaster. Sun Xiangming's temper was notorious throughout Ningdu. Sun Xiangming was ruthless in his endeavors, his temper explosive. This was undoubtedly linked to his young age and the fact that he commanded the entire Sun family. With such early acclaim, his brilliance was unmistakable, lending his words an air of arrogance. Who did this unknown young man think he was? Daring to provoke the esteemed young Master Sun? Surely, he was courting disaster. Wenjie, teach this ignorant youth a lesson, Sun Xiangming commanded, turning his head. Wenjie Daoist nodded, one hand hidden behind his back while the other swiftly rose. Boom. A wave of energy surged forth, hurtling towards Chu Yuan. This fellow was about to meet his misfortune. The wealthy merchants within the room, upon witnessing Wenjie Daoist's display of sorcery, could already foresee that the intruding, ignorant youth would either perish or be grievously wounded. Chapter 81, Duel of Magic. Chu Yuan raised his hand, and with a decisive motion, the air before him seemed to solidify into a massive hand that crushed the incoming wave of energy. He too possessed magical abilities? The onlookers, a collection of affluent businessmen, were taken aback. They had previously witnessed both Yu Daoist and Wenjie Daoist perform their arts, but they had never before seen two practitioners engage in a duel of magic. The scene they had just witnessed would be etched in their memories forever. So he is a fellow practitioner? Wenjie Daoist's expression shifted slightly. Being a cultivator himself, he understood that Chu Yuan's recent display of internal energy indicated that he had at least reached the spirit intent realm. Sun Xiangming, reclining in his chair, also changed countenance. Wenjie, can you handle him? He inquired. Have no fear, Wenjie Daoist replied tersely, raising his gaze once more to Chu Yuan. Since you are also a practitioner, you must understand the prestige of my Golden Pool Temple and the standing of my master, Yu Daoist. If you depart now, you may preserve your own safety, otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. The threat in Wenjie Daoist's words was palpable. Such verbose drivel. Even if your master Yu Daoist were present, I would still strike without hesitation, Chu Yuan declared, his internal energy surging rapidly within him. Lu Guangzhu. With a flick of his fingers, internal energy burst forth, coalescing into hundreds of silken strands of radiant white light that illuminated the room with a dazzling brilliance. What sorcery is this? The merchants present gaped in astonishment, paralyzed by fear at the sheer power Chu Yuan displayed. The white light reflected in Wenjie Daoist's pupils, a flicker of shock and trepidation igniting within him. He understood all too well that Chu Yuan's ability to wield such power indicated he had attained a formidable level of spirit intent, while he himself was merely at the opening spirit stage. Go! With a resounding command, Chu Yuan unleashed the multitude of white light strands, which shot forth like a barrage of arrows towards Wenjie Daoist. Cursed be this! Wenjie Daoist's expression changed drastically as he gritted his teeth, channeling all his internal energy and frantically striking his hands together. His energy surged from his palms, forming a flowing barrier before him. Swish, swish, swish. The hundreds of strands of white light bombarded the barrier like a torrential downpour. The barrier shattered instantaneously, erupting with the force of thunder, causing the affluent audience to wince in pain from the deafening sound. After breaching the barrier, the white light cascaded down upon Wenjie Daoist. Pooh! Wenjie Daoist spat blood, his body crashing into a large flower vase behind him, shattering it into pieces. Pooh! Pooh! Lying amidst the shards, Wenjie Daoist coughed up more blood, his complexion as pale as snow, his breath growing weak. It was evident that the recent attack had dealt him a grievous blow. The room fell silent. The wealthy merchants and the proprietor of Xianxia felt their hairs stand on end, trembling with fear. Wenjie Daoist was the pride of Yu Daoist, though not quite his equal. He was nonetheless a master of the arts. To see him so thoroughly beaten was shocking. The recent duel had completely reshaped their understanding of what it meant to witness a true clash of masters. Meanwhile, Daoist Huang stood by, utterly dumbfounded. He recalled the last encounter with Chu Yuan, where Chu Yuan had clearly been at the opening spirit stage. Yet, the strength he had just displayed was unmistakably of the spirit intent realm. As Wenjie Daoist lay injured, Sun Shangming could no longer remain composed. Who on earth are you? Even if you seek the treasure, is it not excessive to harm others so grievously? Sun Shangming's face darkened. But it was you who initiated this conflict by sending him to act. Had I been weaker, it would have been I who lay wounded. Now you dare accuse me of harming others? Chu Yuan chuckled coldly. He then raised his hand to demand. Would you like to experience the taste of that last attack yourself? Sun Shangming's pupils constricted sharply. However, he understood that with Wenjie Daoist injured, he stood no chance against Chu Yuan at this moment. Even though he had a handgun for protection, he knew that if Chu Yuan could defeat Wenjie Daoist, his firearm would pose no threat. Grinding his teeth, Sun Shangming finally conceded, I yield. I shall relinquish the treasure on the table to you. Though he was typically arrogant and domineering, he realized he could not contend with Chu Yuan. The wisest course was to surrender the treasure to ensure his own safety. Planning to retaliate later with interest, Chu Yuan approached the table and picked up the three-legged incense burner. Indeed, this is a fine treasure. After inspecting it, he took the incense burner without hesitation. Proprietor, this item was purchased by Sun Shangming. I seized it from him, so you should seek your payment from the Sun family. Chu Yuan declared. Very well, esteemed master, the proprietor of Xianxia replied with a forced smile. You have dealt with him and taken the item. Now you may leave, yes? Sun Shangming suppressed his burgeoning fury. Chu Yuan did not respond immediately. Instead, he slowly walked towards Sun Shangming. The room was so quiet that the sound of his footsteps echoed clearly. Sun Shangming, I actually came here specifically for you, he said, placing a hand on Sun Shangming's shoulder. Despite the touch, Sun Shangming remained still, well aware that since even Wenjie Daoist could not withstand Chu Yuan, his own actions would bear no difference. You came for me. What do you mean? Sun Shangming's face turned pale. I mean to seek vengeance upon you. As Chu Yuan's words fell, he lifted his hand and struck, rendering Sun Shangming unconscious. He then hoisted Sun Shangming and strode towards the exit. The wealthy merchants sat frozen in place, silently watching Chu Yuan carry Sun Shangming away, none daring to utter a word. The illustrious young master of the Sun family, the helm of the family's business, was thus taken away. Once Chu Yuan had departed, they all exhaled deeply, relieved that the formidable master had not turned his ire upon them. Nevertheless, they felt the cold sweat pooling down their backs from the sheer terror of Chu Yuan's earlier display of power. On the ground, Wenjie Daoist clutched his chest. His voice weak. Boss Gouet, quickly arrange for 2 people to carry me back to Golden Pool Temple. I must report to my master immediately. Yes, yes. The proprietor of Xianxia promptly summoned 4 staff members to drive and transport the injured Wenjie Daoist back to Golden Pool Temple. After Wenjie Daoist was carried out of the room, Meizong stood up, exclaiming, Sun Shangming got what he deserved. He has always been so arrogant and domineering. It seems he has finally met his match. Chapter 82. The Fate of the Patent. Present were several affluent individuals who exhibited a hint of schadenfreude. The eminent figure who had just spoken claimed to seek vengeance against Sun Shangming. With the latter being abducted in such a manner, his fate could very well be dire. Remarked a balding tycoon. Humph, it would be best if he perished. Currently, The Sun family's business is managed entirely by him. Should he meet his demise, the Sun family may descend into chaos in no time, and we might just seize the opportunity to benefit from the turmoil, stated General Mei. By the way, who exactly was that exalted individual? Does anyone here recognize him? Queried a wealthy merchant. None of us are acquainted, came the collective response. It is uncertain who is more formidable, that exalted being or Taoist Yu. The fact that Taoist Wenjie was so thoroughly defeated will surely compel him to seek assistance from Taoist Yu. With Taoist Yu's foremost disciple grievously injured and young Master Sun abducted, he will undoubtedly seek retribution. It seems the calm of Ningdu will soon be disrupted by great upheaval. If that occurs, it would certainly be intriguing. Taoist Yu's skills are widely acknowledged as unparalleled in Jiangnan, and should he truly confront that exalted figure, he may find himself at a disadvantage. With Sun Xiangming now unconscious and taken, and Taoist Yu's disciple severely wounded, this news has the potential to send shockwaves across all of Jiangnan. Therefore, they eagerly anticipated how events would unfold. Now that the treasure has been taken, the wealthy merchants exchanged a few more remarks before departing, shrouded in a mix of astonishment and expectation regarding the future developments. Upon descending, General Mei escorted Taoist Huang into a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Inside the vehicle, General Mei expressed his apologies, saying, Taoist Huang, I am truly sorry for the inconvenience you have faced today. Despite Taoist Huang's skills being rather modest, he possessed some degree of capability, which warranted General Mei's utmost respect. It was no small feat to cultivate a relationship with a practitioner, regardless of their level of adeptness. This is not your fault, General Mei. It is the Sun family and Taoist Wenjie who have acted with excessive arrogance, replied Taoist Huang. He continued, General Mei, I happen to know that exalted individual. You know him? Why didn't you mention it earlier? General Mei exclaimed in surprise. From the moment he entered until he abducted young Master Sun, he did not disclose his name. This indicates his desire to keep his identity concealed. How could I dare to speak of it? Taoist Huang explained. Your caution is well-founded. Now that we are alone in the vehicle, please tell me, who is this remarkable figure? Rest assured, I shall keep it confidential. General Mei appeared intensely curious. His name is Chu Yuan, and he hails from Jinzhou, Taoist Huang stated. Though Taoist Huang did not possess extensive knowledge about him, he had previously encountered Chu Yuan in Gu County during a singular confrontation, beyond which they had no further association. Taoist Huang, since you know him, could you possibly find an opportunity to introduce us? General Mei's face lit up with anticipation. Who wouldn't he desire to befriend such an extraordinary practitioner? Had Taoist Huang revealed his acquaintance with Chu Yuan earlier, the other wealthy merchants would likely have flocked to him, seeking introductions. General Mei, let us see how the situation develops, Taoist Huang replied, offering an ambiguous response. In truth, Taoist Huang understood that he himself would struggle to connect with Chu Yuan, let alone facilitate an introduction for General Mei. Yet, he answered in this way merely to keep General Mei interested in him. Well then, we shall observe how events unfold. With such a significant incident having occurred, it seems Ningdu shall enjoy a period of tranquility, General Mei reflected. In an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of Ningdu, crack, Chu Yuan delivered a resounding slap across Sun Xiangming's face, rousing the latter from his stupor. Upon regaining consciousness, Sun Xiangming realized he was bound. You have kidnapped me? If it's money you seek, name your price. Sun Xiangming gritted his teeth. He understood that, despite the Sun family's considerable influence in Jiangnan, he was currently at Chu Yuan's mercy and wished only to extricate himself, even if it meant making substantial concessions. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chu Yuan. From Jinzhou, Chu Yuan declared, standing before Sun Xiangming. Chu Yuan. Sun Xiangming momentarily froze upon hearing the name, only to have his expression shift dramatically. He was all too aware of who this individual was, and the realization struck him as to why he had been abducted. How are you still alive? Sun Xiangming gazed at Chu Yuan with horror-filled eyes. 3 assassination attempts against me were orchestrated by your orders, correct? You desire my demise, don't you? Unfortunately for you, your feeble attempts have only served to infuriate me. Chu Yuan's icy gaze bore into Sun Xiangming. I never expected you, the worthless young master, to have transformed into a practitioner. Sun Xiangming's face paled. He now comprehended why his attempts to eliminate Chu Yuan had repeatedly failed. He had never anticipated that the once inconsequential, pitiful young man he had dismissed as insignificant would evolve into a practitioner of considerable strength. In this moment, he felt a pang of regret for having underestimated Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan's expression hardened. Sun Xiangming, not only did you precipitate the collapse of my Chu family 5 years ago and subject my family to untold suffering, but you have also attempted to take my life thrice. How do you propose we settle this debt? With that, Chu Yuan seized Sun Xiangming by the throat, gradually applying pressure. If you dare to kill me, you will pay a heavy price. The Sun family will not let you go. The forces behind the Sun family will also seek retribution, and your entire family will suffer the consequences. Sun Xiangming's complexion darkened. You still dare to threaten my family? Since I have the audacity to abduct you, do you think I would hesitate to kill you? Chu Yuan retorted, increasing the pressure of his grip. Sun Xiangming's face grew even more ashen. What must I do to secure my release? At that moment, Sun Xiangming had completely shed his usual arrogance and cruelty. After all, his previous bravado stemmed from the support he had enjoyed. Now, in Chu Yuan's grasp, he had no recourse. He understood that as a practitioner, Chu Yuan could easily take his life. Tell me, where is the patent that your Sun family seized from my Chu family? Chu Yuan released his grip on Sun Xiangming's neck and demanded sternly. Had it not been for the patent, he would have already executed him. His intent in sparing Sun Xiangming's life was solely to reclaim the patent. The patent is no longer in the possession of my Sun family. It's futile to ask. Sun Xiangming shook his head. Chapter 83, An Unexpected Revelation. Not in your family? Then where is it? Speak. Chu Yuan pressed. Sun Xiangming simply shut his eyes, unwilling to answer. Observing this, Chu Yuan unleashed a fist upon his abdomen, causing Sun Xiangming to struggle for breath. Reveal where the patent is, Chu Yuan demanded, gripping Sun Xiangming's hair and displaying a ferocity starkly contrasting his usual demeanor. If you seek money, we can negotiate. This matter is not for you to inquire about. Sun Xiangming's voice grew weak after enduring the earlier blow. You refuse to speak? Very well. Chu Yuan seized Sun Xiangming's wrist and raked his fingernail across it. The skin broke, revealing a ghastly wound as blood began to pour forth. Sun Xiangming, from this moment on, your blood will flow until you are completely drained. I will cease the bleeding only when you divulge the information I seek. If you remain silent, you shall slowly taste the bitterness of death, Chu Yuan declared. Chu Yuan continued, I nearly forgot to remind you that an ordinary person can succumb to shock after losing over 1,000 milliliters of blood. Therefore, it would be prudent for you to confess before reaching that threshold. Once you enter shock, even should you wish to confess, the opportunity will elude you. Sun Xiangming felt the blood gushing forth, staining his palm crimson, and his hand began to tremble. If I perish, you and your Chu family shall bear a heavy price. His eyes glowed a furious red. Chu Yuan offered no response. Instead, he seated himself upon a discarded iron bucket, closing his eyes and wait. You scoundrel! Scoundrel! Sun Xiangming bellowed, his eyes ablaze with rage. In that moment, he was convinced that Chu Yuan truly had the audacity to kill him. Yet he could not fathom how Chu Yuan was unafraid of the retribution from the Sun family following such an act. Go ahead and shout. The more agitated you become, the quicker your heart will race, and the faster you will bleed, Chu Yuan remarked, his eyes still shut. Upon hearing this, Sun Xiangming dared not raise his voice further. He gazed at his wrist, blood continually flowing, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, his body trembling uncontrollably, compared to being slain in an instant. This slow demise was undeniably a torment and torture, for he would fully experience the gradual approach of death, a process potent enough to drive a person to the brink of madness. At the Jinshiguan, the Taoist Wenjia, who had been carried back, recounted all that had transpired at Xiazhai to Taoist Yudao. You injured my disciple and abducted the young master of the Sun family, whom I protect. If I do not hunt him down and eradicate him, how shall I continue to maintain my standing in Jiangnan? The elder, with his head of white hair, was immediately engulfed in fury. In Jiangnan province, no one had dared to offend him for quite some time. Master, that fellow should be at the spirit intent realm, Wenjia said weakly from the stretcher. Even if he is at the spirit intent realm, being in his 20s, his time in that realm cannot be extensive. Do you think I would fear such a greenhorn? Taoist Yudao replied confidently, hands clasped behind his back. He then waved his hand. Carry your senior brother inside to recuperate. Yes, several disciples of the temple responded, swiftly transporting Wenjia away. Subsequently, Taoist Yudao informed the Sun family of Sun Xiangming's abduction, and then leveraged his connections to search the entirety of Jiangnan for information regarding the kidnappers. When the news of Sun Xiangming's kidnapping reached the Sun family, it sent shockwaves throughout. They immediately convened all core members for an emergency meeting. Within the Sun family estate, in the conference room, the elders and core members gathered. Who is so audacious as to dare disturb the Sun family? One elder bellowed. Have we yet to uncover any information on this individual? If we find him, he shall be torn to shreds. The gathering of dozens erupted in a clamor, filled with righteous indignation. The Sun family was among the most prominent clans in Jiangnan province. Their immense wealth and two pivotal alliances rendering them nearly untouchable. Which wealthy individuals in Jiangnan would dare challenge the authority of the Sun family? The abduction of Sun Xiangming was undeniably a bombshell for the family. At that moment, a middle-aged man strode briskly into the conference room. He was Sun Xiangming's uncle, Sun Yuanhua. With Xiangming absent, his authority within the Sun family was paramount. Upon his entrance, the room fell silent, all eyes turning toward him. Third brother, have the kidnappers made contact with us? A middle-aged clan member inquired. No, Sun Yuanbo replied, shaking his head. That is indeed peculiar. If they intended to ransom him, they should have reached out to us for a sum of money. Could there be another motive? Indeed. I have heard that the individual is a formidable practitioner of the arts. Might there be another purpose? The conference room descended into chaos once more. Sun Yuanbo raised his hand to command silence. Be still. Just now, the old man, who is currently in the European domain, personally called me. Based on what the kidnappers said at Xiaozhai, it can be deduced that they are seeking revenge. Revenge? The members of the Sun family were taken aback. They had made quite a few enemies over the years. Who could it be? Sun Yuanbo continued. I just spoke with Elder Su. He has mobilized forces to investigate this kidnapping incident and is fully committed to locating the whereabouts of the culprits. I declare that the Sun family is now in a state of emergency. Everyone, utilize all resources to track down the kidnappers and find my nephew Sun Xiangming. Third brother, I have heard that this individual is highly skilled. Even if we find him, what can we do? A middle-aged clan member asked. Is his prowess greater than that of Taoist Yu Dao? He has already contacted me, and once we locate the lad, he will personally take action to avenge his disciple. Sun Yuanbo continued. Even without Taoist Yu Dao, should we find him, the authorities will apprehend him. No matter how skilled he is, does he dare resist arrest? Hearing this, the clan members felt reassured. With Elder Su and Taoist Yu Dao as their backing, why should they fear the adversary? In the abandoned warehouse. After losing approximately 500 milliliters of blood, Sun Xiangming's complexion had turned ashen, his entire body drenched in cold sweat. This was not only due to the blood loss, but also the psychological torment inflicted by the fear of death. I said, you must stop the bleeding. Sun Xiangming's voice quivered. His mental defenses had utterly collapsed. I thought you were quite formidable, but it seems you are not so tough after all. Chu Yuan opened his eyes. Then speak. Once you do, I will naturally stop the bleeding. The quicker you confess, the sooner I can assist you. Chapter 84, Tasting Fear. The patent has already been acquired by a consortium from the European domain. Sun Xiangming hastily confessed, entirely devoid of his previous composure. Clearly, his mental barriers had been shattered. A European consortium? Chu Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. You scoundrels, how could you sell such a crucial patent to the European domain? Are you so devoid of principles that you would do anything for money? Chu Yuan lunged forward, seizing Sun Xiangming by the collar. The significance of this patent was monumental. It was not merely a matter of wealth, but of energy security. Speak. How much was it sold for? Which consortium in the European domain purchased it? And what dealings transpired in between? Chu Yuan interrogated, gripping his collar. This matter was negotiated 5 years ago by my grandfather with the European side. I am unaware of the specifics. Sun Xiangming's voice trembled. I have told you all I know. You must help me stop the bleeding. Stop the bleeding? Huh. Sun Xiangming. Do you truly believe I would assist you? Chu Yuan sneered. Are you deceiving me? Sun Xiangming's eyes widened in shock. Chu Yuan's words struck him like a bolt from the blue. Chu Yuan smirked coldly. Do you think I need to uphold any sense of trust with someone like you? 5 years ago, you caused the destruction of my Chu family, maimed my father, and inflicted suffering upon my entire family. Upon my return to Jinzhou, you dispatched people to kill me. Do you think I would let you escape? No. Whatever you want, I can compensate you. I beg you, spare me. Sun Xiangming's face was a mask of desperation, his voice trembling. Sun Xiangming, all I desire is your life. Rest assured, not only you, but your entire Sun family shall pay the price. With that, Chu Yuan turned on his heel and exited the abandoned warehouse. As for Sun Xiangming, he would remain there, bleeding out, gradually succumbing to fear, pain, and torment. Sun Xiangming was thoroughly agitated upon seeing Chu Yuan preparing to leave. Chu Yuan, do not depart. Do you think my Sun family relies solely on Master Yu Dao and Old Su? Wrong. I shall speak candidly. The true foundation of the Sun family is far more substantial than that. If you take my life, the retribution you will face will exceed your wildest imaginings. Sun Xiangming shouted towards Chu Yuan's retreating figure. Upon hearing these words, Chu Yuan halted, turning to face Sun Xiangming. Then enlighten me. What other supports does your Sun family possess? To my mind, you are merely fabricating nonsense to exert pressure upon me, to intimidate me. Spare me this charade. Chu Yuan retorted, employing a strategy of provocation to elicit more information from Sun Xiangming. Desperately, Sun Xiangming insisted, I am not attempting to frighten you. Even the members of the Sun family believe we have only these two supports, but the greatest asset of the Sun family lies in the European domain. This knowledge is known only to me and my grandfather. The European domain? Chu Yuan paused momentarily. Previously, Sun Xiangming had mentioned that patents had fallen into the hands of a consortium in Europe. Now, he asserted that the true reliance of the Sun family was also in Europe. Was there a connection between the two? Perhaps the Sun family indeed had such a backing. Chu Yuan, the true support of my Sun family surpasses your imagination. Even if my knowledge is limited, I can assure you, should I perish, you and your entire family will bear grave consequences. I am absolutely not attempting to intimidate you. Sun Xiangming's visage contorted in fury. Even if your Sun family has backing in Europe, so what? Do not forget, this is Huagua. The threats from your family in Europe hold no weight against me. Chu Yuan declared dismissively, continuing to turn away. No, do not leave. As long as you staunch my bleeding, as long as you release me, I shall acquiesce to any demands you make. Should I die, you will not emerge unscathed. You and your entire family will accompany me in death. Sun Xiangming screamed desperately at Chu Yuan's retreating back, akin to a drowning man grasping for a lifeline. Chu Yuan showed no intention of pausing, and upon exiting the dilapidated warehouse, he forcefully closed the heavy door behind him. Inside the desolate warehouse remained only the despairing Sun Xiangming. Why was he not afraid? Why? Sun Xiangming found himself utterly perplexed. Even disregarding his family's backing in Europe, merely in Jiangnan, he had old Su and Master Yu as support. In Sun Xiangming's view, even if Chu Yuan were a formidable figure, he surely could not be untroubled by these two formidable allies, could he? In Sun Xiangming's estimation, should he truly meet his demise, these two supports would suffice to annihilate Chu Yuan. Why then, was Chu Yuan unfazed? No matter how he pondered, Chu Yuan had already left the warehouse, providing him with no opportunity. Why? Why is this happening? Sun Xiangming lowered his gaze to his wrist, blood streaming forth incessantly. He felt death drawing ever nearer. The terror of mortality enveloped him completely, and he perceived the world around him dimming. His grandfather had once said that in just 2 or 3 years, the Sun family would seize an opportunity to break out of Jiangnan province, becoming a prominent family nationally, amassing wealth and wielding immense power. My future is bright, my prospects limitless. I cannot die. Sun Xiangming, pale and drenched in sweat, spoke with a tremor in his voice, resembling a man driven to madness. He could not reconcile the thought that his future and life were to be extinguished by someone he had once deemed insignificant. He struggled fiercely, attempting to break free from his restraints, yet his efforts only exacerbated the loss of blood. In that moment, he regretted underestimating Chu Yuan entirely. But no amount of regret could alter the passage of time. After leaving the warehouse, Chu Yuan entered his vehicle, preparing to initiate his next plan. Over an hour had elapsed since he had abducted Sun Xiangming. According to his expectations, once Sun Xiangming was taken hostage, the Sun family would swiftly mobilize. Thus, Chu Yuan could not afford to delay. The longer he waited, the greater the likelihood that the Sun family would uncover his identity. Should they ascertain his information, the Sun family, unable to locate him, would likely resort to abducting his relatives in Jinzhou as leverage against him. In such a scenario, Chu Yuan must transform from a passive to an active position, taking the initiative. He needed to enlist the assistance of the Cobra. Chu Yuan retrieved his phone. At that moment, he was unaware that the entire business circle of Ningdu had been set ablaze with commotion. The news of the young master of the Sun family being kidnapped spread rapidly among the affluent of Ningdu, leaving all who heard it in shock. Who possessed such audacity to abduct the young master of the Sun family? For the ordinary populace of Ningdu, such news remained elusive. However, they soon noticed that every entry and exit of the city had been sealed off, with thorough inspections being conducted on every vehicle attempting to leave. Chapter 85. An unannounced visit. Within the city of Ningdu, various checkpoints suddenly emerged. Even the underground forces of Ningdu dispatched significant manpower to search hidden corners of the city. Ordinary residents speculated about the cause of such a major disturbance. Why had such a ruckus erupted? At the romantic bar, in the upstairs office, the Cobra spoke into the phone. Understood. I will exert every effort to investigate. I shall contact you as soon as I have news. After hanging up, the Cobra gripped his phone, his mind in turmoil. He had never anticipated that this individual would actually succeed in abducting the young master of the Sun family. The Cobra's gaze was filled with astonishment. He had already made several calls, as the king of underground intelligence in Jiangnan. People from the Sun family and the Jinshi Taoist temple had reached out to him, inquiring about the kidnapping and seeking information regarding the abductors. The Cobra informed them that he was currently unaware of the details but would assist in the investigation. However, he was acutely aware that aside from Chu Yuan, there was no other possible culprit. When Chu Yuan had approached him the previous day, he had thought Chu Yuan was simply mad, on a reckless path towards self-destruction. Yet, he could hardly have imagined that Chu Yuan would indeed manage to successfully kidnap Sun Xiangming. Just as he was lost in shock, his phone rang again, displaying an unfamiliar number. Who is this? The Cobra answered the phone. Cobra, it is Chu Yuan, came the voice from the other end. Chu Yuan? You intend to kill Sun Xiangming. I have provided you with the information. Now that he is in your grasp, what more do you seek from me? The Cobra responded, a hint of urgency in his tone. After all, if the Sun family, Master Yu, and Old Su were to discover his prior association with Chu Yuan, failing to report it, and knowing he had provided Chu Yuan with information, he would undoubtedly face their wrath. I seek your assistance, naturally, for intelligence, Chu Yuan replied. The Cobra hastily rejected the request. No, I have already assisted you. Do not implicate me further. Do you realize how many forces are searching for you right now? As long as you remain within the Ningdu area, I can assure you, no matter how well you hide, you will be found within 2 days. And the consequences awaiting you. I'm certain you are well aware of them. You may have successfully abducted Sun Xiangming, but the aftermath is something you cannot bear. Cobra, you need not lecture me on this. I require one piece of information from you, the address of Old Su, Chu Yuan stated. You want Old Su's address? What do you intend to do? Are you planning to target Old Su as well? The repercussions of that would be infinitely more severe than those stemming from your actions against Sun Xiangming. The Cobra exclaimed in disbelief. I merely wish to have a conversation with Old Su. Just provide me the address, Chu Yuan insisted. Are you out of your mind? Now, everyone is searching for you, including Elder Su. At this moment, if you were to seek out Elder Su for a conversation, what difference would it make from willingly courting death? The voice of the Cobra grew sharp and piercing. He could hardly fathom the audacity of Chu Yuan. Why was he so brazen? Kidnapping and murdering Sun Xiangming was already an act of sheer madness. After committing such an atrocity, he still dared to proactively approach Elder Su, the Sun family's patron? Was he not satisfied with his own longevity? Did he truly believe he could persuade Elder Su? How could that be possible? You need not concern yourself with that. Just tell me, Chu Yuan urged. Elder Su resides in the tranquil courtyard of Dongcheng, Ningdu, where security is exceedingly tight. If you truly intend to go, I can assure you, you won't even make it through the door. The Cobra remarked. You need not worry about that, Chu Yuan replied before ending the call. The Cobra stared at his phone, his emotions tumultuous and unsettled. He could not comprehend why, at such a perilous time, Chu Yuan would not choose to hide, but instead dared to approach Elder Su. In the tranquil courtyard of Dongcheng, Ningdu, Elder Su received a report. Elder Su, we have news. We have obtained the details of the kidnappers. A secretary dressed in a suit handed a dossier to Elder Su, who, with his slicked-back hairstyle, reclined on the sofa, exuding an air of authority. Suddenly, a strange voice echoed through the living room. Elder Su, who? The secretary swiftly turned to investigate. Chu Yuan descended the stairs with measured steps. Upon seeing Chu Yuan, the secretary was taken aback. How could he have come down from upstairs? The security here is exceedingly strict. Who are you? How did you get in? Elder Su also turned to face Chu Yuan. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chu Yuan, the one who kidnapped Sun Xiangming, Chu Yuan declared as he walked forward. The gravity of his statement caused the secretary to gasp in shock. And even Elder Su's eyes flickered with astonishment. Security! Security! The secretary, regaining his senses, called out urgently. In an instant, 2 armed security personnel rushed into the room. Elder Su, I have come of my own accord to discuss something of great importance with you. Something that pertains to your future and reputation, Chu Yuan asserted. He glanced at the security personnel who had entered, then continued. Elder Su must have heard of my capabilities, should I wish to resort to violence. They would be powerless to stop me. I am here solely to converse with you. Chu Yuan, please have a seat, Elder Su gestured, indicating for him to sit on the sofa. Elder Su was indeed aware of the methods Chu Yuan had employed at Xiaozhai. After the incident, he had specifically instructed his men to visit Xiaozhai, seeking clarity on what had transpired and gathering information on the appearance of the kidnapper through the establishment's owner. He understood that if it came to a confrontation, these 2 armed security personnel would hardly be a match for Chu Yuan. Elder Su, I hope your men will step back. I wish to speak with you privately, Chu Yuan requested. You may leave, Elder Su signaled. Elder Su, he is a dangerous individual. It is too perilous for you to be alone with him. The secretary interjected, filled with concern. With his abilities, if he intended to harm me, I would already be dead. Now leave, Elder Su reiterated, waving his hand dismissively. Elder Su appeared remarkably composed, showing no outward signs of fear or apprehension toward Chu Yuan, exuding an air of tranquility. His decision was evidently made after careful consideration. He opted for dialogue rather than force. Very well, the secretary conceded, departing with the 2 security personnel. In the room, only Elder Su and Chu Yuan remained. Chu Yuan, as long as you have not killed Sun Xiangming, the offenses you've committed will likely result in only a few years of imprisonment. However, if you escalate matters, you will utterly ruin yourself, Elder Su stated calmly. His words served as an indirect warning to Chu Yuan, cautioning him against taking violent action, or else the consequences would be severe. How about we first hear my perspective? Chu Yuan suggested with a smile. All right, go ahead, Elder Su nodded. I possess a recording that I believe will pique your interest, Chu Yuan stated. producing his phone and initiating the playback of a recording. The recording featured the voices of Chu Yuan and Sun Xiangming, wherein Sun Xiangming disclosed that the patent had already been granted to the OU consortium and further mentioned that the Sun family's primary support lay with OU. During their interrogation at the abandoned warehouse, Chu Yuan had meticulously recorded everything. After a brief moment, the recording concluded. Elder Su's expression noticeably shifted upon hearing its contents. Elder Su, the patent mentioned in the recording pertains to a technology developed by the Chu family that significantly enhances petroleum utilization. I believe you comprehend the importance and implications of this patent. 5 years ago, the Sun family employed unscrupulous tactics to dismantle my family and seize this patent. Yet they have chosen not to further develop it themselves, Chu Yuan continued. You must have heard that the Sun family has transferred such a crucial patent to a consortium in OU. And it is evident that they have covertly established ties with external forces. To put it bluntly, the Sun family is nothing short of traitors. That Sun family is utterly despicable. Elder Su slammed his hand on the table, his fury palpable. Whether Elder Su's anger was genuine or merely for show, Chu Yuan could not be certain. Elder Su, it is said that you share a close relationship with the Sun family. If this recording were to be made public, you would likely find yourself embroiled in the fallout, potentially jeopardizing the reputation and prospects you have painstakingly cultivated over the years, Chu Yuan warned. With a change in tone, Chu Yuan smiled. However, I believe this must be mere gossip. Given your stature, how could you possibly be associated with the traitorous Sun family, right? Of course. How could I possibly have any special relationship with the Sun family? That is clearly just a rumor, Elder Su responded, his emotions stabilizing, though his countenance remained somewhat grim. Elder Su gazed at Chu Yuan. Naturally, you must not disclose that recording. We wouldn't want to incite any unnecessary misunderstandings, would we? Elder Su, that is precisely my intention, which is why I sought you out for a discussion. I assure you, I will not spread it indiscriminately, Chu Yuan smiled. Nonetheless, this recording serves as crucial evidence of the Sun family's treason, which is why I have made multiple copies. If anything were to happen to me, the recording would be revealed. His words were laden with implications. Chu Yuan, your abduction of Sun Xiangming was to uncover the Sun family's collusion with external forces. Therefore, rest assured, all inquiries into your actions will cease, Elder Su promptly declared. Elder Su, being a seasoned individual, understood the underlying meaning of Chu Yuan's words. They shared an unspoken understanding, and he articulated his response eloquently. Chu Yuan's insinuation that if he were to encounter any misfortune, the recording would be exposed was a clear hint to Elder Su. It implied that Chu Yuan must remain unharmed, and Elder Su was responsible for ensuring his safety. Otherwise, the recording would be disclosed. Thank you, Elder Su. You may rest assured that I will keep the recording secure and will not allow others to learn of it. To avoid any misunderstandings, Chu Yuan expressed his gratitude. Elder Su, with your endorsement, I feel reassured, Chu Yuan replied with a smile. The Sun family's collusion with external forces is utterly intolerable. If you wish to continue dealing with them, consider it a service to the public. Just as long as you do not make too much noise, we will not hinder you, Elder Su stated. Elder Su, with your words, I am at ease. Chu Yuan beamed. Indeed, Chu Yuan, it would be prudent to destroy the recording from earlier, including your backup. We must avoid any potential complications, Su Lao remarked. But Su Lao, this serves as evidence of the Sun family's treachery as traitors. How could I possibly destroy it? Chu Yuan replied with a smile. Fully aware of the leverage it provided him over Su Lao, if he were to dispose of it, he would relinquish all control, leaving himself vulnerable should Su Lao decide to retaliate after his departure. Su Lao, being shrewd, sought to manipulate Chu Yuan into discarding this incriminating evidence. Ah yes, Su Lao replied, a rather unappealing smile gracing his face. Though he wished for Chu Yuan to dispose of it, the evidence was firmly in Chu Yuan's possession, granting him the upper hand. Rising from his seat, Chu Yuan stated, Su Lao, since our discussion has concluded, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Very well, allow me to escort you out, Su Lao responded, standing to accompany him. Chu Yuan did not refuse, and thus was led to the door by Su Lao. Outside, as soon as Chu Yuan emerged, dozens of armed security personnel swiftly aimed their weapons at him. Following the secretary's earlier exit, all security personnel in the compound had been summoned. Chu Yuan, release Su Lao immediately, the secretary shouted upon seeing Chu Yuan with Su Lao, mistakenly believing he was holding Su Lao hostage. Chu Yuan is here to report to me. There's no need for alarm. Lower your weapons. Su Lao calmly gestured to the security personnel, maintaining composure. Upon hearing this, the security personnel reluctantly lowered their weapons. Chu Yuan, I will see you out of the compound, Su Lao said, his amiable smile intact as he guided Chu Yuan on his way. The secretary, trailing behind, was left in utter shock at the unfolding situation. At the entrance of the compound, Chu Yuan bid Su Lao farewell and turned to leave. Once Chu Yuan had distanced himself, the secretary inquired, Su Lao, he has gone far. Should we notify someone to apprehend him? To the secretary, Su Lao's earlier cordiality and active escorting of Chu Yuan seemed a clever ruse to prevent any violent confrontation. Su Lao gazed into the distance. Why would we apprehend someone who has committed no offense? Immediately inform everyone to cease all pursuit of him. The secretary was taken aback, but how could this be? Yet, knowing Su Lao had spoken, he dared not question further, promptly responding with an affirmative before carrying out the order. Su Lao continued to watch the young man depart, reflecting, this young man is indeed extraordinary. He understood that in the future, he would hold a significant disadvantage, as the recording, if exposed, would tarnish his reputation. On the other side, after leaving in his vehicle, Chu Yuan felt the tension within him ease considerably. In his perspective, Su Lao had been the most formidable obstacle to navigate. Now that he had managed that, victory seemed assured. Next, he needed to address another significant ally of the Sun family, the Golden Pool Temple and the Taoist Master Yu. Chapter 87. A bold venture into the Golden Pool Temple. Master Yu clearly possessed considerable wealth, as evidenced by the broad road leading from the main road to the temple's entrance. Chu Yuan parked his car outside the temple and exited briskly, ready to confront the situation at hand. Gazing at the grand and opulently adorned temple before him, he felt a surge of anticipation. It was clear that the Golden Pool Temple far surpassed his own residence at the Wulong Temple in both stature and expanse. With determined strides, he approached the temple. At the entrance, a disciple was busy sweeping the grounds. The Golden Pool Temple does not admit uninvited guests. Begone. The disciple barked at Chu Yuan upon noticing his presence. Inform your master Yu that the one who has abducted Sun Xiangming seeks an audience. Chu Yuan replied with an air of nonchalance. Startled, the disciple dropped his broom and rushed inside to announce, Master, the one who has kidnapped Sun Xiangming is here. What? He has come of his own accord? The disciples within the temple gathered, intrigued and alarmed by the audacity of this individual. How bold of him! My master seeks him, and he dares to present himself? They murmured among themselves, eager to see the face of one who would challenge the authority of the Golden Pool Temple. As Chu Yuan entered the temple, he could sense the awe and trepidation of the disciples observing him. You are the kidnapper? The one who injured our senior disciple? You are remarkably youthful, they whispered in astonishment, fully aware of the arduous path of cultivation that required extensive time and effort. For someone so young to have bested their senior was indeed shocking. Master Yu, where are you? Chu Yuan's voice boomed throughout the temple, resonating with authority. How audacious! An elderly voice thundered back as a vigorous, white-haired figure emerged into view. Master! The disciples exclaimed, their excitement palpable upon seeing Master Yu. You must be the renowned Master Yu. Chu Yuan addressed the elder. Indeed, I am. Master Yu assessed Chu Yuan with a scrutinizing gaze. You are quite bold. Having injured my foremost disciple and abducted someone under my protection, I have sought you far and wide to exact vengeance, yet here you are, daring to approach me. Chu Yuan could feel the condescension in Master Yu's tone and demeanor. Your disciple initiated the conflict. His wounds are a testament to his inadequacy. Chu Yuan replied with poise. Humph, you do not come here merely to parley, do you? Master Yu retorted dismissively. My purpose in coming is not to debate philosophy. I offer you a chance. Sever your ties with the Sun family, and I shall refrain from taking action against you and the Golden Pool Temple, Chu Yuan proposed. His voice steady. The disciples, overhearing his audacious declaration, could hardly believe their ears. Master Yu's voice grew stern and commanding. You impudent youth, indeed, you are naive. I have commanded respect throughout Jiangnan for years and am revered as its foremost figure. You dare insult me without begging for mercy? If I do not dismantle you, how can I maintain my standing? The intensity of Master Yu's words left the disciples in shock, contemplating their master's formidable reputation. It appears you do not wish to seize this opportunity, then let us engage. If you are unwilling to yield, I shall make you submit, Chu Yuan declared, his gaze unwavering. The atmosphere shifted as the disciples exchanged worried glances, knowing their master was indeed the most powerful in Jiangnan. Foolish child, today you shall witness the might of Jiangnan's finest. Master Yu proclaimed as he prepared to strike. Chu Yuan spoke, Master Yu, today I have come to challenge you to a duel. Should you emerge victorious, I shall submit to your will. However, if I prevail, you will be left with but two choices, to concede defeat and henceforth close the Golden Pool Taoist Temple, withdrawing from the affairs of the city, or face death at my hands. You audacious youth, it is you who shall taste defeat. The price you will pay will be your very life. Master Yu's voice resonated with authority and confidence. As his words echoed, Master Yu swept his robe, summoning a tempest that surged forth towards Chu Yuan. causing the surrounding vegetation to sway violently and stirring up clouds of dust and debris. Confronted by the approaching whirlwind, Chu Yuan channeled his internal energy to his palm and struck down with force. Boom! The tempest crashing towards him was dispersed by the force of Chu Yuan's palms. In this initial encounter, Chu Yuan discerned that Master Yu's profound internal power was perilously close to the mid-stage of the spiritual intent realm. With just over a year of dedicated practice, he would likely ascend to that level. Such prowess, when placed within the realm of the mundane, would undoubtedly command reverence from ordinary folk. Although both men stood within the same realm, Master Yu's internal energy was evidently more robust, as he was on the cusp of the mid-stage of the spiritual intent realm, while Chu Yuan had only recently entered the early stage. In terms of cultivation, Master Yu held a slight advantage. Could it truly be the spiritual intent realm? A flicker of astonishment crossed Master Yu's eyes. Before engaging, he had been reluctant to believe that Chu Yuan could be of the spiritual intent realm, given his youth. After decades of cultivation, he had only just reached that stage. Thus, he had previously surmised that even if Chu Yuan could best his apprentice, it was more likely that he was at the peak of the spiritual awakening realm. However, after their brief encounter, it became evident to him that Chu Yuan was indeed in the early stage of the spiritual intent realm. Though he was loath to admit it verbally, he was internally shaken. Achieving the spiritual intent realm at such a tender age suggested that this young man was no ordinary talent. Even if you are of the spiritual intent realm, alas, your time in this realm has been brief, and you shall ultimately prove no match for me. Today, allow me to unveil my true capabilities. Master Yu extended his hands, forming a sword-like gesture as the winds howled around him, conjuring a luminous sword of condensed internal energy that shimmered brilliantly in the air.